That year, a tiny pebble fell into Xiangjiang. A butterfly fluttered its wings and ripples spread across the entire world. While others were still toiling merely to make a living, Liu Yuanhao had already begun to lay out his plans and finance real estate, media, and technology, seizing the opportunities of a new era, acquiring high-quality assets, expanding a global business map, and building a colossal conglomerate spanning Europe, America, and Asia. Explosive growth of wealth, battles for commercial supremacy, the rise of powerful conglomerates, and a global strategic layout, starting from Xiangjiang all the way to commanding the world's capital markets. On January 4, 1970, in a certain villa on the mid-levels of Xiangjiang, Liu Yuanhao lay on the bed, his mind still racing. It had been 3 days since he arrived here. From his initial panic and helplessness to now, he had finally more or less grasped his current situation. Liu Yuanhao was the name of the original owner of this body, born on January 1, 1956, an ancestral home in Xiangnan, having just turned 14. Yet the soul within his skull now belonged to a middle-aged man from 2023 who shared the same name as the original owner, a man who had in a muddled slumber inexplicably crossed over into this body. His parents had fled their hometown during the years of war, traveling ever southward, until after wandering thousands of miles they arrived in Xiangjiang. Relying on the family's savings, his father's shrewd mind, and a bold, relentless work ethic, they gradually found their footing in a Xiangjiang society where native place clans still tightly banded together. 10 years earlier, the Liu family had opened a garment factory called Liu's Garments. Under his father's meticulous management, it had grown steadily, earning quite a name in Xiangjiang's clothing industry. When they first arrived in Xiangjiang, the couple had been too busy struggling for survival to even consider having children. They thought they would live out their days without an heir, yet unexpectedly had a son in their later years, and thus treasured him beyond measure. 3 days ago, on Liu Yuanhao's 14th birthday, something went terribly wrong. Whether it was something strange he had eaten or some other unknown reason, he suddenly began foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently that night, a sight terrifying to behold. His parents, frantic with worry, drove him to the hospital themselves. In their haste, they made a fatal mistake, rear-ending a small truck on the way. Steel pipes fell from the truck and pierced the front seats. Icy cold and merciless, the couple died on the spot. Lying in the back seat, Liu Yuanhao miraculously survived, merely knocked unconscious. After he was taken to the hospital and subjected to various examinations, by the time he awoke from the coma, the soul within his body had already been replaced by that middle-aged man from more than 50 years in the future. After 3 days of observation, the doctor declared that Liu Yuanhao was perfectly healthy and could be discharged. Outsiders all thought the Liu family's bloodline had been preserved after all, never realizing that in truth the family had already departed this world together in their own way. Gazing at the distinctly bygone style of the room's decor, a wry smile tugged at the corner of Liu Yuanhao's lips. He had actually transmigrated into a 14-year-old youth, no less. Yet he possessed none of the original owner's memories, and apart from the butler, he did not recognize a single servant in this household. He could more or less guess the meaning of many traditional characters, but could barely write any of them. Even for his own surname, the character Liu, he had to check beforehand to be sure he wrote it correctly. He neither understood nor could speak Cantonese. Fortunately, the family mainly used Mandarin at home, otherwise he would have had to pretend to be deaf and mute for quite some time. Perhaps I used the wrong method to transmigrate. Is there any chance to do this over again? Liu Yuanhao grumbled silently in his heart. Still, it was not all bad news. From his observations over the past few days, the family's financial situation seemed rather comfortable. They drove a Mercedes, lived in a mid-levels villa. How much capital he had at his disposal remained to be seen. Only after sorting out his parents' estate would he know. But securing his first bucket of gold after transmigration should be comparatively easy. He could skip all those tedious schemes of copying books, songs, and screenplays. In his previous life, Liu Yuanhao had often read online novels and had consumed quite a few stories about transmigration and rebirth in Xiangjiang. He did not care for the ones about singing, filmmaking, and the arts. He preferred those steeped in commerce and business warfare. Whenever he encountered major historical events in those stories, he liked to look them up online. As a result, he remembered with striking clarity the key stock market nodes in Xiangjiang over the coming decades, the major events and the trends of the three great markets of gold, oil, and foreign exchange. From the perspective of his former life, the Xiangjiang of the 1970s could be called the finest era for launching a business. The status of the Chinese population had risen noticeably compared to the pre-war years, and after the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, public security was gradually improving. The broader Chinese business community was on the rise, yet society had not yet ossified into the rigid class structure that 20 years later would make it so hard for those at the bottom to move upward. The so-called four great families of his previous life had not even listed their companies yet. The industrial landscape was still unformed and opportunities lay scattered everywhere. For Liu Yuanhao, who knew all the open cards in advance, it would not be too difficult to lay out his moves early and seize a few fortuitous chances. Yet considering his age, his family circumstances, and the current social environment rife with corrupt police and rampant gangs, Liu Yuanhao decided it was wiser to lie low for a while and develop quietly rather than rush out and make waves. After all, there were still 4 years until the first golden opportunity to buy up distressed industries at rock bottom. His preparatory work boiled down to just 3 things: money, money, and more money. At the same time, he needed to recharge himself. At the very least, he had to master Cantonese as quickly as possible. For now, Xinjiang's official languages were still English and Mandarin, but once Shaw Brothers released a Cantonese version of The House of 72 Tenants in 1973, and it became a runaway box office hit, local culture would surge. Speaking Cantonese and singing Cantonese songs would come to dominate. By then, not knowing Cantonese would invite discrimination. As for foreign languages, English, French, Japanese, and Italian would more or less suffice. Xinjiang was a British colony. Without English, he would not only be unable to read English newspapers and catch business opportunities announced by the colonial government, but would also be incapable of communicating with foreign businessmen. In his previous life, whatever English he had learned had almost entirely been forgotten. He would have to pick it up again from scratch. Since he already knew the future trajectories of politics and economics, he might as well teach himself some economics and sociology as theoretical foundations for his future business decisions. As long as his results turned out right, he could show off however he liked. After all, he could dress up any outcome with whatever theories he chose. Earlier, while showering in the bathroom, Liu Yuanhao had examined this body. Only his height could be considered decent. He was already around 1.75 meters. As for his looks, he was not exactly ugly, barely above average, one could say. But in that regard, he planned to rely on sheer wealth rather than appearance. Since he had no intention of becoming a movie star, lacking the face of a screen idol hardly mattered. His frame, however, was on the thin side, skinny arms and legs with hardly any flesh on them. That would have to be trained. Since he now had the chance to return to Xinjiang of 1970, he was determined to live a different kind of life and build a vast, powerful family clan. To found such a great household, he first needed a strong body. As the great man once said, the body is the capital of revolution. In its current state, this frail frame would not do at all. At the very least, he wanted a set of sculpted abs. He could not help wondering whether there might be some special benefit reserved for transmigrators. On January 7th, at his parents' funeral and burial, Liu Yuanhao knelt blank-faced before the spirit tablets. Although the soul now inhabiting this body felt no true emotion toward the deceased, when he thought of the loved ones from his previous life, whom he would never again see, in this one he still squeezed out quite a few tears. It was in a way his farewell to his former life. From this moment on, he would face his new life under the name of Liu Yuanhao. Once all the rites were concluded, and he returned home, Liu Yuanhao impatiently summoned the butler Chun Bo, ready to take stock of the family's assets and see how much seed capital he truly possessed. Uncle Chun was the family steward and elderly retainer who had followed Liu Yuanhao's father for decades. Childless and alone, he had always helped the old master manage the business, a loyal servant of the Liu household through and through. Uncle Chun, what is the current situation of our family's businesses? Tell me in detail. The core of our family's assets is Liu Garments, which the master founded in 1960. It has now been in operation for 10 years and is considered one of the larger garment factories in all of Hong Kong. Our factory receives raw materials from Nanfeng Spinning Mill, and the finished garments are mainly exported to North America. The factory is located in Kuntong, Kowloon. At present, we have more than 800 workers with an annual profit of around 4 million Hong Kong dollars, and the entire factory is valued at roughly 40 million. Liu Yuanhao felt no attachment to the garment factory. As Hong Kong served as the gateway between the mainland and the West, its future lay in becoming a trading hub and global financial center. With labor costs destined to rise, such light industries would either move to Shenzhen or shut their doors for good. He knew he did not have the ability to defy the trend. In his heart, he had already resolved to sell the factory before the year's end. There was an old saying about a son selling off his father's fields without heartache. The cash he obtained could be sent into the stock market for a spin. With the bull market just beginning, it would be easy to multiply the funds several times over. How much money is left in the factory's accounts? Are there any outstanding bank loans? And do we have unpaid receivables outside? There are a little over 3 million Hong Kong dollars in the accounts. We still have 10 million in loans unsettled with several banks, such as Hang Seng and Bank of East Asia. As for accounts receivable, we are owed about 2 million. Our main business is with North America, and most of the payments there were settled just before Christmas. Seeing that Liu Yuanhao remained impassive, Uncle Chun assumed that the young master had no real concept of what sums in the tens of millions meant. It never occurred to him that the young master had already resolved to liquidate the family assets. He went on, apart from this garment factory, the master has been quite optimistic about real estate in recent years. Last year, he acquired a plot of land on Hong Kong Island and another in Kowloon to test the waters. Both parcels are small in size and have yet to be planned. In his heart, Liu Yuanhao's estimation of his father, he had never met, rose by another notch. Had the old man not passed so early, the two of them might well have charged into the fray side by side as father and son on the same battlefield. As for those 2 pieces of land, he would decide next year after seeing how things developed. If they could fetch a good price, there would be no harm in selling. If not, they could first be held in reserve or used as collateral for bank loans. With a plan now forming in his mind, Lu Yuanhao said to Uncle Chun, "Before he passed, Father once told me that Hong Kong is seeing tens of thousands of new migrants every year. As long as housing is built, there will be no shortage of buyers. Since these 2 plots have not yet been planned, let us leave them for now and decide how to handle them after we have observed the situation." Uncle Chin nodded and continued, "In addition, the master opened an account at the newly established Far East Exchange, depositing 10 million there, and he also purchased a broker's seat. He said he placed great faith in Hong Kong's stock market." At these words, Lu Yuanhao's eyes lit up and his impression of his late father was elevated yet another level in his heart. This old man truly had some foresight. The Hang Seng Index had only been introduced at the end of last November, starting at merely 158 points. Who could have imagined that in less than 3.5 years it would surge to 1774 points, an 11-fold increase, later hailed as Hong Kong's first great bull market. For someone who had been reborn with foreknowledge, it was one of the prime channels for amassing capital. The Far East Exchange had been officially open for just over 20 days. A broker's seat purchased now could increase tenfold in value in a few years. Yes, Father also told me that Hong Kong people love to gamble. In the past, the stock market's rises and falls had no clear benchmark. Now that this newly launched Hang Seng Index exists, the gambling nature of Hong Kongers will be fully ignited. The market is bound to soar. As long as we focus on the index constituent stocks, we can buy with our eyes closed and still make money. Uncle Chun, is there anything else? What about the household expenses? There are also the deposits that the master and madam left in several banks. I have sorted them out. In total, there is close to 10 million Hong Kong dollars. I have brought all the deposit certificates to you. As for the household expenses, nothing has been allocated yet this year. According to previous year's standards, a few thousand Hong Kong dollars a month is sufficient. Uncle Chun, how many garment factories are there in Hong Kong at present? Where does our Lu garments rank among them? Across Hong Kong's textile and garment industry, there are about 3,500 factories in total. Our Lu garments can rank within the top 20. With so many factories, the competition must be fierce. Do you think that after my father's death, there will be people eyeing our family's assets? And if there are, can we even defend this family business? There will certainly be people coveting Lu garments, but as long as I live, I will never allow it to collapse, Uncle Chun said emotionally. Lu Garments was a company he had helped the old master create, so it was only natural that he was deeply attached to it. Uncle Chun, since competition in the garment industry is so intense, that means there is very limited room left for growth. I believe my father saw this clearly as well, which is why he acquired those 2 plots of land and prepared to enter real estate. Compared to garments, real estate obviously has a much larger market. Moreover, developing property requires enormous capital. Small firms simply cannot manage it. So he likely intended to rely on the garment factory's stable profits on one hand, and on the other to see whether the stock market could provide additional funds. Now that both elders are gone and I am at this age, even if with your help we can preserve this family business, where is the room for Lu Garments to develop? Why don't we change our way of thinking? Directly transfer the garment factory to someone else, earn some money in the stock market, and then turn around and enter real estate instead. The operation of Lu Garments will only grow more difficult. Right now it can still fetch a good price. In a few years, who can say? By then, even if we wish to change trades, the starting capital will be a serious problem. Sand that cannot be held should simply be scattered to the wind. Our step back now is only for the sake of advancing farther in the future. Uncle Chin, what do you think? Young master, perhaps you might reconsider. It may be that we are worrying too much, he said. I have already thought about this for several days. This is the best option for now. The master and madam have only just been laid to rest, and you are already planning to sell off the family property. If others hear of this, what will they think of you? The master and madam will not be at peace below either. Uncle Chin blurted his anxiety plain. He was truly anxious. He had never expected the young master to bring up the idea of putting Lu Garments on the market tonight. Emotionally, from the depths of his heart, he could not bear to sell a factory that had been operated for 10 years. Yet no matter what he said, he was in the end only a steward and not the head of the family. If the master of the house insisted on selling, he was powerless to stop it and could only offer a few words of persuasion at most. Uncle Chun, in my generation of the Lu family, I am the only son. I bear the responsibility of carrying the Lu family to greater heights. Every decision I make has been carefully weighed. You may set your mind at ease. Very well. I understand, young master. I will see to it, Uncle Chun replied at last. He still felt it in enormous pity, but could only comply. Do not be too upset. It is only a garment factory. In the future, I will have even larger enterprises that will require you at the helm, Uncle Chun. For now, we are merely lying low for 2 or 3 years. By the way, please help me handle the formalities for taking a leave of absence from school. I won't be attending classes anymore. Then hire a few private language tutors for me. I want to study 4 foreign languages: English, French, Japanese, and Italian. Also, from now on, prepare more beef, seafood, and similar foods at home. I am far too thin at the moment and must eat more. and help me get in touch with a martial arts school. Ooh, I need to train my body well. The body is the capital of any revolution. Very well, young master, I have noted everything down, Uncle Chin answered. Uncle Chin quickly arranged for private tutoring, hiring several university students from Hong Kong University, as Liu Yuanhao had no foundation in any foreign language other than English. Liu Yuanhao was not picky and humbly sought advice from the young tutors, finding it easy to connect over common interests, quickly becoming familiar with them. At 315 Lock Road, Liu Yuanhao formally became a disciple of Yang Junming, the direct descendant of Yang-style Tai Chi, under the name of a registered disciple to learn Yang-style Tai Chi. Yang Junming is the great-grandson of Yang Luchen, who began learning martial arts at the age of 8, having a deep family heritage and genuine skills. He settled in Hong Kong in 1953 and officially opened a school to teach, producing many talented disciples. Liu Yuanhao originally wanted to learn Wing Chun, but due to Yip Man's declining health and the need to practice on the wooden dummy, he did not want his hands, which he would use for basketball, to be covered in calluses, so he switched to Yang-style Tai Chi. In truth, he had already passed the optimal age to start martial arts training. However, his purpose was not to reach a high level of mastery, and with the Liu family's generous support, Yang Junming accepted him as a special case. Liu Yuanhao's thoughts were simple. He did not care much for flashy techniques and sought only the unique secret methods for nourishing qi and fostering health that came with a high price tag. His goal was to be able to take down an opponent in unknown situations, hold his ground in Onion 2, and ideally handle Onion 3 or Onion 4 situations, the more the better. He did not intend to become a rough martial brute, so he would not neglect fitness and shaping, aiming for a physique that looked slim in clothes yet toned without them. As a reincarnated person, one must have a strong backbone. It was essential not to lose face as someone who has traversed time and space. He heard that the KGB in the Soviet Union had special training methods for crows. Whether true or not, he wondered if he could acquire it for a price, and he planned to explore it in the early 1990s. On the 18th, after handling matters assigned by Liu Yuanhao, Uncle Chun released news that the Liu family was interested in selling Liu's garment, inviting interested parties to discuss. For a time, the Liu residence was bustling with visitors. Liu's garment was recognized as a premium asset in the garment industry, and the prospect of selling such a company was a rare event, drawing inquiries from numerous garment companies. Liu Yuanhao did not dawdle. He disregarded the grandiose acquisition terms and directly chose the highest cash offer, completing the transaction in just 10 days. From then on, Liu's garment was renamed, and the Liu family received $32 million in cash, no longer bearing the debts of Liu's garment, bringing joy to both parties. By the end of January, Liu Yuanhao had prepared all the funds for entering the stock market, totaling $32 million from selling Liu's garment, $10 million prepared by his father during his lifetime, and $3 million withdrawn from the company's working capital before the sale, amounting to 45 million Hong Kong dollars. Other than the 10 million savings at home, Liu Yuanhao entrusted the entire 45 million to Uncle Chin, evenly distributing it among 5 major brokerage firms, using a leverage of 2 to build positions in the 33 constituent stocks of the Hang Seng Index. After the establishment of the Far East Association, the number of stock brokerage firms in Hong Kong surged. Moreover, to compete with the Hong Kong Association, the Far East Association actively reduced brokerage fees and offered margin trading services with the highest possible loan-to-value ratio of 90, which in layman's terms meant up to 10 times leverage. Theoretically, Liu's 45 million could be split among more brokerage firms to obtain higher leverage, but Liu Yuanhao chose not to operate that way as the current market was still too small. At that time, both exchanges in Hong Kong had a daily trading volume of about 6 million Hong Kong dollars, and to build positions steadily with 90 million in buying funds without causing price fluctuations would take nearly 3 months. As for specific stock selections, Liu Yuanhao had no idea which stocks would rise or fall. He only knew that the Hang Seng Index could rise to 240 points by the end of the year, with an expected increase of around 40 for the year. In the first half of the following year, the Hang Seng Index would consolidate between 200 and 220 points, and then begin to rise again, heading towards 1774 points without looking back. Knowing this outcome, all that was left was to sweep up the 33 stocks in the Hang Seng Index constituents. By the end of April, after nearly 3 months of steady position building, Liu Yuanhao's 90 million Hong Kong dollars fully entered the market. He only paid attention at the beginning of the position building, and seeing that Uncle Chun made no mistakes, he stopped intervening, continuing his monotonous life of studying, practicing martial arts, fitness, and reading every day. Having grown accustomed to the extravagant lifestyle of his past life, he found that there were no entertaining activities that suited his taste during this time, so he had no choice but to train himself tirelessly. Although life was dull, his body gradually became stronger. After the Liu family sold Liu's garment, their social influence dropped to its lowest point. Worried about unnecessary troubles and being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals, Liu Yuanhao acted very discreetly, minimizing all unnecessary outings. The Liu family seemed to have vanished from Hong Kong, prompting reflections on the rise and fall of their fortunes. As December arrived, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Chun Bo to gradually liquidate the stocks in his hands. Before the Lunar New Year of 1971, Liu Yuanhao completed his first operation in the stock market after his crossing, achieving a paper profit of 37 million, and after deducting leverage interest and commissions, his net profit reached 31 million, bringing his total capital and profits to 76 million. After summarizing the earnings, Chun Bo felt it was simply unbelievable, his admiration for the young master flowing like a boundless river, ceaseless and overwhelming like the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable. This was equivalent to earning another Liu's clothing in the stock market over the course of a year, and the profits had genuinely reached their own accounts, not just illusory paper profits. Chun Bo secretly thought that the old saying, "A tiger father has no dog son," was indeed true. The Liu family father and son had made correct judgments about the stock market, and his worries at the beginning of the year regarding Liu's clothing were entirely unnecessary. After hearing Chen Bo's report, Liu Yuanhao merely smiled faintly, telling him to enter the market again after the Hang Seng Index fell below 220 points in the first half of the year, using a principal of 75 million, with double leverage considering the extra 1 million as his year-end bonus. On January 27th, during the Lunar New Year, Liu Yuanhao had already been in this world for over a year. During this year, he had essentially lived a life similar to that of a deadbeat from his past life, rarely going out and having no social interactions. However, there was a fundamental difference from the deadbeat of his past life, who, although his daily life of reading, studying, practicing martial arts, and exercising offered little enjoyment, it was still quite fulfilling. After this year of accumulation, Liu Yuanhao had grown to almost 178 centimeters, and his physique was no longer as frail as before. When he took off his clothes, his clearly defined 8-pack abs could be seen. The childishness in his face had also diminished significantly, and his overall demeanor appeared much more composed than that of his peers. He was quite satisfied with the changes he had made over the past year and planned to continue his rigorous training for another 2 years. In late February, the stock market in Xinjiang fell below 210 points, severely harvesting the batch of investors who had entered the market at around 240 points earlier in the year while using high leverage. The stock index showed a lethargic trend in a short time, beginning a long-term consolidation in a range of about 10 points up and down. Seeing that the timing was right, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Chun Bo to act according to plan. This time, he utilized 75 million Hong Kong dollars with double leverage, planning to buy in gradually over the next 45 months, completing the position building by the end of July. If the bull market from 1969 to 1973 were divided into two halves, the most outstanding player in the first half would undoubtedly be the Hutchison Whampoa. Compared to his actions, Liu Yuanhao's moves seemed trivial. Hutchison Whampoa was founded in 1860 and initially had little fame. After World War II, the Kadoorie family took over Hutchison, and after more than a decade of development, Hutchison became one of the 4 major trading houses in Xinjiang alongside Jardine Matheson Swire and the Hong Kong Land Company. The Kadoorie family aimed to become the second Jardine, and taking advantage of the booming stock market, launched a dazzling series of acquisitions, bringing companies like Whampoa Doc C.K. Tang and Watson's under their wing, controlling as many as 360 companies at their peak, making them the talk of the town. However, while the Kadoorie family had iron teeth and steel gums, they lacked a good stomach. Many of the acquired companies operated poorly and were inefficient, which burdened them with heavy debts. During the bull market, the Kadoorie family could still use stock speculation to fill the financial black hole. But when the stock market crash came, followed by the global oil crisis and a downturn in the Xinjiang real estate market, this combination of blows became too much for Hutchison Whampoa, which found itself unable to recover, suffering losses of up to 200 million Hong Kong dollars in both 1973 and 1974, ultimately having to seek help from HSBC. In August 1975, Hutchison exchanged 33.65 of its shares for HSBC's investment of 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, which led to Hutchison changing ownership, with the Kadoorie family exiting the scene, marking the end of an era and HSBC becoming Hutchison's largest shareholder. However, HSBC is a bank, and according to Zhangjiang's company law and banking law, it was clearly impossible for HSBC to control Hutchison for long, which set the stage for a series of grand dramas, ultimately leading to Li Ka-shing performing a snake-swallowing elephant act, successfully taking over Hutchison. However, in this life, Liu Yuanhao would start to lay his plans in 1974, leaving no opportunity for HSBC to intervene, and Hutchison would only change its surname to Liu. In mid-July, the Liu family completed the purchase of their total leveraged capital of 150 million Hong Kong dollars, and with the experience from the previous operation, Chun Bo managed everything easily without Liu Yuanhao's guidance. Meanwhile, Liu Yuanhao continued his simple life of reading, studying, practicing martial arts, and exercising every day. Having adapted to his current lifestyle, Liu Yuanhao often recalled the Xinjiang crossover stories he read in his past life, where the protagonists worked tirelessly for their first pot of gold, using all sorts of schemes and tricks. Compared to them, his own crossing life felt extraordinarily lucky. By the end of July, the consolidation in the Xinjiang stock market had ended, and it began to rise again, quickly expanding the Liu family's asset value. In August, the U.S. government announced the implementation of a new economic policy, officially declaring the halt of converting U.S. dollars into gold for foreign governments, causing great chaos in the Western financial markets. The Xinjiang stock market experienced a short-term drop due to this influence, but soon gathered strength to rise again. In December, the major capitalist countries in the West reached the Smith Agreement, forcing the devaluation of the U.S. dollar and raising gold prices, leading to the collapse of the Bretton Woods system centered around the U.S. dollar. If the Xinjiang stock market in the early 1970s was merely an appetizer for Liu Yuanhao, then the bull market in gold starting in 1972 was a feast that laid the foundation for his enterprise. Liu Yuanhao began to pay attention to the changes in international gold prices, but did not make any moves as it was not yet the right time. By the end of December, the Xinjiang stock market closed at 341 points, and the Liu family stock assets had appreciated to $2.3 billion. In just half a year, the paper profit was $80 million, and after deducting leverage, interest, and commissions, the net profit was also $70 million, with a profit rate as high as 93%. After summarizing the earnings, Chen Bo was left stunned, feeling that everything was too magical, clearly surpassing his understanding, too unscientific. It turned out that after 10 years of hard work running Liu's clothing, it was still not as profitable as the young master's half-year earnings from the stock market. Old Liu, after 10 arduous years of sewing clothes, had never tasted the flavor of a family fortune of billions, while young Liu had led the Liu family into the ranks of billionaires in just 2 years. What would he be of use for in the future? After hearing Chen Bo's report on the earnings situation, Liu Yuanhao smiled faintly and said, "Chen Bo, you don't need to worry, just take care of your health. There will be very important matters for you to handle starting next year. There won't be many more easy times like this year. You have served the Liu family for decades, and I will definitely provide for you in your old age." Chen Bo, upon hearing this, felt all his worries dissipate, smiling and nodding. "Young master, whatever you need, just command me, and I will ensure it is done well." The year 1972 was undoubtedly one of the most exciting and tumultuous years in the history of the Hong Kong stock market. Just after New Year's Day, the Kowloon Stock Exchange was established, marking the beginning of the four exchanges era in the Hong Kong securities market, adding fuel to the already blazing stock market. On February 21st, a Nixon visited China, breaking the ice in Sino-American relations. On March 14th, China and Britain issued a joint communiqué officially establishing ambassadorial diplomatic relations, significantly enhancing the status of Chinese people in Hong Kong and bringing joy to Chinese merchants. On June 12th, Hang Seng Bank went public, with its stock price tripling in a short period. Continuous good news stoked the flames of the Hong Kong stock market even further. At this time, the qualifications required by the stock exchange for listed companies were extremely low. Regardless of the industry, even a restaurant could apply for listing and financing as long as it had assets of over 20 million. This regulation caused countless small business owners to line up to deliver money to the exchange, hoping to secure a favorable listing schedule. Among the companies queued for listing, real estate companies were undoubtedly the stars of the show, with well-known entities from the previous life, such as Chung Kong Holdings New World Development and Sun Hung Kai Properties, along with Hang Lung Properties and Hopewell Holdings, all going public this year, collectively known as the Five Tigers of Hong Kong real estate. The stocks issued by these companies were subscribed at a face value of $1, and after going public, their stock prices soared by 20-30 times, leaving Hong Kong investors entranced, with each company achieving tens of times in excess subscriptions. The mantra became buying means profit, and investors even shouted, "We want real estate stocks, not real estate." In the first half of the year, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Uncle Chun to register several offshore companies in the British Virgin Islands, the Cayman Islands, and Bermuda, then registered a considerable number of shell companies in Hong Kong through these offshore entities, followed by a separate registration of a company called Xingyuan Investment, which would serve as the main body for his future operations in Hong Kong. The income from this investment would also be funneled into Xingyuan Investment. In July, Liu Yuanhao began to streamline his portfolio, liquidating stocks that had seen minimal gains and increasing his investments in real estate and banking stocks, as well as positioning himself ahead of the peak of this bullish market during the intense competition for land acquisition in the dairy sector. Uncle Chun received Liu Yuanhao's promise of care for life and witnessed the keen market insight of his young master working diligently to fulfill his orders without any hesitation. By the end of September, Uncle Chun reported to Liu Yuanhao on the adjustments made to their stock holdings. "Young master, I have followed your instructions to liquidate some stocks that had minimal gains within a limit of 100 million Hong Kong dollars, and the funds have been used in batches to buy stocks of the Land Group and Dairy Company, with 40 million invested in Land Group and 60 million in Dairy Company." "Very good, Uncle Chin, you've worked hard. The stock market is showing signs of overheating now. In a while I plan to liquidate my stocks. As for new investment directions, I am quite optimistic about gold. Please help me consult banks in the UK, Switzerland, and Country M, as well as the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange about the business of purchasing gold." "Understood, young master. I will take care of it right away." On October 27th, the stock prices of the dairy company and land group saw unusual fluctuations without any announcements, with dairy company's stock closing at 135 Hong Kong dollars, a daily increase of 12. Land group's closing price was 94 Hong Kong dollars, a daily increase of 8. Although the stock market was currently booming, the sudden surge in both stocks without any news still attracted widespread attention from the market. Since these two stocks were just recently designated for purchase by Liu Yuanhao, Uncle Chun did not dare to be negligent and reported to Liu Yuanhao asking how to respond. No need to panic, it's a wolf eyeing the sheep. Land Group is set to target dairy company, and those with insider information have jumped in before Land Group's public acquisition. Currently among non-real estate Hong Kong-listed companies, dairy company holds the most land with at least 3 million square feet located in prime areas like Causeway Bay and Pak Fu Lam. They are not developing real estate, which makes them quite enticing. The key is that Zhou Xinyan and the entire board of dairy company hold a low percentage of shares, making them an ideal target for acquisition. Although there is an unwritten understanding among Chinese merchants to avoid malicious acquisitions, Land Group is British-owned. It is not surprising that they would go after the appealing dairy company. Now it all depends on how Zhou Xinyan responds. On the 30th, Land Group published a full-page advertisement in the newspaper with Yifuyuan and Huazhuoli acting as financial advisors, proposing an acquisition of dairy company by exchanging 2 shares of Land Group for 1 share of dairy company. Thus, one of the most classic acquisition battles in the history of Hong Kong stocks officially commenced. Taking the closing prices of the two companies on the 27th as an example, the face value of 2 shares of Land Group is 188 Hong Kong dollars, while a share of dairy company is 135 Hong Kong dollars. Through the exchange, each share of dairy company was valued at an appreciation of 53 Hong Kong dollars, approximately a 40 increase. Investors collectively reached a climax in this numerical game, flocking to the stocks. On the day Land Group announced the acquisition, dairy company stock opened at 188 Hong Kong dollars and closed even higher at 196 Hong Kong dollars. Faced with this new wave of madness in the stock market, Liu Yuanhao prepared to withdraw. His stocks were currently valued at an astonishing 450 million Hong Kong dollars, and upon liquidating, it was expected to rise to 650 million. Liu Yuanhao planned to liquidate 600 million Hong Kong dollars by the end of December to invest in gold, estimating that with the daily trading volume of 200 million Hong Kong dollars in the current Hong Kong stock market, he would need approximately 30 trading days to close his positions without inciting significant fluctuations. In the study of the Liu residence, Liu Yuanhao informed Uncle Chun of his decision to begin liquidating stocks. Uncle Chun wholeheartedly approved of both securing profits from stocks and investing in gold. The current stock gains made him feel like he was in a dream this year. Everything seemed so magical and unreal, typical of an old-school businessman. He had contemplated several times urging Liu Yuanhao to liquidate stocks, fearing that his young master might turn into a greedy gambler, but ultimately held back. Fortunately, the young master withstood the test. Now that he mentioned liquidating stocks, how could Uncle Chun not be pleased? As for investing in gold, those who have come through times of war have a particular fondness for gold. The Liu family safe still holds a few small gold bars reserved for emergencies. Since the young master has decided to liquidate stocks, Uncle Chun readily took on the role of a true tool man. Liu Yuanhao specifically instructed that all stocks of Land Group and Dairy Company must be sold off before the acquisition deadline, leaving none behind. On November 3rd, a Dairy Company's announcement arrived late, merely urging shareholders to make cautious decisions. On the 8th, a Dairy Company publicly stated its firm rejection of Land Group's acquisition plan, continuing to urge shareholders to make cautious decisions and not to accept Land Group's acquisition. On the same day, Yifuyuan and Huazhuoli held a press conference urging dairy shareholders to expedite the transfer. On the night of the 9th, a dairy company held a press conference presenting 3 main reasons against the acquisition, but the fervent investors were not convinced. On the 10th, a dairy company announced a stock split, converting every share into 5 and granting an additional bonus share for every new share, effectively turning 1 share into 10 shares, while announcing a 67% increase in annual dividends per share. This move pushed Dairy Company's stock price to a historic high of 290 Hong Kong dollars. Afterward, aside from daily advertisements in the newspaper urging Land Group with "Don't come near us," Dairy Company made no further moves. In contrast, Land Group continued to engage in various antics beyond just verbal sparring in the newspapers. By the acquisition deadline, Land Group announced that it had acquired 80 of Dairy Company's shares, successfully completing the acquisition. The back-and-forth confrontations between the two parties fueled the Hong Kong stock market's explosive growth, sending adrenaline levels soaring for investors who had never experienced a stock market acquisition battle. Various rumors of mergers and acquisitions circulated widely, attracting a large influx of fresh investors into the market, with daily transaction amounts rolling upward, providing Liu Yuanhao with additional momentum for a smooth liquidation. On December 15th, Liu Yuanhao successfully liquidated 600 million Hong Kong dollars. After deducting leveraged interest and commissions, he secured 500 million Hong Kong dollars, and additionally stocks worth 50 million Hong Kong dollars remained in the market, intended to be cleared by the end of February. In 1972, the Hong Kong stock market closed at 880 points, reaching a peak of 1774 points on March 9, 1973. This remaining 50 million in stocks was expected to turn into 100 million upon liquidation. In 1971, the Hong Kong government lifted the restrictions on the import and export of gold, and the 5 major gold merchants worldwide began to enter the fragrant harbor to conduct business. Hong Kong also established the Gold and Silver Exchange, allowing direct access to spot gold, making transactions with the gold markets in London, Zurich, and New York quite convenient. Combining the information previously gathered by Uncle Chen, Liu Yuanhao first decided to pass on the Gold and Silver Exchange. On one hand, the current trading volume of the exchange was still too small, and on the other hand, safety concerns were a priority. Although he had divided his stock market operations among 5 brokerage firms, the funds that passed through each company after closing positions were counted in the hundreds of millions. If he were to acquire gold through the Gold and Silver Exchange at this time, it would mean increasing the risk of wealth exposure. The social influence of the Liu family was at its weakest, and Liu Yuanhao certainly did not want to increase any risks. At this time, Hong Kong was still in the era of rampant black police and gangs, and if news leaked out a wealth of over 100 million could make all the gangs in Hong Kong read with greed. If it became known that the Liu family's actual wealth reached 500 million, the various members of the 4 major gangs in Hong Kong could slice through from the new territories to mid-levels. It is worth noting that Liu served as a black police officer for decades, reaching the position of chief inspector in the Hong Kong Island district, and after retiring last year, rumors in the underworld suggested he only managed to scrape together 500 million. In the early 1970s, there were quite a few Chinese families with assets exceeding 500 million, but very few could produce 500 million in cash in a short time. Once wealth is revealed, Liu Yuanhao felt he could refer to the fate of Wang Dehui from Huamao Real Estate in his past life. Therefore, while contacting gold merchants, he also had to consider building his own security system. On one hand, he asked Uncle Chun to contact international security companies and retired Gurkha soldiers in Hong Kong, while on the other hand, he reached out to reliable experts through Yang Junming, a registered master in the martial arts school, to serve as his personal bodyguards. In selecting a gold market, Liu Yuanhao ultimately decided to pass on the New York gold market, choosing the London and Zurich gold markets for this gold transaction. The trading volumes of the London and Zurich gold markets currently rank as the top 2 in the world, with larger transactions and greater convenience for building positions. Additionally, the gold purity in the European markets differs slightly from that in New York, making standardized pricing easier. On the morning of the 21st, Liu Yuanhao took Uncle Chun to the Peninsula Hotel to meet Shun Bai and discuss the business of purchasing gold. Previously, Uncle Chun had already contacted HSBC and was aware that the Liu family's loan amount was significant, with Executive Director Shun Bai responsible for the liaison on HSBC's side. As for HSBC's senior manager Sanders, given the current financial strength and influence of the Liu family, he was not expected to meet with them unless the loan amount was substantial, otherwise Shun Bai would not entertain them. After the formalities were exchanged, Shun Bai asked first previously Mr. Chen came to HSBC and mentioned a gold purchase business and also needed a loan, but the specifics were not very clear. Could you provide me with more details? It's like this: we plan to ask HSBC to assist in purchasing 100 million Hong Kong dollars worth of spot gold in the London gold market to be stored in HSBC's vault in London. At the same time, we hope HSBC can provide us with a loan of 400 million Hong Kong dollars also for the purchase of spot gold, which will likewise be stored in HSBC's vault, with the collateral being this total of 500 million Hong Kong dollars worth of spot gold. There's no problem purchasing 100 million Hong Kong dollars worth of spot gold in the London gold market, and storing it in HSBC's vault is also not an issue. However, the subsequent loan of 400 million Hong Kong dollars for purchasing spot gold presents a significant problem. If the gold price drops below your holding cost, how can you ensure your repayment capability? Please don't rush, Director Shun. Allow me to explain slowly. Firstly, since the signing of the Smith Agreement last year, the U.S. dollar and gold have essentially decoupled. The U.S. dollar has continued to decline, while the gold price has consistently risen, currently reaching over $60 per ounce. However, I believe that the current U.S. economy has not emerged from its difficulties, and it is highly likely that the U.S. dollar will remain weak in the short term. Consequently, there is still room for the gold price to rise. While it may not yield huge profits, it certainly won't lead to significant losses. Secondly, if HSBC doubts my repayment capability, I can offer HSBC a principal and interest protection plan. This 500 million Hong Kong dollars worth of gold, without considering loan interest, allows me to withstand a drop of no more than 20. But what if I take the loan interest into account? If we consider a 6-month term, the interest on a 400 million Hong Kong dollar commercial loan for 6 months is 24 million, along with handling and storage fees, let's say around 6 million, totaling 30 million. Thus, the drop I can withstand would not exceed 14. We can agree that during the loan term, if the gold price drops more than 10 AU, HSBC can require us to add margin. If it drops over 12, without additional margin from us, HSBC can directly close our positions. After closing the positions, HSBC can first settle the loan interest and other fees, and if there are remaining funds, they will return them to me. This way, HSBC can completely avoid the risk of this loan. As for you, Director Shun, I will give you 10 of the loan amount as a commission. What do you think of this proposal? Forgive my boldness, may I ask how old you are this year? Shunbai showed interest in this proposal. I am 17 years old. Did you come up with all this just now? You are quite optimistic about the rise in gold prices. Yes, I have great confidence in the rise of gold prices, which is why I have proposed such stringent terms for myself, as I believe none of these terms will be triggered. At this point, Shunbai understood that the real decision-maker here was this young man, and he began to engage Lu Yuanhao in conversation. Lu Yuanhao was not intimidated, and he humorously bantered with Shunbai. After chatting for more than half an hour, Shunbai said to Lu Yuanhao, "Based on your proposed principal and interest protection scheme, I personally agree to this loan, as banks are in the business of lending, especially low-risk loans. However, we still need to follow the internal procedures of the company. I believe you will receive good news soon, so please be patient." Throughout the discussion, he never mentioned anything about the commission. Then, thank you, Director Shun. Lu Yuanhao was quite pleased that the loan had been successfully negotiated. He had proposed this principal and interest protection method out of necessity, as the Lu family currently had no industry and their social influence was weak, making it unrealistic to secure a large loan without collateral. If it weren't for his knowledge of gold trends, Lu Yuanhao wouldn't have dared to play it this way. Even if the bank agreed to the loan, they would likely regard him as an inexperienced youth. As for offering a commission to Shunbai in this era, foreigners working in Hong Kong do not do so out of altruism. They are unlikely to be here just for the noble ideal of building a better Hong Kong. Thus, there would certainly be a fee for helping him establish connections, and securing Shunbai was crucial for negotiations with other banks. At this time, HSBC, while not considered a major international bank, holds a position akin to a central bank in Hong Kong. HSBC's agreement to lend to a company serves as a credit endorsement, and other banks in Hong Kong would generally not refuse. Spending 40 million to secure a 2 billion loan is quite acceptable, especially since there are currently no noteworthy industries to present. With HSBC as a reassuring backing the negotiations with the Royal Bank of Scotland and Barclays in the afternoon, as well as with the Swiss Bank and Credit Suisse, the next day would go much smoother. Lu Yuanhao proudly declared to the four banks that HSBC had agreed to the loan based on his principal and interest protection scheme. After confirming HSBC's stance, all four banks provided positive feedback. Just after Christmas, good news came from the five banks that the loan approval had passed and Lu Yuanhao's gold plan could officially commence. Lu Yuanhao signed contracts with five banks in the name of Xingyuan Investment, depositing the principal into designated accounts, and stipulated that the banks must complete the purchase of gold in the spot market before January 31st. With a leverage of 5 billion, Lu Yuanhao could purchase approximately 210 tons of gold, dividing the operations between the gold markets in London and Zurich, trading 100 tons per day in each market, and with a conservative estimate, it would take only a little over 10 trading days to complete the operations. The actual situation mirrored this, with several banks calling around the 20th to announce that they had completed their purchases with an average buying price of $65 per ounce. On February 3, 1973, during the Lunar New Year, under the arrangements of Uncle Chun, the Lu family celebrated a lively new year. In the past 3 years, the Lu family experienced a series of events, including the death of the head of the family, selling off their assets, trading stocks, and investing in gold. Although Uncle Chun had been diligent, he always felt anxious. Lu Yuanhao also preferred not to make a grand show, so the first two spring festivals for the Lu family were rather quiet. This year marked the third since he arrived in this timeline, and he had fully adapted to the era's lack of entertainment and slow information exchange. While he still reminisced about the days of having a smartphone in his past life, he spent more time contemplating various strategies and how to respond to unexpected situations. Now that Uncle Chun wanted to celebrate a lively new year, he would not oppose it. The 17-year-old Lu Yuanhao had cut his hair short, and his mature face radiated a sense of authority, making him undeniably handsome. Especially his pair of bright and clear eyes, which seemed to see through everything, added to his appeal. After 3 years of relentless training, his physique had become broad-shouldered and long-legged, and when he took off his shirt, his well-defined muscles were powerful and robust. If any of his past life's admirers saw him, they would likely be unable to resist the urge to touch him. Lu Yuanhao also felt incredibly energetic, waking up every morning feeling as strong as iron, making him think he could take on 10 opponents at once, wondering if this was indeed some kind of benefit of being a time traveler. In that year in Hong Kong, stock trading had penetrated various social strata, and citizens could hardly converse without mentioning stock market insights. When Lu Yuanhao visited the martial arts school to pay his New Year respects, he found that even the rough martial artists there with a bit of spare cash had dived into the market, and some who had tasted success were even borrowing money to invest. Fortunately, his master Yang Jinming was a pure martial artist who expressed disdain for such white-collar pursuits, believing that martial artists should maintain a clear mind and not be swayed by wealth. The personal bodyguard Lu Yuanhao had requested his master to find for him was already a ranged Zhang Igua, originally from Tianjin, 35 years old, who had practiced martial arts from a young age and was exceptionally skilled. He had not been in Hong Kong for long and had changed his name to Zhang Jinfeng. After conversing with him, Lu Yuanhao felt quite satisfied and promised to bring his wife and daughter over from his hometown as soon as possible. Several senior brothers at the martial arts school expressed a desire to help Lu Yuanhao make money, with some even boasting of knowing certain stock market gurus claiming they had never lost money by following them. In response, Lu Yuanhao gently reminded them that the stock market was too risky at the moment and that it was better to secure profits. As for whether anyone took his advice, he could not control that good words are hard to give to those intent on their own destruction. In November of the previous year, HSBC's head Sanders had publicly reminded stock investors that the market was overheated and posed high risks, urging caution. However, his words had little effect. Subsequently, the Hong Kong government issued measures to prohibit officials from trading stocks, ordering trading to cease on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, even dispatching firefighters to the exchange to extinguish the fire. Despite these measures, stock investors still believed that the market would rise significantly, thinking they would make money by buying in. After the Lantern Festival, Lu Yuanhao arranged for Uncle Chun to liquidate the remaining stocks. In just 2 months, the stocks he held had doubled in value. The frenzy in the stock market had reached its peak, with daily trading amounts exceeding 500 million Hong Kong dollars, and his 100 million sell order was fully consumed in less than 3 days. After clearing his stocks, Lu Yuanhao first met with Shen Bai. In addition to the 10 commission he had promised him, he presented a limited edition watch from Earl as a token of sincere gratitude. Then, accompanied by Uncle Chun, Zhang Jinfeng, and other bodyguards, he made a trip to London to check on the gold storage situation, as this was his first collaboration with these banks, and a visit would ease his mind. At this point, less than a month had passed since Lu Yuanhao completed his stock purchases, and the gold price had already risen to $85 per ounce. The manager of Barclays Bank expressed amazement, praising Lu Yuanhao's good fortune. Lu Yuanhao jokingly mentioned that a fortune teller once told him that when he turned 14, he would face a significant obstacle that he would have a 99% chance of not overcoming, but once he passed it, he would enjoy 60 years of good fortune, leaving a group of foreigners stunned. After a whirlwind tour of Europe, Lu Yuanhao returned to Hong Kong on March 8. As a time traveler, he naturally wanted to witness the historical moment of the impending stock market crash. On the 9th of Friday, the Hang Seng Index peaked at 1774, 96 points, reaching the zenith of this bull market. On the 12th, Monday, the Industrial and Commercial Daily published explosive news: 3 counterfeit stocks of Hehe Properties had been discovered in the market, each with a par value of 1,000 shares. The government immediately notified the exchange to suspend trading of Hehe Properties, and the police intervened to investigate. As soon as trading began, the stock index turned downward, dropping over 40 points that day. Following this, rumors of multiple counterfeit stock incidents surfaced, leading investors to begin selling off shares, causing prices to plummet and triggering a wave of margin calls, with some investors using high leverage unable to add margin in time and being forcibly liquidated. On April 4th, the Hong Kong government's tax bureau suddenly published a dire message in major newspapers stating that profits from stock trading were subject to profits tax. On the 9th, the Hang Seng Index fell below the psychological barrier of 1,000 points, triggering a larger wave of sell-offs, but with no buyers, stock prices continued to decline. By the end of April, the Hang Seng Index had plummeted to 816 points in just 6 weeks, a staggering drop of 54. The stock market was filled with despair. Ordinary citizens who previously spoke daily of stock insights now feared discussing stocks, and retail investors' confidence was completely shattered. Some gamblers believed that this sudden drop was merely a technical correction, prompting some to begin buying at the bottom. Even the Hong Kong government stated that this was just a short-term phenomenon, attempting to stabilize public sentiment and implementing a series of remedial measures. In May, the stock market experienced a brief rebound, rising from 656 points to 861 points, but the rebound lasted less than 2 weeks before falling back again under the influence of major investors selling off large amounts of stock, leaving countless bottom fishers as bag holders. By mid-June, the international gold price had risen to nearly $120 per ounce, and Lu Yuanhao notified the 5 banks to begin selling gold. The banks expressed willingness to extend the contracts, as no one would refuse such a profitable business. However, Lu Yuanhao remained resolute in demanding to sell, and the banks had no choice but to comply. By the end of June, Lu Yuanhao completed his gold sales with an average selling price of $121 per ounce, yielding a profit rate of 86, with the gold purchased for 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, generating a profit of 500 million. Combining this with the 500 million principal after deducting interest, storage fees, and handling charges, Lu Yuanhao's cash holdings soared to an impressive 2.6 billion. Since the stock market crash began, Uncle Chun had been praising the young master for his intelligence and foresight in knowing when to take profits and secure funds, calling him the most handsome boy in Hong Kong. This time his operation in the gold market had further elevated Liu Yuanhao to a godlike status in his eyes. As early as April, Liu Yuanhao had arranged for Chun Bo to acquire the Yuk Kwang Supermarket and Peace Supermarket in Stanley, Hong Kong for 16 million Hong Kong dollars. After merging the two stores, he rebranded them as Park and Shop, the first decisive stroke of his strategic campaign aimed at severing part of Li Huanghua's fortune. Following Wharf Holdings' acquisition of Dairy Farm last year, its subsidiary Welcome Supermarket experienced a period of instability after the Spring Festival, during which several mid- and senior-level Chinese executives were replaced by British staff. After founding Park and Shop, Liu Yuanhao began actively recruiting talent from Welcome, most notably Qian Jiahao, formerly Welcome's Deputy General Manager of Operations. Following an in-depth discussion, Liu Yuanhao appointed him General Manager of Park and Shop. Upon assuming office, Qian Jiahao lived up to his employer's expectations, not only seamlessly integrating the two initial stores, but also establishing a fully functional corporate framework. Impressed by Qian Jiahao's capabilities, Liu Yuanhao confidently allocated 40 million Hong Kong dollars to identify and renovate retail spaces across Hong Island and Kowloon, planning to launch 8 new outlets simultaneously. In June, shortly after completing his gold shipments, Liu Yuanhao injected an additional 50 million Hong Kong dollars to open 10 more stores, and concurrently set aside 200 million Hong Kong dollars to stockpile essential goods in anticipation of the impending oil crisis. In Hong Kong of this era, engaging in any substantial industrial enterprise inevitably entailed dealings with corrupt police officers or triad organizations. The regulatory fees depicted in the film The Story of Louis Locke were no fictional invention. They were a stark, undeniable reality. No ordinary citizen dared refuse payment. The collusive alliance of police and gangsters possessed countless means to force a business into closure. Likewise, affluent merchants seeking stable operations had no choice but to pay tribute. Incense burned on whichever turf they operated. This phenomenon had persisted for millennia and would endure for decades more, merely adopting new names over time. In his father's earlier garment manufacturing days, dealings were primarily with the Yi Quan Triad, the most dominant syndicate in Hong Kong during the 1960s. Now, as Liu Yuanhao prepared to launch supermarkets, particularly those involving fresh produce procurement and logistics distribution, bypassing triad-controlled networks was virtually impossible. Yet Liu Yuanhao knew that once the Independent Commission Against Corruption was established next year, the 4 great inspectors, including Louis Locke, would flee overseas, while Broken Leg Ho would be imprisoned, causing Yi Quan's influence to rapidly wane into insignificance. He therefore bypassed Yi Quan entirely, choosing instead Kuai Lei Hua, a former Red Pole enforcer of the Wuxingwa Triad, who had trained briefly in his master's martial arts academy. Liu Yuanhao needed precisely such a figure to navigate and manage underworld relations discreetly. Kuai Lei Hua's father had been a dockside laborer, and from childhood, Kuai Lei Hua had worked as a menial assistant at the martial arts school before beginning formal training. In his teens, he briefly followed in his father's footsteps, carrying heavy sacks, earning him the nickname Kuli Hua. Later, he was drawn unwittingly into triad rivalries. His exceptional fighting prowess caught the attention of a syndicate leader who recruited him, prompting his departure from the martial arts school. A man of sound character, sharp intellect, and formidable skill, Kuai Lei Hua stood out among Liu Yuanhao's extremely limited pool of trustworthy allies, making him the natural choice after careful observation. As Liu Yuanhao expanded into further industries, his interactions with triad elements would inevitably intensify. To insulate his legitimate enterprises from such extraneous interference, he resolved to elevate Kuai Lei Hua, either to the apex of Wuxingwa leadership or, failing that, to support him in forging an independent faction. Naturally, Liu Yuanhao would never involve himself directly. He intended to run a wholly respectable business and maintain a clean record with the police. This task would fall to Chun Bo, who had previously managed all external relations for the Liu Garment Factory. Hong Kong's tycoons have long maintained intricate ties with triads, many serving in fact as their principal financial backers. One such splinter group, originally formed when members broke away from Wuxingwa, was known as Wan Lok, or colloquially the Shui Fong, named for its strong affiliation with workers from the Unlock Soda Factory. That very soda factory belonged to the Li family of Causeway Bay, rendering any claim of disconnection as implausible as the Red Cross declaring all its donations went solely to charitable causes. Not a single word would be believed. Liu Yuanhao felt no concern that Kuai Lei, while once ascendant, might grow uncontrollable. Though profit forms the bedrock of triad cohesion, loyalty and brotherhood remain indispensable rhetoric. No syndicate would dare turn against its patron without risking total collapse. At Park and Shop's headquarters, Liu Yuanhao reviewed the company's financial reports in his office. Over the past few years, he had kept a low profile, rarely exploring this era's Hong Kong firsthand. Many locations listed in the site selection summary remained familiar only through memories of his previous life. Numerous areas he had never visited at all. Trusting expertise to experts, Lu Yuanhao made no attempt to conduct personal field surveys. Having full confidence in Qian Jiahao's judgment, he approved the proposed sites without hesitation. Compared to site selection, he focused far more intently on the 200 million Hong Kong dollars inventory buildup, strategically timed for the looming oil crisis. During the oil crisis, crude prices surged, but Lu Yuanhao lacked access to petroleum itself. Financial instruments like oil futures did not yet exist. Profiting substantially from the crisis was therefore unrealistic. Yet while windfall gains were out of reach, modest profits remained attainable. Rising oil prices inevitably inflated the cost of petroleum-derived consumer goods, and it was precisely here that Lu Yuanhao intended to capitalize, pursuing high-margin opportunities. Simultaneously, he planned to pre-stock staple essentials, rice flour, cooking oil, and grain, and offer them at promotional prices, cultivating goodwill and public trust. His ultimate aim was dual success: reputation and revenue, thereby launching ParknShop into prominence. Having reviewed Qian Jiahao's submitted procurement list, Lu Yuanhao found little cause for objection. Qian's decisions rested on accumulated experience. Yet the oil crisis was for him a true black swan event, unforeseeable and thus entirely forgivable. "Amy, please check whether General Manager Qian is in his office, and if so, ask him to come to mine." Lu Yuanhao picked up the phone and instructed his secretary. "Yes, sir. Please hold a moment." Amy, her Chinese name Li Yuting, was Lu Yuanhao's personally appointed secretary, young, strikingly beautiful, and exquisitely poised. Moments later, Li Yuting ushered Qian Jiahao into the office and served 2 cups of coffee. Once she had quietly withdrawn, Lu Yuanhao picked up the procurement list and began discussing it with Qian. "I've reviewed this procurement list. It's largely sound. However, I'd like to increase the order volume for certain specific items." Qian Jiahao instantly grasped the subtext. His boss harbored reservations and had clear intentions. "Which categories would you like to expand, sir? Are you familiar with international oil prices and Middle Eastern geopolitics?" Lu Yuanhao countered, not answering directly. Qian Jiahao blinked, bewildered. Wasn't this about procurement? He mechanically shook his head. Pricing power over crude oil rests firmly in the hands of a handful of multinational oil conglomerates, long maintaining prices around $3 per barrel. Yet oil-producing nations in the Middle East have grown increasingly resentful of this arrangement, demanding higher prices and reclaiming pricing sovereignty. Tensions between the two sides are escalating, reaching a critical flashpoint. "I believe a significant price surge within the next 6 months is highly probable." "So you wish to stockpile more petroleum-derived consumer goods?" Qian Jiahao responded swiftly this time. "Exactly, and also essential staples: rice flour, cooking oil, and grain. I intend to hold larger reserves. We'll offer them as promotional items to attract foot traffic." "Understood. That presents no difficulty. Anything else requiring adjustment?" "Nothing else, just these 2 categories. Please revise the list accordingly, emphasizing both areas. Should any issues arise, don't hesitate to consult me." "Very well, sir. I'll begin revising immediately." After Qian Jiahao departed, Li Yuting re-entered to tidy up. With no one else present, she subtly accentuated her movements, gracefully, deliberately, hoping the young boss might glance her way just once more. As Lu Yuanhao's secretary, she understood the company's scale. While 100 million Hong Kong dollars invested in store openings, another 200 million Hong Kong dollars reserved for inventory, and no debt incurred. Her young boss was not merely wealthy, he was unfathomably so. If she could secure his favor, her fortune would be assured. Lu Yuanhao, who had maintained a low profile for over 3 years, grew restless in his stillness and began venturing out frequently to inspect the preparations for his new store. Since the opening of the Cross Harbor Tunnel in Hung Hom, traveling from Hong Island to Kowloon had become significantly more convenient, allowing him to immerse himself closely in this city that felt both intimately familiar and strangely unfamiliar. That year, Hong Kong was everywhere under construction, a panorama of apparent prosperity at first glance. Yet in truth, the vast majority of these real estate projects had broken ground during the zenith of the stock and property markets in 1972. Now the stock market lay in ruins, even initial public offerings languished in icy silence. In the entire second half of the year, fewer than 10 new companies were listed, far fewer than the number launched in just half a fortnight during the frenzied peak of 1972. The property market, reeling from the stock market's collapse, now teetered on the brink, and would soon plunge precipitously once the oil crisis struck. Passing through Central one day, Lu Yuanhao noticed a sign reading Chung Fook Hoi Tailors and instantly felt intrigued, deciding to step inside and commission several bespoke Western suits. Suits of that era were cut generously loose, flattering no silhouette whatsoever. To Lu Yuanhao's eyes, shaped by his past life, they were simply unbearable to behold. He had long intended to commission Western suits modeled after those of his former life. Spotting Chung Fook Hoi Tailors today reignited that desire, compelling him without hesitation to enter and explore. Chung Fook Hoi was hailed as the king of Western attire in Hong Kong. His shop offered the most avant-garde, trend-setting fashions, especially beloved by entertainers. Even Hollywood legends such as Alfred Hitchcock and Marlon Brando had made special trips to Hong Kong solely to patronize his atelier. Yet none of that compared to the distinction of his 10th child, a man whose birth name was Chung Fat, affectionately known as Six Eye, later renamed Leslie Chung. However, Leslie Chung had been sent to study in Britain in 1969, so he would not be encountered on this occasion. Upon entering the shop, Lu Yuanhao strolled about with keen interest. Though the garments here may have appeared cutting-edge for their time, to his discerning eye they held little novelty. After completing his tour, Lu Yuanhao approached the shop assistant and expressed his wish to commission several new-style Western suits, insisting that Master Chung Fuk Hoi himself take the order. By then, a celebrated master tailor, Chung Fuk Hoi, initially declined to meet, dismissing the request as coming from a mere youth, until he learned that Lu Yuanhao intended to personally design the suits and would freely assign all intellectual rights to him. Only then did he agree to meet in person. "May I ask, sir, what kind of suit you envision?" Chung Fuk Hoi asked warmly upon entering the room. Lu Yuanhao studied the elderly Chung Fuk Hoi, whose facial structure bore an uncanny resemblance to Leslie Chung's, though otherwise they shared little likeness. Still, the man carried himself with remarkable vigor and presence. "Here is my intention. I wish to commission several new-style Western suits." Lu Yuanhao gestured animatedly toward the mannequins dressed in the shop, sketching out his precise requirements on lapel-shaped front panel drape and overall tailoring structure. After listening intently and jotting down every detail, Chung Fuk Hoi sketched a preliminary design based on Lu Yuanhao's specifications. Once confirmed, he paused, thoughtfully contemplating the concept deeply. "Compared with current mainstream styles, your vision introduces substantial refinements in subtle details. I cannot guarantee how others will perceive them. Please proceed freely. Produce multiple iterations. I shall pay full price for each. Public opinion holds no weight here. I seek only elegance and comfort for myself." Hearing such confidence, Chung Fuk Hoi ceased his reservation, smiled, and readily accepted the commission, promising to craft several variations for Lu Yuanhao's final selection. After paying the deposit and agreeing on the collection date, Lu Yuanhao departed thoroughly satisfied. 2 weeks later, he returned to find the suits, tailored precisely to his specifications, indistinguishable from those of his former life. Delighted upon trying them on, he immediately placed an additional order for dozens more. Meanwhile, international gold prices, having peaked at the end of June following Lu Yuanhao's earlier sale, began retreating and by September had fallen to the 100 per ounce threshold. Recognizing the opportune moment to re-enter the gold market, Lu Yuanhao instructed Uncle Chun to contact the 5 banks with whom he had previously collaborated, announcing his intent to resume gold trading, with both principal investment and loan amounts doubled this time. The banks greatly admired his prior performance. Gold prices surged the moment he bought and plunged the instant he sold, like selecting 50,000 lottery tickets with absolute certainty of winning the grand prize, timing his moves with uncanny precision. Upon learning of Lu Yuanhao's renewed gold venture, all 5 banks responded enthusiastically. Their previous collaboration had yielded generous interest returns, repeating it posed no objection. Moreover, his capital commitment this time amounted to only half his prior profits, making repayment capacity entirely unassailable. On September 24th, Lu Yuanhao and Uncle Chun returned to HSBC. This time alongside Sir Michael Sandberg, they were also received by Sir David Sanderson, the bank's chief executive. Given the magnitude of Lu Yuanhao's mid-year loan from HSBC and his spectacular profit within just 6 months, it was only natural for the bank to conduct a thorough background investigation. Post-investigation, HSBC concluded that Lu Yuanhao's gold investments extended far beyond HSBC alone, prompting them to elevate their assessment of him further. HSBC had long pursued a strategic initiative to cultivate Chinese entrepreneurs, its most publicly recognized success being Y.K. Pao, the shipping magnate who became HSBC's first ethnic Chinese director. At a time when most local Chinese businessmen confined their ambitions to Hong Kong's narrow confines, the emergence of a 17-year-old prodigy commanding global gold markets rendered his inclusion on HSBC's watch list inevitable, hence Sir David Sanderson's personal involvement. "Mr. Lu, so young, yet already dominating international gold markets. Your timing in buying and selling is nothing short of extraordinary. Your future knows no bounds." "Not at all. I owe everything to HSBC's steadfast support. Without it, none of this would have been possible. I sincerely hope for your continued backing this time as well." "You flatter us, Mr. Lu. Your capital preservation and guaranteed return model would earn you VIP status at any bank. That you chose HSBC is our distinct honor. Indeed, HSBC has always championed Chinese entrepreneurs, and naturally I prefer partnering with friends who extend such genuine goodwill." "Ha ha ha. Well said. We look forward to collaborating with you across ever broader domains." "Absolutely. HSBC remains my foremost choice among banking partners." After a round of mutual professional praise, HSBC approved Lu Yuanhao's proposal, investing 200 million Hong Kong dollars of his own capital and borrowing 800 million Hong Kong dollars to trade physical gold without hesitation. At present, Hong Kong's stock and property markets had collapsed catastrophically, making lending in those sectors exceptionally stringent. Yet HSBC2 faced performance targets and had no reason to withhold credit from a truly exceptional project. Seeing HSBC set the precedent, the other 4 banks swiftly approved Liu Yuanhao's loan applications as well. On the 28th, Liu Yuanhao's $1 billion Hong Kong total capital was disbursed across the 5 designated bank accounts. On October 1st, the banks commenced purchasing gold on his behalf in both the London and Zurich bullion markets. In early October, among the 8 new stores under Phase 1 development for PARKnSHOP supermarkets, the most advanced had completed interior renovations, installed shelving-calibrated checkout systems, and begun centralized staff training. Opening day now loomed near. That day, Ms. Chen Shui, head of public relations, received an assignment from Mr. Qian Jiahao to recruit the 4th-place finisher of this year's TVB Miss Hong Kong pageant as PARKnSHOP's brand ambassador, a directive explicitly stated to originate from the company's top leadership. Receiving the instruction, Ms. Chun executed it with characteristic efficiency, immediately mobilizing her PR team to research the candidate's background thoroughly. On June 20, 1973, UTVB held its first Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant. In the early TVB Miss Hong Kong elections, emphasis was placed on both beauty and intelligence, leading to winners who were not necessarily the most beautiful. In retrospect, the most famous contestant from this edition is not the champion Sun Yong'an, but rather the 4th-place winner Zhao Yaji. The information Chen Shui received indicated that although Zhao Yaji only secured 4th place, she was the most beautiful among the top 5 contestants. After the beauty contest, she did not join TVB, but chose to return to Japan Airlines as a flight attendant, which has resulted in her absence from media coverage. Chen Shui was momentarily perplexed by her boss' true intentions, but she decided that bringing Zhao Yaji to him was undoubtedly a good move. Thus, she leveraged her connections to obtain Zhao Yazi's contact information and quickly got in touch with her. Faced with the sudden job invitation, Zhao Yaji was initially indifferent. Chen Shui, with her persuasive tongue, painted the endorsement job as one with little work, high pay, and close to home, greatly appealing to Zhao Yaji. She received the 4th-place prize of merely a crown, a wristwatch, and 100 Hong Kong dollars in cash. Chen Shui utilized her authority to offer her a staggering endorsement fee of 50 Hong Kong dollars a year, stating that the job primarily involved assisting the supermarket in shooting promotional images with a homey feel which would not conflict with her current work. How could she resist such temptation? Noticing her interest, Chen Shui drove her around several opened and upcoming stores, completely dispelling her last doubts, and they quickly set a signing date. During their brief encounters, Chen Shui seized the opportunity to rapidly build a friendship with Zhao Yaji and subtly promoted her boss. Although she was unclear about Liu Yuanhao's true intentions, engaging in such matters that required only her verbal prowess did no harm. If Zhao Yaji were to catch her boss' eye and soar to new heights, wouldn't she also rise with the tide? Soon Zhao Yaji took advantage of her day off to come to the headquarters of PARKnSHOP to sign the contract. Liu Yuanhao, well prepared, presented her with the latest LV handbag immediately after the signing, stating it was a personal token of his appreciation. As a flight attendant on the Sakura route, Zhao Yaji immediately recognized this as a popular French brand in Japan, and it was the latest model of the season, quite expensive. Initially hesitant to accept, she couldn't refuse Liu Yuanhao's enthusiasm and accepted the gift. After gifting her the handbag, Liu Yuanhao used the excuse of familiarizing himself with the work environment to take her on a tour of the PARKnSHOP headquarters, successfully dragging the time until dinner, after which he naturally invited her to dine together. Having worked for over 2 years and just recently participated in a beauty contest, Zhao Yaji was no longer the innocent flower she once was. With Liu Yuanhao's intentions being so obvious, how could she not perceive his thoughts? However, she also had a favorable impression of Liu Yuanhao. Chen Shui had previously praised her boss, revealing that PARKnSHOP had prepared a stock of 200 million Hong Kong dollars for the opening of the new store. That alone was enough to attract her. During dinner, both were clearly interested in each other, frequently toasting and conversing animatedly. Liu Yuanhao embellished his stories about opening the supermarket. Zhao Yaji listened with shining eyes. From the scale of PARKnSHOP, she could estimate Liu Yuanhao's wealth to be at least several hundred million Hong Kong dollars. She also learned that he had no elders at home, and if she married him, she could take charge immediately. The fact that he was more than 2 years younger than her was entirely inconsequential. The more she observed Liu Yuanhao, the more satisfied she felt. Although his attire differed somewhat from the mainstream suits of the time, his height of 185 centimeters and well-built figure, coupled with his fresh short hair, gave him an impressive appearance. With his gentle personality and refined manner of speaking, he was undoubtedly a top-quality man. She thought that as long as they spent some time together and confirmed he had no bad habits, she would be unable to resist pursuing him. When they finished dinner and left, Liu Yuanhao offered his arm, and Zhao Yaji immediately took it, her actions smooth and unhesitating. However, Liu Yuanhao made no further arrangements and directly escorted Zhao Yaji home. In the following half-month, Liu Yuanhao invited Zhao Yaji out 2 more times. On the first occasion, he gifted her a beautiful pair of earrings, using the excuse of helping her put them on to get clothes, But when he was about to make his move, Zhao Yaji politely declined, citing the pace of their relationship as too fast. On the second occasion, he presented her with a diamond necklace. This time Zhao Yaji could not escape, and in the suite of the Peninsula Hotel, Lu Yuanhao had the chance to appreciate and play with her up close. The next day, Lu Yuanhao woke up early due to his biological clock. When he first crossed over, he felt his body was too frail and feared that he might need a kidney transplant like the previous Lu boss when he got old. So he diligently practiced to strengthen his body and nurture his kidneys, focusing on building his foundation, and had not sought a woman. After enduring for over 3 years and feeling that his vitality had peaked, he finally let it out, feeling invigorated. The woman in his arms bore the marks he had left on her neck and chest, still deep in slumber. In his past life, there were comments online saying that Zhao Yaji was less attractive at 20 than at 30, and less attractive at 30 than at 40. Lu Yuanhao felt there was some truth to this. The woman before him still had a hint of innocence and had not yet fully blossomed. According to the trajectory of his past life, Zhao Yaji would be reassigned to the Canadian route by the airline in 1975, enduring long flights of over 10 hours. Feeling it was too grueling, she would coincidentally receive another invitation from TVB, leading her to resign from her flight attendant job to first become an assistant director, learning the various behind-the-scenes tasks before transitioning to hosting and finally focusing on acting. If one were to ask which actress in Hong Kong was the most popular in the late 70s and early 80s, Zhao Yaji would claim second place. No one dared to claim the first. In 1976, she starred in Half a Catty 8 Tails, becoming the box office champion of that year, and in 1977, she starred in Cash in Hand, reclaiming the annual box office champion title. The 1979 series The Legend of Chu Liuxiang and the 1980 series Shanghai Bund made her immensely popular, earning her a spot as one of the 4 flowers of TVB, and she became the highest-paid actress of the time. Lu Yuanhao did not intend to alter her path to stardom. What he desired was that star quality. If he were merely looking for someone beautiful with a good figure, such women were everywhere. If in this life he were to raise her as an ordinary person, losing that star quality would strip away the enjoyment. If everything went smoothly in this life, he should have the chance to become a major shareholder of TVB by 1975. With his own oversight, male actors at TVB would only treat Zhao Yaji with utmost respect, and he wouldn't need to worry about her being involved in affairs with male actors. While filming, everything would develop even better. While Lu Yuanhao indulged in tender pleasures, the world continued its relentless march forward. On October 6th, the Fourth Middle East War erupted with military aid from the United States. Israel took on both Egypt and Syria and drove them into successive retreats. On October 17th, in protest against U.S. military support for Israel, and in solidarity with the Arab brothers Egypt and Syria, oil-producing nations led by Saudi Arabia announced production cuts and threatened a complete oil embargo against the United States. On October 18th, the U.S. Congress nevertheless approved a bill authorizing over $1.5 billion in arms shipments to Israel. On October 20th, Saudi Arabia formally imposed an oil embargo on the United States. Other Arab oil producers swiftly followed suit and extended the embargo to the Netherlands and several other nations supporting Israel. Thus began the first oil crisis. By late October, Lu Yuanhao had completed his physical gold purchases, achieving an average acquisition price precisely at 100 per troy ounce. Fortunately, the Fourth Middle East War lasted only 20 days. Gold, the quintessential safe haven asset, had scarcely begun to rise before hostilities ended, affording Lu Yuanhao a stable window to build his position. This time he deployed 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in principal capital, leveraged it fivefold to 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and acquired a total of 275 metric tons of gold, twice Hong Kong's annual gold import volume at the time. He was without exaggeration Hong Kong's preeminent gold investor. On November 15th, Zhao Yaji turned 20. Having been officially together for less than a month, their romance burned with fervent intensity, sweet, intoxicating, and deeply intimate. Lu Yuanhao had long prepared her birthday gift, a newly renovated villa in Kowloon, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Zhao Yaji came from a large family. Several siblings shared a cramped 700-square-foot flat with their parents, while only her eldest sister had married and moved out. She had long dreamed of a private sanctuary of her own. Even a modest 400-square-foot apartment would have fulfilled that longing. Now Lu Yuanhao presented her with a 600-square-foot villa, sending her into rapturous delight, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears of joy as she gazed upon him. Hand in hand, he guided her through every corner of the villa. With each passing room, her affection deepened, until on the master bedroom balcony on the 3rd floor, she impulsively flung herself into his arms. "Why are you so kind to me? Foolish girl, aren't you mine? If not you, then whom should I cherish?" Lu Yuanhao gently stroked her hair, his voice tender and unwavering. "Will you marry me?" And what troubled her most was that their previous overnight dates had all taken place in hotels. She believed that given he had no elders at home, he ought to bring her there, not to impersonal lodgings. Seizing the perfect moment bathed in warmth and intimacy, she voiced her deepest concern outright. "My dear wife, rest assured, I shall honor my duty toward you." Yet Lu Yuanhao made no binding promise. Before confirming a woman's unwavering devotion, he would never lay bare his true intentions. Even if someone chose to walk away, he would feel no regret, for losing one tree meant nothing when an entire forest stood before him. Zhao Yazi found his answer unsatisfying. Though she longed to press further, she feared spoiling the mood, and held her tongue. After lingering tenderly in the room, they left hand in hand for dinner. Over the meal, undeterred, Zhao Yazi shifted tactics, testing him anew. "Now that you've gifted me such a grand residence, may I tell my family? And if my parents ask, what shall I say? The villa is yours alone. Of course you may tell them. Should they inquire, simply say it was a gift from your boyfriend." In overjoyed, Zhao Yaji rallied her spirits and pressed on. "What if they wish to meet you? And am I truly so unseemly that I cannot be introduced to others?" Lu Yuanhao teased lightly. No, not at all. I only worried you might hesitate to meet them." And she coaxed playfully, another delightful surprise. "Why hesitate at all? Your family will be my family too. Still, I hope this villa remains your private haven. As for your relatives, I shall make separate arrangements." Agreed. At last Zhao Yaji's heart swelled with contentment. Nodding eagerly like a little sparrow, she beamed with radiant happiness, her eyes brimming with pure, unguarded love. That evening, for the first time, Lu Yuanhao brought Zhao Yazi to his own villa in the mid-levels, fulfilling yet another of her quiet wishes. Having spent the entire day immersed in one breathtaking surprise after another, Zhao Yazi felt exhilarated, utterly surrendered body and soul. Sensing her transformation, Lu Yuanhao responded with unrestrained passion, guiding her through every exquisite configuration of desire. The next morning they awoke almost simultaneously. For the first time tasting transcendent bliss, Zhao Yaji instinctively nestled into Lu Yuanhao's chest, greeting him with soft, drowsy affection. "Good morning, husband." And Lu Yuanhao playfully slapped her bottom. "Remember this, henceforth call me master." And she let out a delicate cry, her eyes languid and smoldering as she murmured, "Yes, master. And that's better. Now rise and attend to your master's bath." And, "Yes, master." In the bathroom, Lu Yuanhao watched as Zhao Yazi's formerly innocent face bloomed with subtle allure, rekindling his inner fire. Without hesitation, he pressed her shoulders downward. "Say it, master, I want you." And she cast him a glance rich with seduction and slowly sank to her knees. "And master, I want you." By late December, the Hong Kong stock market closed at 433 points. By then, the reverberations of the oil crisis had swept across the globe. Hong Kong's prior stock market crash had yet to subside, now compounded by the oil crisis, plunging the economy into deeper distress. Countless companies faced collapsing cash flows. News reports proliferated, entrepreneurs absconding with funds, citizens driven to suicide by bankruptcy, of streets emptied of vitality, prices soaring, the property market collapsing, sales dwindling even as prices fell. A pall of economic despair settled over all of Hong Kong. Inside Park and Shop, however, the atmosphere blazed with energy. Staff worked with extraordinary vigor. In such turbulent times, a company that neither cut salaries nor demanded unpaid overtime was exceedingly rare in Hong Kong, making this job a treasure they fiercely protected. Following the outbreak of the oil crisis and the subsequent surge in fuel prices, Qian Jiahao and the executive team viewed Lu Yuanhao with newfound respect. Though perhaps lacking practical experience, this young boss possessed strategic vision of the highest order. Having previously stockpiled 200 million Hong Kong dollars worth of daily necessities at low cost, Lu Yuanhao and Qian Jiahao decided to stagger the openings of their 18 stores, launching one new outlet per week beginning with Christmas Day in December and sustaining publicity across major newspapers like the Tintin Daily. Each grand opening featured 10 specially discounted items, available exclusively to customers meeting minimum purchase thresholds, alongside over 100 additional products offered at reduced prices. Further promotional initiatives, including raffles and time-limited discounts, were meticulously orchestrated, ensuring each store launch achieved resounding success. On December 24th, Park and Shop's third store, and the first opened following the merger, officially launched in North Point. Thanks to 2 weeks of advanced newspaper campaigns, crowds gathered early, eager to secure bargains. Lu Yuanhao entrusted Qian Jiahao and several senior executives with the ribbon-cutting ceremony, remaining discreetly offstage himself. Once doors opened, he entered the store accompanied by his secretary Li Yiting. Though inexperienced in warehousing or logistics, Lu Yuanhao's foresight, shaped by memories of a prior life, enabled valuable insights into retail layout, many of which Qian Jiahao adopted. He strolled leisurely through the store for hours, selecting several items and experiencing the full customer journey, from product selection to checkout, identifying no critical flaws. Satisfied, he departed with his secretary. Though individual discounts were modest, the weekly rollout of new outlets across 4 consecutive months ensured residents could reliably access affordable essentials, offering stark contrast to rampant inflation elsewhere. Park and Shop thus captured overwhelming public enthusiasm, rapidly establishing itself as Hong Kong's second-largest supermarket chain, surpassing only Welcome. Even the Hong Kong government publicly commended Parkshop for its vital role in stabilizing consumer prices. On February 15, 1974, the Hong Kong government announced the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption aimed at combating corruption within the government, especially within the police force. Lu Luo and others chose to emigrate, marking the end of the era of the 4 chief inspectors with gangster activities shifting underground, leading to an improvement in public safety in Hong Kong. Since opening the Parkshop supermarket and supporting the laborer Hua to rise as a powerful figure, Lu Yuanhao has been less worried about gang issues, but he has not relaxed his vigilance regarding safety. In his past life, he had read a report stating that in the 20 years before Hong Kong's return, there were a total of 465 recorded kidnapping cases in the police department, averaging 2 cases per month. As someone who has crossed over failing in business investments once or twice is not frightening with memories from his past life, he can seize opportunities to rise again at any moment. However, being kidnapped would be truly frustrating. With his current physique, handling 3 to 5 questions is not a big deal, and dealing with ordinary thieves is a piece of cake. Yet no matter how skilled one fears a kitchen knife. If he encounters a thug armed with a gun or an AK, he can only surrender. If faced with someone who disregards martial ethics and demands a ransom, could his soul cross over again? He has currently equipped himself with a team of 4 bodyguards, 2 retired Gurkhas, 1 driver, and 1 personal bodyguard. After the Vietnam War ends in 1975, when the influx of refugees to Hong Kong increases, he plans to add 4 more. After confirming his relationship with Zhao Yaji, Lu Yuanhao has developed a taste for it, but due to her work, she spends nearly half of each month away from Hong Kong. Thus, Lu Yuanhao has set his sights on another Miss Hong Kong. In 1973, the Miss Hong Kong competition was not solely hosted by TVB. An organization called the Oriental Beauties Pageant held the 11th Miss Hong Kong contest in history, also sending representatives to the Miss Asia competition held in Manila, Philippines, which was even more influential than TVB's event. The champion chosen by the Oriental Beauties Pageant was Li Mini, who won the title again in the subsequent Miss Asia selection, becoming the first Miss Hong Kong to receive the Miss Asia title. Li Mini's life trajectory is both legendary and inspiring. She was an abandoned baby, constantly on the move with the family that adopted her, and even spent a long time in Thailand speaking fluent Thai. In her past life, she debuted through a beauty pageant, worked as a host, and acted in films and TV dramas, becoming a famous star in Hong Kong during the 1970s, but gradually faded from the screen after marrying and having children. Her son is even more famous, a top-tier superstar known as the King of B. After becoming a dual champion of Miss Hong Kong and Miss Asia, Li Mini chose to sign a contract with Lai Sun Television, becoming a host surrounded by admirers eager to win her favor. However, having wandered since childhood, she has seen the warmth and coldness of the world, cultivating a rational and realistic character. When she decided to participate in the beauty pageant, it was to elevate her social status and change her life. Marrying into a good family would be ideal, but settling for a good patron was also an option. The suitors surrounding her either lacked sufficient abilities or were merely attracted to her looks. She is not the type to act without proof, thus remaining single. One day, she suddenly received an invitation from the owner of Parkshop to dinner, and she inquired with acquaintances about Lu Yuanhao's situation. The news shocked her. Lu Yuanhao lost both parents at 14, sold the family garment factory, and after a 3-year silence, opened this now famous chain supermarket. Moreover, he is over 4 years younger than her and is still unmarried. In summary, he is a young, wealthy bachelor with a fortune of billions. This condition is far superior to those around her. With the idea of having more friends to create more opportunities, she gladly accepted Lu Yuanhao's invitation. As for marrying into a rich family, she had fantasized about it before, but it was merely a fantasy. At the Fortune Hotel in Wan Chai, Lu Yuanhao gallantly pulled out a chair for Li Mini, inviting her to sit, and then poured her a glass of well-aerated red wine. "This is our first meeting, and if there are any improprieties, please forgive me, Miss Li," Lu Yuanhao said politely after taking his seat. Li Mini smirked and said, "It is my honor to be invited by Mr. Lu. I just wonder what the purpose of this dinner is." "I invite Miss Li to dinner for 2 reasons. First, to admire the beauty of the dual champion of Miss Hong Kong and Miss Asia. Second, I find your image and temperament very approachable, which aligns closely with the positioning of our Parkshop. I would like to see if there's a possibility to invite you to be our supermarket spokesperson. Please note the spokesperson role has already been given to Zhao Yaji, so I can't afford to offer it to you now." In those days, the entertainment industry in Hong Kong did not have agents, so endorsements were discussed directly with the stars. Typically, companies wishing to hire someone as a spokesperson first gauge the target's interest. Many bosses only appear at the signing stage. There are not many like Lu Yuanhao who would directly approach someone like this, but it can be embarrassing if one gets rejected. Li Mini had no idea that he was purely making up excuses, as she originally thought he was just another suitor, but upon realizing his true intentions, she considered it a good thing and asked with great reserve, "I would like to know what work I would need to do, and what is the endorsement fee Mr. Lu is offering?" The fee is 1.0 Hong Kong dollars a year, and we would need Miss Lee to cooperate with us on some promotional activities. Additionally, when we open new stores, we would also need Miss Lee to personally attend for ribbon cutting and publicity. Since he was already fabricating, he did not mind exaggerating the offer. 1.0 Hong Kong dollars had already surpassed the endorsement fees of top stars in Hong Kong at that time, enough to directly buy a house. Li Mini was initially taken aback, but quickly became very happy and agreed immediately. With the business matters discussed briefly, the two began to chat casually, and the atmosphere at the table became more lively and harmonious. As they clinked glasses, they started discussing the topic of romantic relationships. I once heard a saying, when young one does not know how good an older sister is, mistaking a girl for treasure. Do you think older sisters are more understanding and considerate than young girls, Miss Lie? What does it matter if they are understanding and considerate? You men just say nice things on the surface. I think we can revise the endorsement fee. Let's change it to 1 million Hong Kong dollars a year, signed for 3 years. After 3 years, whether to renew can be up to you. That surely sounds more appealing, right? This was rather straightforward. An extra million a year and a 3-year contract meant Li Mini, even if she were naive, would understand what it implied. I've looked into your past, and it's quite remarkable and inspiring. I believe a girl like you deserves a better life, and I am willing to offer any assistance you may need. Lu Yuanhao realized he had been too blunt and feared Li Mini might feel embarrassed and reject him outright, so he quickly tried to backtrack. Li Mingyi's face flashed with various expressions: shock, surprise, anger, resentment, and self-mockery, before she coldly replied, "I'm afraid that price isn't enough to buy me, Mr. Lu. Excuse me." After saying this, she grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Lu Yuanhao surprisingly understood her expression changes and didn't take her rejection to heart. A week later, he invited Li Mini out again, claiming it was to apologize. "I told you deserve a better life. This villa is a recent acquisition of mine with an area of over 50 square feet. You can contact my company's lawyer at your convenience. He will assist you with the transfer as an apology for my previous thoughtless remarks. This house has never been lived in. The renovations and furnishings are all new, and it was recently cleaned thoroughly. You can just add some decorations you like and move in. There is a car prepared in the garage. Take whichever one you like or swap it for another. The house has a small garden facing the sea and an outdoor pool with a beautiful view." As Lu Yuanhao guided Li Mini around the house, he introduced its features. The same formula, the same flavor. His past experiences proved quite useful. It turned out that women are drawn to shiny things, and luxurious mansions are certainly among those things they find dazzling. With a villa and a car, Lu Yuanhao's display completely exceeded Li Mini's expectations. Originally, Li Mini had a cold expression during their meeting, but she was now completely captivated by the villa. She knew that accepting these things meant something significant, but after a brief moment of hesitation, she came to terms with it. Hong Kong can be considered the place in all of China with the most severe remnants of feudalism, very unfriendly to women, with few industries offering opportunities for them. In the years before Hong Kong abolished the concubinage system, the best path for a pretty girl from an ordinary family was to marry into a wealthy family as a mistress. Miss Hong Kong Zhu Lingling in 1977 is the only one who entered a top wealthy family after debuting through a beauty pageant. However, even so, her status in the Ho family was very low. She had to say she was borrowing jewelry whenever she went out, and it ultimately ended in divorce. Li Jiasin can only be considered a half, as her husband is a second-generation heir who can only draw a living allowance from the family trust and has not inherited the family business. She only receives 2 million per year as pocket money and had to ask her ex-boyfriend to buy her bags after marriage. Before Zhu Lingling, there has not been anyone who debuted through beauty pageants and married into a wealthy family as a legitimate wife. Women like Li Mini, who have experienced hardships, pursue a more refined and stable life compared to those innocent girls yearning for love. Lu Yuanhao precisely recognized this point and aimed to leverage his wealth to win her over. Li Mini quietly followed Lu Yuanhao, exploring the villa thoroughly. Finally, the two arrived at the outdoor garden, admiring the breathtaking sea view before her. She was very satisfied with the villa and leaned her head on Lu Yuanhao's shoulder, softly saying, "Rest assured, I will be understanding and obedient." Lu Yuanhao smiled slightly, said nothing, and gently kissed Li Mini. Li Mini moved into her villa after adding some decorations she liked. Today marked the first day she would cook in her new home, and she planned to personally prepare a few dishes for dinner to celebrate with Lu Yuanhao. When Lu Yuanhao arrived, she was busy in the kitchen. He leaned against the kitchen door, watching Li Mini skillfully at work, then quietly stepped inside and embraced her from behind, gently blowing in her ear and asking tenderly, "Are you getting used to living here?" Li Mini felt Lu Yuanhao's breath behind her, leaned back against him, turned her head, and kissed his cheek, smiling as she replied, "It's wonderful here. I've dreamed of having a house like this since childhood, where I can wake up every day to see the ocean outside my window with sunlight streaming through the curtains onto my face. I love this feeling. Facing the sea with spring flowers blooming, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. What delicious dishes have you prepared today? My appetite is quite large and I can eat a lot." Li Mini smiled mischievously as she introduced today's ingredients. I've prepared oysters, sea cucumbers, and there's a pot of goji berry and beef tendon soup simmering over there. Lu Yuanho's expression froze, then he began to feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, moving his hands to lift her shirt. I'm not playing soccer. Are you worried I'm too weak? For the past 4 years I have trained and exercised every day without fail. Now just for you I want to show you my strength. Li Mini laughed heartily, pressing down on his hands that were about to cause mischief, twisting in Lu Yuanho's embrace, half teasing and half begging. Alright, I was just joking with you. Don't mess around. If you keep this up, there will be no dinner left to eat. Lu Yuanho's frustration was rising and his breathing became rapid. He remained silent, but his resolve grew stronger as he wanted to take action right then and there. Suddenly Li Mini turned around, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Yuanho's waist, burying her face in his chest, as if giving up resistance. Lu Yuanhao paused, his anger subsiding as he embraced Li Mini, quietly ceasing his advances. After a moment of tenderness, Li Mini kissed Lu Yuanho's face again, then urged him out of the kitchen. As Lu Yuanhao turned, he playfully slapped her pert backside, causing her to protectively cover herself with her hands, and let out a sultry scream, nearly igniting his fire again, prompting him to hastily leave the kitchen. After a busy time, dinner was finally ready. Pouring a glass of pre-aerated red wine, the two began their meal. While chatting with Lu Yuanhao, Li Mini served him oysters, sea cucumbers, and other dishes, also pouring a large bowl of goji berry and beef tendon soup. Lu Yuanhao smiled throughout the meal, accepting everything without hesitation. He appeared to have moved past his concerns about Li Mini's offense, but the glint in his eyes hinted that he was preparing to unleash a major surprise. After finishing dinner, the two first took a walk in the outdoor garden to digest. Then Li Mini urged Lu Yuanhao to go wash up in the bedroom, saying she had a gift for him. Lu Yuanhao understood and rushed back to the bedroom to wash up before lying back against the headboard waiting for her next performance. Before long, Li Mini pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. She was wearing only a low-cut black silk nightgown, her stunning face exuding a blend of innocence and maturity. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, partly covering the curves of her chest. A diamond necklace around her neck served as the perfect accent, and her fair skin radiated a jade-like sheen under the light and against the black silk. Her long legs were crossed, enticingly concealing her alluring treasures. Lu Yuanhao felt a stirring within him. Li Mini seemed oblivious to his change, standing at the foot of the bed and asking, "Am I beautiful?" Without waiting for an answer, she spread her arms and swiftly twirled around her hair and skirt, billowing, revealing a glimpse of spring. Such a question did not require a verbal response. Action spoke louder. Lu Yuanhao stood up and stepped forward, pulling fiercely as amidst Li Mini's shrieks the black silk nightgown completed its task, parting into two as it exited. The next morning, Lu Yuanhao woke to the disturbance of Li Mini's hair, noticing her resting on his chest with a playful smile. He reached out to pinch Li Mini's cheek, teasingly saying, "Now you know my power, right?" Li Mini replied with a playful pout. "Isn't it because the ingredients I prepared were good enough?" Lu Yuanho's expression darkened as he prepared to pull this little minx over for further teasing, prompting Li Mini to plead for mercy. In the midst of their tugging, Lu Yuanho's frustration was provoked. "You brought this upon yourself, you deal with it." Li Mini giggled flirtatiously, twisting enticingly. Lu Yuanhao laid back comfortably with his hands behind his head. After a while, he let out a deep breath. Li Mini appeared unsatisfied and lay back on him, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. She was very satisfied with her current life, but human nature tends to reach for more. She felt more ambition stirring within her and began to probe, asking, "Will you abandon me if you get married in the future?" Lu Yuanhao replied, "I have no plans to marry, and certainly I won't have only you as a woman in the future. However, I won't engage in casual flings like Zhao Shirtsing." Li Mini was different from Zhao Yaji. She was more like a kept woman, so Lu Yuanhao felt no need to hide anything from her. Li Mini was unwilling and wanted to probe further. Lu Yuanhao directly said, "There's no need for you to keep probing. I can promise you that as long as you stay with me, I'll give you a yearly allowance of 1 million, and I'll also do my best to help you in your career. If one day you want to leave, just tell me, and I'll let you go without asking for anything back. As for other matters, it's not yet time to discuss." Seeing Lu Yuanho's response, Li Mini temporarily quelled her small thoughts and continued to snuggle against him, only to be playfully slapped on the backside by Lu Yuanhao. "Get up and serve me a bath. I'll call the bodyguard to bring breakfast over." Li Mini responded with an "oh," and immediately got up to run water in the bathroom. Lu Yuanhao finished his call and went to the bathroom, where he washed up under Li Mini's attentive care. After breakfast, Lu Yuanhao took Li Mini out shopping, buying her a plethora of high-end clothes, bags, jewelry, and cosmetics. Li Mini, understanding Lu Yuanho's kindness, called it a day after just over an hour, saying she was tired and wanted to go for lunch. After returning to the villa post-lunch, Li Mini suggested putting on a fashion show for him. However, halfway through the show, she was pinned to the ground by him, ruining the new outfit she had just bought. People like Li Mini, who climbed up from the bottom, may not have a high level of education, but they absolutely possess high emotional intelligence. They know how to be attentive and accommodating, making it very comfortable for others far better than Zhao Yaji. Lu Yuanhao felt extremely relaxed with her. In mid-March, Lu Yuanhao notified several cooperative banks to start clearing out physical gold. By early April, various banks completed their shipments with the average selling price reaching 171 per ounce, achieving a profit rate of 71 over 6 months. The profit from 5 billion Hong Kong dollars in physical gold reached as high as 3.55 billion Hong Kong dollars. After deducting interest, storage fees, and handling charges, the net profit stood at 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars, once again leading to substantial gains. At this time, Lu Yuanhao had cash available amounting to 5.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, which was sufficient to support his upcoming acquisition endeavors, even without leveraging. Although on March 18, Saudi Arabia announced the lifting of the oil embargo, ending the global oil crisis. As a time traveler, Lu Yuanhao knew that the entire economy of Hong Kong in 1974 was sluggish, with the stock market likely to plunge to a low of 150 points, a staggering 91 drop from the peak of 1,774 points in 1973. The real estate market would also see a 40% decline, with many small and medium-sized real estate companies struggling to survive, even having to sell off assets to weather the economic downturn, which would not recover until 1975. Across all of Hong Kong in 1974, there were hardly any companies that would compete with Lu Yuanhao for market share, allowing him to indulge without limit. In the study of the Lu residents, Lu Yuanhao summoned Chun Bo to outline his upcoming strategic acquisition plan. Uncle Chun, I need you to acquire several brokerage firms holding exchange seats. Do not rush to integrate them afterward. Instead, conduct thorough vetting from senior executives down to traders. Replace anyone whose discretion is questionable. Retain only those proven trustworthy. Next, prepare a substantial number of stock trading accounts. I intend to acquire shares in several listed companies. To prevent premature leaks that would trigger sharp price surges, the more viable accounts we have, the better. Once the brokerage firms are secured, I will inject capital in phases, targeting shares in Hutchison International, Kowloon Motorbus Construction Company, Tsingtao Cement Wharf Holdings, China Gas, the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited, and Hong Kong Telephone Company. Even though Chun Bo had long regarded his young master as a prodigy of extraordinary insight, hearing this plan still sent a chill down his spine. Young master, most of these firms are British-owned. Surely this is perilously audacious. At present, Hong Kong remains firmly under British dominion. Historically, it is the British who scheme against Chinese merchants, not the other way around. Though many Chinese businessmen may covet British-controlled enterprises, none has yet dared act. Should one truly dare attempt it, all of Hong Kong would tremble. That was precisely why in his past life, when Li Huanghua acquired Hutchison Whampoa, the entire territory erupted in awe, bestowing upon him the epithet Supermanly. Fear not, I have weighed every risk carefully. Though Kowloon Motorbus Construction Company and Tsingtao Cement are British-owned, neither falls under the tight control of any aristocratic family. Their influence is limited, and their boards hold relatively low equity stakes, making them soft targets. We shall first acquire 15% of each company's shares to gain board representation, then gradually increase our stake until we secure controlling interest. Publicly, we shall declare Lu family's entry into real estate development, Kowloon Motorbus Construction and Tsingtao Cement being natural ancillary partners. Acquiring modest stakes in them will attract no suspicion. Hutchison International posted severe losses last year, and this year promises little improvement. My intention is to enter its board first. Thereafter, I possess means to ensnare Sir Douglas Clogg, compelling him to relinquish both shares and control within 3 years. Thus, acquisitions in these 3 firms must proceed swiftly, no later than 1 year, to secure at least 15% shareholding and board access, while carefully avoiding significant market volatility. For Wharf Holdings, you have 3 years to accumulate 30% of its shares. I do not intend to seek board entry prematurely. Simply operate discreetly, ensuring minimal price fluctuation. Our targets for China Gas and Hong Kong Telephone Company stand at 35%, for the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited approximately 20%. These positions may be built gradually over 5 years. Patience is paramount. At this time, Hong Kong stock market imposes no mandatory disclosure requirement for holdings exceeding 5%, enabling us to acquire shares covertly. Meanwhile, corporate law stipulates that any shareholder holding 15% or more may petition for board membership, a right no company may deny. In his past life, all these firms, except the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited, changed hands during the late 1970s and early 1980s. Hutchison and Tsingtao Cement fell to Li Huanghua. The Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited absorbed Kowloon Motorbus Construction. Jardine Matheson acquired Hong Kong Telephone Company before reselling it to the British Eastern Telegraph Company. Wharf Holdings was seized by Y.K. Pao. China Gas passed into the hands of Li Ka-shing. This lifetime, however, they shall all bear the surname Lu. The 3-year wait for Wharf Holdings serves primarily to defer upfront investment. When Li Huanghua begins acquiring its shares in 1978, he shall serve as our public front, drawing Jardine Matheson's scrutiny, while we strike decisively amid their unpreparedness. Liu Yuanhao will not emulate Y.K. Pao's protracted 3-year campaign. He will seize Wharf Holdings outright in 1978. Sir Michael Lee, current chairman of China Gas's board of directors, will pass away in 1983, whereupon Liu Yuanhao, as largest shareholder, will assume the chairmanship seamlessly. His brother Sir Alan Lee currently chairs Television Broadcasts Limited TVB. We may consider installing Liu Yuanhao as chairman by 1980, since both Hutchison and HSBC are major shareholders in TVB. Acquiring HSBC's stake after securing Hutchison will suffice. As for Hutchison, once seated on its board, Liu Yuanhao will entice Sir Douglas Clogg with interest-free loans, then challenge him to a performance-based wager. Should Clogg refuse to streamline operations, shattering the costly acquisitions he previously amassed, Hutchison will remain perpetually moribund, its swift revitalization utterly impossible. Clogg's temperament, marked by insatiable ambition and stubborn self-reliance, makes any meaningful turnaround highly improbable. Having set his sights on the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited, Liu Yuanhao deliberately refrains from altering its trajectory, ensuring it plunges into debt crisis precisely as it did in the original timeline in 1983. Hong Kong Electric will not list until 1976. Liu Yuanhao intends to let the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited exhaust its cash reserves acquiring it. Regarding Kowloon Motor Bus Construction Company, in his past life the Hong Kong and Shanghai Hotels Limited acquired it via share swap, an arrangement now irrelevant. Since Liu Yuanhao urgently requires real estate development capacity, he will acquire it immediately. Having heard Liu Yuanhao's meticulous plan, Shun Bo finally exhaled. The young master was no reckless gambler intoxicated by newfound wealth, but a strategist with clear logic, sound methodology, and ample operational latitude. ParknShop Supermarkets has now stabilized, requiring no further capital injection. Henceforth, it will grow through operating profits and bank financing. I will establish a new real estate subsidiary under Xingyuan Investment, named Xingyuan Real Estate, entrusted entirely to your management. First, register the company, then acquire struggling small and medium-sized real estate firms for consolidation. Next, deploy personnel across the territory to identify promising properties. With the economy languishing and property values depressed, this is the ideal moment for aggressive consolidation. We possess abundant liquidity and can feast fully. This year, I shall aggressively acquire properties and land parcels, office towers in Central and Wan Chai O commercial complexes and streetfront shops in Causeway Bay and Sim Sha Sui O villas, luxury residences, and land plots across Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, and new territories land exchange certificates. I desire them all. Office towers are especially critical. Upon acquisition, we shall initiate redevelopment, with architectural design and construction entrusted to Kowloon Motor Bus Construction Company and cement supplied by Tsingtao Cement, thus reinforcing our leverage in both firms' boards. You may also target real estate assets owned by overseas Chinese in Hong Kong, acquiring them at sustained discounts through long-term classified advertisements placed abroad. Lastly, talent identification and cultivation remains paramount. Xingyuan Investment is presently little more than a shell, requiring robust human capital. With Hong Kong's market depressed this year, mass layoffs are imminent. Place long-term recruitment advertisements in newspapers. I require large-scale hiring, particularly professionals skilled in finance management and securities. The more qualified candidates, the better. In April, the Taikoo Group announced the commencement of the Taikoo City project, which will build a comprehensive residential development project reaching 380 square feet on the original Taikoo dock site, expected to consist of 61 residential buildings, providing over 1,200 residential units for more than 4,000 residents. Accompanying this will be a commercial plaza, the Taikoo City Center, spanning 1 million square feet, which will incorporate retail and office elements. The entire project is expected to take over 10 years to complete. The Taikoo Group is the slowest to react among the 4 major foreign trading houses in Hong Kong, with the most conservative investments. A few years ago, when the real estate market in Hong Kong was booming, other trading houses rushed to invest in real estate. However, the Taikoo Group only established Taikoo Properties in 1972, after closing its own sugar factory and dock, preparing to develop real estate on the land. Unexpectedly, misfortune struck. The land had not yet been developed when the stock market crash and the oil crisis followed, one after another, causing both the stock and real estate markets to plummet, forcing the Taikoo Group to become even more cautious in their real estate investments. Now, with the Taikoo dock closed for nearly 2 years, leaving the land idle was a waste of resources. Since it was the company's own land, the Taikoo Group began to make a firm decision to develop it. The development of Taikoo City had no direct relation to Liu Yuanhao, but he knew that this was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of Taikoo. In his past life, he had seen reports stating that due to the Taikoo Group's severe lack of confidence in real estate, in order to ensure cash flow, when constructing Taikoo City, they had released 2 prime pieces of land, the Sai Shi Lake and Taikoo Valley, to raise funds. They raised 1.25 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Saishi Lakeland located in the northern corner of the hilly area was acquired by Chungkong Holdings while part of the Taikou Valley land was bought by Nanfeng Development. Both companies later made substantial profits. Chungkong constructed 10 high-rise residential buildings on the land, earning over $100 million from sales alone, while the remaining land was developed into a large clubhouse that combined sports, leisure, and entertainment for long-term rental income. Nanfeng built 12 residential buildings on their land, achieving profits in the hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars, and this project elevated Nanfeng Group to become a mid-sized real estate group in Hong Kong. In this lifetime, Liu Yuanhao sensed the opportunity and arranged for Chun Bo to proactively make contact, wanting to intercept the deal ahead of time. The Taikou Group already had a lack of confidence in real estate development, and when Chun Bo arrived, both sides immediately hit it off, quickly moving into substantial negotiations. In the Taikou Trading House conference room, John Shihuaya, the current head of the Shihuaya family, personally took charge of the negotiations to emphasize the importance of this discussion. In 1973, due to the dual impact of the stock market crash and the oil crisis, the Taikou Trading House's net profit was barely 40 million Hong Kong dollars. The amount discussed in this negotiation was expected to be more than 3 times that profit, so it was normal for John to take action himself. After some small talk, John took the initiative to inquire about Liu Yuanho's views on the Hong Kong real estate market, as the recent downturn had indeed shaken his confidence. We at Xingyuan Properties remain optimistic about Hong Kong's real estate. The current difficulties are only temporary. The clouds will eventually disperse, and the real estate market will surely revive. I am deeply impressed by the courage of the Taikou Group and Mr. Shihuaya. A grand project like Taikou City will undoubtedly become a classic case in Hong Kong real estate. This remark struck a chord with John, and he began to elaborate on the magnificent planning of the Taikou City project and its contributions and impacts on Hong Kong real estate. Liu Yuanhao also played along at the right moment, facing the head of the Taikou Group without a hint of tension, engaging in a lively and spirited conversation. After the mutual flattery, the next step was price negotiation. Liu Yuanhao was aware of Taikou's bottom line from his past life and was very firm on the negotiation price. After some back and forth, they settled on 1.24 billion. Both sides were very satisfied with this price and signed a preliminary agreement on the spot. With the 2 pieces of land secured, Liu Yuanhao successfully achieved a good start for Xingyuan Properties. After acquiring the 2 plots from Taikou, Liu Yuanhao was not content and set his sights on the Chinese Merchants Building in Central. The ownership of the Chinese Merchants Building was under Chinese Estates, which was jointly held by the Li Fushu family and the Feng Bingfen family. Both families are prominent in Hong Kong. Li Fushu serves as a legislative council member and the CEO of East Asia Bank, while his brother Li Fuzhao is the founder of the Far East Association. Feng Bingfen's father was the founder of East Asia Bank, and she herself is currently a member of both the Legislative Council and the Executive Council. The Chinese Merchants Building is also a well-known entity in Hong Kong. A legend has it that in the early 20th century, due to foreigners' disdain for sharing office space with Chinese merchants, Chinese businesses had no place to stand in Central. Later, a property developer constructed an office building on Queens Road Central, and Chinese merchants rushed to lease spaces, causing foreigners to withdraw. This building became known as the Chinese Kingdom and was renamed the Chinese Merchants Building, where many first-generation Chinese merchants prospered. In the original timeline, HSBC acquired the property rights of the Chinese Merchants Building for $27 million in 1974 and began reconstruction in 1976, entrusting the work to Chungkong Holdings. It was this collaboration that caught the eye of Shun by not only making money but also earning the favor of HSBC. Liu Yuanhao wanted to acquire the Chinese Merchants Building partly to cut off Li Wanghua's fortune, partly to obtain a quality rental property, and partly to build closer ties with the Li Fushu and Feng Bingfen families to enhance the influence of the Liu family. This was a threefold gain, so he was naturally sharpening his axe and preparing for the challenge. Liu Yuanho's late father was acquainted with both families, and when his parents passed away, these two even came to pay their respects. Liu Yuanhao addressed them as uncle. Li Fushu and Feng Bingfen were quite curious about Liu Yuanho's sudden rise, noting that he not only founded Parkinshop, but was also preparing to enter the real estate industry. After all, it had only been 4 years since Liu's garment had gone public, and at that time, both had lamented that the Liu family would likely decline. Who would have thought that 4 years later his descendants would make a bold move to buy the Chinese Merchants Building and had offered a sincere bid of 1.45 billion Hong Kong dollars. In the conference room of the Chinese Merchants Building, both parties exchanged warm greetings and reminisced about Liu's late parents. After the small talk, Li Fushu inquired about Liu Yuanho's situation over the past few years. Before his father's passing, he had purchased a stock brokerage seat in the Far East Association and had set aside some funds to invest in stocks. I remember he mentioned some stocks to me. Fearing mismanagement of the garment factory, he simply sold Liu's garment and added some funds to invest in stocks. Selling stocks in 1972 was relatively timely, and I made some money which allowed me to open Parkinshop. Real estate was also an industry my father wished to transition into, so I consider this fulfilling his last wish, and I hope you both will support me. This piqued the curiosity of both men, who couldn't help but lament the premature passing of old Lu. As for the price of the Chinese merchants building, they quoted 1.55 billion. Lu Yuanhao was unsure when HSBC had contacted the two in his past life, fearing that prolonged negotiations would lead to complications. Thus, after a slight negotiation, they ultimately settled at 1.5 billion, securing his first rental property. In June, Xingyuan Properties acquired several small real estate companies, and after some consolidation, it finally became more than just a shell, establishing its own team. Lu Yuanhao appointed Chun Bo as the company's general manager and arranged for him to send the team out to find various suitable properties for acquisition. While other real estate companies were cutting back on business and laying off employees, there was only one company willing to boldly acquire properties: Xingyuan Properties. Xingyuan Properties' contrarian approach attracted considerable attention from real estate professionals, leading many to come forward and recommend themselves, rapidly expanding the company's business team. Even earlier than Xingyuan Properties' launch were the securities brokerage firms. Many small brokerage firm owners, having lost everything in the previous stock market crash, were forced to sell their companies to survive. After conducting an investigation, Chun Bo selected several with good reputations to acquire. The original company owners were not dismissed. Instead, they were transformed into employees, remaining with the company to help their young master trade and acquire stocks. At this point, the Hong Kong stock market had dropped below 300 points, with the market values of various stocks plummeting by at least 70 compared to their peaks in 1973, some even dropping by 90. For example, the market value of Qingzhou was only 120 million Hong Kong dollars, while Zhonghua Gas was at 150 million Hong Kong dollars, and Kowloon Warehouse was slightly higher at 800 million Hong Kong dollars. These company stock prices were severely mismatched with their actual assets. But Lu Yuanhao knew that this was not the end. By the end of the year, the Hang Seng Index would drop to 150 points, indicating another 50 decline. For him, this was the best time to scoop up bargains. In July, good news came again for Xingyuan Properties as they secured the former site of the British-American Tobacco Company on Gloucester Road in Wanchai, measuring a substantial 900 square feet. After reconstruction, it was expected to provide 800 square feet of commercial buildings and shops, costing Lu Yuanhao 300 million. Soon the transactions between Xingyuan Properties and the Taikoo Trading House, as well as Chinese estates, were unearthed by interested parties, as both companies were publicly listed and required to disclose transactions in their financial reports. In a short time, the reputation of Xingyuan Properties echoed throughout the Hong Kong real estate sector. There were certainly those who wanted to enter the market to pick up bargains during the real estate downturn. However, the vast majority of real estate companies had already invested most of their liquid capital during the peak by purchasing land or shares in other companies, and with funds not yet returned and the stock market in free fall, no one dared to issue shares for capital. Bank credit was also tightly controlled. Even if a few companies had actions, they were merely minor skirmishes. None dared to invest boldly like Xingyuan Properties. Back in 1973, when Lu Yuanhao established his own security team, he had the idea of building a new residence due to the limited space at home that could not accommodate too many bodyguards. In his past life, he was quite interested in some luxury properties in Xiangjiang, and now that he has traversed into this life, he certainly wishes to collect more. Moreover, in his previous life, Lu had already set an example. Gifting luxury apartments to women was always a guaranteed success. He had also verified this with Zhao Yaji and Li Mini. This tactic was indeed very effective. With the recent downturn in the property market, Lu Yuanhao planned to acquire a batch of quality properties. As for the top-tier mansions, most were concentrated on Victoria Peak. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy, but the timing wasn't right. At this moment, Victoria Peak was the territory of the British, and Chinese people were completely excluded. It would have to wait until 1982, after Mrs. Thatcher's visit to China to discuss the sovereignty of Xinjiang, and her kneeling at the entrance of the Great Hall of the People before the British began to sell off properties en masse and leave Xinjiang, making the mansions on the peak no longer exclusive to the British. At present, affluent Chinese residents mostly opted for the mid-levels or Kowloon Tong on the Kowloon Peninsula, or the Deepwater Bay and Repulse Bay areas on Hong Kong Island, which were emerging luxury districts. The mid-levels would soon be dominated by high-rise buildings, so Lu Yuanhao did not consider it at all. The location of Repulse Bay was better, but it became quite crowded after development, lacking in privacy. Deepwater Bay had a lower density of luxury homes and a better environment, so Lu Yuanhao set his sights on this area for his new residence. Currently, the prestigious families in Deepwater Bay include the Kadoorie family at number 70, the Pao family at number 77, and the Lee family at number 79. There were still many vacant lots in other areas. After conducting a field survey, Lu Yuanhao chose number 66, Deepwater Bay Road. This area offered considerable usable space, with a small road built on one side of Deepwater Bay Road leading to the villa entrance, ensuring excellent privacy, while the sea-facing side was completely unobstructed, providing a panoramic view of the Deepwater Bay seascape. In his past life, this land belonged to the Ma family of Oriental Daily, where the three brothers had built several buildings housing multiple families together. Now that Liu Yuanhao was planning, he could create a more spacious and comfortable layout embodying the essence of a grand mansion. After Chen Bo submitted an application to the Hong Kong government secretary for works, he soon received a reply. Land sales revenue has always been a major source of financial income for the Hong Kong government. This year, with the real estate market struggling, large land parcels would not be released into the market, but such single residential plots could still be approved. The 66 plot measures a total of 220 square feet, with an average price of 155 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, totaling 3.41 million. Based on the current market, it seems somewhat overpriced. In the 1960s, the neighboring plot number 79, bought by Li Huanghua, still included a villa and only cost over 6.0 Hong Kong dollars. Even the Casino King's purchase of number 1, Repulse Bay Road, was under $1 million. However, when Liu Yuanhao thought about how this area was valued at 2.5 billion Hong Kong dollars before he traversed with a 700-fold increase over 40 years, he felt more at ease. After acquiring the land, Liu Yuanhao directly entrusted the design, construction, and decoration of the villa to Jinmin Construction, as it would ultimately be his own property, thus ensuring that the benefits would not flow to outsiders. Regarding the overall layout of the villa, Liu Yuanhao requested that the designer create a specification of one main building and one auxiliary building with a spacious lawn in the courtyard and an outdoor swimming pool, ensuring high privacy. As for the specific architectural and decorative styles, he left it to the designer's discretion. At the beginning of 1974, the economy of Xiangjiang was at its lowest ebb. A salary cut at the company was considered fortunate, as it at least meant retaining jobs, while many companies chose to lay off workers to save costs. Throughout 1974, over 2 million people were unemployed in Xiangjiang, and at that time the total population was only around 4 million. Xingyuan Investment had newly rented 2 floors of office space and began advertising high salaries in newspapers to recruit a large number of talents starting from early May, causing a constant influx of people in the HR department for several months. Liu Yuanhao not only selected a portion of various talented individuals, but also whimsically hired 2 young and beautiful secretaries for himself, forming his own secretary team along with Li Yiting, whom he had brought from the Park-and-Shop supermarket. His bizarre act was not driven by a desire for having secretaries for work or leisure, but purely a whimsical decision. As the saying goes, men and women working together don't tire easily. He felt that watching a few beautiful women sway in front of him every day was much more pleasing than having a few burly men around. Moreover, he could occasionally take advantage of the situation or witness some intense dramas of intrigue, adding a bit of enjoyment to his monotonous work. This absurd action drew strong dissatisfaction from Chen Bo, but Liu Yuanhao sincerely admitted his mistake and resolutely refused to change. Only the business of his securities company acquiring shares of targeted companies was classified as top secret. Before starting to acquire stocks, Chen Bo had already set up code names for each target company with the heads of several companies for confidentiality, replacing the names of the target companies in the daily reports with these codes. Even if the newly hired secretaries saw the reports, they would not be able to decipher their meanings, thus there was no worry about leaks. Currently, among several companies, the Qian family of Park-and-Shop had strong capabilities and was developing well. Since the supermarket was not part of Liu Yuanhao's core industry planning, he no longer interfered with Park-and-Shop's daily operations, keeping financial control firmly in his hands. Xingyuan Real Estate was actively acquiring various properties and land, while the securities brokerage company continued to buy stocks of target companies, maintaining a state of only expenditures and no income. Liu Yuanhao's main task was to approve funds based on their report progress to ensure their financial chain remained intact, and then to scour his memories for potential projects from the past 2 years that could be seized, guiding them to improve efficiency. After work, he would shuttle between Zhao Yaji and Li Mini. When Zhao Yaji moved into the villa gifted by Liu Yuanhao, she took the opportunity to bring him home to meet her parents, publicly establishing their relationship. Liu Yuanhao was very cooperative at the Zhao family. He not only did not put on airs, but also selected a 200 square foot mansion from the scattered properties acquired by Xingyuan Real Estate to gift to Zhao Yazi's parents, directly winning over her mother. Li Mini worked as a host at Li TV, hosting 2 programs by herself. It was tough work, and due to the overall low ratings of Li TV, she had not gained much fame. Thus this year, with Liu Yuanhao's consent, she signed a short contract with Golden Harvest Films, hoping to try her hand at the film industry. After Bruce Lee's death in 1973, Golden Harvest recruited the Shaw Brothers, becoming a new box office pillar and consistently outpacing Shaw Brothers films to hold the top position at the box office throughout the 1970s. In his past life, Li Mini joined Golden Harvest, signed a 1-year contract, and starred in a movie that did not make much of an impact. Liu Yuanhao agreed to her joining Golden Harvest, not caring how many movies she would make, but hoping she could expand her network to facilitate his future establishment of a film company and poaching talent. In September, Xingyuan Real Estate announced good news, acquiring 2 small commercial buildings in Central for 140 million Hong Kong dollars. Although these 2 buildings are not tall and cover a small area, their location is excellent, making the land itself very valuable, and the commercial value after reconstruction is also considerable. In October, Liu Yuanhao took the initiative, sending people to contact the North American parent company of the American-funded Yonggao Company to propose acquiring the Hong Kong Yonggao Company. Due to the impact of the oil crisis, the parent company of Yonggao faced setbacks in its North American operations, shrinking assets and encountering operational difficulties, thus seizing the opportunity to sell off overseas non-core assets. After several rounds of negotiations, Liu Yuanhao acquired Yonggao Company for 180 million. Yonggao's main assets include the Hilton Hotel in central Hong Kong and the Hyatt Hotel in Bali, Indonesia. The Hyatt Hotel, aside the Hilton Hotel, is located in the banking district of Central, covering 900 square feet, making it an exceptional asset. In the past life, Yonggao Company was acquired by Chung Kong for 230 million in 1977, and Li Huanghua rebuilt the Hilton Hotel in Central into the Chung Kong building in 1995. Seizing the opportunity to take over Li Huanghua's stronghold, Liu Yuanhao did not mind spending a little more money to ensure the acquisition. The location of the Chung Kong building is flanked by the Bank of China Tower on one side and HSBC on the other. The Bank of China Tower resembles a 3-edged steel knife in design, with one side directly facing HSBC. According to legends, after the Bank of China Tower was completed, HSBC's performance declined and its stock price plummeted. As a result, HSBC installed 2 17-meter-long cannons on the top of the building aimed at the Bank of China, after which their performance and stock price gradually improved. Li Huanghua, caught between the two, adopted a 4-sided shield design for the Chung Kong building, making it square and using bulletproof glass to create a glass curtain wall, thus defending against the attacks of both sides. The ongoing feng shui battle between the Bank of China, HSBC, and Chung Kong has always been a topic of fascination for the feng shui-conscious people of Hong Kong. In his past life, when Li Huanghua massively sold off properties in Hong Kong in 2017, even the most representative landmark building in Victoria Harbour, the Central Plaza, was sold, with the only exception being the Chung Kong building. Moreover, he continued to maintain his office in the Chung Kong building. Perhaps there was indeed some hidden mystery within. After acquiring the Hilton Hotel, Liu Yuanhao only sent a few financial personnel from Xingyuan Investment to oversee it, as the management rights remained with Hilton and he could not get involved. Moreover, the Central Hilton Hotel is not considered a top-tier hotel in Hong Kong. He does not expect to profit much in a year and is waiting for the completion of the Bank of China Tower in 1989, hoping to take advantage of the feng shui battle between HSBC and the Bank of China to rebuild the hotel and test the mysterious art of feng shui. The news of Xingyuan Real Estate's acquisition of Yonggao Company immediately attracted the attention of the entire Hong Kong, as it was the first time a Hong Kong Chinese company acquired a foreign company, and it was an American company at that. Newspapers extensively reported on the matter while simultaneously digging into the background of Xingyuan Real Estate. Liu Yuanhao did not expect this situation to arise. He was unwilling to be exposed by the media at this time, so he arranged an emergency public relations response, putting Chen Bo in the spotlight while hiding himself. Although Liu Yuanhao had already gained quite a reputation among the top business elites in Hong Kong, these public relations efforts could still manipulate ordinary citizens. As the media continued to dig deeper, it was revealed that in just 6 months, Xingyuan Real Estate had acquired 3 commercial buildings in Central and 1 hotel, along with 2 plots of commercial land in Wan Chai and several scattered properties, showcasing its formidable strength that turned heads in the Hong Kong real estate sector. Several real estate companies facing operational difficulties sought cooperation opportunities, including listed companies, among which the most notable was Wang Zhengxiang, the owner of Kai Tak Properties. Wang Zhengxiang, a Taiwanese, was part of the first generation of Chinese businesspeople after the war who became wealthy through property speculation in the 1950s, then founded Kai Tak Properties and successfully went public in 1972. Unfortunately, due to Wang Zhengxiang's overreaching ambitions, Kai Tak Properties encountered a financial crisis after the stock market crash, with its stock price dropping to less than $1 Hong Kong per share and the company's current market value only around 80 million. However, Kai Tak Properties possesses several quality assets, including Kai Tak Tower and AIA Tower, as well as a large amount of land and scattered properties. Wang Zhengxiang, an old-school businessman, found that money came too easily when he first went public, leading to a frenzied expansion, and when the stock market crash came, the company immediately fell into trouble. Believing he could not navigate the stock market, he began thinking about seeking partnerships or directly selling off assets. Coincidentally, during this time, newspapers reported daily on the achievements of Xingyuan Real Estate, and driven by curiosity, Wang Zhengxiang asked Chen Bo to arrange a tea meeting with Liu Yuanhao. Liuka Tea Room, a favorite place among old-school Chinese businessmen. Upon seeing the young man who came with Chen Bo, Wang Zhengxiang realized that this must be the main character. After Chen Bo introduced the two, Wang Zhengxiang directly asked, how did Liu Shang predict the impending stock market crash? Actually, I have no idea when the crash will come. My investment philosophy is to be fearful when others are greedy and to be greedy when others are fearful. At the beginning of last year, the Hong Kong stock market was booming. Even the cleaning ladies started to look at stock manuals, and I felt it was time to retreat. When others are greedy, I am fearful. When others are fearful, I am greedy. Wang Zhengxiang repeated these two sentences, finding them increasingly interesting. Considering the recent series of operations by Xingyuan Real Estate, he asked, is Xingyuan Real Estate's frequent activity in the past 6 months also based on this investment philosophy? Yes, the same principle applies. The economic downturn in Hong Kong over the past 2 years is mainly due to the dual impact of the stock market crash and the oil crisis. However, the fundamentals have not changed. The number of new houses built each year cannot keep up with population growth, and the demand for housing remains. I believe that once the impact of the oil crisis is completely over, the Hong Kong real estate market will begin to recover. Now, while other competitors are hesitating, it is the perfect opportunity for us at Xingyuan Real Estate to expand. Wang Zhengxiang, after listening, pondered for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Sheng is truly a business genius. You flatter me, Wang Sheng. Business magnates like you are the real stabilizing force. In your presence, I am merely a young novice. After this exchange of mutual compliments, the two did not discuss any substantial matters and simply engaged in casual conversation before parting ways. In his past life, Wang Zhengxiang sold off Kai-Tak properties in the 1970s and then transitioned to Japan to engage in securities and stock speculation, ultimately suffering significant losses and declaring bankruptcy in 2010. His insight into the financial market was lacking, but he had connections with the old generation of rich people in Hong Kong and a broad network in the business community, something that young Lu Yuanhao could not compete with. If possible, he planned to extend a helping hand to Wang Zhengxiang, bringing him into his own camp. In the Hilton Hotel, Lu Yuanhao was dining with Li Mini in the presidential suite on the top floor. Li Mini is a figure in the entertainment industry. Although her fame from winning beauty contests has faded, one cannot guarantee that there aren't gossip reporters eager to stir up news from her. After purchasing the Hilton Hotel, it also became a safe dating location. She had been closely following the news regarding Xingyuan Real Estate in the newspapers during this period. Ordinary citizens were unaware of the connection to Lu Yuanhao, but as his intimate partner, she knew that this place was now his property. From the very beginning of her relationship with Lu Yuanhao, she had always been attentive to him. Now that Lu Yuanhao's assets had skyrocketed, Li Mini's attitude towards him remained unchanged, which Lu Yuanhao greatly appreciated. Honey, I've noticed that there isn't much room for female actors in the current movie genres at Jiaha. They're mostly male-oriented films and action movies. Do you want me to star in an action film? Action films are currently trending, so there are more of them being made. This trend will continue for the next few years. You don't need to join the fray. Just meet more people. If you want to get famous, I can arrange for you to go to TVB next year. Supporting roles are better suited for TV series. Oh, okay then. I'll do whatever you say. Such a good girl. So will I get a reward for being this good? I'll reward you with some milk later. How annoying. Will you drink it? As a weak woman, I have to obey whatever you say. Humph. In December, GD Group held a press conference announcing a plan called Rebuilding Central, intending to renovate all its old buildings in Central and connect them with pedestrian bridges to create a brand new GD Plaza. Lu Yuanhao realized that his first confrontation with GD might be imminent. To be frank, GD has over a dozen commercial buildings in the core area of Central. This announcement of an initial investment of 600 million and a reconstruction plan taking over 10 years is quite grand in this era. Thus, their decision to hold a controlling stake in a construction company was a logical one. It would allow them to control the progress and quality of the project while also sharing a portion of the profits. Kaiman Construction ranks among the top 2 in scale and strength among the construction companies in Xinjiang, and its British capital characteristics made it the first choice for GD in the past life. GD first began acquiring a small amount of Kaiman Construction stocks in the stock market in 1975, then easily merged the entire Kaiman Construction through a share swap. In this lifetime, the construction industry in Xinjiang hasn't changed much, so there is a high probability that GD will still choose Kaiman Construction. Lu Yuanhao's reasons for wanting to acquire Kaiman Construction are similar to those of GD. He has plans for new constructions and renovations that far exceed those of GD. His choice of Kaiman Construction over a Chinese-funded construction company was also made after careful consideration. First, Kaiman Construction does not involve GD's core interests, preventing a deadly rivalry. Secondly, Lu Yuanhao is aware of GD's plans and can take the initiative. Lastly, and most importantly, despite owning Pakka Supermarket and Xingyuan Real Estate, Lu Yuanhao's influence in the industry and society is still not strong enough. He needs a strong ally. Having a clear understanding of the developments in his past life, Lu Yuanhao knows which powerful ally in Xinjiang is the strongest at this moment. He plans to pull Xunbai into this acquisition and seize the opportunity to ally with HSBC. Before the handover, a saying circulated in Xinjiang: the ones controlling Xinjiang are the Jockey Club, the Hong Kong government, HSBC, and Jardine. The latter two are the top forces in Xiangjiang with enmities and grudges that can be traced back over a century. Back then, Jardine was the undisputed boss of Xiangjiang, while HSBC was a newly established subordinate, having to snatch its existence from the boss's mouth. Therefore, Jardine fiercely opposed it, throwing plenty of obstacles in HSBC's way, forcing HSBC to endure and develop cautiously. Later, HSBC managed to secure a loan from Li Hongzhang of the Qing government, through Hu Shuiyan gradually rising to prominence. After that, the struggle between the two old and new bosses continued, even to the extent that the performances of their respective horses at the Jockey Club had to be compared. HSBC's support for Chinese businessmen was essentially a struggle for discourse power in Xiangjiang against Jardine. In the past life, the funds for the Baron's acquisition of Kowloon warehouse were loans provided by HSBC. As long as it does not harm their own interests and the overall interests of British capital, HSBC would be more than happy to see GD take a hit or even suffer losses. It is for these reasons that Liu Yuanhao dares to take risks and target Kaiman Construction. At this time, the Hang Seng Index had already dropped to 150 points, and the stock price of Kaiman Construction had fallen by 18, Qingzhou Ingni by 16, and Hutchison Whampoa by 18, while stocks of other companies hovered around 10. Liu Yuanhao called in Uncle Chun to arrange the next steps. Next, I will arrange for several securities brokerage firms to accelerate the acquisition of Kaiman Construction, aiming to acquire at least 20 of the shares. Then I will have Xingyuan Investment buy back all the stocks of Kaiman Construction and Qingzhou. What you need to do is prepare a property reconstruction plan for Xingyuan Real Estate, then apply to enter the boards of Kaiman Construction and Qingzhou in the name of Xingyuan Investment. This property reconstruction plan will serve as a stepping stone, which should help eliminate the board's resistance and hostility towards us. Once you enter the board, you can slightly gauge their management's attitude towards the acquisition. I estimate that Jardine's Keswick family will also think about controlling a construction company, and it's very likely they will choose Kaiman Construction. If you receive news that Jardine or GD requests to enter Kaiman Construction's board, do not stop them. Notify me immediately. Okay, young master, I will take care of it right away and report back to you as soon as I have news. Uncle Chun was a bit worried, fearing that his young master would suffer losses if he really confronted the giant, that is Jardine. After the property reconstruction plan is complete, provide me with a copy. I will approach HSBC for a loan. Uncle Chin, you don't need to worry, I have it under control. Liu Yuanhao noticed Uncle Chin's concerns and reassured him. Soon Xingyuan Investment continuously announced its holdings in Kaiman Construction and Qingzhou Ingni, indicating that it had exceeded 15 and applied to enter the boards of both companies. Uncle Chun presented the property reconstruction plan and visited the heads of Kaiman Construction and Qingzhou Ingni, explaining in detail the reconstruction plan of Xingyuan Real Estate and the reasons for investing in the two companies. Faced with the lucrative order at their doorstep, both companies gladly accepted Xingyuan Investment's application and welcomed Uncle Chun as a company director. At HSBC, Liu Yuanhao met with Shun Bai first, gifting him a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, then presenting the property reconstruction plan, indicating his desire to use the property rights of the new building as collateral for a loan from HSBC to fund the building's reconstruction. Shun Bai happily accepted Liu Yuanhao's gift and said with a smile, "I thought Mr. Liu was here regarding the gold investment matter. I didn't expect Mr. Liu to have already made such a significant name in the real estate industry. Truly impressive. You flatter me. It is precisely because of HSBC and Director Shin's previous support in gold investments that I had the opportunity to enter the real estate industry. I have great confidence in the future development of Xiangjiang's real estate. Now is the perfect time for a bargain. I have always admired Mr. Liu's vision. HSBC also sees the potential in Xiangjiang's real estate market and is willing to partner with friends like Mr. Liu to build a better Xiangjiang. I personally believe there is no issue with these loans. Thank you for your support, Director Shin. Actually, besides the loan today, there is another matter I want to collaborate with HSBC on. For the reconstruction of the old buildings by Xingyuan Real Estate, the funds involved are not a small amount. I plan to control a construction company and hope to invite HSBC's Guodu company to be my financial partner in this acquisition. Kaiman Construction. Is the funding sufficient? If necessary, HSBC can provide you with another loan. Shin Bi's reaction was swift, and news had already spread in the market about Xingyuan Investment entering Kaiman Construction's board, and as the vice chairman of HSBC, he was already aware. Kaiman Construction's current market value is just over 100 million Hong Kong dollars, so if it only holds a controlling stake of 49, it wouldn't cost much. Based on Shun Bi's understanding of Liu Yuanhao's cash flow, the so-called loan offer is not genuinely about providing him with a loan, but rather implies that if he needs help, the commission must not be small. After all, the loan for the property reconstruction and the collaboration between Xingyuan Investment and Guodu Company fall under normal business transactions, which could be done with any bank, and he couldn't accept a kickback in such matters. Yes, I am indeed interested in Kaiman Construction, but I am still unclear about the board's attitude towards the acquisition. I hope this will be a friendly acquisition, especially since Kaiman Construction has a British capital background. If Director Shun is willing to help, I can pay you a 5 consulting fee based on Kaiman Construction's market value. Kaiman Construction's market value is over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Spending around 6 million to buy Shin Bis words is still a decent investment return ratio. Mr. Lu can contact Guodu Company at any time, and I can also provide an introduction. HSBC is willing to offer any services Mr. Lu needs. Shinbai nodded, but did not make a firm commitment as it involves British capital companies. He wanted to observe the subsequent development of the situation before making a decision. Since Shinbai did not give a clear answer, Lu Yuanhao was concerned that acquiring Kaiman Construction's stock simultaneously with GD would cause the stock price to soar, which would be detrimental to his subsequent public acquisition. After obtaining 20 of the shares, he arranged for the brokerage firm to halt their operations and began closely monitoring Kaiman Construction's stock price fluctuations. At the beginning of January, news came from the brokerage firm that someone was acquiring Kaiman Construction stock, but the movements were minor. Lu Yuanhao assessed that GD's plan was likely to acquire around 5 of the shares, and then request to enter the board, subsequently seeking a share swap for a merger. However, he could only wait for now. Previously, Uncle Chun had tested the waters, and the feedback was not favorable. Kaiman Construction's board was not enthusiastic about the acquisition and displayed indifference. If he announced the acquisition of Kaiman Construction prematurely, and GD did not step in while HSBC was unwilling to assist Lu Yuanhao, his acquisition plan would be thwarted at the board level. He couldn't forcefully acquire and then replace the management. However, if GD stepped in, their reconstruction plan for Central would be far grander than Xingyuan Real Estate's property reconstruction plan, and both companies belong to British capital, making the choice clear for Kaiman Construction. Even if Lu Yuanhao sought HSBC's help, the success rate would not be high. Lu Yuanhao believed that the best time to act was when GD first proposed entering Kaiman Construction's board. At that time, the board had not yet been lured by GD's large cake, and HSBC would be more interested in providing assistance to Lu Yuanhao upon seeing GD's plans. If GD followed up with a share swap acquisition after Xingyuan Investment proposed a cash acquisition, minority shareholders would definitely prefer cash acquisition to secure their profits. If GD chose to retreat without engaging in an acquisition battle, that would be the best scenario. On the morning of January 15th, a news came that GD had submitted an application to enter Kaiman Construction's board. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yuanhao immediately communicated with Shun by successfully persuading him and also reaching out to Guodu Company through him. After a round of scheming at 6 p.m. that evening, Guodu Company held a press conference announcing that it represented Xingyuan Investment Group in acquiring 17.4 million shares of Kaiman Construction stock at a price of 3 Hong Kong dollars per share, raising their stake to 49. As soon as the news broke, the audience was in an uproar. Kaiman Construction's closing price that afternoon was 2 Hong Kong dollars per share, and the 3 Hong Kong dollars price represented a 25 premium. Based on Kaiman Construction's total shares of 60 million, if Xingyuan Investment only needed 17.4 million shares to reach a 49 stake, it indicated that Xingyuan Investment already owned 20 of Kaiman Construction's shares. The next day, several major newspapers in Xinjiang reported this on their front pages, stating that Xingyuan Investment had just acquired an American company last October and was now targeting a British company, becoming the brightest star among the Chinese business community and marking the overall rise of Chinese businessmen. Henry Keswick, the head of GD, felt sick, as if he had swallowed a fly upon seeing this news in the newspaper. His layout for acquiring Kaiman Construction had just begun, only to be hit by a disruptive force. This unexpected Xingyuan Real Estate was making a full cash acquisition, directly putting him in a dilemma. If he doesn't engage, GD's previous plans will all go down the drain. If he does, how to acquire and at what price are all pressing issues. Henry Keswick found it difficult to make a decision at that moment and planned to first reach out to Kaiman Construction's board. At this time, Kaiman Construction's chairman Johnson was being personally lobbied by Shun by urging Johnson to take control of the board and agree to the acquisition plan from Xingyuan Investment. He revealed part of Lu Yuanhao's operations in gold trading to Johnson, stating that Xingyuan Investment had the strength to help Kaiman Construction develop better. Moreover, he represented Lu Yuanhao's promise that Xingyuan Investment would not participate in the daily operations of Kaiman Construction, only retaining the position and power of a major shareholder. Shunbai had already confirmed that he would succeed the HSBC leadership after Sanders retired in 1977. The face of Zhangjiang's future financial benefactor personally lobbying carries significant weight, and coupled with Xingyuan Investment's promise not to interfere in the company's operations, Johnson and the board no longer resisted Xingyuan Investment's acquisition. Lu Yuanhao's full cash acquisition was like throwing a bomb into the stagnant Xinjiang stock market, and with a 25 premium price, Kaiman Construction's stock price surged, prompting some frightened small shareholders to rush to register at Guodu Company to sell their stocks. Just 2 days later, Guodu Company issued another newspaper advertisement stating that Xingyuan Investment's stake had increased to 34 and urging shareholders willing to sell to register quickly. After receiving the news that Kaimin Construction's board did not oppose this acquisition, Henry Keswick waited for 2 more days to observe Xingyuan Investments' acquisition progress, realizing that the tide had turned. He arranged for someone to sell all his 5 shares, securing his profits and exiting. 3 trading days later, Guodu Company announced that it had successfully acquired 49 of Kaimin Construction's shares, marking the end of the acquisition. Lu Yuanho's first publicly listed company was acquired, and even though he could not participate in the company's daily operations in the short term, it meant a lot to him. As the youngest actual controller of a listed company in Hong Kong, the elevation in social status was significant. As the news of Xingyuan Investment successfully acquiring Jinxing Construction broke, the media in Xiangjiang began to report extensively, with most newspapers praising Xingyuan Investment. This marks the first acquisition case in Xiangjiang where a Chinese businessman takes over a British-listed company. Even though Jinxing Construction is merely a second-tier player among British-listed companies, it is enough to invigorate the Chinese community in Xiangjiang. The entire social discourse was as lively as a pre-New Year celebration. Xingyuan Real Estate held a banquet before the Little New Year, inviting numerous social elites and dignitaries. Firstly, Lu Yuanhao needed to soothe the board of directors of Jinxing Construction in light of public opinion. Secondly, he wanted to convey some friendly signals to his peers, hoping they could share the spoils in the future. Most importantly, he wanted to showcase his relationship with HSBC to the outside world, flexing his muscles to enhance the commercial influence of the Xingyuan Group. At the banquet, Chen Bo brought the senior executives of Xingyuan Real Estate to handle the reception, arranging the guests in an orderly manner. Lu Yuanhao spent most of his time beside Shen by observing the attendees with thoughtful expressions. The success of this acquisition was largely due to Shun by persuading the board of Jinxing Construction, which was the key contribution. Without his intervention, even if Lu Yuanhao could acquire Jinxing Construction, he would have had to wield a big axe to cut staff, making it uncertain whether Jinxing Construction could operate normally. It could very well end up being a disastrous situation. Rather than saying this acquisition was Xingyuan Investment acquiring Jinxing Construction, it is more accurate to say that HSBC handed Jinxing Construction to Lu Yuanhao, even though he paid 6 million Hong Kong dollars to Shun Bai as a consulting fee. This is the characteristic of the times and a lament for contemporary Chinese businessmen. The main reason Shun Bai was willing to engage personally was that he was deeply impressed by Lu Yuanho's timing in seizing the acquisition opportunity. If Xingyuan Investment announced too early, GD could simply sell off its stocks for a profit, and not wanting to add trouble to GD, he would not assist in the acquisition of the British company even for a high consulting fee. If they announced too late, GD would have a greater advantage, and he would be even less likely to act without absolute certainty. Lu Yuanho's choice to act swiftly and achieve victory, just as GD stepped back before they established an advantage, was an exceptionally astute maneuver. He only regretted that GD chose to suffer this hidden loss and did not opt to engage in an acquisition battle. The good show was over before it even began, leaving him wanting more. If GD did not choose to withdraw and wanted to engage in an acquisition battle, how would you respond? Shenbai asked Lu Yuanhao after casually chatting for a while. I am indifferent to whether GD engages in an acquisition battle. Oh, I entered the game earlier than them and hold a larger share. Even if it turns into a battle, I am not afraid of them. Moreover, I believe that even if GD enters the battle, they would not put up real money, but would only opt for a stock swap. I don't mind helping the Hong Kong investors recall the mess left behind when GD acquired the milk company through a stock swap to see how investors will choose this time. From the moment Shun Bai made an appearance, the fate of Jinxing Construction was already sealed. Throughout, I only cared about one thing: to show Shun Bai and HSBC my sincerity. I have high hopes for you. I can tell you that HSBC's evaluation of you among Chinese businessmen is second only to that of the king of chartering, and you are younger than him with limitless potential for the future. HSBC is very willing to accept your sincerity. At the subsequent banquet, Lu Yuanhao reassured the board members of Jinxing Construction, expanded his network of connections through Chun Boss introductions, and made sure to chat a bit more with Chi Dezun from Hutchison Whampoa. Finally, under the gaze of several enchanting ladies, he turned to leave with 3 secretaries. On the other side, Henry Keswick was also reviewing why the acquisition of Jinxing Construction had been so passive, catching him completely off guard and forcing him to withdraw in dismay. After some investigation, GD discovered that Xingyuan Real Estate had begun secretly acquiring shares of Jinxing Construction much earlier than themselves, indicating that the other party had already started laying the groundwork and seized the initiative. Next, it should be the announcement of their rebuilding central plan that alerted the other party, causing them to act hastily and deduce that GD might also be eyeing Jinxing Construction. At this point, everything was still acceptable. One could even sweeten it up with the phrase that heroes often share a similar vision. However, next, when Xingyuan Real Estate chose to publicly announce the acquisition while applying to join Jinxing Construction's board with HSBC as their ally, that seemed rather unscrupulous. Henry Keswick made a note of Xingyuan Real Estate in his notebook, deciding that he must seek revenge when the opportunity arises. During this year's Spring Festival, Lu Yuanhao brought Li Mini back to the mid-levels villa to celebrate together. Li Mini was excited and happy for half a month. Even when she saw some personal belongings left by Zhao Yaji in Lu Yuanho's room, she showed no displeasure and cheerfully helped Chun Bo with various arrangements, displaying no airs of superiority, which endeared her to Chun Bo. On New Year's Eve, after having the reunion dinner and setting off firecrackers once everyone had rested, Li Mini cautiously leaned against Lu Yuanho's embrace and asked about the items belonging to the women in his room. Zhao Yaji, fourth place in the Miss Hong Kong competition held by TVB in '73, is a flight attendant. Right now it's just the two of you. I've heard of her as she was said to be the new chicken head meat during the beauty pageant. Is she the one you chose as your marriage partner? Does that mean she'll take the lead while I take a back seat? Li Mini probed. I have no intention of marrying. There's no hierarchy of who is bigger or smaller between you two. To me, you both are my women, and you will bear the Lu family's offspring in the future. Li Mini's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said, are you willing to give me a child? Otherwise, wouldn't I be bringing you home? With a positive answer, Li Mini felt satisfied and playfully teased Lu Yuanhao. Why do you always pick Miss Hong Kong? Does that mean you'll want every Miss Hong Kong chosen in the future? I only choose those I find beautiful, while I have no interest in the mediocre. So who is more beautiful, me or Zhao Yaji? That's a hard question to answer. How about we find a chance someday to put you both together, and I'll distinguish carefully. Li Mini opened her mouth in disbelief. You still want to arrange for us to meet? What happens after we meet? Will there be two women serving one husband? My Lu family has thin bloodline. I'm the only one left. Since I have the ability, of course I want to branch out. My children may not live together every day, but at least should meet once a week. So it's very normal for you mothers to meet. As for what happens after you meet, do you think I can't handle both of you? I have no problem, it's just acting to experience life, but I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. That's simple. Oh, just send her to TVB to act, and it will be fine. What if she is still unwilling? If she is unwilling, just tie her up and whip her. If one round isn't enough, then multiple rounds. You are too shameless. Can I change my mind now? It's too late. I'll just tie you up and whip you into submission. With that, Lu Yuanhao picked up Li Mini and headed towards the upstairs bedroom. In his plan this year, he would send both women to TVB. To avoid any unforeseen situations when they meet later, he decided to lay everything on the table and arrange for them to meet in advance. Li Mini was clearly easier to handle than Zhao Yaji, so Lu Yuanhao chose to start with her, which is why he brought her home for the new year. So far the results have been quite good. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Lu Yuanhao carried several large bags of gifts to visit Zhao Yazi's parents and wish them a happy new year. He was no stranger to the Zhao family, having already become familiar with them. As soon as he entered, he began to speak auspicious blessings while distributing red envelopes, which elicited waves of flattery. The attitude of the Zhao family towards him had subtly changed. With several major investments made by Xingyuan Investment throughout the year, especially the acquisition of Jinmin Construction before the new year, Lu Yuanhao had become someone the Zhao family needed to look up to. Zhao Yazi's mother was incredibly satisfied with Lu Yuanhao, dreaming of when he would marry her daughter and quickly have a few children to solidify their status. After dinner at the Zhao family, Lu Yuanhao and Zhao Yaji returned to their villa in Zholongtang. Seeing Zhao Yaji wearing a forced smile all day and hesitating to speak several times once they returned to the living room of the villa, he picked her up and placed her on his lap, then gently asked her, "What's wrong? I noticed you seemed preoccupied all day. Is there something on your mind?" Zhao Yaji wanted to speak several times, but didn't know how to express herself. Finally, she picked up a newspaper from under the coffee table and handed it to Lu Yuanhao, signaling him to read it. Lu Yuanhao took the newspaper and found it to be a tabloid prominently featuring the headline, "Young Master of Xingyuan Investment spotted meeting 3 women at night." The accompanying image was clearly taken secretly, showing Lu Yuanhao with 3 women as they were about to get into a car. Although the picture wasn't very clear, anyone familiar with Lu Yuanhao could recognize him. Looking at the text, it was undoubtedly a sensationalized piece, starting with a picture and relying entirely on fabricated content. This clearly depicted the scene from a cocktail party held by Xingyuan Investment before the new year, where he left with 3 assistants. Aside from the initial mention of the young master of Xingyuan Investment being seen out with 3 women, the rest of the article was filled with phrases like "according to sources close to him," "according to internal news," and "reliable sources indicate." The entire article could even be considered a piece of sensational fiction, suggesting that Liu's desires were great and his abilities were strong, which left Lu Yuanhao astonished. "It's not badly written. If it weren't about me, I might actually believe it," Lu Yuanhao commented after reading. "But the person in the picture is clearly you. I recognized you at a glance, and some of what's written about you is true." Zhao Yaji began to panic. Lu Yuanhao was bewildered and incredulously said, "So you believed it?" Zhao Yaji remained silent, her aggrieved expression clearly indicating that she did. Lu Yuanhao was furious. He turned her over and gave her a few slaps on her backside. "The 3 women in the back are my company's secretaries. After the cocktail party, they left with me. Someone took a photo before we got in the car. Do you really believe this? Can you be any more foolish? But there are pictures and that proves it." I thought you were being followed, Zhao Yaji said, covering her backside, while still trying to justify her naive mistake. Truth. What truth? Are you saying I'm impressive? Zhao Yaji hurriedly nodded, only to be met with another series of slaps. Who told you to hire all female secretaries and so many at once? Baijia Supermarket, Xingyuan Real Estate, and several securities companies. Each of them is responsible for a segment of business. Is there a problem with that? I didn't know before. You never told me about your company's affairs. All right, it's all my fault. Now that we've cleared this up, is everything fine? Zhao Yaji untangled her worries, no longer feeling depressed, and playfully leaned on Lu Yuanho's lap. So what if I went to your company to help you? What's the matter? Are you tired of being a flight attendant? The company will undergo adjustments soon, and I might be assigned to fly to Europe or North America. I don't want to go. If you're unhappy, then don't do it. They'll find a way to arrange it for you later. Remember, you are my woman, or just do what makes you happy. Zhao Yaji was overjoyed and gave Lu Yuanhao a kiss. You are so good to me, darling. If what is written here is true, what would you do if I had other women on the outside? Lu Yuanho's eyes glinted as he seized the opportunity to test her. Zhao Yaji looked ready to cry. Really? So you don't want me anymore? Don't say such nonsense. How could I possibly not want you? So do you really have someone else outside? Lu Yuanhao thought about facing this sooner or later, gritted his teeth, and said, I can't guarantee that you'll be the only woman in my life. My family has only me left in this generation. I have the responsibility to expand our line. Having just 1 or 2 children is definitely not enough. Will you marry me then? I can provide you with a name, status, assets, and children, so you can be assured of that. After hearing this, Zhao Yaji still felt very sad. She quietly went upstairs to wash up and sleep without even saying goodbye to Lu Yuanhao. His answer was cruel for Zhao Yaji, who yearned for love, but it was a hurdle that had to be faced, and Lu Yuanhao had no better way. In the following days, he stayed with Zhao Yaji, taking care of her meticulously during the day and being attentive at night. After several days of intense nurturing, Zhao Yaji finally stopped feeling downcast. Lu Yuanhao planned to gradually break down her barriers like boiling a frog in warm water. After the spring festival at the Luyu tea house, Wang Zengxiang invited Lu Yuanhao for tea again. Unlike their previous casual chat, this time Wang Zengxiang got straight to the point and invited Lu Yuanhao to invest in Cheetah Real Estate. Lu Yuanhao had a premonition before arriving, so he wasn't very surprised by Wang Zengxiang's words. He was just a bit puzzled as to why he chose him. Wang Sheng, as far as I know, you have a wide network in Hong Kong. Tycoons like Cheng Yutong, Li Kashing, Guodeshing, and Li Huanghua are all stronger than me. Why did you choose me instead of them? Talking to you is collaboration, talking to them is selling out. Don't be fooled by their public relationships. If they were to sell their company, they would drive the price down ruthlessly in this market. Moreover, I see great potential in you and believe your future achievements will surpass those of anyone else. Wang Zengxiang said candidly. After confirming Wang Zengxiang's true intentions, Lu Yuanhao thought for a moment and proposed a solution. Wang Shengyu could propose at the board meeting to issue a targeted placement of 19.99 of stocks to Xingyuan Investment. This issuance does not require a shareholders meeting and can be approved by the board. After the targeted placement, Wang Sheng could then sell 20 of your shares to Xingyuan Investment. This way, Wang Shengyu would retain about 16 of Cheetah Real Estate stocks. I would suggest that you continue to serve as the chairman of the board responsible for the company's daily operations while I handle the investment matters. The income from the targeted stock issuance can be used to ensure that Cheetah Real Estate reduces its liabilities and operates normally. I can also seek a loan from HSBC for land development, thus fully opening up Cheetah Real Estate situation. In the future, Wang Sheng's 16 shares will be worth more than the current 45. What do you think of my proposal, Wang Sheng? Wang Zengxiang was an old-school businessman fully capable of managing a company, which was his strong suit. He just wasn't accustomed to the various tactics of the financial market. This proposal was tailored specifically for him. Not only would he not have to give up all his shares, but he could also achieve an increase in equity, and Wang Zengxiang immediately agreed to the idea. Just after the Lantern Festival, Cheetah Real Estate announced it plans to issue 19.99 million shares at a price of 1.25 Hong Kong dollars per share to Xingyuan Investment in a targeted placement. At the same time, major shareholder Mr. Wang Zengxiang intends to transfer 20 of his shares to Xingyuan Investment, making it the largest shareholder of Cheetah Real Estate. Currently, Cheetah Real Estate stock price is only 1 Hong Kong dollar. Typically, the price of stocks in a targeted placement is at most equivalent to the market price and often lower. Now, with Xingyuan Investment entering at a 25 premium, it clearly indicates strong confidence in the future development of Cheetah Real Estate. Upon the announcement, the stock price of Cheetah Real Estate immediately surged by 25. In March, various listed companies began to release their annual reports for 1974. The majority of companies reported significant declines in operating profits, with some even incurring losses. Among them, Hikkai's 200 million loss was particularly striking, marking the second consecutive year of 200 million losses for Hitsai. Lu Yuanhao knew that the time had come to dig a pit for Qi Dezun and scheme against Hitsai. At the Peninsula Hotel, Lu Yuanhao, after learning that Qi Dezun had made various attempts to raise funds with little success, took the initiative to invite Qi Dezun for afternoon tea. Overwhelmed, Qi Dezun also set his sights on the recently thriving Xingyuan investment, hoping to coax some investment from Lu Yuanhao, and thus readily accepted the invitation. Upon meeting, Qi Dezun displayed the imposing presence of a major player from the four great trading houses intending to dominate Lu Yuanhao, with his aura persuading him to invest. However, Lu Yuanhao's single remark shattered his confidence. Xingyuan Investment already holds an 18% stake in Heji. The purpose of this meeting is to communicate with you in advance before we publicly apply for a seat on the Heji board. Qi Dezun was taken aback, recalling how a few months ago Xingyuan Investment had invested in Jinmin Construction and subsequently joined the board, ultimately leading to its acquisition. His expression changed, and he coldly remarked, "Is Lu Xing aiming for Heji? Heji is not Jinmin Construction. I fear Lu Sheng is miscalculating." No, you misunderstand, Daban. I assure you here that Xingyuan Investment will not acquire any more shares of Heji from the stock market. I simply believe that under your leadership, Heji will soon emerge from its difficulties and create a brilliant future, which is why I bought a small amount when the stock price was low. I will firmly choose to stand with you. Lu Yuanhao showered compliments, hoping to dispel Qi Dezun's hostility. Qi Dezun's expression improved considerably after Lu Yuanhao's assurance. I must say Lu Xing's vision is indeed exceptional. Heji has a very bright future. The current difficulties are merely due to the burden of bank interest. Once the economy of Xinjiang recovers, Heji will soar. Lu Sheng's choice to invest in Heji at this time is truly a wise decision. I never doubted Daban's prestige and capability. In previous years, Daban led Heji to victorious campaigns, achieving significant results. At that time, I was deeply fascinated and greatly admired Daban's various acquisitions. Mentioning the acquisitions from previous years struck a chord with Qi Dezun, and his demeanor softened as he proudly said, "The past is the past, it does not represent anything. The current difficulties are only temporary. I firmly believe I will lead Heji to surpass Iha and become the largest trading house in Xinjiang. I have no doubts about this. I just wonder what I can do for Heji now, as I will soon be a member of the Heji board, and I understand the principle of shared honor and disgrace." Qi Dezun's eyes glinted as he spoke slowly. "Currently, the difficulty Heji faces is that the bank's interest is siphoning off our profits, making company development challenging. If we could inject some funds, Heji could immediately escape its predicament and improve rapidly. I've heard that Daban is currently raising funds. I wonder if it's going smoothly and how much more is needed. Xingyuan Investment has some idle funds on hand that I can allocate. Would 200 million Hong Kong dollars be sufficient? If that is not enough, Daban could give me a little more time and I can raise some more." Upon hearing 200 million Hong Kong dollars, Qi Dezun's eyes lit up. Recently, he had struggled to raise funds with little effect, but here he realized he could obtain 200 million in one go from Lu Yuanhao. He joyfully said, "I said Lu Sheng is clearly a young hero. Not only does he have good vision, but he also has great courage. 200 million Hong Kong dollars is more than enough. Rest assured there will be no issues with Xingyuan Investment joining the board. I can extend an invitation to you now. You will undoubtedly be the director who contributes the most to Heji. For this 200 million Hong Kong dollars loan, I can waive the interest, but I would like to make a bet with Daban. Of course, this bet is something you can easily accomplish with your abilities. After all, I am investing family money, and I need to provide an explanation to the family. I hope Daban can understand." Upon hearing about the 200 million Hong Kong dollars interest-free loan and the betting agreement, Qi Dezun's inner turmoil settled somewhat. Although he was uncertain about Lu Yuanhao's true intentions, his appetite had already been whetted, so he eagerly asked, "What is this betting agreement?" "It's quite simple. The bet is on Heji's operating performance. Xingyuan Investment will provide Heji with a 200 million Hong Kong dollars interest-free loan for 2 years, requiring Heji's annual profit over the next 2 years to not fall below 200 million Hong Kong dollars. If Heji fulfills the bet after 2 years, they will return my principal of 200 million with no interest. If Heji fails to meet the conditions, the 200 million Hong Kong dollars will not need to be repaid. Based on Heji's current market value of less than 600 million Hong Kong dollars, they can simply convert it to 30 equity for me. What do you think, Daban? Such conditions are completely within your grasp, right?" After hearing the details of the bet, Qi Dezun's expression gradually darkened as he coldly replied, "I didn't expect Lu Sheng to have such big ambitions at a young age. If Heji fails to achieve its profit target in the next 2 years, will it have to change its surname to Lu? After all, this is family money being invested. I must provide an explanation to my family, and I believe Daban can understand. Moreover, with Daban's prestige and ability, wouldn't having this 200 million Hong Kong dollars funding ensure that Heji can overcome its difficulties? I firmly believe that Daban can certainly achieve this." Qi Dezun gradually realized that the entire Lu family now only had Lu Yuanhao left as the lone survivor. The notion of providing an explanation to the family was pure nonsense. He was taking advantage of Lu Yuanhao's urgent need for funds. If he wins this bet, Lu Yuanhao would only lose a bit of interest, but with Heejus operations improving, the stock price would surely rise, and his shares would appreciate enough to cover that interest loss. If he lost the bet, Lu Yuanhao would take Heji without a fight. He himself would likely be out of the picture. Qi Dizhen's expression shifted. He believed that with the injection of 200 million in funds, he could certainly lead Heji out of its predicament. However, if another black swan event like an oil crisis occurred, he would be left helpless, indicating that there was indeed risk involved. However, Heji's cash flow couldn't even last half a year. If he couldn't secure funds again, Heji could very well face bankruptcy or sell itself to the bank within half a year, and he would undoubtedly be out of the picture then. Ultimately, he decided to consider other options first and only choose this betting agreement as a last resort if there were no other paths. I cannot immediately respond to the terms of this betting agreement. I need to discuss it with the board. No problem. I believe the board trusts Deban's abilities just as much as I do. This betting agreement of mine remains valid, and Deban can come to me at any time. In a past life, Heji sold itself to HSBC in August 1975 under dire circumstances, with 33.65% of its shares only fetching 150 million Hong Kong dollars, resulting in the Qi Dizhen family exiting in disgrace. In this life, Lu Yuanhao offered a 200 million Hong Kong dollars interest-free loan and 2 years of operational time, believing that Qi Dizhen, having no other options, would certainly come back to find him. Zhao Yaji ultimately compromised, but it was not Lu Yuanhao who persuaded her, it was her mother. At this time, it had been less than 4 years since Xiangjiang abolished concubinage and implemented the one-husband, one-wife system. Before that, not to mention the aristocratic families, even among the middle class, who lived somewhat comfortably, it was common to have multiple wives and concubines in the household, and the acceptance of such matters by the older generation was quite high. Thus, when Zhao Yaji confided her worries to her mother, she was directly persuaded. In her mother's view, as long as she stayed close to Lu Yuanhao, the wealth and status of the Zhao family, as well as the future of her siblings, would be secured, saving at least 20 years of struggle. As for Zhao Yaji herself, as long as she could bear Liu's children, she would achieve a leap in social class. If their relationship remained stable, she could ensure a life of luxury, even if she did nothing. Conversely, if their feelings faded in the future, it wouldn't be difficult for her, with her beauty and wealth, to find another man to live with, treating it merely as a transition. After being completely brainwashed by her own mother, Zhao Yaji subtly expressed to Lu Yuanhao that she wouldn't mind his affairs outside. His reasoning was quite straightforward. He absolutely could not accept that their children would fight over inheritance, so they needed to cultivate brotherly love among them from a young age, ensuring they were close and harmonious as a family. Thus, as a mother, she needed to set an example. If not as close as sisters, at least they should respect each other. Angered Zhao Yaji felt humiliated by his words, but once her bottom line was crossed, she would repeatedly compromise. Unable to resist Lu Yuanhao, she ultimately did not utter the words of disagreement. Before the Qingming festival, Lu Yuanhao said he wanted to take the two of them to the Heistone Cemetery to pay respects to their parents, and to facilitate travel, he requested that both of them stay at the hillside villa the night before. This reasoning was too compelling. The two women found no excuse to refuse. On April 4th, Lu Yuanhao did not even go to the office, instructing the household staff early in the morning to clean and prepare a feast, waiting for the two women to arrive. At 6 p.m., both women arrived almost simultaneously. In the living room, Lu Yuanhao introduced them to each other. Both of them were popular figures during the 1973 Miss Hong Kong competition. Although they did not participate in the same event, they had heard of each other. During this initial meeting, the atmosphere between the two was surprisingly harmonious. Seeing them chatting and laughing, Lu Yuanhao was initially pleased, thinking both were quite accommodating. However, he soon felt something was off. He was being completely ignored by the two, unable to interject even a word, and when he finally managed to say something, no one paid him any attention. By the time dinner arrived, the two women had tacitly focused their energy on Lu Yuanhao, seemingly forming an alliance against him, relentlessly pouring him drinks, a strategy that was akin to inflicting self-harm while trying to defeat the enemy. In just one meal, their relationship had made tremendous progress. After dinner, Lu Yuanhao brought out a bottle of red wine he had prepared in advance, suggesting they continue drinking and chatting in the upstairs lounge while he served them. The two women continued to drink for some time, the effects of the alcohol kicking in, their gazes becoming increasingly dreamy and their cheeks turning rosy. Seeing this, Lu Yuanhao, who had been low-key all night, helped each of them to the bedroom. The more fiercely they had poured him drinks before, the harsher his upcoming revenge would be. After facing setbacks in financing, Qi Dizhen returned to find Lu Yuanhao, and they began formal negotiations regarding the content of the betting agreement. Lu Yuanhao was in no rush, firmly sticking to his conditions. By the end of May, seeing that the timing was right, he agreed to change the profit condition for Heji from 200 million annually to a cumulative 400 million over 2 years, refusing to alter any other terms. Qi Dizhen knew that no further changes were possible and could only formally sign the agreement, with Xingyuan Investment agreeing that within 30 days after the signing, Xingyuan Investment would provide a one-time loan of 200 million Hong Kong dollars to Heji. From July 1975 to June 1977, He must not incur any annual losses, and the cumulative regular profits over 2 consecutive years must not be less than 400 million Hong Kong dollars. If He meets the target, the 200 million Hong Kong dollar loan needs to be repaid only as principal without interest. If He fails to meet the target, the loan will convert to 30 of He's shares to compensate Xingyuan Investment. During the agreement period, Xingyuan Investment must not increase its shares in He, and He must not dilute its shareholding without Xingyuan Investment's consent. Meanwhile, Xingyuan Investment officially joins the board of directors of He. Although Liu Yuanhao did not believe Qi Dezun would part with his assets, he still arranged for lawyers to add a clause in the agreement stating that the sale of the company's fixed assets must be approved by the entire board, and that the income from such sales would not count as regular profits, clearly specifying which assets were considered fixed. Finally, he arranged for 2 financial personnel from Xingyuan Investment to enter He to prevent Qi Dezun from committing financial fraud. Such betting agreements had been exploited in the past, especially in the entertainment industry, where various agreements had trapped many celebrities, turning them into slaves of capital. However, in this era, betting was still a novel concept, and Liu Yuanhao made little modification using it as it was. In order to gain the board's approval and secure his chance to maintain power, Qi Dezun signed a supplementary agreement with the board based on the betting agreement, stating that if the bet was not fulfilled, 30 of the shares would be provided by his family. For him, the situation had completely collapsed. The consequence of not signing was that He could announce bankruptcy or sell itself to the bank at any moment, and he would be immediately out. Signing would give him an additional 2 years to operate, and as the Hong Kong people say, in gambling, one must not gamble to lose. For the other board members and shareholders, although the bet was on He's operating performance, with the supplementary agreement in place, the stakes had shifted to Qi Dezun's family shares. Winning the bet would make their shares more valuable, while losing would not affect their interests. For Liu Yuanhao, if Qi Dezun truly had the capability to win the bet, it would merely mean continuing to acquire shares from the stock market, just delaying the timing. The greatest utility of this 200 million interest-free loan was to prevent HSBC from entering the fray, extinguishing any possibility of change for He. 200 million Hong Kong dollars in interest over 2 years would be less than 40 million. Even if they lost the bet, the loss would only be that much. Being able to use 40 million to block any potential investors or banks was quite a bargain from this perspective. Although Liu Yuanhao now aligned himself with HSBC, it did not mean he would hang himself on this one tree. HSBC could accept his ventures, but it could also accept others. If HSBC, just like in the past, became involved in He's affairs and took a dominant position, the ownership of He would become uncertain. Liu Yuanhao had also considered directly initiating a takeover of He, but He was not a trivial entity, but status as one of the 4 major trading houses was not mere talk. If he truly did so, he would face immense resistance from the British colonial government and He's British employees, which is why he devised this seemingly mild indirect strategy. Xingyuan Investment joined the board of directors of Hysan. The media in Hong Kong reported variously on the matter, yet the bet agreement between the 2 parties remained undisclosed. Thus, the excitement was clearly not as intense as the time he acquired Jinmin Construction, and it quickly faded into silence. After signing the bet agreement with Hysan, Liu Yuanhao's bottom fishing targets for this stage were basically completed, though he had spent a considerable amount of money. A brief inventory reveals that the 2 plots of land from Swire in real estate cost 2.4 billion. The Chinese bank cost 150 million. The former site of British American Tobacco cost 300 million. 2 small buildings in Central cost 140 million, and the Hilton Hotel cost 1.8 billion, while 20 supermarkets cost 100 million, and other scattered properties and land cost 150 million. In terms of stocks, Qingzhou Ingni cost 21 million, Jinmin Construction cost 100 million, and Hysan cost 320 million, while Kai Properties cost 50 million, with stocks from several other companies totaling 260 million. The cumulative commission for Shun Bai amounted to 46 million. Over the past year, more than 1.9 billion Hong Kong dollars had been spent, not counting the loans for the reconstruction costs of several commercial buildings. This raised a somewhat awkward issue. The pace of expansion was too rapid and cash was flowing out without any inflow. The rental income from the reconstructed properties would be used to repay loans. Although the ParknShop supermarket did not require additional investment, its operating profits needed to sustain the supermarket's expansion. In the short term, Xingyuan Real Estate, including Xingyuan Investment, had basically no income. Starting from 1976, the Hong Kong government would gradually release a large number of high-quality land plots for auction, especially projects like the property above the Central Subway Station, which was a prime land project. If Liu Yuanhao wanted to participate, he would need to prepare a substantial amount of cash. Additionally, in 1976, he needed to prepare 2 billion Hong Kong dollars to acquire gold again. By this calculation, even with 5.4 billion Hong Kong dollars in hand, he still felt somewhat stretched. Liu Yuanhao pondered and realized that he needed to find ways to develop properties. The land at Westlake was large, but only 113 square feet could be used for residential development, allowing for the construction of only 10 24-story residential buildings. The plot of land in Taiku Valley could accommodate 12 residential buildings ranging from 28 to 32 stories. Both plots were now beginning planning and construction, with pre-sales scheduled to start in the second half of next year. The real estate market was expected to be favorable, projecting a profit of around 400 million Hong Kong dollars. However, Liu Yuanhao felt this was still not secure and planned to find a larger plot of land to develop residential properties, ensuring cash flow. Searching through his memory, he found a suitable target. Tao Huadatong was established in Hong Kong in 1928, manufacturing soy sauce and becoming one of the major food manufacturers in Hong Kong. In 1954, Tao Da purchased a large plot of land in Ngao Tao Kok, Kwun Tong District, and built the Tao Da Industrial Village. In 1972, Tao Huadatong was acquired by the Kuala Lumpur-based Hentang Group. In his past life, the Hang Lung Group purchased Tao Da Industrial Village for 200 million Hong Kong dollars in 1978, acquiring 220 square feet of industrial land. They subsequently applied to the Hong Kong government to change the land use and built what would later become the renowned Tao Da Garden on the land of Tao Da Industrial Village, spanning 200 square feet, with a large real estate project containing 480 residential units and a shopping mall. After acquiring this plot of land, Xingyuan Real Estate could first apply to the Hong Kong government to change the land use. Currently, the real estate market had not yet heated up, so the government would not demand too much for land compensation. Then they would begin development on the land next year, selling it in 3 phases in 1977, 1979, and 1981. The first 2 phases were expected to generate around 500 million in revenue, which would allow Liu Yuanhao to feel that the funds would last until before 1980. With a solid plan in place, Liu Yuanhao immediately informed Chun Bo to arrange for someone to contact Tao Huadatong, offering 130 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase the land of Tao Da Industrial Village. The Hentang Group was primarily interested in Tao Huadatong's food and seasoning business and had no interest in the industrial land. At this time, the industrial land was very inexpensive. After selling Tao Da Industrial Village, they could not only choose a cheaper location in the new territories or outlying islands to expand their factory, but also retain a significant profit. After several rounds of negotiations, Xingyuan Real Estate acquired Tao Da Industrial Village for 160 million and then spent an additional 40 million Hong Kong dollars in land compensation to complete the change of land use. In the second half of 1975, Hong Kong's economy had completely shaken off the impact of the oil crisis and was beginning to recover comprehensively. Signs of a rising property market had already emerged, and several major real estate developers were also catching their breath, beginning to invest funds in expansion. Liu Yuanhao adjusted the operational direction of Xingyuan Real Estate, focusing on the development properties of the current 3 major projects, no longer obsessively pursuing the purchase of entire commercial buildings, but instead turning to invest in industrial buildings, scattered land, and residential properties. On September 7th, the 3rd free television station in Hong Kong, Jia Television, went on air, marking the shortest-lived television station in Hong Kong's history. Due to the restrictions imposed by the government when granting Jia Television its license, requiring the station to allocate part of its prime time to educational programming, Jia started off like a limping cripple from the very beginning, lacking competitive advertising revenue compared to Lease and TVB. Although the staff at Jia produced several classic dramas, the station never achieved a balance between income and expenditure. In 1977, the renowned Big Mouth Zhou Liangshi, who had been poached from TVB, lavishly spent money recruiting people. However, the company saw no improvement in income, and after struggling for 3 years, Jia announced its closure on August 21, 1978. The Hong Kong government had loose regulations on print media, allowing anyone to start a newspaper. However, it maintained strict control over television media licenses, having issued only 2 television licenses prior to Lease and TVB. Lease Television belonged to the British Lease Voice Company, making it a fully British-owned station. TVB was co-founded by Li Xiaohua, Xiao Yifeng, and Yu Jingwei, along with some British capital, but the share distribution remained predominantly British due to government requirements, with British shares concentrated in Hysan and HSBC at this time. Although there was Jardine Matheson among the 6 major shareholders of Jia Television, their shareholding was not substantial, and the remaining shareholders were all Chinese, indicating that the government's restrictions on shareholders of television stations had been relaxed. Liu Yuanhao immediately contemplated acquiring the shares of TVB from HSBC. If successful, coupled with his shares in Hysan, he could become the largest shareholder of TVB. At the end of August, Liu Yuanhao visited HSBC to discuss purchasing the shares of TVB held by HSBC with Shinbai. HSBC held these shares in response to government requirements, and now that the government had relaxed the restrictions on Chinese shareholders in television stations, HSBC had no compelling reason to hold on to these shares. At this time, Liu Yuanhao and HSBC were in a honeymoon period. Additionally, Liu Yuanhao not only provided Shinbai with a considerable consulting fee, but often sought out limited edition watches as gifts for Xinbai. This small gesture led Xinbai to agree without much hesitation, selling 30 of TVB shares to Liu Yuanhao for just 30 million. Zhao Yaji was arranged by Japan Airlines to fly on the Canada route, which she did not want to do and had already resigned. At this moment, TVB invited her to join. Initially hesitant upon learning that Liu Yuanhao had become the major shareholder of TVB, she immediately chose to join. Li Mini, whose film The Grand World at Golden Harvest did not perform well at the box office, was not offered a contract renewal by Golden Harvest after her contract expired, so she was also placed in TVB by Liu Yuanhao. On November 19th, a grand celebration event was being organized for the anniversary of the television station, with Xingyuan Investment as a major shareholder also invited. Liu Yuanhao was curious about what the TVB anniversary celebration would be like, so he attended with a sense of curiosity. In the 50s and 60s in Hong Kong, popular music was mainly dominated by Western music and old-style Mandarin love songs. Cantonese tunes were circulated among the people, but no Cantonese pop songs had been produced in the true sense and recorded. The prototype of modern Hong Kong music began with the songs Tearful Laughter and The Iron Tower in the Clouds from 1974. In terms of television dramas, it was not until 1971 that the television station produced its first color television drama, Shi Shi, and many dramas followed, yet they remained in a stage of exploration with limited impact. The first long-running television drama that sparked the local television production trend in Hong Kong, Crazy Tide, began filming in 1976, totaling 129 episodes, marking the shift of the station's focus towards television dramas. At this time, the station still had a theater troupe and a drama group with programs mainly focused on variety shows, and the flagship program was Happy Tonight, aired from Monday to Friday for an hour and a half each evening. After joining the station, Li Mini was assigned to host Happy Tonight due to her beautiful appearance and previous hosting experience at another television station. Zhao Yaji, upon joining the station, also entered the variety group, but expressed her desire to start from the basics, choosing to become an assistant director responsible for production, co-directing stage management, props, and costumes. Although it was tiring, she quickly grasped the entire program's procedures and operations. Liu Yuanhao did not comment on their job choices, knowing that as the station's focus shifted from variety shows to dramas, their roles would also be adjusted accordingly. How can one become a female star without filming? How can they engage in role-playing without filming? What use are they without filming? This anniversary celebration performance opened Liu Yuanhao's eyes, showing a significant difference from the anniversary galas decades later. It is rumored that Liu Su likes to watch acrobatic performances. Acts like flying trapeze and breaking stones on the chest are retained programs of TVB's anniversary. Not particularly famous artists cannot perform. Only superstars like Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok can qualify to perform. Though the rumors are unverified, the tradition of acrobatic performances likely began in this era. Liu Yuanhao was amazed by the various acrobatics, recognizing Zheng Xiaoqiu soaring in the sky and Xiao Yunfat walking on a tightrope. After the performance, the gala transitioned into the banquet segment. After becoming a shareholder, Liu Yuanhao had only visited the station once to invite Lu Su, and thereafter he never intervened in the station's operations, which pleased both Lu Su and Li Xiaohua. With Liu Yuanhao's Xingyuan Investment showing strong performance in real estate, he appeared to be a new real estate tycoon in Hong Kong, and the two were happy to make his acquaintance, leading to a lively conversation. Liu Yuanhao discussed the development direction of the station with Lu Su and Li Xiaohua, suggesting they focus on producing impactful dramas to counter the challenges posed by Jia Yi and consolidate their position. He then began to recommend Jin Yong's novels, believing that the station could persuade Jin Yong to grant the television rights to adapt his novels into dramas, which would surely attract high ratings. Liu Yuanhao's suggestion to focus on developing dramas aligned perfectly with Lu Zu's thoughts, and the idea of filming Jin Yong's stories excited him. The two became increasingly animated in their discussion, ultimately deciding to expedite the project. At this time, Jin Yong was revising and compiling his previously serialized novels for publication, and to promote his works, he would certainly not mind the television station adapting them into dramas. In the past life, the first Jin Yong drama was The Legend of the Condor Heroes, produced by Jia Yi in 1976. In this life, as a major shareholder of TVB, Liu Yuanhao naturally could not allow that title to slip away. The staff from the station came to toast and noticed several big shots engaged in an animated discussion with a young man. Upon inquiry, they learned that he was the head of Xingyuan Investment, the new shareholder, leading many to consider flattering him. Xingyuan Investment had frequently made headlines over the past year due to various large-scale acquisitions, being hailed as the real estate big friend and super water hose, gaining even more recognition in Hong Kong than the previous 5 major real estate companies, making even small bits of information profitable for ordinary citizens. Thus, the employees from the station who came to toast would stop by Liu Yuanhao to make an appearance, while most passerby who did not know him were politely dismissed after a few casual words. Those he had heard of in his previous life, such as Wang Tianlin, Zhao Zhenxiang, and Li Tianxing, he would chat a bit longer with. When familiar male actors like Chow Yun-fat and Zheng Xiaoqiu approached Lu Yuanhao was generous with his compliments. After Xingyuan Realty adjusted its business direction, Chen Bo discovered that someone was hoarding industrial land in the market. After gathering the company's senior executives for discussion, they decided to invest heavily in industrial buildings, and then came to report to Lu Yuanhao. Young Master, the senior management, has unanimously agreed that with the recovery of Hong Kong's economy, the demand for industrial buildings will significantly increase in the coming years. Previously, due to the stock market crash and oil crisis, industrial buildings experienced the largest decline among all real estate projects exceeding 40. We believe that in the coming years, industrial buildings will also see the largest increase, so we should consider investing. What is the current market situation for industrial land? Are there any competitors focusing on this area? Currently, several real estate competitors are acquiring land, but none are on a large scale. The largest is called Eagle King Realty. I found out that Eagle King borrowed a large sum from the bank and seems to be planning to go all in on industrial buildings. Upon hearing about Eagle King Realty, Lu Yuanhao remembered that this company sold nearly 3 million square feet of industrial buildings in 1977 for over 400 million, transitioning from a small real estate company to a well-known medium-sized company in Hong Kong. Lu Yuanhao had previously focused on milking profits from Li Huanghua and had shifted to Hang Lung Realty after that, successfully seizing the Taolai Garden project. Now switching to Eagle King Realty to capture a batch of industrial buildings was completely feasible. After all, what he was primarily targeting this life was seizing opportunities regardless of who it was. Chen Bo, your judgment is correct. I agree to purchase industrial land and develop industrial buildings. My opinion is to launch 2 to 3 million square feet of industrial buildings each year for the next 3 years, but remember that the operation time for this project cannot be too long. Everything must be released by 1979. Understood, young master. I will start arranging for the acquisition of industrial land right away. After the mainland began its reform and opening up in 1979, the heated situation for industrial buildings in Hong Kong would start to cool. By 1980, many factory owners in Hong Kong began choosing to establish factories in the mainland where costs were lower, leading to a decline in industrial buildings by 1981 ahead of other real estate projects. After the first Sino-British negotiations broke down in 1982, the industrial land in the new territories in Kowloon would face a drastic drop, with declines exceeding 90. Therefore, as long as all the industrial land and buildings are released before 1979, it would be a guaranteed profitable business, and there is no reason for him not to pursue it. Sir, here is today's newspaper and your coffee. Li Youting ushered Lu Yuanhao into his office, poured him a cup of coffee, and handed him the morning paper. Among the trio of secretaries, she had served Lu Yuanhao the longest, thus routine administrative duties naturally fell to her. At first, seeing how young he was, she mistook him for an easy mark, flirtatious, calculating, hoping to entice the young boss until he succumbed, granting her leverage. Yet Lu Yuanhao remained utterly unmoved. As his enterprise expanded steadily, this once potential stock matured into a blue-chip asset, perhaps even a market-leading titan, and her ambition shifted from manipulation to devoted pursuit. Especially after learning he already had 2 girlfriends, her impatience intensified. 1 year ago, summoning courage, she deliberately exposed herself while delivering documents, showcasing her striking figure with practiced nonchalance. Lu Yuanhao stared eyes wide, yet took no further action. Once she finished reporting, he dismissed her from his office as usual. After a day of anxious uncertainty, she received a salary increase, not incremental, but precisely doubled. He also designated a new lounge adjacent to the secretary's office for their exclusive use. Emboldened, Li Yiting resolved to press forward, frequently retreating to the lounge before entering his office. Her secret soon surfaced, discovered by the other 2 secretaries. Stunned, they declared, "If she may, so may we," and swiftly adopted the same strategy. Soon both received identical salary doublings. Lu Yuanhao never demanded such conduct, but whenever perks arose, he indulged openly without pretense or concealment. He viewed this not as a test for others, but as a personal challenge, to probe his own vulnerabilities. He drew an unyielding boundary. Such behavior was permitted solely within his office. Beyond its threshold, they were strictly secretaries. Any transgression meant immediate dismissal. That morning, sensing Lu Yuanhao's unusually good mood, Li Yuting bypassed the desk, approached him closely, and bent low to place the newspaper and coffee, her loosely buttoned blouse parting just enough to reveal a tantalizing glimpse. Lu Yuanhao glanced sideways, pale skin, delicate blush, all laid bare. He turned, fully studied the view with amused curiosity, then delivered a light, playful slap to her backside. "All right, today's perk is duly received. Now go get to work." With that, he picked up the newspaper and did not glance at her again. Humph, full of lust but lacking nerve. Probably drained dry by those 2 fox spirits. Offering yourself on a silver platter, yet still rejected. Frustrated by yet another failed attempt, Li Yiting muttered curses under her breath as she strode out. Such scenes had recurred many times before, yet she persisted, testing fate every few days. Sooner or later, she believed, even the most disciplined man would falter, No cat, she was certain, could resist fish forever. She had grasped his aesthetic, but misread his desires entirely. Had she understood him truly, she would not be serving as a secretary, but auditioning for television dramas at TVB. Once Li Yuting departed, Lu Yuanhao turned to the newspaper, where an article in the South China Morning Post immediately caught his eye. The long-rumored auction of the Jordan East land parcels had finally been officially announced, scheduled for the government land sale 6 months hence. This was standard Hong Kong procedure. Land parcels slated for auction were publicly disclosed 6 months in advance, ensuring developers had ample time to prepare bids. During the sluggish property markets of 1973 and 1974, the Hong Kong government withheld land sales entirely, raising less than 30 million Hong Kong dollars over 2 years. Traditionally, the government withheld prime land during downturns, offering only modest parcels, while releasing premium sites, even land kings, during booms, thereby boosting revenue and fueling real estate appreciation. Last year, sensing renewed market warmth, the government tested the waters with several small plots. Lu Yuanhao found them unremarkable and preferred to keep Xingyuan real estate discreet, so he dispatched a deputy to bid, perfunctorily securing none. This time, the Jordan East reclamation site spanned 580 square feet, divided into 6 parcels, 2 waterfront, 4 inland, comprising roughly 1/3 of the entire 1.8 million square foot reclaimed area. Clearly, the government intended to release these parcels incrementally, maximizing auction revenue through controlled scarcity. In his past life, most Jordan East land had been developed in the early 1980s. Due to height restrictions imposed by Kai Tak Airport's flight path, buildings rarely exceeded 10 to 16 stories, making Jordan East Hong Kong's last commercial hub, designed under the old standalone building paradigm, distinct from the later norm of 3-level basements supporting independent towers above. Moreover, the absence of pedestrian skybridges between malls and office towers created hazardous ground-level conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians, contributing significantly to Jordan East's lag behind neighboring Tsim Sha Tsui. Lu Yuanhao resolved to acquire all waterfront parcels outright. As for the inland ones, he would weigh options carefully, especially given his planned gold purchase this August, which would heavily strain liquidity. Having formulated his strategy, Lu Yuanhao summoned Zhang Jingxian, the secretary assigned to liaise with Xingyuan real estate, via internal line, preparing to dictate instructions for management execution. Take note, at the Jordan East waterfront land auction 6 months from now, my directive is. Zhang Jingxian meticulously recorded every word. Judging the matter important but not urgent, she approached his desk, stepped beside him, and bent low to place her notebook before him. Boss, please review. Did I miss anything? Lu Yuanhao turned his head. Same formula, same spectacle. In scale, it rivaled what he'd seen moments earlier. He admired it thoughtfully, then skimmed the notes, confirmed completeness, and delivered a light, familiar pat to her backside. Perk acknowledged, no omissions. Proceed with the task. Zhang Jingxian rolled her eyes and left disgruntled. She had served Lu Yuanhao for over a year. After her raise, she'd hoped for a breakthrough, but repeated attempts yielded nothing. To her knowledge, neither of the others had succeeded either. She had nearly abandoned hope. It was simply too difficult. Yet Li Yuting, seated alongside her in the secretarial office, persisted relentlessly, leaving her little choice but to keep pace. After all, the compensation was exceptional, and such a comfortable, high-paying role was rare. And who knew? Perhaps one day the boss might finally yield. Lu Yuanhao welcomed his secretary's daily flirtations with genuine amusement. Yet he observed only, treating them purely as light relief from work. Even if their advances grew bolder, he would still dismiss them immediately afterward. Still, should any choose to leave her post and become his kept companion, even for a few years, he would not object to indulging the arrangement. Upon receiving instructions from Lu Yuanhao, senior executives of Xingyuan Real Estate swiftly mobilized, immediately studying the auction documents to analyze competitors and formulate strategies. Although the plots varied in size, their location in Tsim Sha Tsui, a premier commercial district, meant each would normally command tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. With auction premiums, expected final bids were likely to reach hundreds of millions. Smaller and mid-sized property developers could thus be ruled out. Among locally established Chinese enterprises with sufficient capacity, only a handful remained credible contenders: Chung Kong Holdings, New World Development, Sun Hung Kai Properties, Henderson Land, Xingyuan Kaidak, Hang Lung Properties, and Hopewell Holdings. Hang Lung and Hopewell had suffered severe setbacks during the stock market crash and oil crisis and had yet to recover. Both could be eliminated. Chung Yutung of New World was famously averse to bidding wars and could therefore be disregarded. Sun Hung Kai and Henderson focused primarily on residential development and rarely participated in commercial land auctions. Li Ka-shing of Chung Kong Holdings preferred acquiring undervalued assets and avoided aggressive bidding. Defeating him merely required driving prices upward. Among foreign investors, Hong Kong Land consistently prioritized its central stronghold, while Wharf Holdings was preparing a massive harbor city development in Tsim Sha Tsui. Neither was likely to bid. Of particular concern were 2 Southeast Asian conglomerates: Kerry Group, led by Malaysia's Robert Kwok, and Sino Group, founded by Singapore's Ng Tung Fong. In his previous life, Sino Group, under Ng Tung Fong, had acquired the largest share of Tsim Sha Tsui East land parcels, developing iconic buildings, including the Tsim Sha Tsui Center and Empire Center, both featured in the Symphony of Lights multimedia spectacle, and the former also served as Sino Group's headquarters. The Kwok family secured one waterfront plot and one inland parcel, developing them into the Kowloon Shangri-La Hotel and the Andar Center respectively. Other developers, including Chinacham Group and the Hong Kong-based Kumagai Gumi, also acquired land there, constructing their respective headquarters. After careful deliberation, Liu Yuanhao narrowed his focus to 6 waterfront plots in the northern section along Yaotong Road in Tsim Sha Tsui East, the area formerly occupied by the Guanhua Center, Hershey Center, Dikwan Hotel, Hilton Tower, South Ocean Center, and Chinacham Plaza, totaling 12 parcels. He planned to acquire them collectively and implement an integrated master plan, linking all towers seamlessly, while deliberately avoiding past missteps, intending to redevelop the entire zone after the relocation of Kai Tak Airport. Plots further inland were abandoned due to capital constraints, not only to preserve liquidity, but also to avoid drawing collective opposition at auction, which might otherwise inflate prices to unsustainable levels. To counter Kwok's and Ng's groups and any unforeseen rivals, Xingyuan's executives convened privately for an entire day, ultimately deciding to partner with Kaidak Property Development in joint bidding. Kaidak would publicly signal intent to acquire the land, then tactically support Xingyuan's position during the auction. Since absorbing Xingyuan investment as its majority shareholder, Kaidak Property had secured a 25 million Hong Kong dollars loan from HSBC backed personally by Liu Yuanhao and raised another 25 million Hong Kong dollars through share issuance, providing 50 million Hong Kong dollars in working capital that enabled rapid development of its land bank. Coinciding with the property market's upturn this year, Wang Zhengxiang shed his earlier lethargy, now striding with palpable confidence. He readily accepted Xingyuan's proposal and immediately instructed his team to circulate rumors that Kaidak intended to secure the Tsim Sha Tsui East land parcels decisively. ParknShop had grown steadily over the past 2 years, opening 10 new stores using internally generated profits and bank financing, bringing its total to 30 outlets, achieving full coverage across all 9 administrative districts of Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, and capturing 30% of the Hong Kong retail market, narrowly trailing ParknShop's chief rival Welcome. Following Dairy Farm's acquisition by Hong Kong Land, Welcome underwent a period of internal turbulence. Once stabilized, it recognized ParknShop's rapid expansion as a direct threat to its dominance and prepared to launch a price war to consolidate its market share while slowing ParknShop's momentum. Upon learning of this, Qian Jiahao promptly reported to Liu Yuanhao, revealing that the price war initiative originated from Hong Kong Land's top management. Liu Yuanhao paused in surprise. If this was retaliation for Hong Kong Land's loss of the Kaiman construction contract, the timing seemed inexplicably delayed, as that incident had occurred nearly a year prior. If instead it was simply an attempt to provoke rivalry between the two supermarket giants, Hong Kong Land's intelligence should have clearly indicated that Liu Yuanhao's robust cash flow rendered him entirely unafraid of a protracted pricing battle. Unable to discern Hong Kong Land's true motive, he nevertheless felt no apprehension. When an opponent makes a move, one responds in kind. Relaxing visibly, he asked Qian Jiahao with a wry smile, "Tell me, what typically happens when the industry's 2 strongest players clash?" Qian Jiahao, highly attuned to office politics, shook his head instantly, not because he lacked insight, but because he understood precisely when his young boss wished to demonstrate strategic acumen and knew his role was to play along. When the top 2 fight, it is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th who perish. After a moment's reflection, Qian Jiahao's expression brightened with sudden comprehension. "So you mean, we can use this opportunity to eliminate smaller competitors and simultaneously expand our market share?" "Exactly. Welcome intends to wage a price war. Then we will fight it heat-in, matching every promotion and extending every campaign without hesitation. There is nothing to fear. We can sustain it, but smaller supermarkets cannot afford such prolonged expenditure. Let them collapse and we'll absorb their market share." "Brilliant, boss. Your foresight is truly extraordinary. I'd been fretting over this year's profitability, yet you're already envisioning far beyond." Qian Jiahao delivered an effusive compliment. "Well done. You may praise me more often." "I rather enjoy it," Liu Yuanhao replied with a wry glance. In the weeks before Lunar New Year, Welcome and ParknShop simultaneously launched large-scale promotional campaigns. Daily newspapers overflowed with discount announcements from both chains, prompting Hong Kong residents to flood the stores to purchase festive groceries. Even after the Lantern Festival, neither chain showed signs of scaling back. The promotions continued unabated. Smaller retailers soon faltered. They lacked the financial resilience for such extended discounting and were forced to abandon promotions, revert to standard pricing, and watch their sales dwindle. The campaigns lasted 6 months, far longer than small shops could endure, leaving them with no choice but closure or complete business pivots. By the end of the half year, fewer than 10% of independent supermarkets remained operational. The 2 giants then mutually ceased promotions. In the aftermath, Welcome's market share surged past 50%, while Park&Shop climbed to 40%. Together, they achieved near-total dominance over Hong Kong's retail sector. The Hong Kong government's Crown Land Auction has long been regarded as the barometer of Hong Kong's real estate market. Each auction draws property developers of all sizes, many of whom, though lacking the financial capacity to bid, closely observe land prices and peers' reactions to gauge future market trends. In early July, Liu Yuanhao attended his first government land auction in 1970s Hong Kong. Unlike the grand polished auctions he remembered from his previous life, this one felt modest, small in scale, with limited seating arranged tightly together. After receiving his bidding number and entering the venue, Liu Yuanhao chose a rear seat, offering an unobstructed view of the entire hall, then sat quietly, with eyes closed, conserving his energy. Wang Zengxiang, who had come to support him, demonstrated formidable connections. Numerous mid- and small-scale developers greeted him warmly. Having publicly declared his intention to acquire land that day, Wang was escorted by a crowd to a front-row seat. Though capital strength remains paramount in such auctions, bidding strategy is equally vital. Skillful tactics can yield substantial savings, for no one's funds materialize from thin air. As the auction commenced, the atmosphere surged with intensity. The first plot quickly soared to near market value, and when only a handful remained actively bidding, Liu Yuanhao raised his paddle. Once the price surpassed market value, only two bidders remained: Huang Tingfang of Sun Hung Kai Properties and Liu Yuanhao. Huang Tingfang, an outsider unfamiliar with Xingyuan property development, faced 6 plots up for auction that day. Uncertain of Liu Yuanhao's true intentions and holding strategic alternatives, he deliberately withdrew from the bidding for the first inland plot, allowing Liu Yuanhao to claim victory at a modest premium over market value. The second plot, a prime waterfront parcel, was one Liu Yuanhao was determined to secure. Once again, Sun Hung Kai emerged as his sole rival. This time, Huang Tingfang offered no quarter, engaging Liu Yuanhao in a fierce back-and-forth duel. When the price exceeded market value by 20%, Huang Tingfang repeatedly glanced over his shoulder, searching Liu Yuanhao's expression for clues. Yet Liu Yuanhao remained impassive. Each time Huang called a new figure, Liu instantly raised his paddle without hesitation. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Huang Tingfang ultimately yielded, leaving Liu Yuanhao to seize the second plot at a 25% premium. The third plot fell outside Liu Yuanhao's acquisition plan, but rather than rest, he re-entered the bidding during the latter half of the auction. This parcel was notably large, the biggest among the 3 already auctioned. Seeing Liu Yuanhao raise his paddle once more, Huang Tingfang flared with indignation. As a seasoned dragon crossing the river, how could he allow this local tiger to win 3 consecutive plots? Resolved to drive up the price, even if he failed to secure the land, Huang Tingfang decided to confront Liu Yuanhao heated. Back and forth they went, one utterly inscrutable, the other glaring with fierce determination, until the price surged past a 40% premium. The audience held its breath, eyes blazing with anticipation. When Liu Yuanhao's bid pushed the premium beyond 50%, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Sensing the moment ripe, Huang Tingfang placed one final bid, intending to withdraw immediately after Liu Yuanhao countered. At over 50% above market value, the price was already punishing enough. Yet after Huang's bid, no counteroffer followed, despite the auctioneer's eloquent entreaties. Alarmed, Huang whirled around, only to find Liu Yuanhao had lowered his paddle and closed his eyes. A cold jolt shot through Huang Tingfang. In that instant, he grasped the truth. Liu Yuanhao had mirrored his own ploy, and he himself had been outmaneuvered. True to form, Liu Yuanhao refused to escalate further. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, Huang Tingfang secured the third plot at a premium exceeding 50%. So enraged, he nearly spat blood. The fourth plot likewise lay beyond Liu Yuanhao's original plan, yet he repeated his earlier maneuver, re-entering the bidding in the auction's latter stage. Huang Tingfang's face darkened. Liu Yuanhao had just forced him to overpay by over 50% for one plot. He could not afford to let this become fodder for industry ridicule. A retaliation was non-negotiable. Convinced he had discerned Liu Yuanhao's ceiling, exactly 50%, he grew certain the fourth plot would again culminate in their private duel, transforming the entire auction into their personal arena. When the premium reached 40%, Liu Yuanhao maintained his unwavering rhythm and stoic composure, further cementing Huang's conviction. Emboldened, Huang called each new price with increasing resolve. Yet, just as the premium neared 50%, Liu Yuanhao abruptly ceased bidding. The gavel fell, and Huang Tingfang, caught utterly off guard, claimed his second plot at a premium hovering just below 50%. Though both had acquired 2 plots, Huang's average price per square foot exceeded Liu Yuanhao's by over 30%. On the verge of collapse, Huang resolved to pursue Liu Yuanhao relentlessly in the remaining rounds, no matter how steep the premiums might climb. His plan collapsed once more, beginning with the 5th plot. Liu Yuanhao ceased bidding entirely, reclining with eyes closed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zengxiang stepped forward and secured the final 2 plots at mere 10% premiums. Already renowned for his wide network, and having announced his intent to bid well in advance, Wang received deference from others who refrained from aggressive counterbidding. The sole potential rival Huang Tingfang, the dragon crossing the river, had fixated entirely on Lu Yuanhao, paying Wang no heed whatsoever. Thus Wang effortlessly claimed his advantage. By auctions in Xingyuan's Sun Hung Kai and Kaidak properties each held 2 plots. Superficially balanced, the outcome concealed a stark disparity. Sun Hung Kai's average acquisition cost per square foot exceeded those of the other 2 by over 30%. After the session adjourned, Huang Tingfang, now fully composed, approached Lu Yuanhao to offer his congratulations. Though suspecting he'd been outplayed, he retained enough grace to acknowledge the result with dignity. Lu Yuanhao responded with equal courtesy, extending warm congratulations, as if he bore no responsibility for the earlier maneuvers. All exchanged smiles, their surface harmony flawless. Yet the following morning's newspapers reignited Huang Tingfang's fury, sending his blood pressure soaring anew. Headlines across major publications proclaimed how Singapore's Sun Hung Kai, dubbed the dragon crossing the river, had been thoroughly outwitted by Hong Kong's local powerhouse, Xingyuan Property Development, and its parent-controlled Kaidak Realty. Sun Hung Kai had acquired the farthest inland least desirable plot, yet paid the highest price. Its per square foot cost exceeded the others by over 30%. Only upon reading the reports did Huang Tingfang learn that Kaidak Realty and Xingyuan were effectively one entity. Enraged, he cursed Lu Yuanhao as a sly, treacherous turtle, and accused Hong Kong developers of colluding to exploit outsiders. This auction thrust Lu Yuanhao into the public spotlight. Media outlets rushed to cover him, transforming him overnight into a household name. Sensationalist tabloids chasing circulation wove elaborate fictions around him, some lauding his mysterious background and untraceable capital, others declaring him a reincarnated god of wealth blessed with miraculous fortune. Amid the cacophony of speculation, Lu Yuanhao found himself alternately exasperated and amused. He recalled from his past life how fiercely venomous Hong Kong's print media could be, though until now he'd remained unaffected. This time he had finally witnessed their full, formidable power. Seeing that the gossip tabloids were becoming increasingly outrageous, Lu Yuanhao gave a command to the big shot Hua, for the first time demanding that he control these tabloids by any means necessary with no budget constraints. When the financier has business to attend to, the enforcers will do their job. These tabloids are not afraid of the wealthy. If a wealthy family were to sue them, it would only help them enhance their visibility. The worst that could happen from losing a lawsuit is bankruptcy, and they could simply change their name and continue their operations. However, they do fear the gangsters. In the eyes of major newspapers like Xingdao Daily and Ming Pao, these gangsters might seem insignificant, but if they were to deal with these tabloids, it would be akin to a culinary expert handling tofu. Each knows how to deal with the other. For those without gang connections, simply blocking the entrance, splattering paint, and making a phone call would suffice. One by one, they would all behave themselves and not dare to act recklessly. Over the years, Big Shot Hua had developed into a well-known figure within the gangs of Xiangjiang, possessing both wealth and influence. Everyone had to give him a modicum of respect. When the big financier dispensed his wealth this time, he quickly reined in the tabloids that had been writing slander about Lu Yuanhao, and soon there was no longer any gossip about him in circulation. On July 28th, TS experienced a natural disaster, and over 200 lives were taken in their sleep. As soon as the Xiangjiang media reported this incident, Lu Yuanhao personally approached the Xiangjiang New Society, expressing his intention to donate 20 million Hong Kong dollars to the disaster area as a token of his goodwill. Old Wang from the New Society personally received Lu Yuanhao and expressed high praise and heartfelt gratitude for his gesture. However, whether or not to accept the donation would need to be reported before a decision was made. Unfortunately, the domestic authorities rejected all aid, refusing to accept a single penny from any country or international organization. Old Wang felt very regretful about this outcome and personally called Lu Yuanhao to politely decline his donation. Although he was unable to donate this time, Old Wang greatly appreciated Lu Yuanhao's actions and laid the groundwork for future interactions. It is worth noting that at this time the government of Sakura country was vigorously licking its wounds domestically. After the disaster, it was the first to voice its intention to provide aid to the disaster area, but the announced donation amount was only $1 million. Lu Yuanhao's 20 million Hong Kong dollars translates to over $3.5 million, which is 3.5 times the amount the Sakura government proposed to donate. By the end of July, international gold prices fell from 186 per ounce at the beginning of 1975 to 112 per ounce, experiencing a continuous decline for a year and a half, a drop of nearly 40. Lu Yuanhao knew that in August the gold price would continue to dip down to the 100 per ounce mark before starting to rise, eventually soaring towards the historical peak of 850 per ounce. He began contacting 5 banks he had previously collaborated with, preparing to make another round of moves in the gold market. Lu Yuanhao's previous 2 gold trades had left a profound impression on several banks, as each time he bought in the prices would skyrocket immediately, and as soon as he sold they would plummet. His timing was so precise that it was truly astonishing. After more than 2 years, Liu Yuanhao was preparing to acquire gold again at the price of 110 per ounce, and they naturally welcomed him with open arms. The bank's loan interest rate had already dropped to 8 per annum. Liu Yuanhao thought about signing for 2 years this time, following the previous capital protection and interest plan, with the total interest on a loan of 1.6 billion amounting to 2.56 billion. In addition to handling fees and storage costs, he could only withstand a drop of 6 with a 5-fold leverage in gold, and Liu Yuanhao hoped the bank would relax it to at least 12. After all, after he put out 2 billion Hong Kong dollars as principal, his cash flow would sharply decrease, and he did not want to continue digging into his margin. The feedback from several banks was very positive. Currently, the Liu family's industries, whether in real estate or supermarkets, were flourishing, so there was no need to worry about the issue of repaying loans if the gold price fell below the cost of holding. At the beginning of August, Liu Yuanhao finalized contracts with 5 banks, each depositing 400 million Hong Kong dollars in principal into designated bank accounts, and the banks provided 1.6 billion in leveraged funds to begin purchasing gold in the spot market. This time, he leveraged a total of 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, which could buy around 520 tons of gold. To be safe, it would take at least a month to complete the warehouse construction. Liu Yuanhao was not in a hurry. After all, the international gold price in August was the lowest point for the next few years, so he could buy slowly. Even if it were to drag into early September, it would not matter. In August, the Hong Kong government announced a batch of procurement information, and a bidding notice for land reclamation in Shotton New Town caught Liu Yuanhao's attention. To develop the Shotton New Town, the Hong Kong government planned to conduct a land reclamation project in the waters of Shotton covering an area of up to 6 million square feet. Liu Yuanhao noticed this piece of land because he knew it was the famous Shotton First City in his past life. There were many reports online about Shotton First City in his previous life, stating that in 1977, Li Shaoqi, along with Li Huanghua, Cheng Yutong, and Ku Zixing, acquired the land for Shotton First City for only 20 million, constructing 52 buildings of 30 stories and 2 shopping centers along with other supporting public facilities. The entire project was divided into 7 phases, and when the first phase opened, it coincided with a downturn in the Xinjiang property market. Li Shaoqi adopted a strategy of renting only, holding all units until 1996, resulting in a staggering profit of 40 billion. With this project, Li Shaoqi successfully surpassed Li Huanghua, topping the wealth rankings in Xinjiang in 1996. Although the claim that they acquired the land for 20 million is somewhat exaggerated, the actual situation was that the company they formed secured the reclamation project for that amount, and then several parties continued to invest money to complete nearly 6 million square feet of reclamation, from which they developed around 1.44 million square feet of land for residential property. However, the latter part of the report, stating that the entire Shotton First City sold for 40 billion, is indeed credible. How could Liu Yuanhao let such a project slip into Li Shaoqi's hands? He certainly had to intercept it. He instructed Chun Bo to contact Li Shaoqi, Cheng Yutong, Ku Zixing, and others to form a company to bid for the Shotton reclamation project, and then find a way to secure this project separately, even if it meant spending a bit more money. At the beginning of September, the 5 banks gradually reported back that the gold spot warehouse construction was completed, with a total purchase of 519 tons of gold at an average buy-in price of 106 per ounce. With this batch of gold by the year 1980, Liu Yuanhao would no longer be short on cash and would no longer need to look at others' faces. His cash flow was still below 1.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, but Xingyuan real estate would start to bring in funds continuously from the end of this year. Industrial buildings and ordinary residences had been surging this year, and the market conditions were just right, completely capable of supporting his upcoming plans. At the end of October, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Li Mini and Zhao Yaji to clear their schedules. Their birthdays were less than 20 days apart, and Liu Yuanhao planned to take both of them on a trip to Europe, celebrating their birthdays along the way. A year ago, the two of them were placed together by Liu Yuanhao after accidentally getting drunk. Although they had been trying hard to guard against it, they couldn't resist the many holidays throughout the year. Liu Yuanhao, who had no shame, was always trying to find reasons to bring them together, even facing a situation of competing suitors without fear, and thus managed to succeed a few more times. Their boundaries were repeatedly crossed, and they gradually gave up on resistance. Especially after joining the wireless TV station and starting to film dramas, they became more accustomed to such situations. The entertainment industry really has a strong influence on people. Liu Yuanhao's increasingly robust physique could easily take control of both of them, no longer requiring the effort he had to exert the first time. In the passionate and romantic streets of Paris, the fashionable and elegant Milan Square, the magnificent Greek temples, the beautiful Swiss villages, and the ancient and mysterious British castles, the three left countless footprints in Europe. Liu Yuanhao also took the opportunity to order a 230-foot 3-deck luxury yacht in Italy, which would take more than 3 years just to build. It's not that he wanted a longer one, it's just that the current yacht technology could not achieve it. After visiting the gold reserves stored in the vaults of 5 banks in Switzerland and the UK, both women looked starry-eyed and weak all over for the first time, daring to take the initiative towards Liu Yuanhao. Therefore, the saying that wealth is the best aphrodisiac for women has a certain truth to it. At the Shallow Bay Villa, Lu Yuanhao and Li Mini enjoyed a candlelit dinner to celebrate their third anniversary together. When they first began dating, Lu Yuanhao had promised her an annual allowance of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. But over the past 3 years, he had already given her far more than 3 million, even exceeding 10 million. Given the depth of their current relationship, the original 3-year agreement was naturally obsolete. These 3 years with Lu Yuanhao had been the happiest and most fulfilling of Li Mini's life. Professionally, the television drama Rampant Surge produced by TVB had skyrocketed her to fame across Hong Kong, flooding her with film offers, though she remained highly selective and no one at TVB dared question her choices. In private life, Lu Yuanhao doted on her extravagantly, granting nearly every request. Though she shared him with Zhao Yazi, they still enjoyed intimate, undisturbed moments like this each week, moments she cherished all the more for their rarity. Especially after witnessing Lu Yuanhao's staggering wealth in Europe, her deepest wish had become bearing him a child. After dinner, they lingered lazily before the television, then ascended the stairs to soak in the bathtub. Li Mini gently traced Lu Yuanhao's 8-pack abs, savoring the raw power coiled within those taut, unyielding muscles. Lu Yuanhao teased that her starry-eyed gaze made her seem like a mischievous elder sister tempting a boy, and swatted away her wandering hands. She chuckled softly, leaned back against his chest, and guided his arms around her waist. Husband, now that it's just you, me, and Aji, do you ever feel bored? Have you ever thought of seeking another woman? I've simply yet to meet anyone who catches my eye. Humph, won't even lie to me for comfort. How annoying. I've already won you over. No need to keep lying. I don't believe you. Still, husband, if there's ever something you need me to do, just say the word. I'll do it, without hesitation. Lu Yuanhao raised an eyebrow, startled. What was this sudden declaration of loyalty? He cast her a skeptical glance. Would you even help me court another woman? If you ask it, I'll do it, willing or not. Why, oi? Lu Yuanhao was momentarily speechless. Li Mini paused, then spoke slowly. Relying solely on beauty is unsustainable. I'm several years older than you, and once younger, prettier women fill our household, I fear I'll fade into irrelevance. Since you've agreed to accept me, and even permitted me to bear your child, I wish to prove myself indispensable, not only for my own sake, but for the sake of our child. Her words left Lu Yuanhao utterly silent. In his long-term vision, the women in his household would never be entangled in his business affairs. At most, he'd allocate them real estate or stock portfolios. Yet without shared interests or mutual stakes, even parenthood might not guarantee lasting bonds. Even in marriage, where love alone stripped of practical alliance often proves naive, how much more fragile was their unconventional arrangement? He had accepted Li Mini primarily for her grace and devotion, but in his past life, after childbirth, her appearance and figure had deteriorated markedly. If history repeated itself, he feared he might gradually overlook her. Indeed, Li Mini possessed remarkable clarity of mind. Since you speak so boldly, there's a girl named Guan Jiahui at Marinol Convent School. Bring her to me within 6 months. After careful consideration, Lu Yuanhao decided to test her resolve. Yes, husband, I will succeed. On January 14, 1977, the Mass Transit Railway Corporation announced a public tender in the newspapers inviting bids for the development rights of the former General Post Office site. Interested parties were required to submit proposals by April 1st. The MTR project was the largest public infrastructure initiative since Hong Kong's founding. In November 1975, the Hong Kong government approved construction of the Modified Initial System, a network linking Central to Kwun Tong, comprising the Kwun Tong Line Kwun Tong to Shek Kip Mei and the Tsuen Wan Line Mong Kok to Central. This tender specifically covered the above-ground developments atop Central Station and Admiralty Station along the Tsuen Wan Line. As the busiest and most strategically vital stations across the entire MTR network, their integrated developments promised the highest profitability of any property in the system. Since late 1976, rumors of this tender had swirled relentlessly through the press. Lu Yuanhao had patiently awaited its official announcement. The moment the notice appeared, he immediately instructed Uncle Chun to convene a senior management meeting at Xingyuan Real Estate to strategize how to secure the bid. At the meeting, Lu Yuanhao opened with these words. We must win the development rights for Central and Admiralty stations, even though they lie squarely within Hong Kong Land's historic stronghold. His declaration drew a collective rapt gaze from every executive present. Hong Kong Land again. Was their boss fated to clash with them? Last time Jinmin Construction had humbled Hong Kong Land, now he intended to storm their very heartland. Frankly, it was exhilarating. Regarding the MTR's tender, we needn't concern ourselves with competitors. Instead, we must discern precisely what the MTR truly requires, and then craft the most compelling tailored proposal accordingly. Hong Kong Land has grown arrogant over decades. Their bid will inevitably center on their priorities, not the MTR's. Therefore, I am certain they will fail. This is our opportunity. His words struck them like a sudden clarifying rain. Having previously operated at lower tiers, they rarely engaged in such high-stakes tenders, and thus easily fell into self-referential thinking overlooking the tenderer's latent needs. Now let us jointly analyze the MTR's core requirements. The MTR's construction funding derived from three primary sources: long-term low-interest bank loans guaranteed by the Hong Kong government, capital raised through its own stock issuance, and profits from joint development of station-integrated properties with real estate firms. In essence, the MTR was cash-strapped. Its paramount demand of developers therefore was clear: maximize its financial return from these station developments. Nods of agreement rippled through the room, followed by effusive praise. Then the discussion turned to strategies for boosting the MTR's revenue. In his past life, Li Huanghua had wrested these two developments from Hong Kong Land's grasp. Lu Yuanhao remembered Li Huanghua's winning terms with perfect clarity and knew that merely enhancing them slightly would guarantee victory this time. Though proposals weren't due until late March, involving the team now served dual purposes: fostering ownership and identifying the sharpest strategic minds, a subtle, effective method of talent selection. After all, Li Huanghua had been among Hong Kong's most astute and visionary businessmen in his past life. Anyone at Xingyuan who could conceive a plan matching, or surpassing, his would unquestionably merit promotion to the innermost leadership circle. As the group debated, Lu Yuanhao drew Uncle Chen aside to discuss another matter. How is the bidding process for the Sha Tin land reclamation project progressing? I approached Li Kashing first, proposing a joint venture to bid collectively, thus preventing an inflated price. He agreed immediately. Then together we approached Cheng Yutong and Kwok Taxing. They both consented to join as well. Excellent. Keep close oversight. The winning bid price will be modest. The true value lies in post-reclamation development and ultimate property ownership. I intend to acquire the entire parcel regardless of cost. Understood, young master. I will manage this personally. In Hong Kong, reclamation projects typically attracted low bid prices, as the winning firm bore full responsibility for financing and executing the entire reclamation. Upon completion, at least 70% of the reclaimed land would be surrendered to the Hong Kong government for public housing and community facilities. The remaining portion alone would belong to the developer. In his past life, after reclamation, the consortium led by Li Kashing received approximately 1.44 million square feet of developable land. Land reclamation remained the premier avenue for Hong Kong developers to acquire vast contiguous tracts of land, the most illustrious example being Hong Kong Land's reclamation in Central, which catapulted the group to dominance in the heart of the city. Lu Yuanhao coveted this prize intensely, especially knowing from his past life the immense latent value of the Sha Tin site. Securing it was non-negotiable. As for acquiring the entire Sha Tin First City development post-reclamation, that would depend on evolving circumstances. For a 40 billion Hong Kong dollars enterprise-intensive early-stage planning and investment were not only justified, they were essential. In early February, the consortium, Xingyuan Henderson Land New World Development and Sun Hung Kai Properties, quietly secured the Sha Tin reclamation contract for 20 million Hong Kong dollars under the banner of Bay Property Development. Lu Yuanhao's 40 billion Hong Kong dollars endeavor had taken its first decisive step. In December of 1976, the first batch of industrial buildings constructed by Xingyuan Real Estate was completed. The 1.5 million square foot industrial building was immediately sold out upon release, bringing in funds of 200 million. The net profit approached 100 million. Chunbo initially wanted to push the Sai Shihu building on the Sai Shihu land and the Xingyuan New Village on the Taiku Valley land to the market in one go, but Lu Yuanhao disagreed, setting the launch date for both projects on the Lantern Festival in early March 1977. He then proposed a model room plan for the future, requiring that each of the two communities have a model room decorated for citizens to visit when purchasing a home. This novel promotional method received strong support from the senior management, who all praised it enthusiastically. The Lunar New Year in 1977 was relatively late, arriving on February 17th. 2 months was enough time for Xingyuan Real Estate to prepare several exquisitely decorated model rooms. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, all the model rooms were completed. In addition to the hard decoration, they were furnished with furniture, appliances, and various soft decorations according to Lu Yuanhao's requirements, not pursuing practicality, but ensuring absolute beauty and sophistication. Lu Yuanhao took the senior management of Xingyuan Real Estate to visit the model rooms. With his past lives perspective, he thought they were just average, but the senior executives who had never seen model rooms before were very excited, believing that home buyers would definitely be aroused to purchase upon seeing such model rooms, praising their boss for breaking new ground in Hong Kong's real estate history. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, advertisements for Xingyuan Real Estate's 2 new developments began appearing in Hong Kong's newspapers and on television. Meanwhile, employees from the sales department carried exquisite brochures featuring various floor plans and model room photos to Central Causeway Bay, Tsim Sha Tsui, and other high-foot traffic areas for street promotions. Xingyuan Real Estate had frequently made headlines in the newspapers over the past 2 years, becoming a prominent figure in the real estate industry. Many people were aware of it, and upon seeing a Xingyuan real estate's advertisements, numerous ordinary citizens gathered around the sales staff to catch the excitement. Sir, the Sai Shihu building in the North Point area newly launched by Xingyuan Real Estate offers 3 layouts, 650 square feet, 850 square feet, and 1,100 square feet. Right outside is the Sai Shihu Park that the government plans to build with a beautiful environment and convenient transportation. Would you like to take a look? Miss, would you like to check out the newly opened large development, Xingyuan New Village? Right at the entrance is the Kongyi Plaza and Taiku City Center, making shopping very convenient. The new project offers 4 layouts, 550 square feet, 750 square feet, 950 square feet, and 1,250 square feet. Reservations allow participation in a lottery with rich prizes, with the first prize worth 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Sales staff enthusiastically promoted the properties, distributing brochures to everyone they encountered. Citizens who received the promotional materials were quickly attracted by the exquisite images, eagerly inquiring about the authenticity of the photos and the property prices. These are all photos of our model rooms, completely authentic and reliable. We welcome everyone to visit, and we have prepared free meals and fruits. Anyone interested in buying a house can come to learn more. The price per square foot for the Sai Shihu building is 418 Hong Kong dollars, and all layouts can be mortgaged up to 90. Before moving in, the minimum payment is only 2800 Hong Kong dollars. First come, first served for pre-purchase. The price per square foot for Xingyuan New Village is 398 Hong Kong dollars with a maximum of 90 mortgage. The minimum payment before moving in is only 220 Hong Kong dollars. Limited quantities are available, and buying it means profiting. After 10 days of intense promotion on March 4th, the Lantern Festival, both the Sai Shihu building and Xingyuan New Village opened for sale on the same day. Lu Yuanhao took Zhao Yaji for an inspection. There was a steady stream of visitors to the model rooms of both developments, including quite a few peers. The elegant and exquisite model rooms left everyone in awe, with many visual enthusiasts even expressing a desire to purchase the model units directly. Peers came to see the novelty of the model rooms and praised Xingyuan Real Estate, giving it a thumbs up after the visit. This model is easily replicable, and they can implement something similar during their own property openings. It doesn't cost much, but effectively attracts customers. Hua Qiji, the sales director at Xingyuan Real Estate, reported with a beaming face to Lu Yuanhao that the sales situation for both developments was very good, with the sales department predicting that they could sell out within half a month. The Sai Shihu building consists of a total of 15 residential buildings offering 925 units, while Xingyuan New Village comprises 12 residential buildings providing 2,840 units. The two developments are expected to bring in 700 million Hong Kong dollars, which can be used for the subway company's bid next month. Sir, with the housing market so hot right now, should I buy a few units as an investment? What do you think? Zhao Yaji, seeing so many buyers, also had the idea of following suit and investing in a few units. Sure, it's fine to buy a few more units. You have many siblings at home, so buying them for your own use or as investments is perfectly fine. If you buy now, in 2 or 3 years the value will at least double. If you find it troublesome, you can just hold on to them and collect rent. The Hong Kong real estate market is just starting. It will skyrocket in the future. So sir, where do you think is the best place for me to buy a house? I'd like to buy a place in the southern district of Hong Kong Island, preferably close to the Qing Shui Wan filming location, so I don't have to rush during filming. For the current houses, as long as you don't go to the new territories, you can buy with your eyes closed. If you don't have enough money, just let me know. You're so kind, sir. Zhao Yaji gave Lu Yuanhao a kiss, her face full of happiness. In mid-March, it was time for publicly listed companies to release their annual reports. Lu Yuanhao arranged for the finance personnel at HK to report. Qi Dezun was very dissatisfied with the 1976 annual report of HK and wanted to manipulate the report to inflate profits. The two accountants assigned to monitor Qi Dezun were there to prevent such actions. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yuanhao immediately notified Chen Bo to bring accountants and lawyers to HK under the pretense of auditing, keeping an eye on Qi Dezun and denying him the opportunity to manipulate the figures. Hong Kong real estate began to gradually recover in the second half of 1975, supported by Lu Yuanhao's 200 million loan. During the past year, Qi Dezun made many grand promises and painted grand visions in the board meetings, but the operational results of HK could only maintain a break-even point, with net profits barely reaching 20 million. The shareholders of HK were very disappointed with Qi Dezun, believing he was ambitious yet lacked the capability to manage HK well. Moreover, the stake at risk in the betting agreement belonged to Qi Dezun. It had nothing to do with the other shareholders. If they replaced Qi Dezun with someone else to manage the situation at HK, might improve significantly, or at least not worsen. For more than a year, Lu Yuanhao maintained decent relationships with the other directors. Faced with this situation, the directors tacitly chose not to help either side. Without the support of the board of directors, Qi Dezun had no way to manipulate the annual report in response to Chen Bo's audit request. However, he remained unyielding, ultimately seeking pressure from the government in hopes of having Shun by persuade Lu Yuanhao to abandon the betting agreement. At this time, Shunbai had already risen to the position of a big boss at HSBC. Although he looked down on Qi Dezun, he still met with Liu Yuanhao under the pretense of government officials accompanying him. Liu Yuanhao knew that it was not yet time for him to take over HK. In his past life, Li Huanghua took over HK shares from HSBC in 1979, but HK was dominated by British management, making it impossible for him to influence its operational decisions initially. He could only showcase his capabilities while bearing all expenses himself without seeking reimbursement from HK, creating an image of being wholeheartedly public-minded. Gradually, he acquired stocks on the market to increase his equity share, finally being elected as chairman of the board of HK in 1981. Liu Yuanhao believed that facing the current British capital in Hong Kong, he could rally one faction against another, but he did not yet have the ability or need to challenge the entire British capital group. It was necessary to concede appropriately. This was the nature of the times. He could only go with the flow. However, he was determined to secure Qi Dezun's shares. Not even Jesus could stop him. Thus, when facing Shunbai and the government officials, he clearly stated that the betting agreement was signed in the presence of both parties' lawyers and had legal effect. If Qi Dezun failed to fulfill the betting agreement, he would certainly lose his shares and would not hesitate to go to court. However, given that there were many British employees within HK, he hoped that the new big boss would be British while retaining his position as a major shareholder and his advisory rights regarding HK's operations. Shunbai and the government were relatively satisfied with Liu Yuanhao's statement. As long as he did not interfere with the daily operations of the company, being a major shareholder would still be acceptable to the British. One of the four major trading houses, Jardine Matheson, is currently in such a situation with the British Martin at the helm of the company, yet the largest shareholder, Zhang Yuliang, is Chinese. While the two new projects of Xingyuan Real Estate are still hot in sales, the company's management has shifted its focus to the MTR bidding. After several rounds of discussions, the senior management reached a consensus on several points. First, to design the properties above the two subway stations as first-class commercial complexes. Second, that the land fees paid to the government by the MTR Corporation would be split equally, while all construction costs for the properties above the stations would be borne entirely by Xingyuan Real Estate. Third, once the properties are completed, they would be sold in layers without retaining any for leasing. Fourth, both parties would jointly develop the project, sharing profits on a 5,050 basis. Liu Yuanhao was not satisfied with the outcome that the management of Xingyuan Real Estate had negotiated. It was still too conservative, and using this plan to bid would be unlikely to succeed. Let alone Li Huanghua, the bidding conditions from other companies probably wouldn't be significantly worse than what they proposed. Of course, the most aggressive was still Li Huanghua. To be fair, without some real skills, he wouldn't have achieved such commercial success in his past life. For the properties above the two subway stations, although Li Huanghua profited 70 million, the profit margin was less than 10, far below the average profit margin in the real estate industry, with the majority of profits going to the MTR Corporation. However, the reputation he gained was invaluable. At the end of March, Liu Yuanhao submitted the slightly modified proposal from Xingyuan Real Estate to the MTR Corporation. On April 4th, Tang Xian, the chairman of the board of the MTR Corporation, held a press conference to announce that they would first sign a development agreement for the property above Central Station with Xingyuan Real Estate, while the agreement for the property above Admiralty Station would be signed later. At the press conference, Tang Xian told the reporters present several companies expressed great interest in cooperating with our company, leading to fierce competition. All proposals were thoroughly studied, and the result is that Xingyuan Real Estate emerged victorious, as their proposal was more attractive to our company. The properties above the two subway stations will be sold in layers with profits shared between the MTR Corporation and Xingyuan Real Estate, with the MTR Corporation taking the larger share. The property above Central Station covers an area of 2270 square feet and will be constructed as a first-class mixed-use commercial building with 37 floors of offices. Previously, the media in Xinjiang unanimously believed that the winning bid would be Lanxi. When the bidding news first broke, even before Lanxi publicly declared its intention to participate, the media was already proclaiming Lanxi's inevitable victory, suggesting that competing with Lanxi was akin to hitting a stone with an egg. Central on Hong Kong Island is Lanxi's stronghold. The founder of Lanxi, Paul Chater, was involved in the reclamation of Central District, obtaining substantial land concessions from the government, and subsequently built over 10 skyscrapers on that land. Lanxi Plaza and the Recreation Plaza are located on either side of the future Central Subway Station, which happens to be situated on Choter Road, while to the south of Choter Road lies Choter Garden Plaza. Just looking at the names of these properties and streets, as well as their owners, one can imagine Lanxi's position in the Central District. Admiralty Station is merely over 100 meters away from Choter Garden Plaza, practically right under Lanxi's nose. Whoever can secure the property rights above Central and Admiralty subway stations would be akin to penetrating the heart of Central, snatching food from the mouth of the sitting tiger Lanxi. A reporter from the South China Morning Post once interviewed the senior executive of Lanxi, Niu Bijian, regarding the bidding, but Niu Bijian did not disclose the bid details, and made no comments on who will win, only confidently stating the bidding result is the best answer. Now that the best answer has emerged, it gives one the déjà vu feeling of the beloved has married, and the groom is not him. The Xinjiang media went into a frenzy, having previously hyped Lancy to extremes. Now they are criticizing it just as fiercely. Various newspapers began reporting on Xingyuan defeating Lancy, as Xingyuan Real Estate rose from being a trendy real estate company to a top-tier player. Tsingtao Daily reported over 30 consortiums participated in the bidding, more than double the number from previous bids. In the Kowloon section, renowned real estate companies such as Lancy Chungkong Swire and the Dio Consortium, as well as Huabaimai Company, the Jinyan Group, and the Ho Ingdong Group all took part in the bidding, with Xingyuan Real Estate emerging victorious in the end. Hong Kong Economic Times reported the site, valued at approximately $2 Hong Kong per billion, was fiercely contested by over 30 major consortiums and was won by Xingyuan Real Estate. Ming Pao reported this land king, with an average land price of HKD 1 per square foot, had long been coveted by major consortiums, and ultimately Xingyuan Real Estate won. According to the MTR Corporation, the main reason is the exceptionally favorable conditions listed in the proposal submitted by Xingyuan Real Estate, which uniquely obtained the development rights for the site in cooperation with the MTR Corporation. Subsequently, several key terms from Xingyuan Real Estate were uncovered by the media. The Government's Works Bureau estimated the value of the original site of the Central Post Office to be $2 Hong Kong 44 billion, which was allocated to the MTR Corporation at the estimated original price. The MTR Corporation wanted to use a combination of cash and stock to pay for the land, but the government insisted on full cash payment. One of Xingyuan Real Estate's conditions was to pay the MTR Corporation a lump sum of $2 Hong Kong 44 billion for the land fee immediately after winning the bid, ensuring that the MTR Corporation had sufficient cash to construct the subway. Additionally, the estimated 400 million Hong Kong dollars construction cost would also be entirely borne by Xingyuan Real Estate. Ultimately, Xingyuan Real Estate broke the convention of splitting profits equally between cooperating parties, with the MTR Corporation taking 52 of the profits from the developed properties, while Xingyuan Real Estate took 48. After seeing the newspaper reports, Li Huanghua pounded his chest in frustration. In 1976, he raised 110 million Hong Kong dollars by issuing new shares overseas, then negotiated a credit limit of 200 million Hong Kong dollars loan with Bank of America. With Chungkong's profit reserves, Li Huanghua prepared 400 million Hong Kong dollars for this MTR bidding, but ultimately fell short by a step. The core cooperation terms proposed by Chungkong were to pay the land fee of $2 Hong Kong 44 billion in installments to the MTR Corporation, with Chungkong covering all construction costs, and the sales split being 51 to the MTR Corporation. Because two of those key terms were just slightly lower than those of Xingyuan Real Estate, he ultimately lost the bid. These terms were formulated by Li Huanghua after several nights of pondering, and only he knew them, so there was no possibility of a leak. He thought it was his lack of determination compared to Lu Yuanhao. Little did he know that Lu was playing an open card. Shunbai unusually took the initiative to invite Lu Yuanhao for afternoon tea, expressing warm congratulations on Xingyuan Real Estate winning the MTR bid, and in his words he rejoiced at Lancy's misfortune, even revealing that the major shareholder, the Keswick family, was very dissatisfied with Niu Bijian's failure to win the bid, with internal strife within Lancy intensifying, hoping Lu Yuanhao could continue to give Lancy trouble. The senior management of the company did not expect to truly step on Lancy's victory this time, and also understood the true meaning behind the little boss words about helping the MTR Corporation make more money, praising him for his foresight and showering him with compliments. Even old Wang from the New Society called to congratulate Lu Yuanhao on successfully securing the properties above the two subway stations, inviting him for tea when he has time. Lu Yuanhao's popularity reached new heights at 21 years old. He was an unmarried billionaire with limitless prospects, a rarity in all of Xinjiang, with suitors knocking on his door seeking introductions through Wang Xingxiang. The second government auction of land reclamation sites in Tsim Sha Sui East saw Lu Yuanhao fiercely contested by rival property developers. Li Huanghua, having recently lost the MTR tender, held substantial cash reserves and abandoned his usual cautious bidding strategy at government auctions, teaming up with Sun Hung Kai Properties to make a decisive move at the auction. Carey Group, founded by Malaysian tycoon Robert Kwok, entered the auction with clear ambition, determined to assert its authority as a formidable interloper from across the border. Lu Yuanhao refrained from tactical maneuvering this time. Despite targeted opposition from peers, he secured 2 prime coastal plots and 2 inland plots, exactly as he had long intended, though the premium soared to 60%, signaling an all-out high-stakes confrontation. The joint venture formed by Chungkong Holdings and Sun Hung Kai Properties also claimed 2 plots with premiums nearing 60%. Neither side granted the other quarter. Their rivalry was defined by mutual attrition. Other developers faded into the background. Though Robert Kwok had confidently declared his intent to compete, he was left utterly stunned by the intensity of the bidding war. and eventually withdrew entirely content instead to observe the fierce duel between Xingyuan property and the Chung Kong Sun Hung Kai alliance. After the auction concluded, though each side privately wished the other struck down by misfortune upon leaving the venue, Lu Yuanhao, Li Huanghua, and Huang Tingfang exchanged formal congratulations, maintaining an outward veneer of cordiality. By late June, the hedging agreement between Xingyuan Investment and Hutchison Whampoa expired. Although Hong Kong's property market had risen this year, yielding modest improvement in Hutchison's first-half financials, it still fell far short of the 400 million Hong Kong dollars net profit target. Lu Yuanhao had preemptively locked down contractual terms, installed his own personnel to monitor finances closely, and even resisted direct appeals to the Hong Kong government. With no recourse left, Sir Douglas Clogg was forced to cede 30% of his shares and exit in quiet disgrace. Lu Yuanhao now held 48% of Hutchison's equity, becoming its largest shareholder, in accordance with prior agreements with both the Hong Kong government and Sir John S. B. Sutton. He respectfully declined the chairmanship of the board, and instead proposed during the board meeting the urgent appointment of a British national as chief executive officer. This gesture earned him strong favor among all British directors, and his proposal passed unanimously. Hutchison's Human Resources Department acted swiftly. Within days of the board's resolution to appoint a new CEO, it submitted a short list of qualified British candidates. After thorough due diligence, the board nominated Wally Weil as the company's new chief executive officer. Widely regarded in Hong Kong as a corporate physician, Weil had rescued numerous firms on the brink of collapse. Given Weil's professional history, he appeared precisely the leader Hutchison needed at that critical juncture. In reality, however, Weil had previously served almost exclusively as a strategic advisor, not as an operational chief, having never helmed a major corporation. He was thus hardly the optimal choice. In his previous life, when Weil assumed leadership of Hutchison, he achieved modest successes, but failed to resolve its deep-rooted structural problems or elevate the conglomerate to a new tier of excellence. Lu Yuanhao deliberately sought a CEO who would not fully resolve Hutchison's challenges, lest such competence render him entirely redundant. Knowing Weil's past trajectory intimately, Lu Yuanhao considered him the ideal candidate and cast his vote in full support of the nomination. Upon assuming office, Weil endorsed Lu Yuanhao's strategic recommendations for Hutchison's next phase, rapidly divesting, merging, or shuttering numerous loss-making subsidiaries to purge underperforming assets, boost group profitability, and lift share price. He further advocated full integration of Whampoa Dockyard, acquired in the early 1970s under Sir Douglas Clogg's leadership, when Hutchison purchased 30% of its shares and became its largest shareholder. Whampoa Dockyard, the largest dry dock facility in the Far East, operated shipbuilding and repair yards, wharves, storage depots, and warehouses occupying over 2 million square feet across Hung Hom and Kowloon. With shipyards and wharves relocated to Kwai Chung and depots and warehouses fully vacated, Whampoa's vast landholdings now lay entirely idle, ripe for real estate development. Sir Douglas Clogg had once possessed the opportunity to complete this acquisition, but moved too slowly, only for the stock market crash to strike first. As Hutchison's share price collapsed, from a peak of 44 Hong Kong dollars to less than 1 Hong Kong dollar 50, he balked at the equity dilution required for a share swap merger, opting instead to wait and see. Yet Hutchison's performance never recovered, and the merger with Whampoa Dockyard languished indefinitely. With property markets surging, Lu Yuanhao's proposal offered Hutchison a windfall of developable land, and given his 48% stake, the board welcomed the merger as a dual-purpose solution, strengthening corporate value while simultaneously reducing his controlling interest. Through these proposals, Lu Yuanhao cemented his image before the board as a steward prioritizing the collective good over personal equity, solidifying his position as dominant shareholder and setting the merger with Whampoa Dockyard firmly in motion. Upon announcement of the change in Hutchison's majority ownership, Hong Kong media erupted anew. Though Xingyuan Investment had previously acquired American and British firms, those had been mid- or small-sized enterprises. Hutchison Co., however, ranked second among Hong Kong's 4 great Hongs, a pillar of the colony's commercial elite. When reporters learned Xingyuan had acquired 30% of Hutchison for merely 200 million Hong Kong dollars, they expressed disbelief. The term hedging agreement dominated headlines throughout July. Having won the MTR tender in April, seized Prime, Sim Sha Sui Eastland in June, and taken control of Hutchison in July, Xingyuan Investment emerged as the undisputed vanguard of China's new generation of entrepreneurs, its prominence eclipsing even that of Y.K. Pao, recently crowned richest Chinese in the world. Titles like Pride of the Chinese People, Prodigy of Management, and Business Genius were heaped upon Lu Yuanhao. Interview requests flooded in, but he declined them all, delegating coordination entirely to Mr. Chun. Having never granted a newspaper interview since founding his company, Lu Yuanhao drew relentless attention from journalists eager for fame, camping outside both the Chinese General Building and his mid-levels residence, hoping for even a passing word. His security detail stood on constant alert, and Lu himself grew increasingly weary. This time the reporters were no tabloid hacks. They could not be dismissed as easily as before. The deep water bay mansion had been completed and fitted out and was now undergoing ventilation, but would not be ready for occupancy until after summer ended. With little alternative, Lu Yuanhao chose temporary retreat. The media frenzy would likely subside within 10 to 15 days. No reporter would maintain such vigilance indefinitely. Coincidentally, Li Mini had asked him to visit soon, promising a delightful surprise. He decided to go and see what awaited him. In the villa at the shallow water bay, Lu Yuanhao met Guan Zhehui, who was still a high school student for the first time. Guan Zhehui's parents were well-known actors in Xianjiang. In 1972, her father Guanshan co-founded a film company with others, starting to travel between Xianjiang and the Bay Island to make movies, resulting in the couple spending little time together, and Guanshan eventually found a new love. In 1975, they announced their divorce. Her mother Zhang Bingxian took her younger brother and moved to the United States, while she followed her father to live in Hong Kong. Due to the household savings being largely taken by Zhang Bingxian and Guanshan being busy outside, Guan Zhehui's quality of life sharply declined over the past 2 years. After studying her information, Li Mini felt that this task wasn't too difficult. A few months ago, she met Guan Zhehui by chance and began to show her care. As their relationship grew closer, learning that Guanshan was often away from home, Li Mini encouraged Guan Zhehui to move into her apartment in Kowloon Tong under the pretense of being able to take care of her studies. Next, she began sharing her various top-tier cosmetics and designer bags with Guan Zhehui, taking her to dine at various upscale venues, and bought her many beautiful clothes. With such an aggressive approach, they began to refer to each other as sisters, and their relationship became sweet and close. As soon as Lu Yuanhao entered, Li Mini pulled Guan Zhehui forward and greeted Lu Yuanhao with a French kiss right in front of her, causing Guan Zhehui's face to instantly flush. After the kiss ended, she introduced Guan Zhehui. "Honey, this is my newly recognized sister Guan Zhehui. She's a real beauty. Zhehui, this is my boyfriend whom I mentioned to you, Lu Yuanhao. He is the head of Xingyuan Investment, which is gaining great fame in Xianjiang. Super impressive. Hello, Lu Sheng. Sorry to interrupt you." Guan Zhehui, with her beautiful big eyes and slightly flushed cheeks, greeted him, her face and eyes filled with curiosity. This person was a frequent feature in the recent newspapers, and it was her first time seeing him lively. "Hello, since you are Minnie's sister, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me brother-in-law," Lu Yuanhao said politely. Guan Zhehui readily complied, greeting him sweetly. "Indeed, you are a real beauty. In 2 years, you will surpass your sister." Guan Zhehui already had a good foundation, and after being meticulously maintained by Li Mini for the past few months, her skin was like jade, her figure was slender, her eyes were filled with spring water, and her face bloomed with a rosy glow resembling a real-life doll, already exuding the charm of a future top beauty, with the only flaw being her slightly immature appearance on both sides. "Honey, Zhehui is on summer vacation. Her father has gone to Taiwan for filming, and I want her to stay here with me during this time." "That's fine, you can decide for yourself." "Thank you, sister and brother-in-law." Guan Zhehui was very happy to be able to live in such a luxury villa. The three chatted in the living room, and Li Mini as usual was affectionate with Lu Yuanhao, which amazed Guan Zhehui. Because Li Mini appeared to be a strong woman in front of her, yet was as obedient as a kitten with Lu Yuanhao. Whenever Guan Zhehui saw this, her face would flush, her heart would race, and she felt restless, but she couldn't help but want to steal more glances. Recently, many newspapers had written articles about Lu Yuanhao, praising him to the heavens. She had many questions she wanted to ask, but she felt it wasn't appropriate since they weren't very familiar yet. Early the next morning, Li Mini went out for business. After preparing breakfast, Lu Yuanhao called Guan Zhehui to get up. Seeing her in poor spirits, he politely asked if she hadn't slept well the previous night, to which Guan Zhehui blushed again and didn't dare to speak. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuanhao immediately understood. The night before, Li Mini had been shouting various suggestive words very loudly, and Guan Zhehui was arranged to sleep in the bedroom, just a wall away from them. It would be abnormal for her to sleep well after hearing the live broadcast all night. "Your sister is like that as she gets excited and shouts loudly. I've told her countless times, but she never listens. You'll get used to it in the future." After spending a day with Lu Yuanhao, Guan Zhehui felt less unfamiliar. Wanting to change the topic to avoid awkwardness, she blinked her curious big eyes and asked, "Brother-in-law, I saw in the newspapers that you are even more impressive than the king of charter boats. Is that true? You are so young, yet you enjoy reading such newspapers." "In my eyes, the king of charter boats is nothing. 3 kings combined might not be richer than me." Lu Yuanhao smiled confidently. "Is that so impressive?" Guan Zhehui looked incredulous. Recently, the newspapers had praised the king of charter boats as the world's boat king, the richest Chinese in Xianjiang, rumored to have a fortune of $1 billion. This cheap brother-in-law actually said that 3 kings combined are not as wealthy as him. He must be bragging. "Last year when I took your sister to Europe, we visited some places. If you don't believe me, just ask her." Lu Yuanhao pretended to be mysterious. Saying this himself could seem like bragging, but if a third party praises him, the effect might be even better. Not long after they finished breakfast, Li Mini returned. Guan Zhehui rushed over to report everything she had eaten and said since she woke up and finally curiously asked sister, what did brother-in-law take you to see in Europe? Li Mini replied casually, oh that. We went to see the gold he has in several banks in Europe, around 500 tons or so. Let me calculate, 1 ton of gold is about 3200 ounces, so 500 tons is about 16 million ounces. The current gold price seems to be $145 an ounce, so your brother-in-law's batch of gold is worth at least $2.3 billion. Adding his assets in Xinjiang, it should be over $3 billion. In this case, the 3 kings of charter boats might not even be as wealthy as your brother-in-law. Guan Zhehui was dumbfounded, shocked beyond belief, and after a long while she said, my goodness, sister, you are amazing for finding such an outstanding man as your brother-in-law. Li Mini began to boast for Lu Yuanhao. He started investing at 14, making money in stocks, gold, and real estate. All these industries were earned through his vision and courage. Among Xinjiang men, there is no one with his capabilities. You should take the opportunity to flatter him more. Maybe he can help you earn some pocket money. Wow, sister, congratulations. It seems you are marrying into a wealthy family. Guan Zhehui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Mini began to share her woes. Your brother-in-law treats me really well, but I'm several years older than him, so marrying into the Lu family seems unlikely. Is that so? How old is brother-in-law this year? Haven't you seen it in the newspapers? Your brother-in-law is 21 years old, and I am more than 4 years older than him. Guan Zhehui heard another shocking piece of news and felt a bit dazed. Seeing her in a daze, Li Mini began to gently guide her. Zhehui, what do you think about me introducing you to your brother-in-law? You are so beautiful, and you are a good match for him in age. I think your chances of marrying into the Lu family are much greater than mine. Guan Zhehui felt her worldview shatter, and she was completely unsettled. Silly girl, do you think that's why your parents divorced? The topic switched too quickly, and Guan Zhehui's mind was struggling to keep up. In the end, it comes down to your father not being good enough. He had limited resources, and suddenly, there was one more person to share those resources. Your mother was unhappy and couldn't change your father, so they could only divorce. Think about it, if your mother had married someone as capable as your brother-in-law, what do you think would have happened? This. Guan Zhehui felt her brain starting to smoke. A person as outstanding as your brother-in-law who is young and successful, how could he lack women pursuing him in the future? Besides which, top wealthy family in Xinjiang doesn't have several concubines. This is simply not a big deal. Your brother-in-law surely won't have just me as a woman in the future. I think it's better for you to benefit from him rather than others. Zhehui, you are young and beautiful. Oh, perhaps you have the chance to marry into his family and be the young lady. I will help you with that, so don't worry. Also, let me tell you a secret. Your brother-in-law has been practicing martial arts since he was young. He looks slim in clothes, but has a great physique without them. I don't know if you heard it last night, but he is extremely impressive, and I couldn't handle him alone. After we finish eating, let's go swimming, so you can see your brother-in-law's physique. Li Mini whispered into Guan Zhehui's ear, revealing another shocking thing. Guan Zhehui's mind completely crashed, her face blank. She just wanted to see the difference between the celebrities in the newspaper and ordinary people, but how did it suddenly turn into her marrying into a wealthy family? However, this proposal, well, not bad. After Guan Zhehui, life was a blur, as she couldn't remember what she had heard or said. Only the phrase marrying into a wealthy family kept spinning in her mind. In her past life, Guan Zhehui graduated from high school first, dated a young entrepreneur, and later married a wealthy man over a decade her senior. Even her father's threats of death could not shake her resolve. Marrying into a wealthy family was a dream deeply rooted in her bones since childhood. However, at that time, Guan Zhehui still harbored hopes for love. After marriage, she discovered her husband spent his days indulging in revelry away from home, prompting her to decisively choose divorce, and thus she transformed into the well-known Guan Zhiling of later years. In this life, Guan Zhehui still dreams of marrying into a wealthy family, but her views on love and marriage have begun to be influenced by Li Mini. With a top-tier wealthy man like Lu Yuanhao by her side, her choices are not difficult to guess. During lunch, every time Guan Zhehui made eye contact with Lu Yuanhao, she would immediately shyly lower her head, leaving him utterly confused, not understanding what was wrong with this young girl, who seemed perfectly fine just hours earlier. Looking at Li Mini, she made an okay gesture with a proud expression. Did she manage to do it so quickly? This is too fast. Once Lu Yuanhao came to his senses, his mind was racing with thoughts of disbelief, having to admire Li Mini's skill in handling the young girl. After a brief break following lunch, Li Mini suggested they go swimming in the pool and drag Guan Zhehui to their room to change into swimsuits. Lu Yuanhao recalled her earlier gesture and felt quite curious about the plans she had for later, so he sat by the pool waiting for the show to start. The two took over half an hour to change into their swimsuits, and Lu Yuanhao grew impatient, waiting until Guan Zhehui finally appeared in a bikini. Upon seeing their swimwear, his first reaction was that they were both very fair, especially Guan Zhehui, who outshone Li Mini. Upon closer inspection, Guan Zhehui was flawless, her entire body radiating a luminous whiteness. With a waist delicate enough to be grasped in one hand and long straight legs, Lu Yuanhao had to admit that this woman, known as the most beautiful in the future Hong Kong, was indeed stunning. Seeing Lu Yuanhao gazing at Guan Jiahui with admiration, Li Mini showed no jealousy. Instead, she playfully said, "Husband, could you help us apply sunscreen? The sun is so strong that we can't afford to get tanned, especially Jiahui. Just look at how fair her skin is." Lu Yuanhao readily agreed, and after the two women settled on their lounge chairs, he first attended to Li Mini with the sunscreen. "Husband, when will the yacht we ordered in Europe be ready? That type of yacht needs to be custom built. It will probably take another 23 years to be completed. It should arrive by 1980 at the latest. Once the yacht arrives, we can go out to sea for some fun." "That sounds wonderful. Jiahui, your brother-in-law, ordered a super yacht last year in Europe measuring 230 feet with 3 decks. When it arrives, it'll take you out to sea for a trip." Lu Yuanhao had already removed his shirt and was just wearing swimming trunks, his well-defined muscles seeming to contain boundless strength. Seeing his large hands roaming over Li Mini, Guan Jiahui couldn't help but shiver at the thought of him doing the same to her later, causing her voice to tremble. "Sure, I've never been out to sea on a yacht before. Renting a yacht is easy. You can rent one from the Hong Kong Yacht Club. In a couple of days, he'll rent a larger one and take you both out to sea for some fun." While speaking, Li Mini had already applied sunscreen in no time. "He'll go swim for a bit. Husband, please help Jiahui apply sunscreen too." After saying this, she pecked Lu Yuanhao on the cheek and jumped into the pool, swimming away. This was a plan they had discussed while changing swimsuits, claiming it was to create an opportunity for Guan Jiahui. Watching Lu Yuanhao approach with the sunscreen, Guan Jiahui's breathing became rapid, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. The moment Lu Yuanhao's hand touched her, he noticed her reaction. But how could he let such a chance slip by? Lu Yuanhao's hands roamed over Guan Jiahui's shoulders, back, arms, and long legs, not to mention he was applying sunscreen. At first, Guan Jiahui could hold on, but eventually she could no longer suppress a soft moan from her throat. Lu Yuanhao was overjoyed and leaned close to her ear, whispering praises. "Jiahui, you are truly beautiful. Your skin is so fair and smooth, and your voice is delightful." This was Guan Jiahui's first physical contact with a man, and she couldn't withstand such teasing. She dared not speak, but her body trembled even more. "Does Jiahui have a boyfriend?" Guan Jiahui only dared to shake her head with her eyes closed, too embarrassed to open her mouth, fearing she would make shameful sounds. "What kind of boyfriend does Jiahui want? How about your brother-in-law as your boyfriend?" Lu Yuanhao tentatively asked, recalling Li Mini's earlier okay gesture. Upon hearing this, Guan Jiahui's breathing quickened, and she stiffened up, unable to nod or shake her head. Lu Yuanhao noticed her reaction and ceased his teasing, patting her shoulder and signaling her to turn around. Guan Jiahui took a while to turn around, her eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed, her hands unsure of where to place themselves, and her beautiful legs tightly entwined. The intimate contact was repeated. Lu Yuanhao indulged in his desires before finally letting her go and pulled her into the pool to swim. Guan Jiahui followed Lu Yuanhao, and when she caught Li Mini's teasing gaze, she dared not meet her eyes. Moreover, her body had been tense, and as soon as she entered the water, her legs cramped, leaving her pale and flailing her arms. Lu Yuanhao quickly jumped into the water to save her, steadying the nearly falling Guan Jiahui. Li Mini also jumped in, startled, and swam over. Seeing that Guan Jiahui was fine, she stealthily untied the straps of her swimsuit when they weren't paying attention. Unaware of anything, Guan Jiahui steadied herself and moved her body only to have her swimsuit fall off. She let out a shriek, hurriedly covering her chest with her hands, almost losing her balance again. Li Mini chimed in to assist. "Silly girl, just hug your brother-in-law to block it. Be careful not to fall." Hearing this, Guan Jiahui didn't think much and reached out to wrap her arms around Lu Yuanhao's neck. The moment their skin touched, she realized she was essentially throwing herself into his embrace, immediately shutting her eyes tightly, too shy to look. This time it wasn't just her face that turned red, her entire body flushed slightly. With the fragrant softness in his arms, Lu Yuanhao gave a thumbs up to Li Mini and carried Guan Jiahui out of the pool back to the room to treat her leg injury, leading to yet another intimate moment. For the next month or so, Lu Yuanhao frequently visited Repulse Bay. He was concerned for Guan Jiahui's youth, fearing she might get hurt, and thus had not crossed any boundaries. Since he had already stamped his mark, Lu Yuanhao was in no rush to consume it. On September 2nd, the 19th day of the 7th lunar month, it was an auspicious day for moving into a new residence. Lu Yuanhao, adhering to local customs, had Chun Bo consult a feng shui master to select a favorable date and moved into his new home at No. 66, Shenchuan Road. Zhao Yaji and Li Mini both had their own exclusive rooms here, making them the two female hosts of this place. Naturally, they would be present for such a significant housewarming event. Guan Jiahui did not attend this time due to her age. However, being one of Lu Yuanhao's favored women, there would certainly be a place for her here. This villa could only be accessed by a winding-shaped path leading from Shenchuan Road to the entrance, making it impossible to see the villa's gate from the main road. Lu Yuanhao was very pleased with this design, which ensured excellent privacy. A gatehouse was also set up here, manned 24 hours a day. The entire villa covered an area of 220 square feet, designed with a main building and an auxiliary building. The auxiliary building was configured as 2+1, with the first floor serving as a kitchen and staff quarters connected to the main building by a long corridor. The second floor was entirely for bodyguards while the basement was designed as a gym and surveillance room. The main building had a 3+1 configuration. The first floor was a public space, and the second floor featured 6 suites, including the rooms of Zhao Yaji and Li Mini. The entire third floor was Lu Yuanho's private space, complete with a bedroom, study, reception room, living room, bathroom, walk-in closet, and a large terrace. The sea-facing side of the villa featured a large grassy garden with an outdoor swimming pool. Due to the foundation of the villa being several meters higher than the road on the side facing the street, there was no skirt building like those luxurious villas on the mountaintop. Instead, a basement was created as an activity space accommodating a billiard room and a mahjong room. The overall decoration and interior design of the villa were in a European style. Lu Yuanhao initially intended to adopt a modern style, but found the contemporary trends of the time unappealing, ultimately opting for the European style. Lu Yuanhao took one woman by each hand, showing Zhao Yaji and Li Mini around the new house. Upon seeing the 6 rooms on the second floor, the 2 women exchanged a knowing glance, and Li Mini gestured with her finger, saying with a hint of meaning, "Aji, did you see? The second floor has 6 rooms. Doesn't that mean we might have 4 more sisters in the future?" "That's not how it works. Each of you has 2, so that makes 4 already." Although Lu Yuanhao had long prepared the 2 women for the possibility of other women, he still indulged them on such a special occasion. "If you said it, at least you have some conscience that's worth all that we've done for you." Zhao Yaji did not dwell on the question of how many women Lu Yuanhao might have in the future. Instead, it was his comments about having children that caught her attention, as she was particularly sensitive to this topic now. According to the trajectory of her past life, Zhao Yaji married at 25 and had her first son at 27, which was just a 2-year span from marriage to childbirth. Li Mini got together with CSC in 1977, married 2 years later, and gave birth to Xie Biwang 3 years after that. Their time from romance to childbirth did not exceed 3 years. In this life, both women had already been with Lu Yuanhao for over 3 years, and he had made it clear that he would not marry, which made them more focused and urgent about having children. In the evening, while the 3 of them were resting and chatting in the living room on the 3rd floor of the villa, Zhao Yaji brought up this matter again. "My lord, is what you said this afternoon about each person having 2 children true? We both want kids now. I'm 24 and Mini is 26. We're not young anymore. Why wouldn't it be true? Of course it is. I'm not taking any precautions, just let nature take its course, and you'll definitely get pregnant, so don't worry." But you haven't left it in the right place. I see you are doing this on purpose." Li Mini was far more assertive than Zhao Yaji, speaking boldly. However, her interjection lightened the atmosphere, and after they all laughed and joked for a while, Lu Yuanhao finally expressed his thoughts. "Actually, have you thought about this? If you have kids too early, it's fine if it's a girl, but if it's a boy at my age, it might be difficult for him to take over my career." Upon hearing the word take over, the 2 women perked up. After all, this topic had never been discussed before, and this was the first time Lu Yuanhao had brought it up himself. "Think about it, I'll be 22 after New Year's, and if I have a child, now given my physical condition, if I retire at 75, that child will be over 50 by then. Should they be a prince for 50 years? The 2 women frowned upon hearing this. They had indeed not considered the issue of succession before, and Lu Yuanhao made a valid point. "So, dear husband, when do you think is the most suitable time for us to have children? Considering your ages and physical conditions, within 3 to 5 years would be a good time frame. Any later would be detrimental to your health." In my past life, Zhao Yaji became more charming after having a child, but Li Mini's looks and figure deteriorated after having 2 kids, which is not what I want to see. The 2 women frowned even deeper after hearing this. 3 to 5 years felt too long, and who knew if any changes might occur. Since they couldn't marry, children would be the most important bond between them, so they naturally believed the sooner the better. "Actually, I think having children should be left to fate. If it happens, it happens. What if the first child is a girl? Anyway, my promise to you is 2 children each." Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Lu Yuanhao quickly added, trying to lighten the mood. Once he said this, the 2 women finally relaxed. After chatting for a while longer, realizing it was getting late, Lu Yuanhao took both women to prepare for bed. In this era, Hong Kong cinema had no rating system, and Shaw Brothers produced a large number of erotic films during this period to boost box office sales. In her past life, Li Mini starred in the film Hong Kong Emmanuel in 1977, which featured some steamy scenes. In this life, although Zhao Yaji and Li Mini were restricted by Lu Yuanhao from having kissing scenes, while filming they could at most hold hands or hug. However, as the 2 spent more time on set, they had seen and heard enough to transition from passive acceptance to actively exploring such matters. Of course, Lu Yuanhao benefited the most from this situation. Every time he saw the 2 women entangled together, he was filled with excitement. In October, the property reconstruction plans initiated by Xingyuan Real Estate in 1974 were gradually completed, and Lu Yuanhao relocated the headquarters of Xingyuan Investment, Xingyuan Real Estate, and Baija Supermarket to the Huaringsing Building in Central. The Huaringsing Building was not the largest or tallest among the properties built in 1974, but it was located in Central, making it the most prime location. During this company relocation, several securities brokerage firms did not move into the Hugh Eringsing building, but Lu Yuanhao still reserved a floor for them as a future office space. Other companies under his control, such as Jinmin Construction, Qingzhou, Ingnikide Real Estate, and Heji, had their own headquarters and did not relocate, otherwise this building might not even fit them all. Lu Yuanhao had taken over the entire top floor of the Hugh Eringsing building as his domain, which included his large office, a secretary room, a reception room, and a conference room. He also prepared a lavishly decorated lounge for himself, who previously in the rented office building, he had no place to rest for a while during lunch, but now he finally had the semblance of a wealthy tycoon. At the end of December, an article titled "The Transformation of Kowloon Warehouse Business Begins" in the newspaper caught Lu Yuanhao's attention. It was precisely this article that marked the beginning of the fierce competition for Kowloon Warehouse in his past life. From a conspiracy theory perspective, the 1973 Hong Kong stock market crash was a wealth plunder by British capital against the ordinary citizens of Hong Kong. In the 20-plus years following World War II, Hong Kong experienced rapid development after recuperation, and the ordinary citizens accumulated substantial wealth. Just as the stock market was on the rise, British capital seized the opportunity to inflate stock prices, attracting Hong Kong citizens to enter the market only to sell high and leave them with significant losses after they took over, while the British capital transferred the profits overseas. A typical example of this is the Jardine Matheson Group. After the stock market crashed, the stocks held by Jardine Matheson fell to a minimum of only 5, with a large portion of their shares cashed out and transferred. Even years later, Jardine Matheson adopted a chain-holding approach, with Jardine Holdings controlling the land and the land-holding company controlling Kowloon Warehouse, each holding only about 20 of the shares. They took advantage of the fact that the Chinese people were not financially savvy, believing that they could control the company with just this small percentage of shares. Little did they know that while transferring their wealth, they were also planting the seeds for losing control of the company in the future. With a significant amount of shares scattered among ordinary citizens, it greatly facilitated Lu Yuanhao's bottom fishing that began in 1974. Xingyuan Investment. After reading the article about Kowloon Warehouse, Lu Yuanhao picked up the report from the securities brokerage to check the progress of the bottom fishing since 1974. As of now, Xingyuan Investment holds shares in various listed companies: Qingzhou Ingni 34, Jinmin Construction 49, Kowloon Warehouse 23, China Gas 24, Hong Kong Talk 22, Land 15, Hutchison Whampoa 36, and Kadori Investments 40. Hutchison International formally completed its merger with Whampoa Dock last month, after which it was renamed Hutchison Whampoa, replacing the previously listed status of Hutchison International. Due to the current low stock price of Hutchison, although Lu Yuanhao remains the largest shareholder, his shares were diluted by a quarter during the merger. Of course, he also gained the respect of the board of Hutchison Whampoa, as this merger was initiated and promoted by him. After reviewing the report, Lu Yuanhao called in his secretary Jiang Yani, who was responsible for liaising with the securities brokerage, and instructed her. Record this: Kowloon Warehouse's stock price may experience fluctuations soon. Notify several brokerage firms to monitor closely, and once any anomalies are detected, inform me immediately. The goals of other ongoing projects remain unchanged. Understood, boss. They'll notify them right away. After work, Lu Yuanhao returned to Repulse Bay. Seeing Lu Yuanhao enter, Guan Jiawei dutifully came over to help take his bag and hang his coat, assisting him in changing his shoes, executing the action seamlessly. Once she finished her tasks, Lu Yuanhao stepped forward to embrace her and shared a passionate kiss, inwardly marveling at Li Minyi's exceptional ability to train this young girl. Brother-in-law, I learned a new dish today. Can I cook it for you to try? After the kiss, Guan Jiawei linked her arm with Lu Yuanhao as they walked inside, chattering about what she had done that day. This woman had fallen into a delusion of marrying into a wealthy family, almost being completely swayed by Li Minyi, and now her mind was filled with phrases like graceful in the hall, skilled in the kitchen, and virtuous and gentle. She insisted on showcasing her cooking skills, yet lacked talent, turning every dish into a culinary disaster. Lu Yuanhao had been left in a state of helpless laughter multiple times, and after futile attempts to persuade her, he could only give up and let her be, hoping that after a few years she would improve. After the Lunar New Year, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price began to rise, increasing from 13 Hong Kong dollars per share to 20 Hong Kong dollars, with an increase of nearly 50 within just 1 month. Lu Yuanhao had been closely monitoring the stock market. After noticing Kowloon Warehouse's stock price rise, he instructed the brokerage firm to rapidly inflate the stock price, and then began spreading rumors about Chung Kong Holdings Li Huanghua preparing to acquire Kowloon Warehouse. As Kowloon Warehouse's stock price soared rapidly and trading volume increased, it naturally attracted the market's attention. Once the rumors spread by Lu Yuanhao took hold, savvy professional traders immediately intervened, leading to a rush of both large and small investors, causing Kowloon Warehouse's stock price to skyrocket. By March, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price had surged to a historical peak of 46 Hong Kong dollars per share. Li Huanghua found himself in a very awkward position as he was unaware that the rumors circulating in the market about Chung Kong acquiring Kowloon warehouse were orchestrated by Lu Yuanhao. He thought there had been a leak from his end, but after repeated internal checks, he could not find the reason. At this point, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price of 46 Hong Kong dollars was already very close to the actual valuation per share of the company. Continuing to acquire shares would not be cost-effective, but he was reluctant to abandon the acquisition. Li Huanghua found himself in a dilemma. After much thought, he decided to pause and observe for a while, hoping to find an opportunity to continue acquiring once the stock price dropped. With the largest bullish investor pausing, Kowloon Warehouse's upward momentum began to weaken. Lu Yuanhao understood that Li Huanghua had likely temporarily halted his actions, but he was concerned that if the stock price remained high for too long, it might alert the land company, just as in his past life, leading them to investigate and uncover the true acquirer of Kowloon Warehouse. Therefore, he had Chen Bo arrange a meeting with Li Huanghua. At the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Lu Yuanhao, with a hint of dark humor, chose the meeting place where Li Huanghua had previously met with the Barge King to discuss the stock transactions of Kowloon Warehouse. After they sat down and exchanged pleasantries, Lu Yuanhao got straight to the point, expressing his desire to acquire the Kowloon Warehouse shares held by Li Huanghua. Li Huanghua was very surprised, but still candidly replied, "I indeed have a batch of Kowloon Warehouse shares, approximately 8/7 million shares. I wonder what Lu Sheng intends to use them for if he acquires them." Lu Yuanhao smiled slightly and replied, "Just as Li Sheng intends." In his past life, Li Huanghua had managed to inflate Kowloon Warehouse's stock price, acquiring 20 of the shares in a short time. In this life, Lu Yuanhao held a large number of shares in advance. Upon noticing Li Huanghua's signs of acquisition, he quickly inflated the stock price to force him to halt, resulting in Li Huanghua having significantly fewer shares than in his past life. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Li Huanghua was not speaking the truth, but the difference should not be too large. Then how many shares has Lu Sheng acquired? If possible, perhaps we can collaborate on this. This question had to be clarified, otherwise he would not be able to casually sell his shares. Lu Yuanhao dipped his finger in the teacup, wrote the number 25 on the table, and then quickly wiped it away. Li Huanghua rarely lost his composure. A 25 stake was already higher than that of the land company. He was shocked by the high percentage of shares Lu Yuanhao held and realized that Lu Yuanhao must have started laying the groundwork long before treating Kowloon Warehouse as his own possession and would not collaborate with him. Given Kowloon Warehouse's current stock price, continuing the acquisition battle would leave him lacking funds. Though he was reluctant, selling at a high price now was undoubtedly the best choice, at least allowing him to make a profit. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Li Huanghua steadied himself and said, "Then how about I sell 4 of my shares to Lu Sheng at 35 Hong Kong dollars per share?" He did not want to see Lu Yuanhao easily succeed in the acquisition, but also wanted to do him a personal favor, so he lowered the selling share and simultaneously reduced the selling price. Li Sheng is straightforward. After the transaction is completed, I hope Li Sheng can help with a small favor, issuing a clarification statement that says Chung Kong's stake is only for value investment purposes with no intention to acquire Kowloon Warehouse. No problem, it's a simple task. Li Huanghua knew that Lu Yuanhao wanted to suppress the stock price, but since he had already sold his shares, helping with this small favor was not a big deal, and it would allow him to cleanly distance himself. With the transaction reached, Lu Yuanhao smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Thank you, Li Sheng, for your assistance. I have the cash ready and can trade at any time." 2 days later, when Li Huanghua appeared to give a media interview, he stated that Chung Kong indeed held some Kowloon Warehouse shares for value investment, but that the stake was less than 5, and that there was no intention for a full acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse. All previous rumors about Chung Kong intending to acquire Kowloon Warehouse were false. After the news was published, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price dropped to over 30 Hong Kong dollars, and there were no further messages from the Jardine Matheson Group, suggesting that Li Huanghua's clarification statement had likely alleviated their vigilance. In May, the properties above the Central Station, the Universal Building, were about to start pre-sales. Lu Yuanhao discussed with the MTR Corporation preparing to purchase all the rights to the Universal Building and the properties above Admiralty Station, the Haifu Center, referencing the previous life, where the Universal Building was valued at 5.92 billion. With the sale price of 9.8 billion for the Haifu Center, Lu directly offered 15.5 billion. The MTR Corporation made huge profits from this collaboration. Calculating the prices and feeling it was reasonable, they immediately agreed. At a selling price of 15.5 billion, the MTR Corporation would receive 52 as agreed, amounting to 8.02 billion. Previously, the land purchase fee paid to the Hong Kong government by the MTR Corporation was prepaid by Xingyuan Real Estate, and this portion could be deducted by half during settlement. The land purchase fee for the Universal Building was 2.44 billion, and for the Haifu Center it was 4.16 billion, totaling 6 billion. After deducting half of this, Xingyuan Real Estate still needed to pay 4.72 billion to the MTR Corporation. This 4 $72 billion is the pure profit of the MTR Corporation. They definitely made a killing this time, as they didn't spend a cent with all expenses covered by Xingyuan Real Estate. According to the 15.5 billion, if Xingyuan Real Estate takes 48, it would amount to 7.44 billion. The total expenditure includes half of the land purchase fee of 3.3 billion and all construction costs of 3.8 billion, totaling 7.1 billion. The accounted profit is only 34 million, less than half of the previous life's 70 million profit by Li Huanghua, and not even 1/10 of the pure profit of the MTR Corporation, making it a complete financial loss. However, securing this project means acquiring two highly lucrative commercial buildings, significantly enhancing Xingyuan Real Estate's reputation, and seizing a very important opportunity from Li Huanghua and winning the favor of the MTR Corporation. From this perspective, this deal is still very successful. Last year, Xingyuan Real Estate sold 2 million square feet of industrial buildings, raising over 300 million in funds. The first phase of Taoda Garden was sold out after its launch, recovering 200 million. At the beginning of the year, seeing that the bottom fishing task was progressing well, and that the Hong Kong stock market had entered an upward channel, Liu Yuanhao added a total of 200 million Hong Kong dollars in funds to several brokerage firms, allowing them to leverage and freely buy Hong Kong stocks. As of now, there are still 1.5 billion in cash on Xingyuan Real Estate's account. Liu Yuanhao places great importance on the company's cash flow, worried about potential issues. After careful consideration, he decided not to make a move on Kowloon warehouse in March. In 1974, the property reconstruction plan of Xingyuan Real Estate was completed, but the construction costs were all funded by loans from HSBC. The rent collected now, aside from daily expenses, is used to repay loans, which may take about 7 years to settle. Along with the deal for purchasing physical gold, Liu Yuanhao still has 2.8 billion in outstanding loans with HSBC. He was unclear about HSBC's intentions regarding his acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. If HSBC feared he would become uncontrollable in the future, or if they preferred to see the shipping magnate take over Kowloon warehouse, they might suddenly withdraw loans during his heated acquisition battle, forcing him to repay early, in which case he would have to resort to the gold stored in various banks. If other banks followed suit and withdrew loans influenced by HSBC, the impact on him would be too great. This batch of gold is his reliance since leaving Hong Kong in the 80s. Its importance is self-evident. Liu Yuanhao's approach towards British capital is characterized by a shared cup of wine and a mutual lack of mercy. Even though HSBC is currently his support, this remains unchanged. Those who are not of my tribe will inevitably have different intentions. He has always considered British capital with the utmost malice and prepared defenses in advance, thus deciding to postpone the acquisition until the second half of the year. At the end of June, Liu Yuanhao's agreements with several banks for gold purchases will expire in a month, by which time international gold prices have hovered around $180 per ounce for 5 consecutive months. Knowing that there is still a wave of price increase ahead, he applied to several banks to extend the agreement by 3 months until the end of October, citing a desire to bet on another rise in gold prices. Liu Yuanhao's average buy-in price for gold is $106 per ounce, which has already risen by 70. Extending for 3 months is essentially giving the banks 3 additional months of interest, posing almost no risk. During the previous 2 times he traded gold, he had not agreed to extend the agreement when the banks wanted him to. This time he took the initiative to suggest it, and the banks quickly approved. At Kowloon outside the Marinol Convent School, Liu Yuanhao came to pick up Guan Jiahui for the weekend. This little woman had previously noticed Liu Yuanhao's reluctance to take the final step with her. Under the instigation of Li Mini, she boldly packaged herself as a birthday gift for Liu Yuanhao, successfully becoming a married woman. Liu Yuanhao arranged a luxurious apartment for her not far from her school. This little girl seemed to have forgotten she had a father in Hong Kong, now hardly at home and mostly living here. Liu Yuanhao would take a day each week to pick her up from school, showing his affection for her. "Brother-in-law, I'm ready, let's go." As soon as Guan Jiahui stepped out of the school gate, she saw Liu Yuanhao standing beside a line of cars and happily ran over to link her arm with his. Brother-in-law is her exclusive title for Liu Yuanhao, just as he required Zhao Yaji to call him sir, and Li Mini to call him hubby. Moreover, this form of address wouldn't lead her classmates to overthink, thus not affecting her schooling. Looking at Guan Jiahui in her school uniform, without makeup, her pure face carried a hint of allure. When she smiled, her brows and eyes curved, and under Liu Yuanhao's encouragement her figure gradually developed, which made Liu Yuanhao increasingly fond of her. In his past life, he was captivated by this woman's appearance. In his view, no one could compare to the Hong Kong actresses born in the 60s. In this life, having returned, he considers her a prized possession, especially the feeling of destruction whenever he releases his essence on her face, which he finds immensely pleasurable. Liu Yuanhao took Guan Jiahui to the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui for dinner, then instead of returning to the apartment, they crossed the sea to No. 4 Shallow Water Bay Road. This is the residence of the last emperor of Vietnam in Hong Kong, which he recently acquired, planning to gift it to Guan Jiahui as a comingafage present. Guan Zhehui has been with him for almost a year. Due to her age, some gifts are not appropriate, so he simply got her something large, preventing her from having any negative thoughts. After getting out of the car and looking at the somewhat dilapidated courtyard, Guan Zhehui took a moment to react, not understanding why Lu Yuanhao brought her here. Seeing her puzzled expression, Lu Yuanhao stepped forward to take her hand and started strolling around. This is the villa of the last emperor of Vietnam in Hong Kong, which I bought. I'm planning to renovate it and give it to you as a comingafage present. How do you like it? Guan Zhehui's face instantly lit up with a variety of expressions, finally showing surprise for me. Yes, otherwise why would I bring you here? Let's take a tour and see if you like it. I haven't been here since just buying the house. Guan Zhehui nodded repeatedly in delight, looking at Lu Yuanhao's eyes filled with affection. I like it. I like everything my brother-in-law gives me. After saying this, Guan Zhehui took him for a tour around the yard, then inside the villa. Finally, on the large balcony on the top floor, she joyfully leaped into Lu Yuanhao's arms, tiptoeing to kiss him. Lu Yuanhao held her waist with one hand and gently stroked her long hair with the other. In the next few days, I will have the designer contact you. Feel free to tell him any ideas you have for the house's decoration. You are still young and many things cannot be gifted to you now, but that doesn't mean I don't have you in my heart. Preparing this gift in advance is to make you aware of this. Everything will come in time, so don't rush, understand. This was the first time Lu Yuanhao expressed his feelings for her, making her heart blossom with joy. She stared into Lu Yuanhao's eyes, then slowly squatted down, finally kneeling on the ground, reaching out to undo Lu Yuanhao's belt. Half an hour later, Lu Yuanhao carried Guan Zhehui downstairs to the car, not returning to her apartment, but heading to Li Minyi's villa next door. Earlier, while upstairs, the little girl had ignited his desires. He pressed the accelerator slightly deeper, but her stamina was insufficient to withstand it. Concerned about hurting her, Lu Yuanhao had to hold back. Although Guan Zhehui's stamina was lacking, her clinginess was top-notch. Once in the car, she leaned against Lu Yuanhao's chest, rubbing against him until he playfully slapped her on the bottom to make her settle down. You're what they call low power but high demand. If you keep being crazy, do you believe I'll tie you up and whip you all night? Sure. You've never tied me up before, why don't we try it tonight? Guan Zhehui's eyes sparkled with desire, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. In the past 2 years, Lu Yuanhao had acquired all the land in Jindong, which were still undeveloped. His peers speculated that his intention might be to purchase all the coastal and coastal-adjacent land for unified development. Such an approach would enhance the overall commercial value of Jindong, which would be beneficial for other competitors who own land there. Therefore, during the final auction of the Jindong land in early July, neither Sun Hongkai nor Carrie nor the intending bidder Huamao engaged in much competition for the land. Lu Yuanhao was interested in allowing him to secure the bid at a price slightly above the market value. With Lu Yuanhao achieving his goals, he reciprocated by not bidding on other land auctions, letting them compete among themselves. After the auction, Lu Yuanhao entrusted the overall design and construction of the Jindong land to Jinmen Construction. Considering his plans to act on the Kowloon warehouse this year, he opted for a combination loan from several banks, including Bank of China and Standard Chartered, instead of HSBC for the construction loan. Some media summarized the auction situation of the Jindong land over the past 3 years and found that Xingyuan Real Estate had acquired 2/3 of the land. Various media outlets followed up with reports, and Xingyuan Real Estate's ability to seemingly print money shocked the entire Hong Kong. Citizens were very curious about Lu Yuanhao's source of funding. Xingyuan Real Estate is not a publicly listed company and has no mandatory requirement to disclose financial reports. The outside world does not know whether his funds are self-owned or bank loans, and even within Xingyuan Real Estate, they are not very clear, only knowing that the funds were transferred from the parent company, Xingyuan Investment. Most people tend to believe that Xingyuan Real Estate has received full support from a certain bank. If he were to use entirely his own funds, it would likely be very difficult for his peers to develop in the future. Having successfully acquired all the target land in Jindong, Lu Yuanhao was very pleased and prepared to take Zhao Yaji and Li Minyi out to sea to celebrate. Last summer, he had rented yachts several times to take a few women out to sea, and since then Li Minyi had fallen in love with yachting and had even invited Zhao Yaji to rent a boat to go out alone. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lu Yuanhao waved his hand and said, "Buy it." A European brokerage helped find a nearly completed 120-foot yacht that had its order cancelled. After Li Minyi personally went to check it out and liked it very much, and given the decent discount from the shipyard, they made the decision. After more than half a year of internal renovations, the yacht had arrived at the port ready for its maiden voyage. In this era, a 120-foot yacht is considered quite large in Hong Kong, and when docked it was significantly larger than several smaller yachts. Li Minyi's English name was prominently displayed on one side of the hull, marking the yacht's ownership, which was her favorite aspect of the boat. Zhao Yaji, seeing this, did not argue or fuss. Her attitude towards the yacht was indifferent, rather she was very satisfied with Lu Yuanhao's attitude towards her family. Lu Yuanhao not only arranged good jobs for her 2 sisters and 1 brother, but also gifted them a luxurious apartment when they got married. Her only younger sister was also sent to study at a university in the UK. In the morning, the three boarded the yacht to set sail as the temperature was just right, accompanied by a group of bodyguards driving 2 speedboats. On the southern sea surface of the island, the 3 of them occasionally dove into the water to play, followed the bodyguard speedboats to surf, and sometimes drove jet skis for some speed and excitement, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After more than an hour, as the temperature began to rise, the 3 returned to the big boat to shower and catch up on sleep. After a simple lunch, Li Mini and Zhao Yaji suggested putting on a performance for Lu Yuanhao. Lu Yuanhao knew that Li Mini had learned these things since childhood and was skilled in singing and dancing, but he was not sure about Zhao Yazi's abilities. Shortly after, the 2 appeared in silk palace costumes they had borrowed from the set, making his eyes widen. The 2 slowly walked up to him and bowed gracefully. "We salute your majesty." Lu Yuanhao burst into laughter. This was exactly the kind of play he hoped for when sending the 2 to shoot a drama. "And you 2 are?" "Your Majesty, I am Zhou Zhuo, the leader of the Ame sect." "Your Majesty, I am Xiao Zhao from the Ming cult of Persia." In May of this year, Zhao Yaji and Li Mini starred in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber alongside actors like Zheng Xiaoqiu and Wang Mingquan, with Zhao Yaji playing Zhou Zhuo and Li Mini replacing Chen Yulian, as Xiao Zhao successfully securing that role. Not bad dance for us." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 had evidently practiced privately their movements, synchronized, performing a dance that deeply intertwined the art of dance with the allure of the human form. After a piece, they concluded with a half-kneeling pose. Lu Yuanhao watched, feeling a surge of excitement, blood rushing to his head, standing up and walking towards them. As evening approached, he instructed the yacht to sail from east to west into Victoria Harbor. Facing the setting sun, which was about to dip below the horizon, he stood at the front of the deck with the 2 women, indicating to them which territories on both sides of the harbor would belong to the Lu family in the future, his face full of ambition. The 2 women, who had just been conquered physically, felt a sense of submission in their hearts upon hearing the words "our Lu family," gazing at Lu Yuanhao with eyes full of admiration and affection. In mid-October, international gold prices surged to a historical high of 240 an ounce, prompting Lu Yuanhao to notify 5 banks to begin selling gold. At HSBC, Lu Yuanhao approached Shun Bai to inform him of his plans regarding Kowloon warehouse. Unsure of HSBC's stance, he intended to confront them with the substantial profits from this gold investment. "Boss, I have a request this time, and hope HSBC can continue to offer strong support. I've always said that Lu Sheng is HSBC's closest partner, and our support for Lu Sheng is undoubtedly at a high level among Chinese businesses. Feel free to speak your mind. I have already acquired 29 of Kowloon Warehouse's shares and am preparing to initiate a full acquisition." Shen Bai was taken aback. This was indeed significant. He hadn't expected Lu Yuanhao to have silently acquired 29 of Kowloon Warehouse's shares, surpassing the major shareholder of Cheung Kong. "What do you plan to do?" "I intend to enter the Kowloon Warehouse Board of Directors according to Hong Kong's company law and then seek control. If Cheung Kong does not agree, I will initiate a full acquisition to raise my stake to 49. The actual value of Kowloon Warehouse's shares is at most 50 Hong Kong dollars, and even with a premium for 20 of the shares, it would not exceed several billion Hong Kong dollars, which is indeed trivial for you." Shen Bai spoke flattering words while his mind raced. Lu Yuanhao already had Hysan, and if he added Kowloon Warehouse, it would essentially be a replica of the small version of Hysan and Cheung Kong. The key was that this person was still very young with remarkable investment insights. If one day he broke away from HSBC, it would be hard to say whether he would be an enemy or a friend. "You flatter me. I just stumbled upon good luck. Investing in gold was purely by chance. It's not as easy and carefree as you say, boss. I wonder if Lu Sheng is interested in joining HSBC's board of directors." Shen Bai considered that Lu Yuanhao's profits from this gold investment alone through HSBC's agency had already made a substantial amount, and combined with his earnings from other banks, the cash he held was probably an astronomical figure. Since his acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse was unstoppable, it would be better to find a way to firmly tie him to HSBC's ship. Even if they fell out in the future, that would be a matter for whoever succeeded as the boss. Currently, all of Hong Kong would say that Shen Bai was Lu Yuanhao's mentor. "I wish for this, I dare not ask." As soon as Shen Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuanhao was overjoyed knowing he had secured things with HSBC. In early November, as the United States launched its dollar defense plan, international gold prices rapidly fell. With only half of his goods sold, Lu Yuanhao immediately notified the banks to pause shipments. After urgent consultations with several banks, Lu Yuanhao halted shipments and extended the gold agreement for another year. Starting in late November, he shifted to buying operations, replenishing the previous gold reserves in various banks. Through this operation, Lu Yuanhao sold 260 tons of gold at an average price of 241 per ounce, and then replenished it at an average price of 198 per ounce, perfectly executing a round of trading that netted him a profit of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. On December 1st, 2 astonishing pieces of news emerged in the market. HSBC announced that it had appointed Mr. Lu Yuanhao, president of Xingyuan Investment, as a director of HSBC. Lu Yuanhao became the youngest director in HSBC's history and the second Chinese director. Xingyuan Investment announced that it now holds 29 of the shares in Wharf Holdings and is applying to enter the board of directors of Wharf Holdings to secure at least 3 board seats, as well as proposing an extraordinary shareholders meeting to re-elect the chairman of the board. The 2 pieces of news exploded across Hong Kong like a magnitude 9 earthquake, with the media reporting that HSBC is assisting Xingyuan Investment in targeting Wharf Holdings. Print media began to collectively hype up the situation, with some optimistic, some pessimistic, and others stirring the pot, resulting in a constant war of words. Tsingtao Daily Xingyuan Investment's 29 shareholding surpasses that of Chung Kong, making it the largest shareholder of Wharf Holdings. With HSBC support, it can compete with Chung Kong and vie for the chairman's position at the shareholders' meeting. Ming Pao Xingyuan Real Estate has developed very rapidly in recent years, becoming a leading company in the Chinese real estate sector. Wharf Holdings has been sluggish and slow in its development, and with HSBC's consortium backing, a change in ownership might rejuvenate Wharf Holdings. South China Morning Post: the foundation of the Jardine Matheson Group is far beyond that of the newly established Xingyuan Real Estate. Wharf Holdings is currently developing steadily, and the business opportunities in Harbor City Tsimsha Tsui are apparent. Xingyuan Investment's actions are no different from those of Barbarians, and HSBC's involvement, this time, is inappropriate. After Li Huanghua announced in March that he had no intention of acquiring Wharf Holdings, the stock price plummeted to over 30 Hong Kong dollars, where it has hovered for more than 6 months. Now, with this news breaking, Wharf Holdings stock price has skyrocketed like a rocket, directly surpassing previous highs and approaching the 50 Hong Kong dollar mark with a very high turnover rate. Analysts believe that Wharf Holdings' actual value per share is 50 Hong Kong dollars, but speculators are scrambling to buy and betting that Xingyuan Investment and Chung Kong will engage in a bidding war, making it uncertain how high the stock price can rise. Lu Yuanhao intentionally raised the stock price to prevent Chung Kong from repurchasing shares in the market to increase their holding percentage. Even if Chung Kong insists on repurchasing, they will have to pay a higher price. Within Wharf Holdings, Niu Bijiang was both surprised and angry. He was shocked that he was completely unaware of when Xingyuan Investment had acquired such a high stake, which could be deemed as dereliction of duty. He was furious that HSBC was once again acting as an ally for Xingyuan Investment. Last time HSBC was involved in Xingyuan Investment's acquisition of Jinmin Construction. However, at that time he was merely the general manager of Chung Kong, not a top executive, so any issues that arose could not be pinned on him. But this time he certainly couldn't escape responsibility. Could it be that Lu Yuanhao is the illegitimate son of Shun by working tirelessly to help him? Niu Bijiang maliciously commented. After a fit of impotent rage, Niu Bijiang could only reluctantly allow Lu Yuanhao into the board, as Xingyuan Real Estate's actions were entirely in compliance with Hong Kong law, leaving him no reason to stop it. At the Wharf Holdings board meeting, Niu Bijiang didn't even offer a simple introduction, displaying such poor attitude that he didn't even want to pretend to be cordial, showing no semblance of gentlemanly demeanor. Facing a group of British directors with scrutinizing and hostile gazes, Lu Yuanhao was unfazed, smiling at everyone. He would be the victor, and there was nothing inappropriate about being a bit lenient towards the vanquished. As everyone knows, Xingyuan Real Estate is not publicly listed. Now that I've just invested in Wharf Holdings, the stock price has started to soar, indicating that Hong Kong investors are quite supportive of me. I believe I can develop here very well, so I think it is a great time for Wharf Holdings to issue new shares to raise funds for accelerated development. What does everyone think? Lu Yuanhao began with a domineering attitude, boasting, which caused Niu Bijiang's face to change colors from white to red, then to green, and finally back to pale, as he barely restrained himself from cursing. The unusual stock price of Wharf Holdings is well known to everyone. The board does not believe that now is a good time to issue new shares. Wharf Holdings development has always relied on its own funds and bank loans, and such a pace is too slow. Harbor City in Tsimsha Tsui is a fantastic project, and I think we should accelerate the progress. How about allowing my Xingyuan Investment to issue 19.99 of new shares? According to Hong Kong law, this does not require shareholder approval. As long as the board approves it, it can be executed. The development of Harbor City should proceed at the current pace and does not need to be accelerated. We have sufficient funds and do not need to issue new shares. Hearing Lu Yuanhao immediately ask for 19.99 of new shares, Niu Bijiang broke down again, angrily retorting. Lu Yuanhao was indifferent, as he intended only to provoke Niu Bijiang and did not expect him to agree. Fortunately, he also knew when to stop refraining from speaking again until the end of the meeting. He wasn't worried at all about Niu Bijiang using a targeted share issuance to increase the holdings of Jardine Matheson or Chung Kong, as this would violate the principle of the Keswick family majority shareholders of Jardine Matheson making money from overseas investments in Hong Kong. With the stock price so high, they would definitely be reluctant to invest large amounts of cash. If new shareholders were introduced, Chung Kong's current shareholding would be diluted, and they would lose their position as the second largest shareholder, resulting in a situation where they would be fending off wolves at the front door while inviting tigers in at the back, making it uncertain who Wharf Holdings would ultimately belong to, but definitely not Hong Kong. As for proposing to hold a shareholders meeting, it was merely a ruse by Liu Yuanhao aimed at diverting Niu Bijiang's attention from how to prevent him from being elected chairman at the shareholders meeting while overlooking the stock competition in the market. Next, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Chun Bo to begin intensive visits to Wharf Holdings shareholders to create momentum for the shareholders meeting to re-elect the chairman of the board. Niu Bijiang did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly visited and courted British shareholders to secure his position. At the same time, he communicated through various channels with HSBC, trying to prevent HSBC from providing more assistance to Liu Yuanhao. From the very beginning, Chun Bai was aware that Liu Yuanhao's goal was not a shareholders meeting. Choosing to announce his nomination as a director of HSBC on the same day Liu Yuanhao publicly targeted Wharf Holdings was merely to cooperate with Liu Yuanhao's act, and being able to confuse everyone was the greatest help he could provide. Therefore, facing multiple lobbying efforts, Chun Bai made a courteous statement emphasizing that the nomination of Liu Yuanhao as a director of HSBC and Xingyuan Investments' acquisition of shares in Wharf Holdings were unrelated, and the collaboration between HSBC and Xingyuan Investment did not include providing loans for the acquisition of Wharf Holdings. With Chun Bai's statement, Niu Bijiang felt somewhat relieved, as the Jardine Matheson representatives on HSBC's board had indeed not reported any news about HSBC providing loans to Xingyuan Investment. Without HSBC's support, he did not believe that Xingyuan Investment could stir up any waves at the shareholders meeting, where British minority shareholders were in the majority. From December 18th to 22nd, the mainland held a plenary session during which it was decided to shift the national work focus to modernization and for the first time mentioned reform and opening up as a window for the mainland to connect with the Western world. Once the mainland opens its market and embarks on economic construction, Hong Kong's unique position in the global economy will immediately be highlighted, and the status of Chinese residents in Hong Kong will also be greatly elevated. Leftist media followed up on the plenary session with reports for several days analyzing the significant impact this plenary session would have on Hong Kong's future. Liu Yuanhao knew that the time to launch a decisive blow against Wharf Holdings had matured. He could pull the trigger now. On December 26th, Tuesday at 6 p.m., Huadoli Company held a press conference to announce that it would acquire 18 million shares of Kowloon Warehouse Group stock at a price of 60 Hong Kong dollars per share on behalf of Xingyuan Investment Group, raising its shareholding to 49. At this time, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse had already risen to 50 Hong Kong dollars per share, which was equivalent to its actual net value. Xingyuan Investment still offered a 20% premium for the acquisition, indicating its determination to acquire Kowloon Warehouse. As the news broke, stockholders flocked to Huadoli Company the following day to register. The price of 60 Hong Kong dollars per share was already the highest in Kowloon Warehouse's history. Many shareholders believed that once Xingyuan Investment completed the acquisition, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse would surely drop, so it was better to cash out now. However, some speculators chose to hold onto their stocks and wait to see how the land company would retaliate, wondering if Xingyuan Investment would raise its offer. They hoped for a fierce battle between the two sides, which could yield substantial profits. Niu Bijiang spent Christmas in the UK, and upon receiving the news, it felt like a bolt from the blue. He hurriedly flew back to Hong Kong to respond. On the morning of the 27th, the board of directors of Kowloon Warehouse issued a statement declaring that Xingyuan Investment's move constituted a hostile takeover and was unwelcome by the board. However, such a statement was of no use. No one paid it any attention. That afternoon, the land company, in conjunction with Yifeng Company, held a press conference announcing a comprehensive acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse by offering 1 share of Kowloon Warehouse stock for every 5 shares of land company stock. The current stock price of land company is 14 Hong Kong dollars per share, meaning the acquisition price would be set at a face value of 70 Hong Kong dollars per share, which is 10 Hong Kong dollars higher than that offered by Xingyuan Investment. As if anticipating the land company's response, Xingyuan Investment placed an advertisement in Ming Pao Oriental Daily and Sing Tao Daily on the 28th, using a striking image from 5 years ago of land company pulling milk to the sky, and provided a detailed account of how in 1973 land company acquired a milk company through stock exchange and how the shares plummeted after rights issues. Seeing the newspaper, shareholders recalled the fear they experienced during the stock market crash years ago. Realizing that the land company only relied on this old tactic and was unwilling to put any cash on the table, the speculators, who were still hesitating, abandoned their fantasies and headed to Huadoli Company to sell their stocks. Li Huanghua had initially been looking forward to a showdown between the land company and Xingyuan Investment to sell his shares at a good price. Now, seeing the land company's pitiful state, he arranged for his remaining 4 shares of Kowloon Warehouse to be sold to Huadoli Company. Huadoli was bustling with activity, while Yifeng was practically deserted, with very few people coming to register for the stock exchange. The stockholders in Hong Kong had learned their lesson this time and were not falling for the land company's tricks. Niu Bijian realized that the situation was dire, his face turning pale as he smashed a whole set of teaware in his office. On the day he returned from the UK, Niu Bijian immediately sought out the major shareholder, the Keswick family, hoping to gain their support to finance this acquisition battle. However, this move was completely at odds with the investment philosophy of the Keswick family, resulting in a ruthless rejection, and they instead blamed Niu Bijian for potentially losing Kowloon warehouse. Left with no choice, he had only the stock exchange option available, which as it turned out was completely ineffective. After work, Niu Bijian called in his assistant and instructed him, "Tomorrow arrange for someone to take our Kowloon warehouse shares to Huadoli to sell. Sell as much as possible, but be sure to avoid detection." The assistant was taken aback as they had just held a press conference today stating they would fight for the acquisition against Xingyuan Investment, and now they were surrendering. Kowloon warehouse cannot be retained. It is better to convert the shares into cash. The Keswick family's vision is short-sighted, and I hope this time they learn their lesson. The assistant nodded in understanding and hurriedly went to make arrangements. On the 29th, the last trading day of 1978, Huadoli Company held a press conference before closing stating that the stocks registered had reached 18 million shares and the acquisition was complete. How many stocks were sold? We sold 8 million shares, recouping 650 million. They moved too quickly. They had collected 7 million shares in just 2 days. Even if we hadn't sold our stocks, I estimate they could have completed the acquisition in just a few days. Under the circumstances of major shareholders providing liquidity and insiders aiding them, Xingyuan Investment completed the acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse in just 3 trading days. In his past life, when the Shipping King acquired Kowloon Warehouse, the stock market was already very booming, and the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse had risen to 77 Hong Kong dollars per share. Taking advantage of the Shipping King's departure from Hong Kong, the land company preemptively proposed a combination of stock exchange and bonds to acquire Kowloon Warehouse shares at a face value of 100 Hong Kong dollars per share. When the Shipping King returned to Hong Kong, he directly offered a high price of 105 Hong Kong dollars per share, completing the acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse with cash in just 1 day at a cost of 1 billion. In this life, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse had not risen that high yet, and Liu Yuanhao took the initiative, so his first offer was only 60 Hong Kong dollars per share, leaving himself some room in case the land company decided to raise the stakes. However, he did not expect that this acquisition would go so smoothly, and the contingency plans he prepared had not even been utilized before the opponent had already collapsed. Moreover, the total cost was less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Although it took 2 days longer than the Shipping King, it also saved 1 billion in funds. Regardless of who sold the stocks, Xingyuan Investment's 49 stake was genuine. They now did not need to solicit votes at the shareholders' meeting. After going through the motions, Liu Yuanhao could take over the entire Kowloon Warehouse group. That evening at the internal celebration banquet jointly held by Xingyuan Investment and Huadoli Company, an unexpected figure appeared. A Shipping King. Although Liu Yuanhao was surprised by the arrival of the Shipping King, he greeted him with great politeness and respect. They had seen each other once at the HSBC board meeting, but had no personal relationship. This time the Shipping King attended the banquet co-hosted by Xingyuan Investment and Huadoli in his capacity as an HSBC director. There was nothing inappropriate about his attendance, but Liu Yuanhao felt it was a bit strange. "I've been wanting to have a good chat with you, young hero. Back in the day when your father was in the clothing business, he used my ships. We were old acquaintances. When he unexpectedly passed away, I lamented the loss of an elite in the Chinese business community. I didn't expect your performance to surpass that of your father. Truly, the student surpasses the master." The Shipping King held Liu Yuanhao's hand warmly, appearing quite familiar. Liu Yuanhao was non-committal in his heart, but immediately responded. "Uncle Bao, how come you came tonight without prior notice? I could have come down to greet you. I have no other intention in coming. I just heard you acquired Kowloon Warehouse, and specifically came to congratulate you. I hope you won't blame me for dropping by uninvited. It is an honor for you to come. I am just a young kid, and don't deserve such praise from you. You do deserve it. To be honest, I was also interested in Kowloon Warehouse in the first half of this year, but I thought the stock price was a bit high and planned to wait for it to drop a bit before making a move. I didn't expect that before I could take action you had already acquired it. I'm getting old. I can't compare with the boldness of you young people." Liu Yuanhao, unsure of his intentions, intentionally steered the conversation. "Are you thinking of abandoning ship?" The Shipping King's eyes flashed with brilliance. "I do have this idea. The shipping business is in a downturn, and every day without running the ship is a loss. Times are hard. I wonder if you've heard that the mainland is about to embark on reform and opening up. Are you suggesting doing business on the mainland? The mainland is a place with great potential. I also want to go look when the opportunity arises. But that wasn't my point, Uncle Bao. What do you think the mainland's attitude toward Hong Kong will be after the reform and opening up? Are you saying reunification?" The Shipping King pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, "Yes, once the mainland begins reform and opening up, Hong Kong will be a window for them to showcase their achievements. Such an important place cannot continue to be controlled by the British, so I think the mainland will negotiate with the British government regarding Hong Kong's sovereignty soon. And then what? The shipping king was somewhat confused by what he said. If Uncle Bao is considering abandoning ship, you might consider Hysan Development. As far as I know, the major shareholder of Hysan Development, the Zhang Yuliang family, is very wary of the mainland. Once negotiations for reunification begin, I think he is very likely to liquidate his assets and emigrate abroad. Uncle Bao, you can probe the waters in advance to prepare early. Lu Yuanhao decided to be direct. Oh, is what you say true? The shipping king became excited. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to abandon ship and did not expect to receive such good news from Lu Yuanhao. Uncle Bao, you'll know if you try. Good. If it's really as you say, I owe you a big favor. You're being overly polite. You and my father are family friends. This is what I should do. Good nephew, well said, ha. Lu Yuanhao still did not understand the shipping king's intentions by the time he left, but since he had already acquired Kowloon warehouse, he did not mind reminding him of the remaining Hysan Development. Although this company was also one of the 4 major trading houses, its core assets were not impressive apart from a Lane Crawford department store. Lu Yuanhao had no interest in the department store business. He believed that after a few years, when Japanese department stores entered Hong Kong, local department stores would be beaten down. Rather than waiting to be forced to act, then it was better to do a favor now. Although it was the weekend, major newspapers in Xiangjiang rushed to publish special reports on Xingyuan Investments' successful acquisition of the Kowloon Warehouse Group. If Xingyuan Investments' pursuit of Hysan had a hint of opportunism, then this acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse was purely a victory based on hard power. With both Hysan and Kowloon Warehouse under its belt, Xingyuan Investment has become a replica of the Jardine Matheson Group. Adding in Xingyuan Real Estate, Kim Mun Construction Parkshop, and Kadori Estates, the entire Xingyuan conglomerate can now stand toe-to-toe with the Jardine Group. Labels like genius and prodigy no longer suit Lu Yuanhao. The Hong Kong media has begun to refer to him as Super Lu. At just 23 years old, Lu Yuanhao officially stepped into the upper echelons of the Xiangjiang business circle, though it would take some time for him to fully unleash his influence. Wang Lao from XING called again to express his congratulations, showing great importance to Lu Yuanhao in his words. The Kuaicheng container terminal in Xiangjiang has a total of 5 berths, and except for berth 3, the other 4 are now in Lu Yuanhao's hands. Coupled with parking shops standing in Zhangjiang's retail sector, one could exaggerate that if he stomped his foot, the entire Xiangjiang would tremble. Xiangjiang, being a smaller place, is more prone to industry monopolies, and the only one that can rival his grip on such a core industry as the terminal is Cathay Pacific, part of Swire Group. Thus, his current value in uniting factions in Xiangjiang is undoubtedly at the highest level. Lu Yuanhao paid no heed to the various external distractions. Instead, he retreated to Repulse Bay to enjoy a therapeutic massage from Li Mini, which she had specially learned to help him relax after his workouts. As Li Mini massaged him, she chatted with Lu Yuanhao about trivial matters. When discussing her work at the TV station, she suddenly mentioned CSC. That CSC joined TVB this year. Not long ago, after bumping into him at the station, he has been constantly trying to ingratiate himself, and I can't shake him off. He's as annoying as a fly. Honey, help me get rid of him. Upon hearing CSC's name, Lu Yuanhao instantly perked up. According to the trajectory of his past life, they should have met in 77, with CSC pursuing her to the TV station, and they married in 79, later having the Bing Wang siblings. Later, CSC played a character named Luo Sihai, a gambling king, and was referred to as Brother C in the circle. He mistakenly believed he had truly become a gambling king, and in Macau he not only lost his fortune, but also accrued a massive debt of several million Hong Kong dollars. However, in this life, Lu Yuanhao secured Li Mini early on, and such events could no longer transpire. Although Lu Yuanhao is a major shareholder of TVB, he does not actively participate in the daily operations of the station, only making appearances during the anniversary celebrations. Otherwise, he remains largely absent. The people at the station only know that Zhao Yaji and Li Mini have significant backgrounds, but very few understand that they are both Lu Yuanhao's women. Uncle Xiao is very tight-lipped about this. Boss Hua controls most of the small newspapers in Xiangjiang, so reports concerning Lu Yuanhao's romantic pursuits have almost vanished, making it difficult for outsiders to link the two. Li Mini's achievements in acting are not on par with Zhao Yazi's. Recently, Lu Yuanhao has been inclined to guide her towards a behind-the-scenes transition. Li Mini obediently accepted this arrangement and reduced her frequency of taking on roles. This gave some uninformed onlookers the impression that she had lost her support and had become past her prime, no longer in the limelight. CSC must also have thought that an out-of-luck actress without a backing would be easy to manipulate, which is why he relentlessly pursued her. Of course, there was a playful tone in Li Mini's words, indicating to Lu Yuanhao that she was not relying on her background to act arrogantly at TVB. Isn't CSC already married? Why is he still bothering you? I heard he's quite a flirt and may not have good intentions towards you. He divorced a long time ago, wears sunglasses daily to look good like a toad, trying to eat swan meat. Just looking at him annoys me. I don't care, just help me get rid of him. Seeing that Li Mini had no good impression of Xie, Lu Yuanhao lost interest in the gossip. Alright, I got it, it's just a small matter. Speaking of serious matters, Li Zihua's health has deteriorated, and it is likely just a matter of a year or two. I will look for an opportunity to acquire the stocks of TVB from Hyson. After Li Xiaohua passes away, I will take over as chairman of the board. You should think about which area of work you would like to pursue, administrative or production-related, and start learning a bit now, so you can assist me once I officially take over. How about I learn talent management? Any young lady you fancy in the future can be entrusted to me for unified management. How does it sound for me to be your chief of the harem? This woman is starting to cause trouble again. If you don't want children in the future, I won't mind appointing you as the chief of the harem. Lu Yuanhao struck a nerve. Li Mini dared not be playful anymore. All she could think about was having children, feeling that only by having children could her future be secure, so she continued discussing serious matters. So how do you plan to arrange things with Uncle Lu? He hasn't managed Xiao's films recently and has put all his focus on TVB. If he follows orders, he can continue working without difficulties. It's good for everyone. However, if he wants to create opposition, then he can only be sidelined. Times have changed. His outdated methods will soon be eliminated. They no longer work. Uncle Lu has significant influence at the station. If anything happens, you need to be careful not to make it too ugly. With his thrifty personality, I only need to wield financial power to deal with him. Got it? You're impressive, my lord. After New Year's Day, Lu Yuanhao called in Chun Bo to discuss the upcoming adjustments to the group's real estate business. Kowloon Warehouse differs from Hyson. Its business is relatively straightforward, mainly consisting of two parts: real estate and terminals. In terms of real estate, we have the operational results of Xingyuan Real Estate to present. On the terminal side, we have Hyson. This way, no one can dare to make unfounded claims using our management of Kowloon Warehouse as an excuse to prevent us from intervening in daily operations. Therefore, we need to take full control of Kowloon Warehouse's business this time. You should bring over a few capable individuals from Xingyuan Real Estate. I will nominate you to serve as the executive director and general manager of Kowloon Warehouse at the board meeting. Understood, young master. I have no issues here. Chun Bo never imagined that he would have the opportunity to lead a well-known listed company in Hong Kong and Kowloon at the age of almost 60, feeling incredibly excited and full of energy. Last month, the mainland announced reforms and economic development, which will make Zhangjiang's window effect increasingly evident, solidifying its status in international trade. However, the mainland will never allow this window to remain in British hands indefinitely, so I believe negotiations regarding Zhangjiang's sovereignty will soon commence between the mainland and the British government. When these negotiations will start and how long they will take remains uncertain. We need to be prepared. Once negotiations begin, I believe Zhangjiang's economy will face severe turbulence in the short term. British capital will exit Xinjiang in droves, and we should seize the opportunity to acquire various British assets at low prices, making it crucial to reduce liabilities and ensure the company's cash flow. If we can seize this reshuffling opportunity, we will become the top force in Xinjiang. Understood, young master. Now I know what to do. When Xingyuan Investment took control of Hyson, Lu Yuanhao was unfamiliar with the business and worried about operational issues, so he dared not confront the management team, taking on the role of a major shareholder first to gradually plan. This time with Kowloon Warehouse, he does not need to approach it that way. Whether it is the real estate or terminal business, anyone who dares to challenge him will be met with a swift response, and the people from Xingyuan Real Estate and Hyson can seamlessly integrate. Therefore, he was able to appear casual when facing the Kowloon Warehouse board, and was particularly forceful about taking full control of the business. He even hoped that some individuals who could not see the situation clearly would jump out to bark at him, allowing everyone to see just how sharp the sword in his hand truly was. In Lu Yuanhao's plans, he would privatize Kowloon Warehouse and delist it during the stock market crash of '83. Kowloon Warehouse has two core assets: the Harbor City project in Simsha Sui and a piece of undeveloped land in Causeway Bay. In his past life, the annual rent of Harbor City peaked at 9.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, an astonishing capacity for revenue generation. The land in Causeway Bay, once developed, became Zhangjiang's Times Square, an exceptionally valuable rental property. These two locations, like the rental properties held by Xingyuan Real Estate, do not need to maintain their public listing status to share operational profits with shareholders. They can be treated as private assets of the Lu family. Lu Yuanhao also plans to acquire the land, allowing Kowloon Warehouse's terminal operations to swap assets with the land while still remaining under his control. In mid-January, at the temporary shareholders meeting of Kowloon Warehouse Group, Lu Yuanhao was unsurprisingly elected as the new chairman of the board and then nominated Chun Bo as the executive director. The position of general manager is still held by the PR faction's Baofuda, which needs to go through an internal process. Because Lu Yuanhao's previous acquisition was deemed a hostile takeover by the board, the first board meeting after the re-election saw several directors close to PR looking at him with unfriendly gazes. Lu Yuanhao did not regard them at all. If internal strife broke out, he could easily kick these individuals out. Everyone, there is no need to look at me with such disdain. I am not here to create internal strife. Oh, I am here for the better development of Kowloon Warehouse Group. Take a look at your proposed development plans. You have included residential buildings in what should be a future commercial center at Harbor City in Simsha-Sui. Causeway Bay is now the second largest commercial center in Xiangjiang, and you have also planned the land of the Xiangjiang Tramway Depot there for residential buildings. Is this not too conservative? Several directors averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Lu Yuanho's eyes. They indeed lacked confidence in Xiangjiang's future and were only here to make money, not to build it, as if it were their own home. Moreover, if Xiangjiang develops well in the future, they could choose to demolish those residential buildings and rebuild. Thus, they do not believe they have done anything wrong. Now being reprimanded by Lu Yuanhao in front of everyone, they surely felt some resentment, but the situation was stronger than the individual, and they could only swallow their opinions. Since the residential buildings at Harbor City have already been constructed, I won't mention those. The land at the Xiangjiang Tramway Depot hasn't even begun construction. It must be replanned and entirely built into first-class commercial buildings. Harbor City, such a commercial project, actually had residential properties planned. He was truly left speechless by these British people. If Kowloon Warehouse had not adopted a rental-only policy, Lu Yuanhao would have demolished all the buildings, even if they had been completed. Of course, he still intends to demolish them. He plans to take action in 89. After the meeting, Lu Yuanhao had a discussion with Bao Fuda, generously offering him a severance package. Bao Fuda then chose to leave without hesitation, and the position of general manager was taken over by Chen Bo. Having sorted out the transition with Kowloon Warehouse, Lu Yuanhao began to consolidate several securities brokerage firms under Xingyuan Investment. Now that Kowloon Warehouse is secured and the stock acquisition progress of the other companies is nearing its target, it is time to complete the merger of these brokerage firms. After merging the brokerage firms, he renamed them Xingyuan Securities, establishing it as a wholly owned subsidiary of Xingyuan Investment responsible for securities investment business. Then he promoted the most reputable Cheng Weili from among the heads of these companies to serve as the executive president of Xingyuan Securities and assigned him to the first task of acquiring stocks from Kowloon Development and Kowloon Bus. The major shareholder of Kowloon Development and Kowloon Bus is Lei Jukin, the founder of the Golden Princess Cinema in Sunart City. Lu Yuanhao plans to take control of TVB in 80. If he cannot cooperate with Uncle Xiao once he sidelines him, he is unlikely to acquire the resources of Shaw Brothers Films. If he approaches Zhao Wenhui from Golden Harvest, it would be too much of a slap in the face for Uncle Xiao. Oh, it is unnecessary. It is better to start anew and establish Sunart City as it was in his previous life. In the Xiangjiang film industry of the 80s, neither Shaw Brothers nor Golden Harvest could compete with Sunart City. He only needs to set up the framework for Golden Princess Cinema and Sunart City before Lei Jukin does, allowing them to develop along the trajectory of his past life. Currently among the Chinese businessmen, there is still an emphasis on maintaining unity, so Lu Yuanhao also plans to employ a strategy of courtesy before aggression, first seeking to purchase from Zhongren with sincerity. If he cannot buy it, the shares acquired from Kowloon Development and Kowloon Bus will serve as a backup weapon. The goal is to pressure Lei Jukin into trading shares for the cinema, which, to put it bluntly, is a legal and compliant heist. Without the cinema, Lei Jukin would not be able to form a film distribution network. Without that network, Sunart City would have no connection to him. In his past life, Lei Jukin lost everything except for Kowloon Development. Kowloon Bus was seized by New World Developments Guodashing, and Sunart City closed down. In the face of real estate, filming is truly insignificant. In this life, if Lei Jukin loses the cinema, reinforcing his shares in Kowloon Bus might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Lei Jukin owns a cinema chain called Lixing Cinemas, acquired 71 years ago, which includes 4 leading theaters: Lixing, Yueshing, Huaxing, and Kaixing. Additionally, the Lei family possesses 4 regular theaters, such as Jinmin and Minil, which are currently either rented out to other cinema chains like Jiahe or primarily show Western films. Lu Yuanhao has his sights set on these 8 theaters, planning to use them as a foundation to easily establish a large cinema chain of about 20 theaters through new constructions and acquisitions. After receiving Lu Yuanho's directive, Xingyuan Real Estate swiftly began searching for acquisition targets or suitable sites for new theaters in Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. On Lei Jukin's side, he inquired through Wang Zhengxiang about the possibility of selling theaters, only to be predictably rejected. Lu Yuanhao was not concerned. If they were unwilling to sell now, they would likely reconsider when they were eager for equity. He did not believe the Lei family would willingly relinquish control of 2 publicly listed companies just to hold on to these temporarily less useful theaters. Soon the stock prices of Kowloon Bus and Kowloon Construction began to fluctuate. Lei Jukin held slightly over 30 of Kowloon Construction and just over 20 of Kowloon Bus, but his holdings were not very high. Faced with the sudden rise in stock prices, Lei Jukin became cautious, fearing a hostile takeover, and hurriedly sent people to investigate. Lu Yuanho's intention was to attract his attention this time, and he did not hide it much. Xingyuan Securities was quickly uncovered by Lei Jukin. Upon realizing that it was Lu Yuanhao causing the stir, Lei Jukan recalled that Wang Zengxiang had previously assisted him in seeking to purchase theaters, understanding that his intentions were not as straightforward as they seemed, and he let out a sigh of relief. He then began to scold that little brat for being unprincipled, taking advantage of having a bit of money to act recklessly. Thus Lei Jukan took the initiative to invite him, and under Wang Zengxiang's introduction, the two met at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel to have afternoon tea. Mr. Lu is truly young and promising, accomplishing such significant feats. Lei Jukan was in a foul mood and started off with sharp remarks. You've overpraised me, Mr. Lei. It took me many years of planning to make a move for Kowloon Warehouse. Lu Yuanhao pretended to think that Lei Jukan was referring to his acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse and smoothly picked up the thread of conversation. The implication of his words was that if he could take down Kowloon Warehouse, then although Kowloon Construction and Kowloon Bus were not his targets at all, depended on how Lei Jukan chose. Lei Jukan was taken aback. In terms of financial power, he was indeed not on the same level as the young man before him, with a significant gap in their resources, so he could only soften his tone. I can sell you all the theaters, but you must leave me with none of the shares in my two companies. That's agreeable. Xingyuan Securities has acquired 13 of Kowloon Bus and 8 of Kowloon Construction's shares. I will also add 20 million in cash to Mr. Lei in exchange for all the rights to the 8 theaters you own. Lei Jukan's face darkened. He did not expect Lu Yuanhao to have acquired so many shares in such a short time, making him increasingly wary. He calculated the price, realizing Lu Yuanhao's offer was fair, perhaps even slightly above market value. This result was still quite acceptable. Although Lu Yuanhao's methods were unsporting, he did offer a considerable amount. All right, then it's settled. After discussing the matter briefly, Lei Jukan was reluctant to linger and prepared to leave. Lu Yuanhao, recalling his future hardships, couldn't help but remind him. Mr. Lei, you must hold on to those shares tightly this time. Unstable equity can easily lead to being taken advantage of, even losing control of the company. Once Lu Yuanhao made his move, a storm of stock market raids would sweep across Hong Kong Island. If a listed company's holdings fall below 30, the actual controller risks losing control. If they fall below 25, it's akin to being naked and waiting for others to rob them, even if the actual controller belongs to one of the so-called 4 major families. Li Xiaoji had a lot to say on this matter. In his past life, his China Gas had been targeted by Lu Yuanhao, forcing him to spend a fortune buying back shares in the stock market. Lei Jukan understood Lu Yuanhao's warning and, surprised, cupped his hands in thanks before leaving. With the 8 theaters secured, Lu Yuanhao retracted the lease given to Jiahe and began the multi-hall renovations. By the late 1970s, a multi-hall cinemas had already begun to gain popularity in M country, but in Hong Kong, single-hall theaters still dominated. Jiahe and Shaw Brothers cinema chains were uniformly single-hall, with some theaters accommodating 200 to 500 people, while the smallest could hold 500. This was partly due to their limited production capacity and fewer film sources. On the other hand, their high demands for external film sources blocked many small film companies, resulting in a severe waste of cinema resources. Lu Yuanhao planned to transform all 8 theaters into small halls that could accommodate about 200 people each, expecting to achieve a total of 72 screens. Xingyuan Real Estate also successfully acquired theaters under Chun Rongmei Feng Bingzhong and Li Maowen and selected several other locations to prepare for new theater constructions. All these theaters would undergo renovations, and once completed, the new cinema chain would reach a scale of 20 theaters and 178 screens, theoretically capable of showing 178 different films simultaneously, which would greatly attract small film companies without their own chains. With the preliminary preparations for the cinema chain completed, Lu Yuanhao also contacted Hong Jinbao and Mai Jia through Li Mini. These two were among the earlier independent filmmakers in Hong Kong, having partnered with Lu Jiarong last year to establish Jia Bao Film Company. According to the trajectory of his past life, after producing 2 films, Jia Bao Film Company was dissolved this year. Mai Jia would team up with Shi Tian and Huang Beiming to establish a new film company called Fendo, while Hong Jinbao would return to Jiahe to form Baohua Film Company. In his past life, Hong Kong's filmmakers frequently split and merged with various film companies, ultimately driven by financial disputes. Some conflicts arose from uneven profit distribution, where those who contributed less could still take a larger share of the profits. This was how New Art City ended up being dismantled. Others found that even if their films made money, they could not access revenues from outside the region, a sentiment that resonated deeply with Hong Jinbao. Hence, in the late 1980s, these individuals repeatedly jumped around, causing significant turmoil. At the Hilton Hotel in Central, Lu Yuanhao hosted a banquet for Hong Jinbao and Mai Jia, accompanied by Li Mini. Having signed a short contract with Jiahe in 1974, Li Mini was quite familiar with Hong Jinbao, and her presence ensured the atmosphere would not be awkward. Although Hong Jinbao and Mai Jia were considerably older than Lu Yuanhao, they both showed great respect towards him, as their wealth and status were not on the same level. Mr. Mai, I invited you here with Minnie's help because I am in the process of establishing a cinema chain, and I currently have 20 theaters undergoing renovations. 20 theaters. Mr. Liu is indeed quite ambitious. This will be the largest cinema chain in Hong Kong. Congratulations, Mr. Liu. Hong Jinbao was the first to respond with compliments. Is Mr. Liu intending for us to help you produce films? Mai Jia followed up with a question. I wish to build a platform based on the cinema chain allowing film enthusiasts in Hong Kong to realize their dreams. You two are outstanding figures in the Hong Kong film industry, which is why I reached out to you first. Mr. Liu is overpraising us. What exactly is this platform you speak of? I plan to establish a film company that will serve as this platform, implementing a project-based approach for each film. The project initiator will have the authority to select team members and determine profit-sharing ratios alongside the right to invest. Let me explain these powers to you in detail. First, the selection of project team members. This is easy to understand. The lead actors, screenwriters, cinematographers, and action directors can be designated by the project initiator. I will only provide funding. How the film is made and who makes it is up to the project initiator, and I won't interfere. Second, determining profit-sharing ratios. As far as I know, when you make films now, even if you write, direct, and act, you only receive a fee. But here you will not only receive a fee, the core members of the project team, such as directors and lead actors, can also receive a share of the profits. For every project, I will provide 10 of the local box office revenue as a share with the specific distribution determined by the project initiator. Third, participation in investment. This is also easy to understand. The project initiator will have the right to invest up to 50% of the total investment, enjoying profit sharing according to their investment ratio. For example, Mr. Hong, if you want to write, direct, and star in a film, you can receive not only the fees for screenwriting, directing, and leading male roles, but the other core members of the crew, such as the second male lead and the 2 female leads, can share a profit plan of 10, with the specifics of who gets what determined by you. After the film is released, I will allocate 10 of the box office revenue in Hong Kong according to the plan you provide. If you participate in the investment in addition to fees and box office shares, you will also receive profit shares based on your investment ratio, which includes both local and external revenues. For each project, I can allocate no more than 50% of the investment amount, and the initiator can choose to invest themselves or have several core members invest collectively. Mr. Hong, as far as I know, you have produced several films at Jiahe, but have never received any external revenue, right? Liu Yuanho's mention of external earnings prompted Hong Jinbao to start lamenting. Mr. Liu, you are absolutely right. Speaking about Jiahe makes me angry. They sell films to external markets at a price of $1 Hong Kong to Boss Zou's local distribution company, and any box office revenue has nothing to do with me. When I mention external box office revenues, they say the total distribution rights sold for only $1 Hong Kong. So how can I share even a few cents? It's infuriating, isn't it? With the projects I am involved in, you will have the right to send people to supervise the entire project's finances, ensuring that you won't be cheated out of a single cent. What requirements does Mr. Liu have for us? Mai Jia pondered for a moment after hearing this and felt it was indeed a good deal, but there is no free lunch in the world. He wondered what the terms would be. It's quite simple. Just sign a contract with my company, but the duration of the contract must be no less than 7 years. Hearing about the 7-year contract, both men fell into contemplation together. Liu Yuanhao was offering a significant deal, but a 7-year contract was indeed a bit long. They were all ambitious individuals who were unwilling to work for someone else indefinitely. Being able to be their own boss and make films was a more appealing prospect. How is the profit distribution between the film company and the cinema chain regarding the box office? Mai Jia asked a very practical question. He and Hong Jinbao had some differences. While Hong Jinbao could directly find Jiahe to screen his films, Mai Jia had to seek out cinemas after finishing his films, and the box office share he received might not be high. Films produced by my own company will have a 50-50 split with the cinema chain, while films from other companies will be split 6,040 in favor of the cinema chain. Oh, by the way, after my cinema chain is established, in order to attract small film companies to bring their films for screening, I will eliminate the minimum guarantee system. Of course, this detail is not yet for public announcement. I hope you will keep it confidential for now. At that time, the cinema chains in Hong Kong employed a minimum guarantee system where a film had to pay a lump sum to the cinema before being screened, and the box office revenue exceeding that amount would then be shared according to a predetermined ratio. By eliminating the minimum guarantee, film companies would certainly receive a larger share, attracting many small film companies. This would be a revelation that could shake up the Hong Kong film industry. Mai Jia was already tempted. He had no organization to rely on, and investing in Liu Yuanho's new film company seemed like a very good choice. As long as Mr. Liu doesn't mind, I have no issues on my end. Haha, welcome to join Mr. Mai. If you have other friends who love film, feel free to invite them over. The conditions will be the same as yours. Liu Yuanhao was not surprised and raised his glass to clink with Mai Jia. With such favorable conditions offered by Mr. Liu, I believe many filmmakers will rush to join. Hong Jinbao, however, was still in a dilemma. He had grown up in Jiahe and held deep sentiments for it, but could not overlook Jiahe's monopolization of external revenues. No matter how deep his feelings were, he could not continue to let money slip away, so he decided to go back and probe Jiahe's stance. Mr. Liu, I need some time to consider this. I can't agree just yet. That's fine, as such matters require careful consideration. There's no rush, my doors are always open for you. Hong Jinbeo's choice was within Liu Yuanho's expectations. After all, in his past life, individuals who dared to call themselves big brothers had some sense of loyalty. If he agreed without consideration, Liu Yuanhao would have to contemplate the situation himself. After the banquet concluded and the two were sent off, Liu Yuanhao returned to his presidential suite on the top floor with Li Mini. Li Mini filled the bathtub with water and then began to assist Liu Yuanhao in taking a bath. I thought you brought those two out to discuss forming a film company, but it turns out you had other plans. If I formed a company with them and gave them shares, if one person made 1 film a year while another made 3, there would be unequal distribution of profits and internal conflicts would arise within 3 years. Moreover, once the company developed, those films made without shareholder participation could yield profits if they performed well at the box office, leading to resentment among those who didn't contribute. So it's better to do it like this. Only those who participate in a film get to share the profits. Those who don't participate shouldn't expect anything. At least it's a bit fairer. I would just earn a little less. The purpose of establishing this cinema chain and film company is not to make a lot of money. It's a bargaining chip to compete with Uncle Xiao Lu. Oh, I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to establish a cinema chain and film company. It turns out it was for TVB. Li Mini suddenly realized. Films are also an indispensable resource for television stations. The resources of Shaw Brothers are in Uncle Xiao Liu's hands. Even if things escalate to the point of a fallout, I wouldn't want to go to Jiahe. It'd be better to build another platform. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. When doing things, one must first consider the worst outcomes and prepare for them in advance, then strive towards the best possible direction. This is the way to ensure longevity. But what if in the future someone tries to exploit you under the guise of making a film? You may not realize this, but there are numerous ways to scam money in filmmaking. If someone just tinkers with the production costs, as long as it's not too outrageous, I can pretend I didn't see it. But if someone truly tries to take advantage of me, there are plenty of ways to teach them a lesson. In the age of information explosion, Liu Yuanhao had seen too many fraudulent practices and dark dealings. Compared to those in Hong Kong who were still just focused on making films, he was confident that he had encountered more scams. However, he was seeking individuals from his past life who had a good reputation. He believed no one would engage in such misconduct. If they did, his money was not something anyone could easily take. Shortly after the Lunar New Year, Governor Mak Lihos hosted a private banquet inviting prominent figures from various industries in Hong Kong, and Liu Yuanhao also received an invitation. Mak Lihos began his term as governor in 1971. In the past few years, while Liu Yuanhao was developing quietly, he had little interaction with the governor's office outside of official matters and had never met Mak Lihos. Now Liu Yuanhao has become a significant figure in Hong Kong's business sector, making such an invitation a natural occurrence. However, at this stage, he has no desires or demands from the government and has not sought contact with them. Given his previous timing in acquiring the wharf shortly after the mainland announced its reform and opening up, it is likely that the governor's office aims to test his inclinations. Considering that Mak Lihos is scheduled to visit Beijing in April, Liu Yuanhao suspects this could be an opportunity for Mak Lihos to gauge the opinions of Hong Kong's industry leaders regarding the issue of Hong Kong's future. While he doesn't mind expressing his inclinations, this year is critical for his golden strategy, so it is best not to show any preferences in front of the British. After all, he has a flexible moral bottom line, and seeking support when necessary is not something to be ashamed of. Therefore, at the banquet, he spent most of his time with Shun Bai. The incident involving his pressure on New World development when he first joined the wharf's board of directors became a topic of conversation, and Shun Bai was very pleased with his series of performances. In Shun Bai's view, it was thanks to HSBC's support that Liu Yuanhao successfully acquired the wharf from the Jardine Matheson Group. This event also marked a significant turning point in the century-long competition between HSBC and Jardine, with Jardine being dethroned and HSBC emerging as the new king of Hong Kong. All of this was led by him during his tenure as the head of HSBC, and it can be vividly recorded in the history of HSBC's development. In life, it is nothing more than the pursuit of fame and fortune. With his status as Hong Kong's financial tycoon, making money is not a difficult task. Now that he has filled the gap in fame, he feels as though he has reached the pinnacle of life, having a sense of controlling various aspects of Hong Kong from behind the scenes. Thus, he received a very favorable attitude from Shun Bai, who guided him through the venue and actively introduced him to influential British officials from the government, such as Sir Henry Tang, the financial secretary. Some British individuals who had doubts about Liu Yuanhao's inclinations saw him consistently with Shun Bai, significantly alleviating their concerns. They might not trust Liu Yuanhao, but they certainly trusted Shun Bai. This was precisely the goal Liu Yuanhao aimed to achieve. After a while, as the crowd around Mak Lihos dispersed, Shun Bai brought Liu Yuanhao to meet him. Without exaggeration, Mak Lihos's performance during his tenure as governor has surpassed that of his predecessors by a significant margin, The robust economic growth in Hong Kong during his term is unprecedented since the opening of the port. With his assistance, Hong Kong has gradually transformed from an economy dominated by light industry to one focused on electronics, finance, and commerce, becoming one of the four Asian tigers. The Independent Commission Against Corruption, which he established, greatly improved social security in Hong Kong, laying a solid foundation for its prosperity and stability and its future as a globally renowned financial center. After leaving office, he has repeatedly criticized the last governor, Chris Patten, for the so-called democratic reforms introduced to the Legislative Council. Compared to those British who only wish to profit or entrench themselves, he is undoubtedly much better. However, the differences between Liu Yuanhao and him are irreconcilable. No matter how well he performed in office, that fact remains unchanged at most, allowing Liu Yuanhao to show a bit more respect when facing him. After Shunbai completed the introductions, Liu Yuanhao politely bowed slightly and then greeted him. "Governor, it is an honor to meet you. Everything you have done for Hong Kong deserves praise from every citizen. The prosperity and flourishing of Hong Kong cannot be separated from the great protection of Her Majesty the Queen, the wise guidance of the British government, and of course the contribution of every citizen, especially outstanding young talents like you, who are the cornerstone of Hong Kong's future prosperity. As for myself, I have only done some insignificant work." Liu Yuanhao, who had his suspicions before coming, silently thought to himself, "Just as I expected. This old fellow keeps mentioning the Queen and the British government, undoubtedly testing the waters," but he had no intention of engaging. "You are too modest, Governor. As the longest-serving governor of Hong Kong, your contributions to the region are well recognized." Thank you for your praise. I wonder what your views are on the future development of Hong Kong." Seeing that Liu Yuanhao did not respond to his statement, Mac Leho's probed again. "I was born here and raised here, so of course I hope Hong Kong continues to develop and thrive. I believe Hong Kong can strive to become an Asian financial center, aiming to be a key link in the global financial market connecting London and New York. As a bridge between East and West, Hong Kong has its unique advantages which Tokyo and Singapore cannot compare to." Liu Yuanhao's statement was quite novel, immediately capturing the attention of Shunbai and Mac Lehos, successfully avoiding Mac Lehosi's probing. Considering China's population and land area, any discussion about the global economy that disregards China is a false proposition. Before the reform, the mainland market was inaccessible to Western countries, but opportunities began to emerge after the opening up. Hong Kong's unique position has thus become prominent, providing an opportunity to develop into a global trade hub and financial center. As the two pondered, they increasingly felt that Liu Yuanhao's words made sense. Especially Shunbai, who was the head of HSBC. If Hong Kong could become an Asian financial center, HSBC, as the king of Hong Kong, would undoubtedly rise in status. Excited by the thought, Shunbai set aside Mac Lehos and pulled Liu Yuanhao aside to discuss the potential of Hong Kong becoming an Asian financial center, how HSBC should position itself in this development, what strategies to adopt, and what effects to achieve. Compared to HSBC becoming a globally influential major bank, winning the competition against Jardine has already become a trivial matter. If this plan succeeds, Shunbai, who personally orchestrated everything and laid the foundation, will become the most influential head of HSBC in over 100 years. Just thinking about it excites him. Liu Yuanhao knows that HSBC's internationalization has not been very successful, and he is pleased to see it. He pointed out some critical steps from HSBC's past, such as the restructuring of its shareholding and the acquisition of a local bank in the UK and the US to develop business. In 1978, HSBC began contacting C Bank in the US, seeking to acquire this 17th ranked commercial bank in the country. Currently, both parties are still in the preliminary contact stage. Liu Yuanhao had only been on the board of HSBC for a short time, so logically, he should not have access to this information. Therefore, his comments coincided with HSBC's actions, further strengthening Shinbei's determination to acquire C Bank. At No. 66 Deepwater Bay Road, Liu Yuanhao and Zhao Yaji were trying on formal dresses for the charity auction gala at Donghua Sanyuan that evening, and he chose to have Zhao Yaji accompany him. Donghua Sanyuan is the oldest and largest charitable organization in Xinjiang, with its board elected based on the amount of donations from its members, and each appointment requires approval and permission from the Hong Kong government. Joining the board of Donghua Sanyuan not only showcases one's own and their family's social status, but also earns a good reputation in Xinjiang, making it highly sought after by the upper echelons of society. Liu Yuanhao's current business status is already quite high, and what he needs is to participate in such charitable activities to enhance his social influence. Previously, he rarely attended such public events, and the women around him had no opportunity to appear with him. Now that he is starting to participate in more social activities, he doesn't mind taking them along in turns. As for how the newspapers would report on their appearance, the tabloids were controlled by a big shot, and the major newspapers wouldn't waste their time fixating on him for long. The hype wouldn't last more than a few days. The so-called charity auction gala is essentially a fundraising event. Rich gentlemen or wealthy ladies donate some small items for auction, and those looking to leverage connections seize the opportunity to bid high on items donated by target individuals or their families, then return them with both hands, leaving a good impression on the target people who can later be cultivated for connections and relationships. Among the wealthy ladies, they often support each other, bidding on each other's donations, and then the media reports on it, allowing them to establish a persona of being dedicated to charitable causes. Lu Yuanhao, with Zhao Yaji by his side, wore a formulaic smile as he greeted acquaintances in the venue. Some prominent ladies and socialites lit up upon seeing Lu Yuanhao, eager to approach him. He is known as Superman Lu, possessing immense wealth, and no one knows just how much he has. He is likely the richest in all of Xiangjiang. Moreover, he is usually very low-key and rarely appears in public. So many people wanted to go up and greet him to get familiar. As for Zhao Yaji by his side, she was completely ignored. Coming from a prominent family, she had heard of all sorts of things, and being just a female celebrity, she was nothing special. The Lu family's ancestral home is in Xiangnan, and among the Xiangjiang Chinese business community, mostly composed of Chaozhou and Cantonese people, they are already a minority. When Lu Yuanhao first traversed here, he had no memories of the original owner, and the connections his father painstakingly built were hardly maintained during his low-key years. After his career began to flourish, many of those past connections sought him out, but those with insufficient wealth and status could only meet with Uncle Chun. Very few people could see Lu Yuanhao. Although Lu Yuanhao's business accomplishments are comparable to top tycoons like Bao Chuan Wang and Ho Da Hung, his generational rank is lower, making it impossible for him to bow down in front of these older figures. They likely also do not wish to see such a young face in their ranks, so very few have established personal ties with Lu Yuanhao. Furthermore, no one among the descendants of these people is currently qualified to stand on equal footing with Lu Yuanhao, which is a major reason why he dislikes going out. However, in such occasions, the requisite etiquette must be observed. Upon seeing Bao Chuan Wang and Zheng Yutong chatting, he took the initiative to greet them with Zhao Yaji. Bao Chuan Wang chuckled and patted his shoulder, and Zheng Yutong, known for enjoying the company of young people, engaged in casual conversation as their families had collaborated on the land reclamation project in Shatian. In April, Governor Ma Klihos visited the capital and Deng Werin met him. This meeting also marked the beginning of negotiations between China and Britain regarding the sovereignty of Xinjiang. Upon learning that Deng Werin was adamant about reclaiming Xinjiang by 1997 or earlier, Ma Klihos returned to Hong Kong worried about causing panic and did not dare to mention his insistence on reclaiming Xinjiang. Instead, he only quoted his words to assure investors in Xinjiang. Currently, there are no rumors circulating about the mainland reclaiming Xinjiang, nor do we know if Bao Chuan Wang, who is closely connected to the mainland, has received any insider information about the negotiations with the Chung family regarding wharf holdings. Lu Yuanhao couldn't be bothered to inquire. Anyway, the path was laid out for him, and whether to walk it was his decision. After chatting a bit more, the auction officially started, and Lu Yuanhao took the opportunity to excuse himself and return to his seat with Zhao Yaji. As for the so-called gala, not many people actually ate. Lu Yuanhao only poured himself a glass of red wine to savor slowly while watching item after item being auctioned off. He did not donate any auction items himself, but Zhao Yaji donated a jade bracelet which he bid for at a high price of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. During this time, two wealthy young ladies competed to bid, and it was unclear whether they were interested in the bracelet or in him. Lu Yuanhao did not want to give them an opportunity, so he simply offered a high price, which could also be seen as contributing to the charitable cause in Xinjiang. To attract the attention of the reporters present, Zhao Yaji frequently made bids, winning 3 auction items, and during the gala, she and Lu Yuanhao showcased their affection. Lu Yuanhao was aware of her intentions and fully cooperated. The two were photographed numerous times, essentially securing the headline for the entertainment section of the newspapers the next day. After the gala ended, the two returned to the Lu family mansion in Deepwater Bay. Zhao Yaji was extremely excited, coiling around Lu Yuanhao like a beautiful serpent, demanding various rewards for his performance that night. "Dear, what if the newspapers write about us tomorrow?" "Let them write. Didn't your performance tonight aim for the headlines? Aren't you happy about it?" "Of course, thank you, dear. I also want to have a baby." Lu Yuanhao did not say much and fulfilled her wish. The next day, the headlines of the newspapers were all about Lu Yuanhao and Zhao Yaji, one being the Superman Lu who dominated Xinjiang, and the other just awarded as the best dream lover in Xinjiang, which undoubtedly caught the attention of the citizens. However, neither of them responded publicly, and after a few days of coverage from several major newspapers, they changed the news topic. The tabloids, under the effective control of Big Shots, also ceased reporting on Lu Yuanhao after the major newspapers switched their focus. Li Mini saw the news, but did not cause any commotion, merely hinting that she hoped to publicly appear with him next time. As for Guan Jiahui, that was even earlier. She would have to wait until after her graduation for an opportunity. In May, Lu Yuanhao's film company was officially established. Given that Xinjiang is known as the Oriental Hollywood, he named the company Oriental Films and the cinema chain Oriental Cinemas. Initially, Lu Yuanhao had a mischievous plan to name the film company New Art City, but later changed his mind, thinking that the original New Art City in his previous timeline was short-lived and that the name might be unlucky, so he opted for Oriental Films. Ma Jielishirtian and Huang Beiming joined Oriental Films, and soon the three began preparing the company's debut film Nameless Rookie. In the end, Hong Jinbao chose not to join, and after Zhou Wenhui learned that someone was poaching him, he squeezed out 200 to pay Hong Jinbao for the box office of his previous film, temporarily securing him. Liu Yuanhao was not in a hurry. In his past life, the film Nameless Rookie, written, directed, and starred in by Ma Jielishirtian and Huang Beiming, grossed over 3 million, and after deducting the cinemas' share, the 10 box office split would yield over 100 for each of them. He didn't believe Hong Jinbao wouldn't be envious when that time came, and he would eventually fall into his trap. The renovation of the Dongfang cinema chain was nearing completion, with most theaters already refurbished. Mai Jia and his team had finished shooting and post-production on their debut film, Wu Ming Xiao Zhu. Liu Yuanhao organized a screening event to gather everyone and familiarize them with the project. Multi-hall cinemas were a novel concept in present-day Xinjiang, and no one knew the best way to arrange showings. Since scheduling was the most crucial aspect of a multi-hall system, Liu Yuanhao had to hire a man named Joseph from the United States at a high price. Worried that the foreign expert might not understand Eastern culture and fail to judge the quality of films, Liu Yuanhao decided to institutionalize the screening meetings as a fixed procedure. After the 20 cinema managers and Dongfang film industry personnel watched the film, they provided immediate feedback. Joseph then set the initial screening schedule based on their opinions and adjusted it promptly according to attendance after release. Upon finishing the viewing, everyone felt the film was decent, storyline complete with plenty of humor, but nothing particularly outstanding. Liu Yuanhao had never seen how the previous life's Wu Ming Xiao Zhu turned out, and thus withheld judgment. He was unconcerned about the film's box office performance. By planting the phoenix tree, the phoenix would come as long as he set the stage, while others would naturally come seeking to perform. At the end of May, Liu Yuanhao officially launched the Dongfang cinema chain, breaking the monopolistic pattern previously held by Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest in Xinjiang. His abolition of the guaranteed box office system was like a bombshell that stirred the entire Xinjiang film world. Countless small film companies came forward with completed movies seeking screenings. Although Dongfang cinema chain lacked sufficient film sources, it adhered to a principle of quality over quantity, selecting only a portion of acceptable quality films for scheduling. Faced with this situation, Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest had no choice but to announce their follow-up actions. Yet Liu Yuanhao was not worried about them targeting Dongfang film industry. Since 1970, when Zhou Wenhui left Shaw Brothers to establish Golden Harvest, the two sides had been engaged in open and covert rivalry. Outwardly, they competed for box office supremacy, a contest Zhou Wenhui dominated by recruiting stars like Li Xiaolong, the Su brothers, and Sheng Long, securing 8 box office championships throughout the 1970s and suppressing Shaw Brothers films. Behind the scenes, their martial artists fought real duels, each trying to send more opponents to the hospital. The outcome of these clashes remained largely unknown to outsiders, but judging by both companies' thriving presence in the 1970s, a stalemate was likely. Interestingly, whether it was Uncle Xiao or Zhou Wenhui, when facing media questions about the martial artist brawls, they uniformly claimed these were personal grudges unknown to them. Dongfang film industry's movies mainly focused on urban comedies and did not prepare many martial artists. However, if they ever came knocking, Liu Yuanhao had plenty of ways to deal with them. But given his current commercial status, it was more likely that their rivalry would be a battle of wits over box office numbers. Wu Ming Xiao Zhu was withdrawn from Dongfang cinema chain after 4 weeks, earning just over 4 million at the box office, tens of thousands more than in the previous life. A box office exceeding 4 million in this era was enough to rank within the annual top 10, even the top 5. The reputation of Dongfang film industry and Dongfang cinema chain had been fully established, though Liu Yuanhao believed much of the credit belonged to the multi-hall cinema system. In contrast, Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest single-hall cinemas would pull a poorly performing film after less than a week, and ordinary films would not run beyond 2 weeks. Only films with excellent box office had the chance to screen for 3 weeks or more. Films with an average occupancy below 50% were pulled due to lack of profitability. But 50% occupancy in a 500-seat conventional theater meant over 200 people per showing, which would be a full house in the smaller halls of a multi-hall cinema. Therefore, multi-hall cinemas could guarantee a 3-week run, even for ordinary films, and movies produced by Dongfang film industry could run for at least 4 weeks, making greater box office returns than in the previous life, a natural outcome. According to Liu Yuanhao's 10% box office revenue sharing agreement in Xinjiang, after deducting the cinema chain's portion, Mai Jia and others earned over 200,000 in additional shares besides their salaries. They were all very excited, inviting friends to join. With such a wealthy backer supporting them, everyone stood to profit together. News spread, stirring many filmmakers eager to join Dongfang film industry. Hong Jinbao contacted Mai Jia once Mai Jia took almost half of the over 200,000 shares, which made Hong Jinbao particularly envious. Although Golden Harvest gave him 200,000 for overseas box office, he still had his own Hong family troupe, leaving him little after division. While Hong Jinbao did not decide immediately, his inclination shifted further toward Dongfang Film Industry. On Dongfang Film Industry's side, former New Art City, Seven Monsters members Zhang Jiwei, Teddy Robbins, Su Ku, and Shi Nanqing all came to join. Upon hearing the news, Liu Yuanhao visited Dongfang Film Industry to talk with Shi Nanqing and appointed her as the company's general manager responsible for daily operations. Previously, he rarely managed the film company's affairs. Matters were discussed among Mai Jia and his team. Now, with Shi Nanqing's arrival, daily operations finally had dedicated management. Shi Nanqing had managed New Art City excellently in the past life, so Liu Yuanhao trusted her and instructed her to quickly establish overseas film distribution channels for Dongfang Film Industry, granting her significant financial resources. Since films screened in Hong Kong typically only recouped costs with slight profit, achieving high returns required tapping into overseas markets, especially Southeast Asia, Japan, and South Korea. After speaking with Shi Nanqing, Liu Yuanhao approached Huang Beiming, hoping he could recruit more actresses for the company. Wearing glasses and appearing somewhat disreputable, Huang Beiming was nevertheless skilled at discovering beautiful women, rivaling Wang Jing in this regard. In the previous life, when he produced the Happy Ghost series, he discovered Yuan Jiang, Li Lijian, and Li Zi, who initially might not have seemed stunning, but grew into great beauties, proving Huang Beiming had an exceptional eye for women. At present, Golden Harvest mainly produced male-centric films, and the company lacked actresses under long-term contracts. Most Shaw Brothers actresses had acted in erotic films, which Liu Yuanhao absolutely rejected. His intention was for Dongfang Film Industry to focus on urban comedies and differentiate through actresses. Unexpectedly, Huang Beiming misunderstood this as the film company's true essence. Seeing Liu Yuanhao's trust, he excitedly promised that the actresses he recruited would satisfy Liu Yuanhao. With the film company on a proper track, Liu Yuanhao felt a weight lifted. He had little time to manage film affairs which he knew nothing about, and was happy to delegate the work to Shi Nanqing. Taiyuan is located in the new territories of Yunlong, covering an area of approximately 52 million square feet, facing Shikoh and Shenzhen across the sea. As early as 1977, Liu Yuanhao instructed Chun Bo to contact the Lienda company controlled by the Zhao family to acquire around 1 million square feet of land, which accounted for about 2 of Taiyuan's total area. This was merely a casual move, though after acquiring the land there were no immediate plans for development. In 1978, the real estate market in Xinjiang was thriving, and many developers approached Lienda company to acquire land in Taiyuan. These developers then engaged in a series of acquisitions, consolidating the land rights of Taiyuan into the hands of China Resources Group, Xingyuan Real Estate, and Huangbin. Under the leadership of China Resources Group, the three parties decided to jointly establish Weiqing Limited, which would serve as the parent company for the development of Taiyuan, with China Resources holding 51, Huangbin 30, and Xingyuan Real Estate 19. However, preliminary preparations had not been completed, and the project development came to a standstill. On one hand, the new territory's lease was set to expire in 1997, and my Liu's visit to the capital did not yield a clear statement, leading Huangbin to halt investments, citing uncertainty about the future of the new territories. On the other hand, China Resources Group also encountered difficulties as the establishment of a special economic zone in Shenzhen was on the agenda. With Shikoh planning to set up an industrial area across the sea, the limited funds of China Resources became a focal point of internal debate over whether to invest in Shenzhen or Xiangjiang first. With Xingyuan Investment holding the lease shares and the two major partners remaining inactive, they naturally chose not to proceed alone. In July, Liu Yuanhao made the decision for Xingyuan Real Estate to acquire Huangbin's shares, leaving only China Resources and Xingyuan as shareholders of Weiqing Limited. However, due to issues on China Resources' side, the project still could not be restarted. In the past life, the development of Taiyuan faced many obstacles as well. In 1982, Weiqing returned all the land of Taiyuan to the Hong Kong government, which after replanning handed over the land suitable for construction to Weiqing Limited in 1989, allowing the official commencement of development. It wasn't until 1996 that the southern part of Taiyuan was fully developed. Therefore, Liu Yuanhao was in no hurry. He was simply accustomed to making a casual move here, because in his past life the development was led by Li Huanghua, specifically the Jiahushan Villa project, one of the 4 major housing estates of Changsha in the 1990s, thus seizing an opportunity. Liu Yuanhao came to accompany Guan Jiahui after work at her apartment. Ever since the night, he clearly told her that he would always be there after obtaining the property at 4 Qinshui Bay Road. She became increasingly lively and mischievous, returning to her true nature, as a girl at least. Now, she wouldn't suddenly whip up some dark cuisine for him to taste. Liu Yuanhao was also very pleased with this change in her. Although the previous Guan Jiahui was obedient and compliant, he always felt that something was missing. Now this was just right. While chatting casually in the evening, Liu Yuanhao thought about how Guan Jiahui would graduate in a year, and thus asked her, "Little darling, have you thought about what you would like to do after graduation?" I don't know, brother-in-law, do you have any suggestions? In her past life, Guan Jiahui entered ATV after graduation, quickly retired from acting after a few films, got married, and only returned after a divorce. To say she loved acting would be an overstatement. How about you go to Oriental Film Company? It's a family business and surely no one would dare bully you. No way, making movies is too tiring. Guan Jiahui, coming from a family of actors, understood the hardships of filmmaking. Most importantly, she wanted to marry Lu Yuanhao and become a wealthy wife, fearing he wouldn't marry a woman who was exposed to the public, hence her unwillingness to join Oriental Film Company. Even if you go, you don't necessarily have to act in movies. Oriental Film Company will eventually branch into fashion and advertising businesses. You could do some photo shoots or commercials, explore the fashion route, and of course, if you like any movie, you can participate. At that time, I can write some articles in the newspapers praising you, like calling you the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang, or mentioning how you grew up strong after your parents divorced, crafting a persona that would make you an idol in the hearts of countless girls in Xinjiang, ensuring everyone would love you. In her past life, Guan Jiahui had acted in quite a few films, but the roles that people remembered were too few, with her most well-known role being that of the 13th aunt in the Wang Feihong series, just before she turned 30. Lu Yuanhao would not allow her to continue acting at that age, so he decided not to impose any requirements on her regarding acting. However, he still wanted to help her build her fame. Now that he heard she was unwilling to join Oriental Film Company, he immediately switched to persuasion mode. Guan Jiahui's eyes lit up as she listened, surprised that there could be such an approach. She threw herself into Lu Yuanhao's arms, beginning to act cute. Really, brother-in-law? Then I'll go to Oriental Film Company after I graduate, okay? Don't worry, I will definitely take it seriously. Jiahui is really good. Then, as a reward, how about I take you to the United States to see your mother this Christmas? Meeting the parents. Lu Yuanhao unexpectedly took the initiative to offer to accompany her to the United States to meet her mother, leaving Guan Jiahui so excited that she could barely speak, holding Lu Yuanhao's head and giving him a flurry of kisses. This woman was still very easy to persuade. A few casual words could make her obedient. For these former female stars, Lu Yuanhao had no intention of keeping them hidden from the public. What he wanted was the star aura they carried. If they were hidden and became ordinary people, what would be the point? It would be better to find those who were just emerging in this life. Of course, Lu Yuanhao would not allow them to continue acting like in their past lives. Once their most classic roles were filmed and their fame was built, he would let them retire from acting. For instance, Zhao Yazi's last role was likely that of Bai Nyangzi, and this drama would not wait until 1992 to be filmed. It would be completed no later than 1988. In early September, international gold prices rose to $320 per ounce, and Lu Yuanhao once again contacted 5 banks to request an extension of the gold agreement for 3 months until the end of January 1980. His spot gold cost was $106 per ounce, having already doubled in price, and with the current bullish trend in gold, the banks had no reason to pass up the opportunity for profit, so they readily agreed to his request. In October, Lu Yuanhao sent a group of people from Xingyuan Investment as an advance team to the United States, tasked with preparing some stock futures accounts in advance. January 1980 marked the last frenzy of this gold bull market, and Lu Yuanhao planned to short the gold futures market, then to earn another profit, taking the last bit of advantage. He would not touch gold for the next decade or so. As for accompanying Guan Jiahui to meet her mother in the United States, that was merely a side trip. The proposal of meeting the parents or asking for her hand was just her fantasy. The real task was to short the gold futures. Before Christmas, Lu Yuanhao fulfilled his promise and took Guan Jiahui on a flight to Los Angeles, country. After more than 10 hours of flying, Lu Yuanhao set foot on this land, known as the most free in the world, for the first time in his 2 lives. The staff from Xingyuan Investment who had arrived in advance picked up the two and first took them to the Peninsula Hotel in Los Angeles. After a brief rest, Lu Yuanhao took Guan Jiahui out to visit her mother. Zhang Bingxian did not have a fixed job in country and occasionally did odd jobs, mainly living off her previous savings, leading a rather frugal life. Thus, Lu Yuanhao instructed the staff to prepare a full car of gifts, focusing mainly on daily necessities. Seeing Lu Yuanhao's thoughtful preparations, Guan Jiahui's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, tightly clinging to his arm as the 2 small dumplings rubbed against his arm. Jiahui, when we arrive at your mother's place, remember to change how you address me. You can't call me brother-in-law. Oh, can I call you husband then? Guan Jiahui wore an expectant expression, clearly caring about this title. In front of your mother, it's still better to call me brother. Of course, if you prefer to call me that in the future, it's fine too. Lu Yuanhao tapped her nose gently. Guan Jiahui, having received the answer she wanted, said nothing, but happily kissed Lu Yuanhao's face. Before long, the two arrived at Zhang Bingxian's residence, where Guan Jiahui nervously held Lu Yuanhao's hand and rang the doorbell. Zhang Bingxian opened the door and was pleasantly surprised to see Guan Jiahui. Jiahui, why are you here? Upon seeing the young man holding her daughter's hand, she was a bit taken aback. Jiahui, who is this? Guan Jiahui had felt a bit nervous before seeing anyone, but upon meeting Zhang Bingxian, she was filled with excitement. She stepped forward and threw herself into her mother's arms, speaking in a spoiled tone. Mommy, I missed you so much. I'm here to see you. This is my boyfriend Lu Yuanhao. Hello, auntie. I came to M country for business, and thought since Jiahui hasn't seen you in a long time it would be a good opportunity to bring her along during the Christmas holidays to visit you. Lu Yuanhao politely greeted her. Zhang Bingqian was still a bit dazed and took a moment to usher them inside. Lu Yuanhao quickly instructed his subordinates to move the gifts into the house. Looking at the car full of gifts, Zhang Bingqian began to understand this was likely the son of some wealthy family from Xiangjiang who had taken a liking to her daughter. Not wanting to ask too many questions directly, she could only keep her composure and greet the two. Guan Jiahui was very excited helping to organize the gifts while chatting non-stop with Zhang Bingqian and her younger brother, who had just come downstairs. Lu Yuanhao did not stay long. After having dinner, he returned to the hotel to adjust to the time difference, while Guan Jiahui stayed behind. Zhang Bingqian finally found an opportunity to start probing into Lu Yuanhao's background. Guan Jiahui concealed the existence of Li Mini, sharing everything else she could with Zhang Bingqian. Upon hearing about Xingyuan investment and Dongfang film industry and Dongfang film line, Zhang Bingqian had some recollection. Although she had settled in M country, she was not completely cut off from Xiangjiang and had heard about some major events, especially in the film industry. When she learned that Lu Yuanhao was worth several $billion and had significant assets in Xiangjiang, while only being a few years older than Guan Jiahui, her eyes began to shine. This was the legendary top-tier wealthy family. If Guan Jiahui could truly marry into such a family, she would never have to worry for the rest of her life. Just a little help from him could bring tremendous changes to her own life. Guan Jiahui continued to tell her mother how good Lu Yuanhao was to her, often buying her gifts and even giving her a top-notch mansion at No. for a shallow water bay as a comingafage gift. She also mentioned that Lu Yuanhao arranged for her to join Dongfang film industry after graduation, aiming to make her a star idol in Xiangjiang. At first, Zhang Bingqian was very excited, but as she listened further, her brows furrowed. She keenly sensed a problem. While the gifts and the mansion didn't say much, arranging for her to go to Xingyuan film industry raised serious concerns. In previous years, actresses from Xiangjiang who married rich men often ended up as mistresses. It was unheard of for top-tier wealthy families like Lu Yuanhao's to marry an actress. He couldn't just want to play around or keep Guan Jiahui as a mistress, could he? She interrupted Guan Jiahui and asked very seriously, Jiahui, tell me honestly, have you two had any intimate relations? Guan Jiahui's face turned red and she nodded. Zhang Bingqian's expression darkened, feeling exasperated. Silly girl, why are you even considering Dongfang film industry? What good will that do? What you should do now is to get pregnant with his child as soon as possible. Once you have a child, you'll be in a position of strength and your chances of marrying him will be much greater. Have you two been taking precautions? Oh. Guan Jiahui thought she would be scolded by her mother for not taking care of her body, but unexpectedly Zhang Bingqian's focus was on why she hadn't made efforts to get pregnant immediately. Her face turned even redder as she shook her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, very rarely. Zhang Bingqian looked disappointed. Since you were still studying before, I won't say much. But now that you're about to graduate, the sooner you get pregnant, the better. Do you understand? Faced with Zhang Bingqian's earnest admonition, Guan Jiahui wanted to say that she couldn't do it because she could hardly last until the end, but seeing Zhang Bingqian's serious expression, she could only lower her head and softly reply that she understood. The next morning, Lu Yuanhao came to take Guan Jiahui and her family out for a day of fun. After returning them home in the evening, Zhang Bingqian eagerly invited him to stay at their house. Lu Yuanhao, unable to refuse her warm invitation, stayed in the guest room. Guan Jiahui thought about it all day and felt that Zhang Bingqian's advice made sense. She would definitely choose to get pregnant over working. Initially, Lu Yuanhao thought the situation was inappropriate, but he couldn't resist as Guan Jiahui switched to full automatic mode. After a round of basic actions, Guan Jiahui habitually swallowed her saliva and then regrettably remembered that she hadn't completed her mother's task. In the following days, Lu Yuanhao took Guan Jiahui and her family sightseeing and shopping, spending at least $300 and giving many gifts to the three of them. Zhang Bingqian watched Lu Yuanhao with growing satisfaction, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Thinking of the sounds she occasionally heard at night, she found an opportunity to quietly ask Guan Jiahui if her task had been successful. Guan Jiahui was also anxious and dared not answer, only shaking her head. Zhang Bingqian felt speechless at her daughter's lack of capability, wishing she could personally step in and complete the task of pregnancy. A few days later, Guan Jiahui's vacation ended and she needed to return to Xiangjiang for classes. After Lu Yuanhao sent her to the airport, he boarded a flight to New York, preparing to short sell gold futures. The year 1979 was tumultuous. In February, the Islamic Revolution erupted in Iran, halting oil exports that accounted for 1/10 of the global supply, leading to the outbreak of the second oil crisis. In November, a significant turning point occurred in diplomatic relations between Iran and country M, followed by the eruption of the Iran hostage crisis. On December 24th, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan and occupied its capital, Kabul. Affected by the second oil crisis, inflation in country M soared to an unprecedented 13% by December 1979. The severe fluctuations in the international situation highlighted gold's role as a safe haven asset. Gold prices soared from $233 per ounce at the beginning of 1979 to $512 per ounce by the end of December. In the first 2 trading days after New Year's Day 1980, it skyrocketed to $634 per ounce. 2 days later, then Treasury Secretary Miller delivered a televised speech announcing that the Treasury would no longer sell gold. 30 minutes after his speech, gold prices surged again by 30, reaching $715 per ounce, with an overwhelming influx of gold buying in the market betting on continued price increases. At this point, Liu Yuanhao began to take action, demanding that 5 banks deliver at least 3.0 ounces of gold daily, emptying their gold inventories within 10 trading days. His gold holdings across the 5 banks exceeded 16 million ounces, while the daily trading volume in the London and Zurich gold markets had just surpassed 8 million ounces. Now an additional 1.6 million ounces of selling pressure had to be added daily, which would have typically driven prices down. However, various factors converged and countless gold speculators flooded the market, reminiscent of the peak frenzy in the Hong Kong stock market in 1973, where substantial buying pressure ensured that large sell-offs wouldn't depress gold prices. In Europe, banks were instructed to sell gold, while Liu Yuanhao began establishing short positions in the futures market for contracts expiring in April. Before coming to Country M, he had prepared $100 million in New York through the Hong Kong International Bank. As gold was still in an upward trend, Liu Yuanhao initially invested only $50 million. On January 10th, Li Mini and Zhao Yaji flew to New York to celebrate Liu Yuanhao's 24th lunar birthday. Celebrating the lunar birthday was rare in Hong Kong. He changed the date to lunar to avoid the painful memory of his parents passing on his 14th birthday. Liu Yuanhao was very pleased with their arrival. The importance of this gold transaction was self-evident. Although developments were still following the trajectory of his past life, he felt nervous and uncertain inside, given the massive scale of his sell orders and the substantial capital involved, with time being extremely tight. The arrival of the 2 women provided an emotional release for Liu Yuanhao, significantly improving his mood. Gold prices also continued to rise, and the spot positions were closed very smoothly. On the 18th, Liu Yuanhao completed all spot gold transactions, achieving an average selling price of $760 per ounce. The profit of $654 per ounce left several banks stunned and speechless. After settlement, Liu Yuanhao, having paid nearly $450 million in interest, storage fees, and transaction fees, realized a staggering profit of $1 billion, approximately 57 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, he did not rush to transfer the money back to Hong Kong, but instead left this massive cash reserve in overseas accounts in USD and GBP. On the 20th, Liu Yuanhao celebrated his lunar 24th birthday, coinciding perfectly with the completion of his gold liquidation. Excited, he took the 2 women to enjoy a delightful outing in New York. Although he still faced significant losses on his gold futures shorts and was urged daily by gold merchants to add margin, the 100 million limit no longer impacted his emotions. Returning to the hotel that evening, the overly excited Liu Yuanhao pressed the accelerator a bit too hard, causing the 2 women to question their lives. On the 21st, gold prices soared to a historical high of $850 per ounce. President Carter of Country M delivered a televised speech stating that he would spare no effort to suppress gold prices and maintain Country M's global standing. Liu Yuanhao's average cost for his short positions was $785 per ounce, just over 10 away from the liquidation line. After Carter's speech, gold prices immediately reversed from an upward trend, closing down 50 per ounce on that day. Liu Yuanhao finally relaxed. History had not changed, and gold prices began to decline from the high of $850 per ounce. By the end of January, gold prices fell to $653 per ounce. During this time, Liu Yuanhao was extremely euphoric, and the 2 women had eaten a bit too much. With the filming of Shanghai Bund arranged for Zhao Yaji, they all returned to Hong Kong. In February, gold prices initially rose slightly, but plunged by $145 per ounce on February 22nd, and by the end of the month, they fell back to $637 per ounce, marking the end of a decade-long gold bull market. In March, Liu Yuanhao closed all his futures shorts when gold prices dropped to $500 per ounce. In less than 3 months, the profit rate was magnified to 360 through the 10x leverage of futures, rapidly increasing the initial $100 million to $600 million. Liu Yuanhao did not transfer this money back to Hong Kong either. Instead, he planned to keep it in Country M as capital for investments. He instructed staff at Xingyuan Investments to begin purchasing stocks of companies such as Walmart, Boeing, Johnson & Johnson, Berkshire Hathaway, and IBM. To avoid driving up stock prices, he did not set a time limit, only requesting that they buy slowly. These stocks ranked highly for growth in the 1980s, requiring no further intervention from him. Once purchased, they could simply be held. He had no plans to return to Country M in the short term. Investing in such stocks was the most suitable approach. At the end of March, after arranging subsequent matters in New York, Lu Yuanhao returned to Los Angeles and under the name of Guan Jiahui purchased a villa for Zhang Bingxian and her son in an upscale community near Beverly Hills, leaving behind a 500 international bank card. During this period, Zhang Bingxian contacted friends in Hong Kong to inquire about Lu Yuanhao's situation and learned about his close relationship with Zhao Yazi, which had even been reported. While she was very happy for Lu Yuanhao on his own accepting the house and bank card, without hesitation, she still wanted to gauge Lu Yuanhao's future plans regarding Guan Jiahui. Even if he couldn't officially marry her, she could accept being a minor partner as long as it wasn't a casual fling. Auntie, I will not marry, and I want to have only Jiahui as a woman. However, with my wealth, ability, and status, Jiahui will certainly not be wronged by following me. You should have noticed my fondness for her a few days ago. In the future, she will have children, wealth, and I will arrange her industry. Aside from not being able to provide her with a marriage certificate, everything else she deserves will not be lacking. Lu Yuanhao was straightforward. When Zhang Bingxian asked, he answered candidly, revealing his thoughts without any concealment. After listening, Zhang Bingxian fell silent. Although her daughter had no hope of marrying into a wealthy family, it was still within her acceptable range. Now that she had the house and bank card, she felt it inappropriate to raise any further demands. Zhao Yaji was pregnant, and upon receiving the news, Lu Yuanhao hurried back to Xiangjiang. During his previous time in New York, he had been overly excited, driving extensively, which resulted in Zhao Yaji becoming pregnant due to a moment of passion. At this time, Zhao Yaji had just finished filming Shanghai Bond, and with her schedule wide open, Lu Yuanhao directly canceled all her upcoming filming plans, allowing her to focus on her pregnancy. Li Mini was extremely envious upon learning this and planned to follow suit, determined to achieve her own goals. Lu Yuanhao did not want to favor one over the other, so he could only persuade her by saying that changing the environment might make it easier to succeed, and he promised to take her on a trip later this year, which dispelled her thoughts. After settling the two, Lu Yuanhao began to make new arrangements for the businesses under the group. The residential market in Xiangjiang had skyrocketed in recent years, with prices in 1980 quadrupling compared to 1975. Between 1974 and 1978, Lu Yuanhao invested tens of millions in residential properties each year, totaling nearly 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Especially during the sales of Taikoo Shing Phases 1, 2, and 3 from 1976 to 1978, A. Sure Yueka set the launch prices very conservatively, selling luxury apartments as ordinary ones, and Lu Yuanhao took advantage of this, acquiring many at discounted prices, which have since skyrocketed in value. This time, Lu Yuanhao planned to keep a few well-located villas while releasing the rest of the apartment buildings to capitalize on the booming market, expecting to recover 500 to 600 million Hong Kong dollars. As for the scattered parcels of land acquired in previous years, Lu Yuanhao intended to hold on to them until the real estate market in Xiangjiang declined, at which point he would develop them in batches. In Xiangjiang, real estate developers emphasize a smooth turnover of goods. Major projects are not suitable during market lows, making the development of these scattered parcels most appropriate. The last phase of Taoda Garden was originally scheduled for release at the end of next year, but Lu Yuanhao specifically requested to expedite the process, ensuring everything would be on the market by early next year. In 1981, statistics indicated that the vacancy rate for newly sold residential properties in the previous year exceeded 40%, and housing prices had plateaued. By 1982, after British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher stumbled at the Great Hall of the People during her visit to discuss Xiangjiang issues, the real estate market in Xiangjiang would plummet, with residential properties potentially dropping by 60% and industrial land by over 90%. Thus, now was the perfect time to handle real estate, with plans to buy back in at the end of 1983. Moreover, the British withdrawal would free up a large number of top luxury homes on Victoria Peak, and he would seize every opportunity to acquire as many as possible. At Xingyuan Securities, Lu Yuanhao demanded the acquisition of China Gas, and the shares of Xiangjiang Telephone reached over 34, while those of land and development rose to 20, with all targets achieved. The stock market in Xiangjiang was very vibrant, with the Hong Kong government pushing it to a new historical high above 1,800 points to showcase the economic vitality of Xiangjiang. Later, after negotiations with the British government faltered, the Hong Kong stock market plummeted, and the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar against the US dollar fell by nearly 40%. The reason Lu Yuanhao kept a large amount of cash and foreign currency in overseas banks was to avoid the depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar. During January, while Lu Yuanhao was not in Xiangjiang, Chen Songqing's Jining Group emerged and came to seek the high-priced Golden Gate Tower from Jinmen Construction. Lu Yuanhao was unwilling to help Chen Songqing hype the property tower, directly refusing him and also notifying Chen Bo to avoid any business dealings with Jining Group. As a result, Jining ultimately teamed up with Jardine Matheson, selecting the Hysan Place located in Central, purchasing it at a price of 980 million Hong Kong dollars to start their speculation. After completing these, Lu Yuanhao contacted Old Wang from the New Society, expressing his desire to donate to several universities in the mainland, while also revealing his intention to purchase a private residence in Beijing. Old Wang responded positively to Lu Yuanho's goodwill, stating that whether to accept the donation would first need to be reported to superiors, which should not be a problem. However, there were currently no precedents for the sale of commercial housing in Beijing, so the procedures for purchasing a private residence might be a bit troublesome. Lu Yuanhao further mentioned that he had always been fond of history, particularly the Three Kingdoms period. Now that he had a cinema and a film company, he wished to adapt the Battle of Chibi into a movie to promote Chinese culture, hoping to visit the mainland for location scouting. Old Wang took Lu Yuanho's idea seriously, noting that since 1979, film crews from Xiangjiang had gradually gone to the mainland for location shooting, with previous films like The Killer and The Bride with White Hair having been completed there. Although Lu Yuanhao was not the first to propose location shooting in the mainland, the influence of Dongfang film industry in Xiangjiang was clearly greater than the earlier two companies that had filmed in the mainland. If successful, it would indeed be a significant achievement, and he immediately agreed to report quickly to his superiors. In truth, Lu Yuanho's words to Old Wang were half true and half false. The parts about donating and buying a private residence were genuine, aimed at sending a friendly signal to the mainland. The Lu family was not closely connected to the mainland like the Ho and Pao families. Their presence in the sea was merely nominal. Lu Yuanhao had no close relatives in the mainland now, and he had no prior connections there. When a disaster struck TS, he had been politely declined in his attempt to donate. However, Lu Yuanhao felt that he must now be on the United Front list, having gained significantly in the gold market and planning to spread some currency to build goodwill. As for filming the Battle of Chibi, that was pure nonsense. He was unwilling to involve himself much in Dongfang Films' affairs, let alone lead a project on Chibi. It was purely because Zhao Yaji was pregnant, and Li Mini had an incredibly strong desire to become pregnant as well. If she did, only Guan Zhehui would be left, so he wanted to find someone to help share the burden. At this point, the famous beauties of Xiangjiang from the 1980s were still unknown, and the ones who had debuted were not appealing to him. Meanwhile, there was someone he was interested in from Jiangxing in the mainland. If he didn't act now, she would marry in a few years. The ancient battlefield of Chibi was conveniently located in the north of Hunan. Using the excuse of making a film would make it easy for him to go to Jiangcheng to find someone. The mainland had just started its reform and opening up, and for Hong Kong businessmen like him, moving freely in the mainland was still very troublesome. Legitimate reasons were needed along with the accompaniment of official personnel. After contacting the new society, Lu Yuanhao began to consider whom to bring on this trip north. This time he was heading north under the guise of location scouting for a film, and if he brought Li Mini along, he would have to arrange a title for her as a producer at Dongfang Film Industry, which would conveniently help her persuade the young girl later. In addition to Li Mini, he also considered bringing Huang Beiming, who came from a screenwriting background, and a cinematographer for the location scouting was certainly essential. Although these individuals were merely tools, Lu Yuanhao would not clarify this to them. Even if it was acting, it needed to be done convincingly. He also planned to find someone who could stay in BJ for several years and help him collect antiques. At that time, antiques in the mainland had not yet been subjected to various antiquing methods, and you could even buy directly from state-owned stores, making it a good opportunity to hunt for treasures. Since he intended to purchase property in Beijing, he would also have places to store them. As for the people from Xingyuan Investment, he did not plan to bring them. This trip north was purely to spread some currency and build goodwill with no plans for investment. Moreover, conditions in the mainland were relatively harsh, and having too many people going was not advisable. The shipping king had once complained to him about the various inconveniences in the mainland, which was why their earliest investments there were in five-star hotels. The contract of Wei Li with Hutchison Whampoa will expire at the end of July. Due to his unsatisfactory performance over the past 3 years, the board and shareholders are displeased. In late May, with the push from Lu Yuanhao, Hutchison Whampoa convened a shareholders meeting where he was successfully elected as the new chairman of the board. Wei Li's poor performance has left the board and shareholders of Hutchison Whampoa very disappointed, with 7 consecutive years of unsatisfactory results. They urgently need a leader who can lead Hutchison Whampoa to glory, regardless of whether this person is British or Chinese. After taking office, Lu Yuanhao did 2 things. The first was to acquire Ma Shimin's company, thereby bringing this legendary British figure to Hutchison Whampoa. Previously, Ma Shimin had partnered with the Rothschild family to open a company. Lu Yuanhao made 3 attempts to invite him out, but to no avail, so he resorted to the method used by Li Huanghua in his previous life and directly acquired his company. Faced with such goodwill, Ma Shimin finally agreed to initially take the position of deputy general manager and hand over the business to Wei Li, intending to assume the role of executive director and general manager after Wei Li's contract expired at the end of July. As for the other core figure of Hutchison Whampoa in his previous life, Hua Jianing, he had been vigorously invited to join Hutchison Whampoa by Lu Yuanhao right after graduating and returning to Hong Kong in 1979, and is now gaining experience in financial management. The second thing was to consolidate all 40-plus stores developed by ParknShop, which is wholly owned by Xingyuan Investment, into the retail group of Watsons under Hutchison Whampoa. This move allowed Hutchison Whampoa to break through a 45% market share in retail in Hong Kong, surpassing the Welcome Supermarket of the Landlord Group, becoming the largest retail group in Hong Kong. In exchange, Hutchison Whampoa paid 25 of the shares of the wireless television station and issued 8 of stocks to Xingyuan Investment. After the issuance, Liu Yuanho's shareholding rose to 41.12. The board was very pleased with Liu Yuanho's choice of a British general manager. Furthermore, the retail industry is inherently a cash cow, and the merger with Parkshop could provide Hutchison Whampoa with strong cash flow. Therefore, despite increasing the shareholding, they did not obstruct it and unanimously passed 2 resolutions. In mid-June, Li Xiaohua passed away suddenly from a heart attack, delaying Liu Yuanho's trip north as he went to pay his respects with Li Mini in a low-key manner. Initially, he had planned to pay his respects out of courtesy, but unexpectedly he was stopped by Li Ziya's wife Li Lianqin, who expressed that TVB was Li Ziya's blood and sweat, and the Li family's shares would not be sold. However, since neither of their children intended to inherit this business, she would unconditionally support Liu Yuanho's decisions in the board. This woman is clever. She must have realized that after Liu Yuanhao took over the wireless television station shares, his holdings had exceeded half, and that he would definitely take full control of the entire television station without fear of competition from others. The Li family would focus on real estate in the future, and being on good terms with Liu Yuanhao was far better than supporting Uncle Xiao Lu in competing with him at TVB. Hence, she released goodwill in advance. Liu Yuanhao accepted her goodwill and expressed his hope for more cooperation with the Li family's Hysan development in real estate. At the first TVB shareholder meeting following Li Ziya's death, Liu Yuanhao was elected chairman of the board of the Hong Kong wireless television station with an overwhelming advantage, while Uncle Xiao Lu retained his position as general manager. This made Uncle Xiao Lu very dissatisfied. As one of the founding elders of the wireless television station, he had shifted most of his focus from Shaw Brothers Films to the wireless television station several years ago, managing it excellently, with viewership ratings soaring above 90. He had assumed that after Li Ziya's passing he would be the undisputed choice for chairman of the board, but unexpectedly the position he valued most fell to a 24-year-old young man. After Liu Yuanhao purchased the wireless shares held by HSBC, he had basically left the operations of the wireless station unattended over the past few years, thinking Liu Yuanhao was merely investing to find a female star and gradually let his guard down. As a result, Liu Yuanhao not only acquired all the shares from the British capital, but also gained full support from Li Ziya's widow Li Lianqin at the shareholders' meeting. He sadly realized that even if he wanted to increase his shareholding now, he might not even be able to buy it with money. Due to his lack of attention over the past few years, Shaw Brothers' competitiveness had diminished compared to Golden Harvest, and even the newly established Oriental film industry was outperforming them. Thinking about the Oriental film industry and Oriental cinema, Uncle Xiao Lu felt increasingly that Liu Yuanhao was targeting him, not only competing with him in films, but also attempting to take away his TVB. He had poured his heart and soul into the wireless television station only for this kid to benefit. During the shareholders' meeting, Liu Yuanhao, newly elected as chairman of the board, showed great respect to Uncle Xiao Lu, praising his previous outstanding achievements and hoping he would continue to lead the wireless television station forward. He also expressed the idea of appropriately increasing the salaries of the frontline staff. These actors and stars are just like that. If you give them $1,000 today, tomorrow they will dare to demand $10,000. They will never be satisfied. They don't even think about who gave them the opportunity to become stars. We have our own artist training program to provide support. If anyone feels that their salary is too low, they can leave. There are plenty of people willing to take their place. You are usually unaware of these situations, so don't bring up salary increases again. Uncle Xiao Lu firmly rejected. Liu Yuanho's suggestion was rejected, but he was not angry and smiled as he said, "Since Uncle Liu thinks it's inappropriate, then let's not mention it." After the meeting, sensing something was off with Uncle Xiao Lu, Liu Yuanhao arranged for people to spread the news of the shareholders' meeting. If Uncle Xiao Lu maintained this attitude towards him, today's incident would serve as the first reason to marginalize him in the future. Liu Yuanho's group had already obtained their Hong Kong and Macau compatriots' return certificate. Through Wang Zengxiang's connections, they found an appraiser named Lin Gangsheng at an antique shop on Hollywood Road, offering a high annual salary of 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars for 5 years, inviting him to come north to oversee the acquisition of antiques. Lin Gangsheng is a local of Hong Kong, over 50 years old this year, and has been immersed in this business for over 30 years with keen insight. Due to his lavish youth, he had not saved money, and now hoped to earn some money for retirement while he was still able to work. The donations Liu Yuanhao had mentioned for universities in the mainland had already been transferred through the new society, with each of Shuili and Beijing universities receiving 10 million Hong Kong dollars. In fact, he would prefer to donate to the 7 Sons of National Defense from his previous life, even if the amount was multiplied by several times. However, these institutions are quite sensitive, and he could only wait until relationships with the mainland became closer to bring it up. Although Wang Lao found it quite absurd that he requested to purchase a courtyard with an area of at least 1,000 square meters, he still indicated he would try his best to assist in communication. At this time, although there were no commercial housing transactions in Beijing, it was still possible to find suitable courtyards in some state-owned large compounds. Moreover, Lu Yuanhao also offered a price of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars per square meter, which is not considered selling assets at a loss. The key point is that during the 1980s, the country's cultural relics protection law had not yet been enacted. Therefore, theoretically, it was possible to acquire a rather impressive residence from his past life by proposing to buy such a large courtyard. The introduction letter for the North had already been prepared for him by the new society. Lu Yuanhao had been continuously serving as the chairman of both Hutchison Whampoa and the wireless television station, which had delayed this matter. Coincidentally, in June, the direct flight route between Hong Kong and Shanghai officially opened, allowing them to first fly to Shanghai and then transfer to Beijing. Although he had the return certificate, he still needed to fill out the Hong Kong and Macau compatriots' return entry card upon entry specifying the destination and date. At the same time, he also had to declare to customs whether he was carrying any personal duty-free items, such as watches, cameras, and limited amounts of foreign currency. On the morning of July 3rd, Lu Yuanhao and his group boarded the plane to Shanghai Hongqiao Airport, embarking on this trip north. At that time, the airplane was not the Boeing or Airbus of his previous life, but a Triton type of jet airliner manufactured in the UK. Smoking was allowed on the plane, and alcoholic beverages were served, which amazed Lu Yuanhao. He intentionally ordered a small cup of Mao Tai to experience it. By the time they transferred to the capital airport, it was already afternoon. Lu Yuanhao felt a profound emotion. He had finally arrived in Beijing in 1980. In his previous life, his first visit to Beijing was in 2004. He was very eager to see what Beijing in 1980 looked like. The person sent to pick them up was a deputy director from the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office named Guo Aihua, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 40s. Before meeting Lu Yuanhao, Guo Aihua already knew he was quite young, but upon seeing him, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lu Yuanhao's reason for coming north was that Dongfang Film wanted to visit the Chibi ancient battlefield for location scouting. He did not expect a deputy director to come to pick him up. Although he was slightly taken aback, he was very warm in his conversation with Guo Aihua, exhibiting neither the disdain of a wealthy businessman visiting the countryside, nor the sycophancy of a local rich man in front of a high official. The hotel arranged for their group was the Beijing Hotel. On the way to the hotel, Guo Aihua briefed Lu Yuanhao on the itinerary in Beijing, visiting CCTV communication exchanges, attending banquets, and touring the city. The visit to CCTV was because Lu Yuanhao held the position of chairman of the board at Hong Kong's wireless television, and he wanted to discuss the possibility of purchasing some television dramas. Lu Yuanhao had no objections to this arrangement. He originally did not expect such high-level personnel to receive him. His intention was merely to convey a gesture of goodwill. If the reception level was high, he could distribute some currency later. Outside the car window, the sky was a bright blue, and at that time Beijing was still unaware of what smog was. On the road, one could occasionally see buses resembling loaves of bread with white tops and blue bottoms, but bicycles were still the most common sight. Most pedestrians by the roadside wore clothes in shades of gray, blue, and black, with occasional sightings of young men in flared pants and young women with big waves in their hair. Unfortunately, at that time, Yanwu had not yet produced cassette recorders, otherwise one could have seen young people carrying them as they wandered the streets. After checking into the hotel, Guo Aihua considered that Lu Yuanhao and his companions had traveled a long distance and did not arrange any further itineraries for that day. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Yuanhao asked Guo Aihua, Deputy Director Guo, can we take a tour around Beijing? Yes, as long as it's within the city, there's no problem. I will arrange for a staff member to accompany you. Guo Aihua left 2 cars with a driver and a young staff member named Wang Weigui, saying he had something to attend to, and left first. Mr. Lu, where would you like to go? Wang Weigui politely asked as he approached. Comrade Wang, I would like to first find a Bank of China to exchange some foreign exchange vouchers, then go to Lulikang to buy some items. Foreign exchange vouchers were a unique product of that era. Foreign nationals had to exchange the foreign currency they carried at the Bank of China upon entry into the country, specifically for consumption at various foreign-related commercial service departments in major cities. Due to the fact that foreign exchange vouchers could be used to purchase scarce goods unattainable with renminbi, they were highly sought after. All right, Mr. Lu, I will wait for you here. Huang Beiming and the others wanted to rest and were unwilling to go out, so Lu Yuanhao did not insist and took his bodyguards Zhang Jinfeng and Li Mini along with Lin Gongxing to leave with Wang Weigui. Wang Weigui could drive as well, so he sent the other car back first and drove the few people to a Bank of China, where Lu Yuanhao exchanged 1,000 Hong Kong dollars for foreign exchange vouchers. Then they headed straight to Lulikang. At that time, Panjiayuan had not even a shadow to hunt for old items. One could only go to Lulikang. There were many century-old stores, the most famous of which in later years was Rongbozai, located on Shijia. Lu Yuanhao chose this as his first stop, since it was still in operation when he crossed over. Upon entering the store, Lu Yuanhao found that it was not much different from ordinary shops in the 80s and 90s of his previous life. There was a row of glass display cases about half a person's height containing the 4 treasures of the study: brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Behind the counter stood a few salespeople who did not come forward to greet the customers, but chatted amongst themselves, which was probably one of the characteristics of the times, the arrogance of state-owned enterprises. Behind the salespeople was a row of wooden shelves against the wall specifically used for placing larger items. Lu Yuanhao scanned a few items and then strolled inside with Li Mini, while Zhang Jinfeng and Wang Weiguo closely followed behind, and Lin Gangsheng looked around wondering if he could find any treasures. When they reached the gallery, they found the walls covered with paintings and calligraphy from modern masters. During the late Qing and early Republican periods, renowned calligraphers and painters like Yu Yoranzhang, Daqian Qi Baishe, and Wu Changshu were frequent visitors to Rongbozai, leaving behind a wealth of masterpieces. Lu Yuanhao checked the prices, and the price of a painting varied from dozens to 200 or 300 renminbi, based on the size, astonishingly affordable. He did not hesitate and directly chose to buy them all. When the summoned salesperson heard that he wanted to buy everything, he thought it was a joke, until Lu Yuanhao produced a bundle of foreign exchange vouchers, at which point he realized he had encountered a local rich man. He stood dumbfounded for a moment before running to call the store manager. The arriving manager was also cautious. After checking Lu Yuanhao's homecoming certificate and the introduction letter presented by Wang Weiguo, he arranged for someone to count the paintings and calculate the bill for packaging. After finishing with the paintings at Rongbozai, Lu Yuanhao continued on, without pause, visiting shop after shop. Whether it was Anhui Si, Baodong Gui Zhai, or Bo Gu Zhai, anything that Lin Gangxing showed interest in was directly purchased. In the end, the total amounted to several small boxes, most of which were paintings purchased from Rongbozai. Wang Weiguo's car could not hold everything, so after consulting his superiors, he called for a small truck to help transport the items back to the hotel, preparing to arrange for them to be sent back to Hong Kong the next day. After finishing shopping, Lu Yuanhao took the group to Wangfujing to enjoy Quanjued roast duck. At that time, Quanjued roast duck was still synonymous with authentic roast duck, and it was both delicious and inexpensive, with a roast duck costing only 810 renminbi and most stir-fried dishes around 1 renminbi. Even the most expensive ones did not exceed 5. Once Wang Weiguo became familiar with everyone, he stopped being reserved and casually recounted various anecdotes of old Beijing, speaking animatedly and showcasing the art of kin among the local men, leaving everyone thoroughly entertained and enlightened. After returning to the hotel, Li Mini only asked Lu Yuanhao why he bought so many paintings when they were alone together. She found it difficult to understand. From the perspective of investment returns, these paintings have the greatest appreciation potential. The real estate in Hong Kong cannot compare. Right now, a painting costs only a few dozen or a few hundred renminbi, and in 30 years it could appreciate to the millions or even tens of millions, a several thousand-fold increase. Where can you find such a good opportunity? Li Mini listened in astonishment and pondered before asking, then why are they selling those paintings here at such low prices? Because the mainland needs to develop its economy and lacks foreign exchange. It is often said that the mainland is poor, but in reality, it is not poor. The foundation built over decades of industrial development cannot possibly be poor. However, this wealth is distributed in various forms of assets across the country without channels to realize them, lacking the foreign exchange needed to develop the economy. Now, people from Hong Kong view the mainland as a poor relative, looking down on it. In 30 years, when you look again, the economic scale of Hong Kong will be nothing in front of the mainland. The next day, Hua brought Wang Weiguo to the hotel to pick up their group for a visit to the central television station. Lu Yuanhao was quite interested in visiting CCTV, but as the chairman of Hong Kong Wireless Television, his knowledge of program production and television filming was so lacking that it could only be described as completely ignorant. Fortunately, the accompanying photographer from Dongfang Film Company and Huang Baiming were quite professional, so they would likely not make a fool of themselves, and Li Min-yi, who had worked at the television station and had experience as a host, was skilled enough to step in at critical moments. During the visit, CCTV arranged for a television drama production director, Zhang Jianjun, to accompany them. However, after a brief tour, Lu Yuanhao began to lose interest. Although he didn't understand the profession, he could tell that the equipment here was outdated. During this era, even the opening of news broadcast at CCTV was not in color, nor did it have background music, and it was not live. It would not start broadcasting live until 1996, with all programs being pre-recorded. Among the CCTV hosts he saw along the way, he only recognized one familiar face, an old man named Zhao. He didn't know the others, and the hosts he was familiar with were likely still playing in the mud somewhere. Zhang Jianjun accompanied them, occasionally introducing a few things while Lu Yuanhao engaged in small talk with him. He could sense the difference between Hua and Zhang Jianjun. Hua, working in the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office, clearly had a broader perspective. While Zhang Jianjun shouted slogans loudly, it was almost a reflex, but internally, he was very confused. Now that the mainland was undergoing reform and opening up, pursuing economic development, and export earnings. Cultural figures like him had no clear understanding of how to engage in economic activities through filming television dramas, and he wasn't sure if this was an individual phenomenon or a widespread one. Thus, Lu Yuanhao began to consciously guide the conversation, explaining to him how much advertising revenue the wireless station had its influence and how much profit could be achieved in a year, which made Zhang Jianjun feel intrigued. Finally, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but ask Mr. Lu, do you think our CCTV television drama department has any relation to economic development? Of course it does. While television dramas have a strong cultural attribute, they fundamentally belong to a type of commodity and copyrights can be bought and sold. The television drama industry is also a classification of economic industry. If developed well, it can drive the surrounding industries of film production and can also contribute to export earnings. For instance, when CCTV imports television dramas from abroad, it also pays for copyright fees. Similarly, filming dramas abroad requires support from surrounding industries. You should be able to understand this easily. Our Chinese nation has a history of 5,000 years with countless themes that can be adapted into films and television dramas. These are treasures unique to us that have yet to be developed. For example, if the 4 great classical novels were adapted into television dramas, I believe they could certainly be exported overseas for revenue, and it would also serve as a promotion of our Chinese culture. During my visit to the mainland, I have an idea to film the Battle of Chibi from the Three Kingdoms. We will visit the ancient battlefield of Chibi in Xiangbei in a few days to see if there are good locations for filming. You may not know this, but in countries like Japan and South Korea, they hold a very high regard for the history of the Three Kingdoms. If done, well, it could not only promote culture in these 2 countries, but also yield high box office revenue in Southeast Asia. To be honest, there have long been discussions at the station about filming the 4 great classical novels, but due to tight funding, this matter has not been finalized. What I'm proposing is to solve this with money. I'll suggest a co-production plan for you to report on and see if it works. We can select one of the 4 great classical novels to adapt. I will first provide CCTV with 30 million Hong Kong dollars, and after CCTV completes the filming, the domestic copyrights will belong to you, while the overseas copyrights will be operated by the wireless station, essentially pre-purchasing the overseas copyrights with 30 million Hong Kong dollars. We could consider collaborating in this way first. If successful, we can subsequently initiate the remaining adaptations, and we can negotiate the overseas copyright fees then. Zhang Jianjun and Guai Hua both fell into deep thought upon hearing Lu Yuanhao's suggestion, likely considering the feasibility and impact of this proposal. By the time of the banquet, another deputy director, surnamed Wei from CCTV, appeared, and Lu Yuanhao sensed that they were likely intrigued. During the meal, Lu Yuanhao stated that if the cooperation were to materialize, the filming funds would be immediately available, and the usage of the funds and filming decisions would be entirely up to CCTV, with the wireless station not interfering. Additionally, considering that CCTV currently lacked equipment regardless of whether the cooperation succeeded, he would also donate shooting equipment worth 10 million Hong Kong dollars to CCTV. Director Wei was overjoyed. He had not expected to gain such a significant benefit from this meeting. He immediately expressed that CCTV would conduct a serious internal study and hoped to communicate more with patriotic peers like Lu Yuanhao in the future, while instructing Guai Hua to ensure a warm reception for their Hong Kong compatriots. As for the matter of selling films, both parties agreed to invite CCTV colleagues to Hong Kong to visit the wireless station at a later date to select films gradually. In the next 2 days, Lu Yuanhao held friendly talks with the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office and the Beijing city government, expressing his expectations and support for Hong Kong's return to the motherland, showing his willingness to contribute to this cause, and expressed a keen interest in investing in the mainland, planning to find a suitable time for investment. He also donated 20 million Hong Kong dollars to the Beijing city government for urban construction, raising his total donations during this trip to 50 million Hong Kong dollars. In the following days, Guai Hua and Wang Weigua took Lu Yuanhao and his group on a tour of reserve projects for receiving foreign guests, visiting the Forbidden City and the Beideling Great Wall. At this time, Beijing did not have as many tourists as when Lu Yuanhao visited in 2004, alleviating the hassle of queuing. They did not bring any foreigners this time, and there were no onlookers, allowing the group to pass freely and enjoy themselves fully. To be honest, at this time, Beijing was still lagging far behind Hong Kong. Huang Baiming and others were visiting the mainland for the first time, and arriving in Beijing felt like arriving in the countryside of the new territories. However, when they saw the magnificent solemnity of the Forbidden City and the winding grandeur of the Great Wall, they were all greatly shocked, snapping photos with their cameras. Although Lu Yuanhao had visited both places in his past life, he still felt a different sensation, taking many photos with Li Minyi. Before leaving Beijing, Lu Yuanhao notified Xing Yuan Investment to transfer the funds promised to CCTV and the Beijing city government. Lin Gangsheng was arranged to stay behind, to open a small shop in Lili Factory, to start collecting antiques with the city's assistance, making the process very smooth. To show the importance they placed on Lu Yuanhao, the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office sent Guai Hua to accompany them to Xiangbei to assist with official communications. In 1980, Tianhe Airport in Jiangcheng had not yet begun construction. Lu Yuanhao and his group disembarked at Wuchang Nanhu Airport. With the assistance of the Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office and prior contact from Guoraihua, the provincial government of Xiangbei had also arranged for staff to pick them up. Before coming, Lu Yuanhao had inquired that the Xiangbei provincial government was in Wuchang, but the place he wanted to go was in Hankou, separated by the Yangtze River. He was troubled about what excuse to use to say he wanted to visit the Jiangxing Song and Dance Theater, but unexpectedly the provincial government staff took them directly across the Yangtze River Bridge to the Jianghan Hotel in Hankou. After getting out of the car, he learned that the Jianghan Hotel was one of Jiangxing's foreign-related hotels, an important venue for the Xiangbei provincial government to host foreign guests. Renowned figures like Ho Chi Minh, Nikita Khrushchev, and Norodom Sihanouk had all stayed here. Once they completed the check-in procedures and communicated with the provincial government staff, no further arrangements were made for the day. Then Guoraihua followed them. He was not a foreign guest and could not stay at this hotel, so he had to go to a guest house in Jiangxing. In the hotel room, Lu Yuanhao found a map of Jiangxing and studied it carefully, discovering that the Jianghan Hotel was surprisingly close to the Jiangxing Song and Dance Theater, within walking distance of no more than 2 kilometers. Thinking that after dinner he could take a stroll over, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Li Mini noticed something was off with him and asked what made him so happy. Lu Yuanhao quickly restrained his emotions and deflected. After dinner, having memorized the map, Lu Yuanhao took Li Mini and Zhang Jinfeng out for a walk, heading straight to the Jiangxing Song and Dance Theater after leaving the hotel. Li Mini was completely unaware of the situation and was enjoying this leisurely time with just the two of them. Shortly they arrived outside the Jiangxing Song and Dance Theater. After walking such a distance, Li Mini felt a bit tired. Coincidentally, there was a performance at the Jiangxing Song and Dance Theater that day. Lu Yuanhao was overjoyed but maintained a calm demeanor as he pulled out renminbi exchanged with foreign exchange vouchers in the capital to buy tickets, then led the two inside to watch the performance and take a rest. Why do I feel like you're not here to watch a performance, but rather to find someone? I didn't see you going to such performances in Xianjiang either, Li Mini remarked suspiciously after Lu Yuanhao bought the tickets. Nonsense. I just happened to walk by here. Seeing you looking a bit tired, I thought I'd take you to see a performance and rest a bit. Lu Yuanhao replied, somewhat speechless, and couldn't help but admire a woman's sixth sense. Really? Since we left the hotel, I felt something was off with you, like you were specifically coming here, Li Mini countered. I saw a park on the map nearby. I originally planned to take a stroll there, but seeing you were tired, I chose this place instead, Lu Yuanhao explained, not expecting Li Mini to observe so carefully. Then why not walk along the Yangtze River? Why come all this way to find a park? Isn't the hotel not very close to the river? Li Mini pointed out another inconsistency. Lu Yuanhao was left speechless by her retort, feigning anger as he shot her a glare. Li Mini strutted like a victorious hen, her head held high and a smile on her face. Soon the performance began. Lu Yuanhao wasn't clear about Lu Xiaoli's current status in the dance troupe, whether she would appear or if she would perform a solo or in a group. He could only muster the energy to focus intently on each program. Before long, Lu Yuanhao spotted Lu Xiaoli's figure in a group dance. After careful identification, he felt he should not have mistaken her. He was secretly anxious, thinking that it would be difficult if it was a group dance. With so many dancers, if he claimed to have recognized Lu Xiaoli at first glance among them, Li Mini would likely not believe it. This little lady had already been suspicious. Lu Yuanhao anxiously waited, thinking of no good explanation, hoping to see if there would be more of her performances later. Finally, as the performance was nearing its end, Lu Xiaoli's solo dance appeared as one of the highlight acts. After observing carefully for a while and confirming it was her, Lu Yuanhao leaned over to Li Mini's ear and whispered, "This girl is quite good. Find a way to help me bring her back to Xianjiang." Li Mini suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. After a while she finally calmed down and replied, I knew you came to find someone and now you've revealed it." Lu Yuanhao found it hard to respond and could only chuckle awkwardly. Li Mini's words could be interpreted in two ways. One, she thought Lu Yuanhao was out looking for women, and the other, she believed Lu Yuanhao was specifically looking for this woman. He could only interpret Li Mini's words in the first sense. If it were the second, many things would be completely inexplicable. Lu Yuanhao had never been to the mainland. How could he know her, and how could he know that he could find this woman here? Seeing Lu Yuanhao smiling at her, Li Mini was only angry enough to pinch him a couple of times, yet she did not defy his request. After the performance, she went backstage alone to find Lu Xiaoli, while Lu Yuanhao and Zhang Jinfeng went to the entrance to wait for her. After several inquiries, Li Mini found Lu Xiaoli, who was removing her makeup. She marveled at Lu Yuanhao's keen eye. The young woman before her was indeed beautiful and tall, especially with the unique grace that an elegant dancer possesses, which is rare even in Xianjiang. Rumor has it that Lu Xiaoli was very beautiful in her youth, with suitors lining up from Hankou to Hanyang. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Li Mini, Lu Xiaoli was also surprised. This beautiful woman, whom she had never met, looked a bit older than her, but her attire and demeanor clearly indicated she was not an ordinary person. So she politely asked, "Hello, may I ask what business you have with me?" Li Mini took out her homecoming certificate, work certificate, and an introduction letter issued by the Xiangjiang New Society, handing them to Lu Xiaoli while smiling. Hello, my surname is Li, and my name is Li Mini. I am from Xiangjiang and work at Xiangjiang Wireless Television. I am here on a business trip to Hubei and was fortunate enough to see your performance today. I think you are very talented, beautiful, and have a great temperament. Therefore, I took the liberty to ask if you would be willing to switch to a bigger stage and develop in Xiangjiang. Lu Xiaoli was taken aback by Li Mini's straightforwardness, mechanically taking the documents she handed over and examining them carefully. For a long while, she couldn't find the right words to respond. Li Mini smiled kindly and said, I can see you're having a hard time processing this news. This isn't the place to talk. Why don't you give me your phone number, and I can call you tomorrow to arrange a meeting at the Jianghan Hotel. Lu Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned all the documents. Okay, my name is Lu Xiaoli. Let me give you my phone number. We'll meet again tomorrow. This is all too sudden, and I'm a bit overwhelmed. After saying this, she found a pen and paper, wrote down her name and phone number, and handed it to Li Mini. Li Mini glanced at the note, and then said, I won't disturb you any longer. They'll contact you tomorrow. Goodbye. Lu Xiaoli waved goodbye quickly, saying, Okay, see you tomorrow. After meeting Li Mini, Lu Yuanhao saw that the name on the slip was Lu Xiaoli. Reassured, he escorted the two of them back to the hotel to rest. Lu Xiaoli, however, lay awake all night, tossing with excitement. How could she remain calm when offered a chance to advance her career in Xiangjiang, such an international metropolis? In her youth, Lu Xiaoli had loved dancing and performing and harbored artistic ambitions. Given a larger stage, especially in a cosmopolitan place like Xiangjiang, she was certain anyone in her troupe would be sleepless with exhilaration. She resolved that so long as Li Mini was not a fraud, she would grasp this opportunity to go to Xiangjiang at any cost. Early the next morning, Guaihua accompanied a vice mayor surnamed Huang from Jiangxing and two provincial government staff to the Jianghan Hotel. Huang Beiming and the cameraman, escorted by the provincial officials, drove off to the Chibi area to scout locations, while Lu Yuanhao stayed behind chatting with Guaihua and the vice mayor in the hotel. Word had evidently reached them that Lu Yuanhao had donated 20 million to Jingxing, and Vice Mayor Huang appeared intent on currying favor and attracting investment. Li Mini called the number Lu Xiaoli had left. Having barely slept, Lu Xiaoli had already risen, applied light makeup, dressed prettily, and waited in her dormitory, rushing out the moment the reception summoned her to answer. Li Mini invited her to the Jianghan Hotel to discuss matters in detail. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoli hurried there, arriving in such haste that a sheen of sweat had broken out on her brow. At the hotel's cafe, she was far less inhibited than at their first meeting the previous night. After a polite greeting, she sat down with composed grace. Li Mini studied her carefully, a simple, elegant white dress, delicate makeup, a flush on her cheeks from her haste. She looked fresh and beautiful, possessing an uncommon bearing in every movement. They did not sit with Lu Yuanhao and the others, but took separate seats. Li Mini ordered her a cold drink and began to speak with her. Xiangjiang Wireless TV Station is the largest broadcaster in Xiangjiang. Beyond the station, we also own the region's largest film company and cinema chain. This visit to the mainland is chiefly because our film company intends to shoot a movie about the Three Kingdoms Battle of Chibi, so we came to scout locales. We only arrived in Jiangxing from Jingxing yesterday. After dinner, we strolled and saw your performance, bought tickets and watched. I took one look at you and saw potential, which is why I took the liberty of finding you backstage. Before you arrived, the provincial staff had just taken our photographer to Chibi. The man in the white short-sleeve shirt over there is a vice mayor of Jiangxing, and the person opposite him is our boss. Our boss recently donated 10 million to CCTV in Jingxing and 20 million to the Jingxing municipal government. That vice mayor likely heard the news and came hoping to ingratiate himself. Lu Xiaoli listened with a growing sense of awe. Li Mini's final words, spoken as if she already counted her among their own, filled her with pride, and she glanced furtively towards Lu Yuanhao before asking in a small, uncertain voice, Sister Mini, is the boss really that young? He is only 24 this year. Though young, he is already well known in Xiangjiang. He began his ventures at 14, and his business interests have since multiplied. He is one of the wealthiest Chinese in Xiangjiang. By the way, his surname is also Lu. You are of the same clan. Lu Xiaoli was deeply astonished. After a long pause, she whispered again, Sister Mini, do you know what kind of work they would arrange for me in Xiangjiang? If you love dancing, join the wireless station. If you wish to try film and television, opportunities can be provided by the wireless station or Dongfang Film. My suggestion is that you work at the wireless station as a dancer for a time while attending their artiste training program. After 2 years of studying acting, you could transition to film and television, where the chances of fame and greater income are far higher. Sister Mini, you are so beautiful. You must be a famous star in Xiangjiang, right? I am only of modest renown, but I am now shifting behind the scenes producing television dramas. Otherwise, I would not have the authority to recommend you. You are remarkable, Sister Mini. If you go to Xiangjiang, the company will arrange accommodation. Besides a monthly base salary of HK500, each appearance comes with additional fees ranging roughly from HK0 to HK500. It is now fairly easy to obtain residency in Xinjiang. Once you secure that status, when you later return to the mainland, you would be considered a foreign guest. Lu Xiaoli found herself breathing more rapidly. Her current wage was only about 100 yuan, and a move to Xinjiang would multiply her income many times over. She felt she had to seize it. But thinking of the troop that had trained her, she hesitated and asked awkwardly, "Sister Meanie, what if my troop refuses to let me go?" Li Meanie laughed lightly and said, "If you truly wish to go, our boss can handle the rest. However, for something as significant as changing residency, I suggest you discuss it with your family. We will be here for a few more days. You just give me word before we leave." Lu Xiaoli nodded, and the two talked for a long time. Li Meanie spoke of amusing tales from Xinjiang that filled her with longing, making her wish she could fly there at once. That evening, Lu Xiaoli called to say her family had agreed to her going to Xinjiang and asked Li Meanie to help persuade the troop to release her. Lu Yuanhao immediately arranged for Dongfang Film to issue a work invitation to Lu Xiaoli and asked Guo Aihua to mediate. Under the pressure, the Jiangxing Song and Dance Troupe quickly gave their approval. 3 days later, Huang Beiming and the scouting party returned with many photographs. With the mainland visit concluded, Lu Yuanhao and his party prepared to depart for Xinjiang. Because her work visa had not yet been processed and she wished to visit her hometown before heading to Xinjiang, Lu Xiaoli did not accompany them. She would travel to Xinjiang on her own once everything was in order. Li Meanie pressed the remaining foreign exchange coupons amounting to over 10,000 into her hands, asking her to buy gifts for the troop and bring some things home. Having never seen so much money, Lu Xiaoli stared wide-eyed, more convinced than ever that going to Xinjiang was the right choice. Upon returning to Hong Kong, Lu Yuanhao gathered Mai Jia and others to begin exploring the feasibility of adapting Red Cliffs into a film. After all, a show must be done thoroughly. His primary focus was on whether the climactic scene of the Battle of Red Cliffs, the burning of the chained ships, could achieve that grand effect under the current conditions. In his past life, during the early 1990s, when CCTV produced the romance of the Three Kingdoms television series, the burning of the chained ships was filmed live using many wooden boats soaked in gasoline, and aerial photography was employed. However, due to the low resolution of the cameras, all that could be seen on television was a vast expanse of red against a black night sky, with the details of the burning ships completely obscured. A significant amount of money was spent, but the results were far from ideal. Lu Yuanhao raised questions regarding this point, and after his repeated inquiries and subtle hints, even nearly making it explicit, Mai Jia and the others concluded that the current filming equipment's resolution was insufficient to achieve the desired effect, suggesting a delay in filming. Lu Yuanhao relayed this conclusion to the new agency. Although Wang Lao felt regret, he also expressed understanding. Thus, apart from Lu Xiaoli needing to postpone her return to Hong Kong, Lu Yuanhao's objectives for this trip to the north were completely fulfilled. After wrapping up matters in the mainland, Lu Yuanhao first spent a few days with the pregnant Zhao Yaji. Ever since the hospital confirmed that she was expecting a boy, Zhao Yaji had been cautious. Even though she had safely passed the unstable first 3 months, she did not dare to engage in intimate actions with Lu Yuanhao. The child in her womb was the eldest son of the Lu family, her future pillar of support, and she could not afford to take any risks. After that, Lu Yuanhao spent 2 more days with Guan Jiahui. This young lady had just graduated from the Merino Institute and had been busy preparing their new home at 4 Shallow Water Bay Road. Lu Yuanhao had yet to arrange for her to work at Dongfang Film, planning to hold her signing ceremony and Comingafage celebration together on her 18th birthday, hoping to launch her into stardom. In late July, Lu Yuanhao met with Li Mingze to inform him about Xingyuan Investment holding 34.9% of China Gas. Li Mingze was taken aback, thinking that Lu Yuanhao was attempting a takeover, as the combined shareholding of the entire China Gas board did not exceed that of Lu Yuanhao alone. Lu Yuanhao hurriedly assured him that his relationship with the Li family was quite good, promising that as long as Li Mingze remained the chairman of the board, Xingyuan Investment would not vie for control over China Gas and would not increase its shareholding, but Li Mingze must allow Xingyuan Investment to enter the China Gas board and assist Lu Yuanhao in becoming the next chairman. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Mingze agreed to this condition. After all, the Li family's shareholding was not substantial enough to maintain control over China Gas indefinitely. Their children would at most inherit a few shares, and taking over the company was fundamentally unrealistic. By accommodating Lu Yuanhao now, their children's future inherited shares would not be easily diluted. Lu Yuanhao did not wish to seize power, but because China Gas was ultimately in Chinese hands, in accordance with the tacit understanding among Chinese businessmen at that time to avoid malicious attacks on one another, Lu Yuanhao was reluctant to break the rules. Given his current standing in the business world, maliciously acquiring a company controlled by Chinese businessmen could easily lead to public condemnation, a negative reputation he did not need to pursue. He could let Lu take that lead. Anyway, in his past life, Li Mingze only lived until 1983, and he could still wait for 3 years. At the end of July, after announcing entry into the China Gas board, Xingyuan Investment also took a stake in Hong Kong Telephone Company. As Hong Kong Telephone was a public company with widely dispersed shares, Liu Yuanhao easily secured control of the company as the largest shareholder with a 34.5% stake. Hong Kong Telephone Company was one of the two telecommunications companies in Hong Kong offering services including fixed-line telephones, fax, and radio telegraphy. Liu Yuanhao would look for opportunities to merge it with Hutchison Whampoa. In the 1990s, Hutchison Whampoa would continue the development route of his past life to expand telecommunications in the UK, requiring the talent and technological reserves of this company. After 6 years of planning apart from temporarily withholding plans for real estate acquisitions, Liu Yuanhao had achieved all the strategies he determined in 1974. Xingyuan Investment had developed into a top-tier family business in Hong Kong within just 6 short years, and as Xingyuan Investment was not a publicly listed company, it did not need to disclose financial reports. Apart from news about Xingyuan Real Estate using property rights as collateral for construction loans, there had been no other reports regarding the Xingyuan Group having other loans. However, the practice of using property ownership to secure construction loans was common in the real estate industry and hardly warranted significant attention. Moreover, Liu Yuanhao's financial strength seemed boundless, with a series of substantial acquisitions occurring consecutively, and speculation about his sources of funding was rampant. Some claimed he was supported by the mainland, others said he was backed by the M nation, and there were even claims that he was supported by the Soviet Union. Not long after news emerged from HSBC that Liu Yuanhao had a massive amount of foreign currency deposited in HSBC's overseas branch valued at over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, which he had earned through gold trading over the past few years. Once the news broke, it caused a stir across Hong Kong, with numerous media outlets rushing to HSBC for verification, but all were denied by HSBC on the grounds of customer privacy. Following that, similar news emerged from Swiss bank Credit Suisse, Barclays Bank, and Royal Bank of Scotland. Hong Kong citizens speculated that one of these banks must be telling the truth, but no matter how expansive their imaginations were, they could not fathom that all 5 banks were actually correct. Some good-natured individuals calculated the market value of the publicly listed companies controlled by Xingyuan Investment, Hutchison, Whampoa Wharf, Camman Construction, China Gas, Hong Kong Telephone, Kai Tak Properties, and Xingzhou Ingni, and even just these known entities had already exceeded 100 billion, overshadowing the Chinese businessmen of Hong Kong. If the rumors were true, the Chinese businessmen of Hong Kong would be left far behind. Liu Yuanhao was quite annoyed by these reports. His biggest headache was that while he could manage the tabloid press this time, it was several major newspapers reporting continuously, and he could only send someone to talk to the newspapers. In this media climate, Liu Xiaoli arrived alone in Hong Kong. Liu Yuanhao prepared a flat apartment in mid-levels for her, initially intending to make a bold move to secure her, but these reports forced him to keep a low profile for a while, so he had to temporarily leave her in the care of Li Mini. At the end of 1978, the Land Development Group, after losing the battle for Wharf, had sold 12 of Wharf's shares to Xingyuan Investment, and earlier this year, they sold the Xiaxian building to Jiahua Group, together earning nearly 1.6 billion Hong Kong dollars in non-recurring profits, ensuring ample cash flow. New World Development and B of A were unwilling to distribute these profits as dividends to shareholders. In order to compete for influence with the major shareholder, the Keswick family, they shifted from their previously conservative approach to one of recklessness and impatience. At the beginning of the year, New World and Sun Hung Kai formed a company to acquire a piece of land of 1.45 million square feet on Da Ping Road on Hong Kong Island for 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars to build luxury villas. Subsequently, they collaborated with more than 30 companies, including Far East Development, Jiahua Group, and Hang Lung, on over 70 real estate projects. At the beginning of August, New World and Jiahua Group formed another company to purchase the old wing of the Miramar Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui for approximately 680 square feet at a price of 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. They planned to develop a high-end commercial building akin to Land Development Plaza. The transactions per square foot price set a world record at the time, drawing considerable international attention. Hong Kong media followed up with reports on this matter, finally managing to dampen the heat of Liu Yuanhao's news. As Liu Yuanhao breathed a sigh of relief, he was pleased to see Land Development walking down the path of his past life. The more frequently Land Development operated, the higher its debts would rise, making it easier for him to acquire it later on. On August 14th, Jianing Real Estate announced a preliminary agreement with Lin Xiurong and Lin Xiufeng, the two sons of Hang Seng Bank's founder Lin Bingyan, to sell 75% of their stake in Bainingshan Group for 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, the preliminary agreement was quickly replaced by another statement stating that Jianing Real Estate would sell the entire Bainingshan at a price of 1.68 billion Hong Kong dollars. This means that Chun Songqing profited a staggering 700 million Hong Kong dollars from the speculation of Bainingshan in just 6 months. The media in Xinjiang began to collectively praise Chun Songqing, elevating him to the status of a new king in the real estate industry. Despite Liu Yuanhao securing the Jinmen construction project and rejecting Chun Songqing's request to speculate on the building, the truth remains that there are no unsellable products, only unmarketable prices. Chun Songqing approached GD to purchase Beiningshen, offering a high price of 980 million, which GD was naturally eager to cash in on. Now Chun Songqing completed the second step by selling Beiningshen at the exorbitant price of 168 billion. Whether GD regrets it is unclear, but both Xingyuan Real Estate and Kowloon Warehouse have begun to feel very restless, forcing Liu Yuanhao to step in to extinguish the flames. After entering the 1980s, Liu Yuanhao no longer acquired land from the market or auctions. Instead, he has been offloading scattered properties. The executives of both companies believe that Liu Yuanhao's judgment was overly conservative, as Zhangjiang's real estate had entered a period of explosive growth, and they should increase their investments. For Liu Yuanhao, Chun Songqing's move not only raised the stock price of Jianing Real Estate to 15 Hong Kong dollars per share, giving him a small profit, but also brought a myriad of troubles. Xingyuan Real Estate is a wholly owned subsidiary of Xingyuan Investment, where Liu Yuanhao holds absolute power and can act simply and brutally directly, letting those who do not listen after an explanation pack their bags and leave. However, Kowloon Warehouse is a publicly listed company, so handling matters cannot be done in such a manner. It must primarily involve ideological work. In the board meeting, Liu Yuanhao addressed the directors, saying, "The risk of expanding real estate now is too great. The lease in new territories expires in 1997. And there are already rumors of the mainland government wanting to reclaim Xinjiang. Personally, I believe the truth of this news is debatable. Whether the mainland government wants to reclaim new territories or the entire territory of Xinjiang, there will be a series of negotiations between them and the British government, which carries unpredictable risks. Before the situation becomes clear, expanding real estate investment is not a wise choice." Some directors felt Liu Yuanhao's reasoning was valid, but when the talks would begin was unknown. Business opportunities are fleeting, and even making a small profit by seizing the chance is still good. Liu Yuanhao had to continue persuading, saying, "Chun Songqing speculated on Beiningshen paying off the balance with GD only in July, and in August he sold it for a profit of 700 million, and the buyer is not a foreign investor, but a local businessman of Xinjiang. If there were no tricks involved in this, I would not believe it. What is the purpose of his actions? Blindly following him without understanding his true motives is also not a wise choice." After Liu Yuanhao's heartfelt persuasion at the board meeting and private discussions with various directors and shareholders, the restless thoughts at Kowloon Warehouse were temporarily extinguished. Only when facing Chun Bo alone did Liu Yuanhao reveal the truth. "I have reliable information that all the funds for Chun Songqing's acquisition projects come entirely from bank loans, including a large number of illegal loans from Malaysia's Human Financial Company. This is the financial backer behind him. He is using this snowballing method to inflate Jianing's stock price, and there will inevitably be a day when it gets exposed. You must keep the internal emotions of the company stable, especially to never engage in any business dealings with Jianing." Liu Xiaoli had been in Hong Kong for a month. Considering her need to practice dance, Liu Yuanhao prepared a house for her by combining 2 rooms into 1 practice room, which also included a small dressing room and a large bedroom. She fell in love with the house as soon as she entered. Compared to this place, the dormitory of Jiangqing Song and Dance Theater was simply a doghouse. Since she did not understand Cantonese, Li Mini did not immediately arrange work for her, allowing her to learn the language first. Initially, Li Mini did not pay much attention to her. The little Hong Kong dollars she exchanged when she first arrived in Xinjiang had almost run out after paying the tuition and buying some daily necessities, even after living frugally for over half a month. Without a job, there was no income, and due to the language barrier, Liu Xiaoli found herself in an extremely awkward position, and she could only approach Li Mini again with a hesitant heart. Li Mini first apologized for not taking care of her properly, then began taking her out for shopping, dining, beauty treatments, and yacht outings, buying her a pile of high-end cosmetics and clothing, completely transforming her from the inside out, claiming it was to help her socialize and learn Cantonese quickly. The stark contrast of living made Liu Xiaoli feel like she had arrived in paradise. Initially, she felt a bit inferior when receiving expensive gifts from Li Mini, but as time passed, she slowly got used to it and eventually became completely immersed in the exquisite life of luxury and comfort. She felt as if she had transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. Now, even if she were offered the position of the head of Jiangqing Song and Dance Theater, she would not look back. The weather was nice that day, and Li Mini took Liu Xiaoli out on her yacht. After playing for a while on the sea, the two returned to the boat and slowly tasted a bottle of red wine. As Li Mini savored the wine, she introduced Liu Xiaoli to the origin, vintage, taste, and price of this romanticani, making her eyes sparkle with excitement. As the wine was getting good, Liu Xiaoli flattered Li Mini, saying, "Sister Mini, you are amazing. I want to become a big star like you in the future." Li Mini laughed heartily at this. "Silly girl, this bottle of red wine costs over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. The highest paid female star in Xinjiang can hardly buy a few bottles from the money earned for a single film. This yacht costs tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. How many films would one need to shoot to afford it? Being a female star living a worry-free life is not difficult, but to live like us, you'd have to work yourself to death on set." In Xianjiang, women either rely on family background or find a good man. Do you think I belong to either category? Lu Xiaoli recalled Li Mini mentioning her background and cautiously asked, Sister Mini, may I ask who your husband is? He is the boss, I am one of his women, Li Mini said with an indifferent expression. One of them. Lu Xiaoli was taken aback and her voice turned sharp. Don't be so surprised. This is Xianjiang, not the mainland. Before 1971, having concubines was still legal here. Which old aristocratic family does not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Let me tell you, if you ever hear someone calling out second wife or third wife, don't be so shocked, it could offend people. Oh, I understand now. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Mini. Lu Xiaoli's worldview began to be reconstructed. The boss has 2 other women, one named Zhao Yaji, who is recently pregnant, and the other named Guan Jiehui, who is very beautiful. I am quite familiar with both of them. You actually know them? Lu Xiaoli's curiosity ignited. This gossip was far more tantalizing than the trivial matters back on the mainland. What's strange about that? I've known them for many years, and we have always had a good relationship. Sister Mini, don't you feel jealous? Why should I feel jealous? Do you think he will only have us 3 women? Don't be foolish. When you first came to Xianjiang, the newspapers were filled with reports about him. You must have seen them too, right? With his wealth and status, the women who want to sleep with him could line up from Xianjiang to the richest places. How could I afford to feel jealous? If I were to feel jealous every day, would I still have a life? Sister Mini, have you ever thought about leaving the boss? Am I afraid of what others might say? Let me tell you, in Xianjiang, people only worship the rich. If you're poor, no one will even glance at you. Who would dare to speak in front of me? Moreover, we are currently preparing to have a child. Why would I leave him? Lu Xiaoli was amazed, her worldview once again refreshed. Indeed, Xianjiang is completely different from the mainland. Xiaoli, would you like me to introduce the boss to you? You're so beautiful, or maybe you'll have a chance. Oh. When the gossip turns to you, Lu Xiaoli was first stunned, then quickly shook her head. I can't do it. Ew, I'm just a girl from the mainland. How could he possibly notice me? That's hard to say, or it depends on whether you're willing or not. Lu Xiaoli fell silent. The education she received since childhood did not allow her to do such things. But this is not the mainland, this is Xianjiang. Her worldview had just been refreshed, and it was impossible for her not to envy a life like that of Li Mini. Seeing the timing was right, Li Mini leaned close to her ear and whispered, the one who took a liking to you that day in Jiangcheng was actually him. Lu Xiaoli gasped in shock, dropping her cup, sitting up straight, feeling a chill rising from her tailbone. Li Mini touched upon the topic briefly, then swiftly changed the subject as if the previous statement had never been uttered. However, that sentence had already taken root in her heart, and during the days that followed when she was alone, she often wondered whether she should agree or refuse if it were true. She reflected on the life she had lived in the mainland, the days spent in Xianjiang after her arrival, and the time she had spent with Li Mini, but she felt that the balance in her heart had begun to tilt. With several days of nothing happening, life continued as usual. The domineering CEO had not sought her out, and Lu Xiaoli's anxious feelings had calmed somewhat. On this day, she and Li Mini went shopping as usual, and then to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel for a meal. Just as the dishes began to be served, Lu Yuanhao and Hong Jinbao walked into the restaurant together. Li Mini, with her keen eyes, stood up first to greet the two. Seeing her there, Lu Yuanhao walked over with Hong Jinbao, first kissing Li Mini on the cheek, then smiling and nodding at Lu Xiaoli, speaking to her in Mandarin. Long time no see. You look even more beautiful than the last time I saw you. Things have been quite busy these days, and I haven't had the chance to properly welcome you to Xianjiang, so I had to ask Mini to help out. Lu Xiaoli felt a bit nervous upon seeing Lu Yuanhao, and after a moment of hesitation, managed to utter, hello, boss. You haven't even signed a contract with Dongfang Film and TV, and you're already calling me boss. Lu Yuanhao joked again. Lu Xiaoli's face turned red, biting her lip as she struggled to find a response. I have a dinner appointment with Lu Sheng to discuss some matters, and I didn't expect to run into you and Mini here. Hong Jinbao, being very astute, and having been taught by his master to speak Mandarin since childhood, quickly changed the topic upon seeing the situation. Since we've run into each other, let's eat together. You don't have any confidential matters to discuss, do you? Li Mini cooperated well. Lu Yuanhao glanced at Hong Jinbao, saw that he had no objections, and invited him to sit down together, calling the waiter to add a few more dishes and open a bottle of red wine. Hong Jinbao reached out to Lu Yuanhao because he had self-directed and starred in a movie called Not in Control in February of this year, which had performed brilliantly at the box office in Xianjiang and had also done well in Southeast Asia. Now, the film had been out of theaters for 3 months, but Jia had fallen back into old habits, withholding his share of the box office revenue, not giving him a single penny. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Hong Jinbao had finally made up his mind to switch to Dongfang Film and TV. During the meal, Lu Yuanhao praised Hong Jinbao's Not in Control, saying that Jia was petty and was willing to destroy their own reputation for a pittance. He warmly welcomed him to join Dongfang Film and TV, expressing hope that he would continue to strive for even better results. While chatting with Hong Jinbao, he also took care of the 2 ladies present, pouring wine and serving dishes, ensuring that no one felt neglected. Lu Xiaoli was not yet very proficient in Cantonese and could only understand the gist of the conversation, but she could sense the respectful attitude Hong Jinbao had towards Lu Yuanhao. After overcoming her initial nervousness, she dared to steal glances at Lu Yuanhao, subtly revealing her admiration. After finishing their meal and discussing the matters at hand, Hong Jinbao took the lead in saying goodbye. Li Mini made an excuse that she had other matters to attend to and hoped Lu Yuanhao would help escort Lu Xiaoli home. Seeing Lu Xiaoli's gaze towards Li Mini filled with longing and helplessness, Lu Yuanhao felt a surge of heat in his heart. Though it was a chance encounter today, there was no better day than today. He decided to take her tonight. In the car, Lu Xiaoli sat nervously against the door, and Lu Yuanhao deliberately said, "You seem to be afraid of me. Why is that?" After biting her lip for a long time, Lu Xiaoli finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been tormenting her for days. "Boss, Sister Mini told me that bringing me to Xiangjiang was your idea. Is that true?" Lu Yuanhao smiled wickedly, slowly leaning closer to Lu Xiaoli's face. The captivating light in his eyes made her heart race like a startled deer, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze again. Leaning close to her ear, Lu Yuanhao spoke in a voice only the two could hear. "Indeed, that was my intention." "Then what is your intention?" Though his voice was soft, it struck her heart like a thunderclap, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Lu Yuanhao noticed her anxious and flustered expression and no longer pressed closer. Instead, he retreated a bit. From central to mid-levels, even if the driver drove slowly, it didn't take long. Soon the car arrived at the entrance of Lu Xiaoli's apartment building. "Aren't you going to invite me up for a visit?" Lu Yuanhao said, and without waiting for Lu Xiaoli's response, he opened the door and got out, walking inside. Lu Xiaoli wanted to refuse, but didn't dare to speak, so she hurriedly followed. In the elevator, Lu Yuanhao pressed the floor button, and after exiting the elevator, he took the lead in walking to her door. When he gestured for Lu Xiaoli to open the door, she finally realized and looked at him in confusion. "How do you know where I live?" Lu Xiaoli asked. "The house is chosen by me, and the training room inside was specially arranged for decoration. After it was completed, I came to check it out. How could I not know where you live?" "So much nonsense, hurry up and open the door," Lu Yuanhao said. Lu Xiaoli felt dazed after hearing this and mechanically opened the door. After entering, Lu Yuanhao casually poured himself a glass of water and also poured a cup for Lu Xiaoli. He looked around. The room was kept very tidy, and her self-care ability was clearly stronger than Guan Jiahui's. "How is it living here? Have you adapted to it? Is anyone bullying you?" "It's very nice here. I'm quite comfortable. Xiangjiang is so much better than the mainland. Ooh, I really like it. Sister Mini has been very good to me and even bought me a lot of things." The roles were completely reversed. Lu Yuanhao casually sat on the sofa in the living room, while Lu Xiaoli stood beside him like a guest, not daring to sit down. Lu Yuanhao had to let her sit down first, then intentionally guided the conversation towards the mainland Jiangxing Northeast cuisine and historical culture, gradually calming Lu Xiaoli's nervousness as they began to chat and laugh. Seeing the timing was right, Lu Yuanhao made a request. "I was deeply captivated when I saw you dance in Jiangxing last time. Could you dance for me again?" Lu Xiaoli felt conflicted but finally gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go change my clothes." Wearing a pale blue outfit paired with white, Lu Xiaoli looked like an ethereal fairy, her elevated aura making her appear even more elegant. As the music began to play, Lu Xiaoli's slender figure started to sway, her skirt dancing with her movements, the long silk sleeves coming to life, her graceful steps seeming to tread upon exquisite porcelain, light and delicate, with her exquisite face sometimes showing a sorrowful frown, sometimes smiling as she twirled her sleeves, exuding a blend of teasing and resentment, or looking back with a smile. Lu Yuanhao stated that he couldn't comprehend it, yet he was profoundly impressed. After the dance ended, Lu Xiaoli took a moment to catch her breath, and Lu Yuanhao strode over, lifting her chin and looking into her eyes, asking seriously, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" The masculine aura enveloping Lu Xiaoli made her heart race. Having zero romantic experience, she had never heard such words before. Resigned, she took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Lu Yuanhao did not expect that a single line would seal the deal. With a playful smile, he leaned in and kissed her. That night, the furious dragon broke through the barrier, leaving chaos in its wake. At dawn, Lu Xiaoli awoke early, gazing silently at Lu Yuanhao still deep in slumber beside her. She dared not stir, fearing she might disturb his rest. Last night, she had resisted, but her frail strength proved futile. Now that the deed was done, bound by the ancient Chinese adage, "Marry a rooster, follow the rooster, marry a dog, follow the dog," she knew she must surrender herself to this man before her. Through repeated self-reassurance, Lu Xiaoli gradually accepted what had transpired the previous night. Suddenly, Lu Yuanhao stirred, then opened his eyes, only to meet hers still wide with lingering trepidation. With a broad sweep of his arm, he drew her close into his embrace and pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead, greeting her warmly with a gentle smile. "Good morning." Feeling the warmth of his arms and the softness of his kiss, an unexpected calm settled over Lu Xiaoli, and she smiled back softly, returning his greeting. Noticing her newfound ease, Lu Yuanhao grew curious and mischievous. Leaning in once more, he whispered teasingly into her ear, "Last night, I asked if you believed in love at first sight, yet you never answered me." Lu Xiaoli dared not meet his gaze, burying her flushed face against his neck with a faint muffled mm. A sly grin spread across Lu Yuanhao's lips as he replied, "All love at first sight is merely lust at first sight. I simply desired you." Her body stiffened in disbelief. She lifted her head, staring at his playful smirk, realizing she'd been duped. With feeble affectionate taps, she struck him twice, pouting, "You only know how to tease me." "Yes, I love teasing you just like last night. I'll tease you for the rest of our lives, and I want you to bear me a beautiful, radiant daughter. I've even chosen her name." His spirits soaring, Lu Yuanhao poured forth heartfelt words that to Lu Xiaoli, who had never known romance, sounded like celestial music. Gently she stroked the spot she'd just tapped, half worried she'd hurt him. Flustered, Lu Xiaoli dared not ask what name he'd chosen for their daughter. As they lay entwined, whispering endearments, a sharp chime of the doorbell shattered the intimacy. Lu Xiaoli panicked. "Oh no, it must be Sister Mini. What do I do? I'll answer the door. You tidy up first. Don't worry, if she dares mock you, I'll handle her." He kissed her forehead once more, then rose, pulled on his trousers, and stepped out. Lu Xiaoli hurried to dress. After slipping on her undergarments, she discovered her ancient-style dance attire, worn the night before, had been torn beyond repair. Her own outerwear hung in the closet. In haste, she grabbed Lu Yuanhao's discarded shirt instead. Before she could fasten all the buttons, Li Mini pushed open the bedroom door and poked her head inside, watching Lu Xiaoli's flustered fumbling with amused delight. "How did last night feel?" Lu Xiaoli blushed crimson, speechless. Li Mini entered, glanced at the telltale stains upon the sheets, and whistled appreciatively. "You can still stand. Is it your stamina, or his tenderness?" Lu Xiaoli, too shy to endure such bold talk, stamped her foot and retorted, cheeks burning. "Sister Mini, what are you saying?" Unfazed, Li Mini waved a hand and continued, "You haven't yet seen his true prowess. With limbs as delicate as yours, even two of you wouldn't suffice." Stunned, Lu Xiaoli froze mid-button, her expression incredulous, latching onto the most startling part of Li Mini's remark. "What? Don't act so shocked. Let me tell you, he's a veritable bull. You'll learn soon enough." Her tone remained utterly matter-of-fact. Recalling how, though tender, Lu Yuanhao had held her in his arms for what felt like an eternity the night before, Lu Xiaoli remained skeptical, yet unsettled. In the days that followed, Lu Yuanhao visited Lu Xiaoli each evening after work. A professional dancer, she performed every movement with flawless precision. Leg lifts, standing on one leg while raising the other high above the head, also known as the heavenward lantern. Backbend, feet shoulder-width apart, body arching backward until reaching maximum flexibility. Split legs extended in opposite directions, hips resting flat upon the floor, also called the splits. It was then Lu Xiaoli finally grasped what Li Mini meant by "not enough to go around." After Lu Yuanhao invited Li Mini to join them for a dance session, Lu Xiaoli, mortified and furious, banished him from her home the next morning. Lu Yuanhao took no offense. Once begun, certain things could not be undone, and a little coaxing would always soothe her anger. A few days later, as was his custom, Lu Yuanhao presented her with a villa nestled halfway up a hillside. Overjoyed, Lu Xiaoli understood its significance well. Though newly arrived in Hong Kong, her time spent with Li Mini had made her keenly aware of what a mid-levels villa truly represented. In early September, Li Mini's menstrual cycle delayed over 20 days. Convinced she was pregnant, she shared the joyful news with Lu Yuanhao. Lu Yuanhao acted without delay, escorting her to the Union Hospital for examination. Upon confirmation of her pregnancy, over a month along, Li Mini wept tears of pure joy. With no family to rely on, Lu Yuanhao engaged a seasoned, highly paid nanny to care for her at her residence in Repulse Bay. On September 24th, Guan Jiahui celebrated her 18th birthday. Lu Yuanhao hosted a grand coming-of-age ceremony and signing event at the Hilton Hotel, inviting Hong Kong's top film stars, major newspapers, and media outlets, while Oriental Film Studios sent its entire executive team to support her. Guan Jiahui appeared in a princess gown, delicate and exquisite as a porcelain doll. Clinging to Lu Yuanhao's arm, she was introduced to luminaries across the industry, receiving waves of effusive praise. Lu Yuanhao, normally reserved, made a striking exception, parading Guan Jiahui through the spotlight. Those with discerning eyes instantly recognized her as his cherished favorite, and showered her with obsequious flattery accordingly. Guan Shan and Zhang Bingqian also attended. Watching their daughter command center stage, both swelled with quiet pride. Yet their joy stemmed not from her entry into show business, but from the unmistakable devotion Lu Yuanhao showed her. Having suffered business failure, Guan Shan now depended entirely on his daughter's financial support, receiving several thousand Hong Kong dollars monthly, sufficient for a worry-free life. His deeper ambitions, however, were met with Guan Jiahui's cool indifference, and he dared not protest. Zhang Bingqian, meanwhile, lived comfortably with the $500,000 gift and villa Lu Yuanhao had provided, freed at last from the constant anxiety of money. Thus, their greatest shared hope became Guan Jiahui's swift conception, so she might bear a child, securing her position irrevocably. The following day, Hong Kong's press carefully guided, hailed Guan Zhehui as Hong Kong's most beautiful woman, emphasizing her resilience after her parents' divorce and portraying her entry into entertainment as a noble continuation of her father's legacy. Guan Zhehui enjoyed her first taste of fame, officially embarking upon her path to stardom. By late September, Lu Yuanhao judged the moment ripe. Zhao Yaji and Li Mini were both pregnant, and Guan Zhehui had just come of age. It was time to unveil his vision for their shared future, to affirm his commitment, grant them peace of mind, and preempt any future discord that might burden him. Regarding family inheritance, there are three typical figures among the wealthy in Xiangjiang from my previous life, and Lu Yuanhao is certainly not someone to emulate. The first is the one from the gambling industry in Hokkjingu who concentrated his business in one sector and insisted on having 4 households with over a dozen children, leading to a spectacle as the families squabbled over inheritance for the amusement of the nation. The second is the boat king who had 4 daughters. Although nothing scandalous occurred, the vast empire he built ultimately benefited several sons-in-law. The third is Zhao Shurtsing's son of the boat king Zhao, who claimed to have traversed through a myriad of flowers without touching a single petal. He once boasted of having over 10,000 women, yet ended up with a ruined family forced to sell his collection of antiques, leaving behind few descendants. Given the chance to live again, if it were just for the sake of indulging in women, Lu Yuanhao could retire now and immerse himself in their company, but he has aspirations. He plans to establish a top-tier family and ensure its legacy. At 66, Deepwater Bay Road, Lu Yuanhao informed 4 individuals that there was an important matter to discuss, and even Zhao Yaji, who was 8 months pregnant, did not dare to be negligent and hurried over. In the living room, Zhao Yaji and Li Mini were the most casual. Both were pregnant and gathered to chat about matters related to their condition. Guan Zhehui looked at the two with envy, as the advice her mother had imparted to her was something she had struggled to achieve for over half a year. It was Lu Xiaoli's first visit to Lu Yuanhao's home, and facing such a scene for the first time, she felt the most uncomfortable, sitting far away from the others. When the others heard Lu Yuanhao's serious declaration that today's discussion would revolve around future plans, they dared not act petulantly and sat up straight to listen. Noticing the nervous expressions on their faces, Lu Yuanhao decided to start with some emotional appeal to lighten the atmosphere. You are all exceptional young women, and it is my great honor to have you by my side. Since you have chosen to follow me, I must not disappoint your faith. Ensuring your lifelong prosperity is the least I can do. You all know that after my parents passed away when I was 14, I took on the burden of the family. But what you do not know is the immense pressure I have shouldered alone over the years, living each day with trepidation, fearful of making wrong decisions that could squander the meager earnings I had gained, and also worried that news of my success might attract the attention of ill-intentioned people. During that time, I often thought how wonderful it would be to have a few siblings to share the burden with me. It was from that moment on that I resolved to have more children. I would never allow them to feel the loneliness that I experienced in my childhood. Li Mini, hearing this, moved beside Lu Yuanhao and tenderly held one of his hands. Being an abandoned baby herself, she understood that feeling. Guan Zhehui followed suit, taking Lu Yuanhao's other hand. After her parents divorced, she had endured 3 years of hardship, and only after meeting Lu Yuanhao did her life begin to change. Zhao Yaji had spent the longest time with him and had never heard him speak of this before, but with a child in her womb, she felt no need to sit beside him to express anything. Lu Xiaoli, sitting the farthest away, could only feel anxious, thinking, what am I supposed to hold on to when you both have taken his hands? Fortunately, Lu Yuanhao quickly withdrew his hand, gently patting the backs of the 2 women's hands before continuing. Since I wish to have more children, I certainly cannot let just one woman bear them for me. It is not only about the number, but also about health. However, finding several women brings up the issue of recognition. To ensure fairness and not violate the laws of Xiangjiang, while avoiding repeated marriages and divorces that would make you the focus of media attention, the best solution is to not marry at all. Zhao Yaji and Li Mini had long been aware of his thoughts, and their expressions remained quite neutral. Lu Xiaoli had once fantasized about marrying the man before her when alone, but she knew it was practically unrealistic, so she remained calm upon hearing this. Only Guan Zhehui's face turned pale, realizing that the script was not what she had expected. She had been eager to marry into a wealthy family, yet how could there be no marriage? Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yuanhao glanced at her and patted her hand again, continuing, aside from not being able to provide you with a marriage certificate, I will give you everything else. I will acknowledge you publicly, including the identities of your children. In a few years, I will establish a family trust fund, including you and your children as beneficiaries, allowing each of you to receive a monthly sum from it. My current businesses, aside from real estate, are still in their infancy, but I already have a plan on how to develop them. In the future, I will divide all my ventures into several major segments, allowing all children to have inheritance rights, but I will assign portions to the most capable among them. In addition to the security provided by the family fund, I will also leave a sum of property for the other children, ensuring they never have to worry about their livelihood. Before the children reach adulthood, I will let you manage this property, so in the coming years, I will start allocating assets to you and teaching you how to invest. The wealth I currently possess apart from the companies in Xiangjiang you are aware of includes over 50 billion Hong Kong dollars in deposits overseas. This fortune was earned in less than 10 years, and I am fully confident in ensuring the appreciation of our family's wealth in the future. I do not wish for disputes over inheritance among my children after my death. With such a vast estate, there should be enough to share. Li Mini and Zhao Yaji, having accompanied him to the M country, had a rough understanding of Lu Yuanho's assets, so they were not too surprised. Guan Zhehui was most conflicted. She had not given up on the idea of marrying Lu Yuanhao, but was also unwilling to leave. Lu Shaoli's breath began to quicken in the mainland. It was still the era of 10th San Yuan households, and 100 billion was a scale of wealth that completely exceeded her comprehension. Rest assured, I will not bring too many women into this household. I do not insist that you all become as close as sisters, but I absolutely will not allow infighting, including among your children. I will not tolerate any situation where brothers harm each other. Anyone who instigates infighting and division should not blame me for being ruthless and unrecognizing. Li Mini was indifferent to such superficial titles, and she was very satisfied with Lu Yuanho's family planning, promptly stating her position. Husband, you can rest assured, I will keep an eye on things, and will not let them quarrel. I will also educate the child well. Zhao Yaji, feeling fulfilled with her child, nodded in agreement. Lu Shaoli shyly added, I will not argue with anyone, you can be assured of that, and I will also educate the child well. After all three had expressed their positions, they turned to Guan Zhehui. Guan Zhehui finally said with a sense of grievance, I will listen to you in the future, I promise not to argue, and I will educate the child well. Lu Yuanhao smiled with satisfaction. He was confident in managing these women, though he had not anticipated that the process would go so smoothly. With the main topic concluded, the rest of the time was for casual conversation. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and Lu Yuanhao wore a smile. No matter what schemes they held in their hearts, at least they needed to present a cordial facade. Lu Yuanhao, having taken a 6-month break, sat in his office contemplating how to allocate the vast overseas funds. Although the sum appeared substantial, it required careful planning. The real estate market in Hong Kong had already reached a high in 1980, but there were still 2 years until a potential collapse. After leveraging his investments, Lu Yuanhao had already committed a significant amount in the stock market and would likely not make any major investments in Hong Kong for at least 2 years. The best time for him to enter the market would be after the Sino-British negotiations broke down in 1982, when he could capitalize on buying at the bottom. Since Hong Kong was not suitable, Lu Yuanhao turned his attention to overseas markets, specifically the United States, Japan, and Western Europe. He planned to divide his funds into 2 parts, one for buying into Hong Kong stocks through 3 British banks, while the other would be invested overseas through 2 Swiss banks. By the end of September, international gold prices surged again to 700 per ounce. Lu Yuanhao suspected that it was the large players who had failed to liquidate their positions during the initial price drop that were now manipulating the market to raise gold prices, enticing retail investors to buy and facilitating their exit. He knew the gold prices would subsequently fall by over 50. Thus, he arranged for Xingyuan Investment to add another 300 million from the Swiss banks to short gold and continue purchasing stocks. This year, Japan enacted the Foreign Exchange Act, lifting restrictions on foreign exchange and allowing free trading, but Japan still lacked a proper foreign exchange market. Moreover, Japan's openness to the financial market was far behind that of Hong Kong. For instance, foreign investors could not hold more than 5 of shares in domestic listed companies, and securities investors were prohibited from engaging in futures trading. However, the real estate market was now accessible with minimal restrictions. Lu Yuanhao decided to invest 500 million in Japan to test the waters. Unsure which stocks would perform well, he planned to cast a wide net across all stocks in the Nikkei 225 index, ensuring he remained below the 5 threshold. In terms of real estate, he arranged for Xingyuan Real Estate to acquire some properties in Tokyo and potentially develop a few plots if opportunities arose. The real estate bubble in Japan would burst in 10 years, and he did not intend to scale up his operations significantly. As for foreign exchange, it would be wiser to wait until 1985 to engage. Investment in Europe would focus on the luxury goods industry. In his past life, the luxury goods tycoon and future billionaire Bernard Arnault had not yet returned to inherit his family's business, presenting an opportunity for Lu Yuanhao. However, as a person from Hong Kong in this era, acquiring European luxury brands would inevitably lead loyal customers to perceive a decline in brand prestige, severely impacting sales. Even if he publicly declared his wealth and was addressed as Mr. Billionaire, it would not change anything. If he dared to attempt this acquisition, his company would surely perish. The international image of Chinese people in this era was completely incompatible with luxury goods, a fact he could not change single-handedly. If he truly intended to pursue Dior and LVMH, he would need to plan carefully, first wrapping his funds in a European veneer and then assembling a primarily Caucasian team. Dior had experienced a crisis in the 1970s. Its parent company went bankrupt in 1978 and was acquired by the Bussac Group, which itself also went bankrupt 3 years later. It wasn't until 1984 that Bernard Arnault acquired it. He could step in immediately after the Busak Group went bankrupt next year, taking over Dior first, and then targeting LVMH, giving him ample time. Liu Yuanhao decided to first consult a firm to investigate the current status of the Busak Group and LVMH before personally visiting France for an assessment. With a plan in hand, he began to act, transferring $300 million from the Swiss banks to the United States. He allocated $200 million for shorting gold futures, while the remaining $100 million was budgeted for Goldman Sachs to assist in acquiring Microsoft's original shares. At this time, Microsoft had not yet gone public. In 1984, when Microsoft finally did go public, its market value was just over $1 billion. Liu Yuanhao did not require much. Obtaining 10 of the shares before the IPO would suffice, and he was fine with paying a premium. If necessary, 5 would also be acceptable. He sent a team composed of Xingyuan Investment and Xingyuan Real Estate to Japan for commercial investigations before finalizing specific investment strategies. In November, the European consulting firm Liu Yuanhao hired sent back detailed information about Dior, Moët Hennessy, and Louis Vuitton. Combining this with his memories from his past life, Liu Yuanhao gradually untangled the relationships among these companies. While Dior had a glorious past, it had experienced a downturn by the late 1970s, and its perfume division was sold to Moët Hennessy. Currently, Dior only had the fashion and cosmetics divisions, not a complete entity. In 1978, Dior's parent company, the Busak Group, went bankrupt and was acquired by the Busak Group, which now also faced operational issues and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Moët Hennessy was formed in 1971 through the merger of Moët Champagne and Hennessy Cognac, making it the only publicly traded company among the three, although the founder's shareholding was not substantial. In his past life, LVMH had not yet merged at this time. Louis Vuitton was merely a family-controlled small to medium-sized enterprise. Thanks to the rapidly affluent Japanese consumers' support, Louis Vuitton had recently seen a surge in revenue. However, Louis Vuitton also faced the issue of a singular market, with Japanese consumers purchasing nearly 70 of LV bags globally, lacking impressive sales performance in other markets. Considering the trajectories of the companies from his memories, Liu Yuanhao decided to first acquire Dior, then target Moët Hennessy, and finally merge with Louis Vuitton. Next, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Xingyuan Investment to establish several offshore companies registered a few years prior, setting up branches in France, the UK, Switzerland, and Italy. Through these subsidiaries, they would jointly fund the establishment of a new investment company, Cornerstone Investment, registered in France. Then he contacted Heidrick Struggles, one of the top 5 headhunting firms, to seek out elite talents in capital operations, brand management, marketing, and other fields to build a high-level management team. At the beginning of December, Zhao Yaji successfully gave birth to a baby boy at the Yanghe Hospital. The first child of Liu Yuanhao in this life was born, and he cherished him dearly, naming the child Liu Kunpeng, while rewarding Zhao Yaji with 100 million Hong Kong dollars. After their discharge, he personally took care of both mother and child at the Liu family mansion on Shenchuan Road. By the end of the month, international gold prices fell below 600 per ounce. The short position Liu Yuanhao established in early October, leveraged by 10 times in futures, yielded a 100 profit, increasing his 200 million to 400 million. The entire year of 1981 saw a declining trend in gold prices, but by this time, too many speculators were betting against gold. Liu Yuanhao retained 100 million for further gold futures operations, using the remaining funds to continue increasing his holdings in Walmart, Boeing, Johnson & Johnson, Berkshire Hathaway, and IBM stocks. At the Hilton Hotel, the team from Dongfang Film gathered for a celebratory feast. After Hong Jinbao joined Dongfang Film last year, he wrote, directed, and starred in a film called Gunfight, which Liu Yuanhao specifically scheduled for release on Christmas Eve. This movie pioneered the genre of supernatural films in Hong Kong. Following its release, it received continuous acclaim and grossed over $6 million at the box office after more than a month, significantly surpassing its predecessor and ranking 4th in the annual box office. Liu Yuanhao waved his hand and held a grand banquet at his hotel, both to host a year-end party for Dongfang Film and to celebrate Hong Jinbao's successful debut. Hong Jinbao was flushed with joy from drinking. He had invested 40 in Gunfight, which meant he would receive over $1 million from the Hong Kong box office alone, and since the distribution to other regions had not yet begun, he could expect at least another $1 million, far exceeding his earnings from Jiehua. Since Liu Yuanhao requested Huang Beiming to sign more actresses, he took it to heart and brought in Zhong Chuhong, planning to present her as a treasure at this year's party. Zhong Chuhong did not fit Liu Yuanhao's aesthetic, but she had been a box office star in her past life, and there was a saying that no one was more popular than Zhong Chuhong. Recognizing her rarity and wanting to encourage Huang Beiming, Liu Yuanhao was very enthusiastic toward the two, expressing optimism about Zhong Chuhong's future and encouraging Huang Beiming to continue his efforts. After the Spring Festival, Liu Yuanhao discovered a bespectacled chubby man at the TVB Lantern Festival event who had a sly look and a rather lewd expression. This guy had been working as a screenwriter for TVB and Shaw Brothers for years and had not yet begun his directing career. Liu Yuanhao approached Wang Jing and chatted for a few minutes, inviting him to join Dongfang Film and offering him the opportunity to direct a movie. Wang Jing was surprised that a big shot would approach him and even offer him an opportunity, he looked flabbergasted and stammered that he had already created a script that could be filmed with minimal funding. Liu Yuanhao recalled that his first film Qian Wang Do, Qian Ba, was shot in the first half of this year and performed well at the box office, so he invited Wang Jing to join Dongfang Film, promising immediate funding for his project. Wang Jing was overjoyed and eagerly nodded in agreement. After the Lantern Festival, he rushed to report to Dongfang Film, and Liu Yuanhao had already made arrangements for his first film to commence smoothly. Qian Wang Do Qian Ba also featured Xie. After being reminded of the relationship between Li Mini and Liu Yuanhao, Xie quickly married an outsider to distance himself from that connection. Interestingly, his first child after marriage was also a son with a name identical to that of a certain notorious figure, leaving one to wonder how he would grow up. Upon learning this, Liu Yuanhao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate, sensing a divine design at play. At Xianxi, Old Wang invited Liu Yuanhao for tea. Upon meeting, Old Wang presented a property deed from Beijing. 6 months ago, after Liu Yuanhao expressed interest in property in Beijing through Xianxi, the Beijing city government had helped free up a large courtyard undoubtedly influenced by his donation of 20 million Hong Kong dollars. The Sihiyuan, located at Nanluo Guxiang Mahotong, covers approximately 1100 square meters. To secure this property for you, the Beijing city government cleared out several residents, and it is now ready, though you will need to handle the renovations yourself. Currently, there are no property deed transactions in Beijing, and this is a special arrangement just for you. How about that? Does it meet your expectations? Am satisfied, very satisfied. Ha ha ha, thank you, Old Wang. Now I have a place to stay when I return home. Liu Yuanhao was overjoyed, taking the deed in his hands. He paused for a moment, then was filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that the Sihiyuan arranged by the Beijing city government would turn out to be the renowned Wenyu residence from later years, which caught him off guard. Wenyu residence is located at No. 713 Mahotong, comprising 5 courtyards. No. 7 occupies 2 both 3-entry Sihiyuan, while No. 9 is the famous Kiyuan garden, and Nos. 11 and 13 are 2 narrow 5-entry Sihiyuan, all interconnected, forming a significantly large estate. After the establishment of the country, this place served as the North Korean embassy in China and later transformed into staff dormitories. In 2001, it was designated as a key national cultural relic protection unit. Last year, he had sent 50 million Hong Kong dollars northward, which should be seen as a goodwill gesture from the mainland, although the scale of this response seemed excessive, one might speculate that they had something to discuss with him. Regardless of any ulterior motives, Liu Yuanhao decided to accept this property and promptly issued a check for 22 million Hong Kong dollars to Old Wang. 6 months prior, he had offered 200 HKD, equivalent to 530 renminbi per square meter, based on the first commercial residential area in Shenzhen, which sold for 100 RMB per square meter, and he had negotiated a significant discount. 22 million Hong Kong dollars equals about 5.8 million renminbi, which is an exorbitant price in contemporary China, but such a mansion would be unattainable after the Cultural Heritage Protection Law was enacted in 2 years. Liu Yuanhao felt it was worth it despite the cost. Old Wang did not refuse accepting the check with a smile, and saying, "So, when will you come back to Beijing to see your new home?" "Going to Beijing feels like going home. I can go whenever I want. Ha ha, it's good to come home often. The family misses you wanderers out there." "Old Wang, let's be straightforward with each other. Regarding Hong Kong's return to the motherland, I am absolutely in agreement and will firmly support it. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask." Seeing Old Wang's demeanor, Liu Yuanhao knew he had something to discuss, so he chose not to beat around the bush and directly address the matter. "Good, very good. The central government is preparing a general guideline to address the Hong Kong issue and wants to hear the opinions of various sectors of Hong Kong. We called you here to ask for your perspective. I believe this is very necessary. The Chinese community in Hong Kong is quite complex, comprising local natives, those who came from the mainland during wartime, those returning from Southeast Asia, and those who have sneaked in from the mainland in recent years. Emotionally, the Chinese are willing to see Hong Kong return to the motherland, but many have concerns. There certainly needs to be a mechanism to alleviate their worries to prevent disturbances in social order." "You are quite right. Please elaborate on what aspects this guideline should cover." "As a businessman, stability in the business environment is paramount, so I will fully support any policies that maintain Hong Kong's prosperity and stability. Once the central government's guideline is released, can your TVB take a more focused approach in its promotions?" "That is absolutely no problem. I guarantee full reproduction of the content without omissions. Moreover, I believe we could plan a talk show specifically designed for QA. Even the people of M country run television ads during presidential campaigns. We can treat this as an advertising campaign. Of course, I will cover all advertising costs, ensuring the Hong Kong government cannot take issue with TVB." Old Wang was delighted upon hearing this. If so, it would be perfect. TVB's ratings in Hong Kong reached 90, and running several episodes would undoubtedly be very effective. The two discussed some more detailed matters, and as they were about to part, Old Wang said, "Starting this year, the leaders will invite people from various sectors in Hong Kong to Beijing, and you must attend." As I said, going to Beijing feels like going home, i.e. I will definitely go, so don't worry. After returning home, Lu Yuanhao recalled the news relayed to him by his insider at TVB. Uncle Xiao was very sensitive to his involvement with the wireless station. Now he had already boasted in front of Wang Lao, and to avoid going back on his word, it seemed necessary to test Uncle Xiao again. If that old man remained obstinate, he would truly have to sideline him. Lu Yuanhao had long since brought Zheng Lizhen under his wing through his connection with Zheng Zhiwei. The last time he suggested a salary increase, Uncle Xiao had disagreed, and that news had spread through the wireless station via Zheng Lizhen, causing dissatisfaction among the staff towards Uncle Xiao. At a high-level meeting within TVB, Lu Yuanhao, who had never attended such gatherings before, was present for the first time. Uncle Xiao had no idea what tricks he was up to and could only remain on high alert. During the meeting, Lu Yuanhao remained silent, offering no opinions on any matters, allowing Uncle Xiao to take the lead. As the meeting approached its conclusion and Uncle Xiao was about to relax, Lu Yuanhao cleared his throat and began to speak. I believe the current film set at the station is too small, severely hindering the development of the wireless station. I plan to apply to the Hong Kong government for a piece of land around 2,000 square feet to build a new film set and supporting facilities. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The current film set at Clearwater Bay, which the wireless station shares with Shaw Brothers Films, occupies about 5,000 square feet and is part of Uncle Xiao's assets. Was the chairman about to clash with the general manager? The attendees exchanged glances, none daring to speak at this moment. After a long pause, Uncle Xiao's face darkened as he spoke slowly and deliberately. The wireless station is developing well. The public enjoys our programs. The current film set at Clearwater Bay is sufficient for our production needs and will not affect the station's development in any way. Lu Yuanhao replied with a smile. Uncle Lu, please don't be angry. I am also thinking of the wireless station's better development. Our ratings in Hong Kong have peaked, and we need to consider expanding outward. I am merely being prudent, concerned that after expansion the film set will not suffice, which is why I mentioned it. The wireless station is Hong Kong's television station. Our primary task is to serve the citizens of Hong Kong. As for the matter of expansion, I will consider it judiciously, but I believe there is no need for a new film set. Since Uncle Lu thinks it's unnecessary, let's put it on hold for now. I have nothing more to say. Lu Yuanhao continued to feign weakness, smiling as he spoke. The attendees were once again bewildered, expecting a fierce clash, but instead Uncle Xiao only spoke a few words, and the chairman seemed to wilt. Their combat effectiveness was disappointingly low, the crowd silently criticized. With Uncle Xiao's attitude clarified, Lu Yuanhao no longer held any illusions about coexisting peacefully with him and decided to find a time to sideline him directly. With such a small shareholding, he still dared to confront him. He would be crushed in no time. Lu Yuanhao could only silently complain in his heart. After 6 months of searching, Haidasai Headhunting Company helped Lu Yuanhao assemble the core members of his European team. In early April, Lu Yuanhao brought along Lu Xiaoli and Guan Zhehui to Paris to meet his European team. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Yuanhao arranged for the two women to rest while he took a group of assistants to the company's headquarters in France. Since consecutively taking on the chairmanships of companies like Wharf Holdings, Hutchison Whampoa, and TVB, Lu Yuanhao had also assembled an assistant team. This team was to assist him in managing various business aspects. Naturally, he could not just hire some pretty faces to fill the slots. The team comprised professionals in law, finance, administration, and operations, with an equal mix of Chinese and foreign personnel forming his core team. La Défense, the largest and most iconic CBD in France and Europe, symbolizes the economic prosperity of France. Lu Yuanhao's European Company Foundation investment was established here. The temporary head of the company was Albert, a Frenchman in his 30s with extensive experience and outstanding abilities, highly praised by Haidasai. Lu Yuanhao appointed him as the temporary head of the team. The two had only communicated a few times over the phone regarding the acquisition of Dior. Before meeting the team, Albert invited Lu Yuanhao into his office to discuss matters first. Primarily, Albert had some doubts he wanted to consult Lu Yuanhao about in person, considering it a final two-way interview. "Boss, I find this job you offered me very challenging and your salary is quite generous, but I have a few questions I'd like to ask you in person." "No problem, Albert. Feel free to ask any questions you have." Lu Yuanhao would not hold back from someone who might become a key player on his side. Apart from the most core matters, he would share whatever else was relevant. "After acquiring Dior, how do you envision the company's positioning and development direction?" I aim to establish a luxury goods empire that encompasses various industries targeting developed countries in North America, Asia, and Western Europe. This is a grand undertaking. We are merely in the initial layout stage, and Dior is the start of this phase. A grand undertaking indeed. So, Boss, what responsibilities and powers will my team and I have in this great venture? Although I dislike it, discrimination exists objectively. Therefore, I will remain behind the scenes, at most holding a board position in the company without participating in daily operations. Aside from financial oversight, everything else will be entirely in your hands. The company will go public in the future, and I will set up option rewards for you and your team at the appropriate time. Your job will be to identify luxury brands temporarily facing operational difficulties including, but not limited to high-end ready tower jewelry and watches, and then proceed with acquisitions integration and developing new marketing strategies to revitalize these brands. Okay, I have no further questions. I'm excited to join your grand undertaking and build a kingdom of luxury goods. Hearing that the company would go public and he would have stock options, Albert smiled. Trust me, Albert, you will not regret joining this team. Next, Lu Yuanhao met with all the team members and outlined the first acquisition target, the Velet Group, or more specifically the Bozate Group under Velet. Currently, the team was still small. Lu Yuanhao had only set up a framework and sent personnel responsible for finance, while the staffing of other departments was left entirely to Albert. His talent pool was already pitifully limited and suitable candidates for Europe were non-existent. He could only develop and adjust along the way. After all, he had memories from his past life. As long as he held the company's equity and financial authority ensured that the overall direction of the company's development was correct and provided ample funds at all times, it didn't matter if the expansion was a bit slow. After handling the cornerstone investment matters, Lu Yuanhao began to take the two women on a trip around Europe. Since the family meeting, he had brought Lu Xiaoli and Guan Jihui together. One of them was elegant and noble, while the other was pure and charming. They were of similar height and age, both hailing from northeast China. One spoke Mandarin fluently, while the other was proficient in Cantonese, making them perfect language partners. Their initial coldness from their first meeting had dissipated. Although they still occasionally bickered, it was mostly in a playful manner, and their private relationship had grown very close. While accompanying the two women, Lu Yuanhao also searched his memories for companies or industries worth making long-term investments in. During their journey, he withdrew a total of $200 million from Credit Suisse to arrange cornerstone investments, purchasing stocks from companies such as Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Siemens, Shell, Philips, and British Petroleum. After a week of fun, Lu Yuanhao and his group returned to Hong Kong. Li Mini was already over 8 months pregnant, having gained weight, and her figure had changed significantly. In contrast, Zhao Yazi, who was also pregnant, had maintained her appearance much better and had completely recovered, becoming even more charming and beautiful than before. Comparing herself to Zhao Yaji, Li Mini felt close to depression. She had always worried that she would lose her appeal as she aged, and now she even avoided looking in the mirror. Lu Yuanhao had to spend time comforting her, gradually calming her anxious emotions. In early June, Li Mini gave birth at the Union Hospital, and their first child was a boy. Lu Yuanhao named his second son Lu Jiaming, and after being discharged from the hospital, he brought both mother and child to the Lu family mansion for personal care, rewarding Li Mini with 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Both little ones had their own wet nurses, so there was no need to worry about feeding. However, Lu Yuanhao needed to help resolve their biological mother's breastfeeding needs. After tasting it once, Lu Yuanhao found the milk unpleasant and decided to change its use. Li Mini needed to rest after giving birth, while Zhao Yaji had fully recovered. They tried it out together, and it turned out to be quite stimulating, with a lingering scent of milk in the room. At the end of May, Lu Yuanhao informed Xingyuan Securities to gradually liquidate all stocks. These stocks were acquired with a 200 million Hong Kong dollars investment and a double leverage from the brokerage firm in late 1977, so their price increase varied, but overall they matched the market growth, tripling in value. In July, when the Hang Seng Index surged to a historical high of 1810 points, Lu Yuanhao liquidated all his stocks, netting nearly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in profit after deducting all expenses. In the same month, the Hong Kong government announced a 3-tier financial system implementing prudent regulation on financial institutions engaged in deposit-taking activities, requiring licensed deposit-taking companies to accept deposits of no less than 50 HKD and registered deposit-taking companies to accept deposits of no less than 100 HKD. The main purpose of this move was to optimize the banking industry's structural scale, limit the blind expansion of deposit-taking companies and the vicious competition within the banking sector, strengthen the position of licensed banks and the binding force of interest rate agreements, thereby enhancing the overall stability of the banking industry and its ability to respond to crises. This measure had the greatest impact on non-licensed financial companies like the Malaysian Human Financial Company, which served as a major financier for the Jianing Group. The decrease in small deposits would inevitably lead to financial companies tightening credit due to cash flow issues, which was bad news for both the stock market and the real estate market, causing the Hang Seng Index to begin its downward trend. At the end of July, the Hong Kong government announced it would sell the 800 square feet of land at the Central Marriott Road parking lot, the current site of Bank of China, to the Bank of China for 1 billion Hong Kong dollars at an average price of 1,250 HKD per square foot, far below the market price of 1,650 HKD per square foot for that area. Citizens sensitive to land prices believed that the Hong Kong real estate market had already peaked. Li Guangren, the deputy general manager responsible for the daily operations of Xingyuan Real Estate, came to the top floor of the Chinese bank to report to Lu Yuanhao. The first thing was to discuss the Shatin First City project, which Lu Yuanhao had specifically requested attention for. In 77, Xingyuan Real Estate teamed up with New World Sun Hung Kai and Henderson Land to form a new company Bida Properties to bid for the land reclamation project in Shodan. After the project was completed, Bida Properties was allocated 1.44 million square feet, approximately 0.16 square kilometers of developable residential land. Now, the first phase of this project was about to be put on sale, but the timing coincided with the real estate markets impending downward, making sales estimates less than optimistic. Discuss with those three companies and tell them I am willing to acquire all residential units of the first phase project and the remaining land at market price and see what they think. If they are interested, we can sit down and discuss it together. All right, boss, I will communicate with them and strive to acquire the entire plot. One more thing, in September, the properties above the 9 stations on the Island Line will be put out to tender. Do you have any opinions on this bid? Liu Yuanhao successfully defeated the land developer in the competition for the properties above the central MTR station, greatly boosting Xingyuan Real Estate's reputation, and from then on the company became particularly fond of properties above MTR stations, eager to continue its success. Now that the future of Hong Kong was uncertain and the real estate market was about to face a significant adjustment, the risk of participating in the tender was too great, so I do not intend to get involved. Li Guangren was taken aback upon hearing this. He had just spoken about acquiring all the properties and land for the Shotan project, yet now he was directly abandoning the tender for the properties above the MTR station, citing the risks in real estate, which seemed contradictory. Boss, the company's loans for the property redevelopment project from 74 will be fully settled this year. Once settled, the only remaining debt will be the combined loan from the Tsim Sha Sui development. Last year we sold so many properties and our cash flow is very abundant. Our ability to withstand risks is still strong. Should we reconsider the bid for the properties above the MTR station? In 74, Xingyuan Real Estate initiated a property redevelopment plan using the land of 3 buildings, including the Chinese bank and 2 others in Wanshai, as collateral for construction costs, repaying the loans with the rental income after reconstruction. By 77, 5 buildings were completed, one after another, with the Chinese bank building reserved for internal use, while the 2 small commercial buildings in Central provided 2,000 square feet of rental space after reconstruction, and the 2 properties in Wanshai provided 8,000 square feet. This coincided with a prosperous economic situation in Hong Kong over the past few years, consistently maintaining full occupancy. Coupled with rising rents, the loans, which were initially expected to take 78 years to repay, were cleared in just over 5 years. Adding the Global Trade Center and the Hoi Fu Center above the central MTR station, Xingyuan Real Estate now fully owned 7 commercial buildings. At this time, the development in Tsim Sha Sui had also entered the latter stage, expected to be fully completed next year, but recovering costs for this project would surely take several more years. I have other considerations for this bid for the properties above the MTR station. You'll understand later. Hearing this from the boss, Li Guangren said no more and went to contact the other shareholders of Bida Properties as instructed to gauge their opinions. All these parties believed that the Hong Kong real estate market was about to undergo adjustments, and ensuring sufficient cash flow for the company was paramount. If someone was willing to acquire everything at market price, it would be an excellent situation. Upon receiving feedback, Liu Yuanhao immediately arranged a meeting with Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and Guo Dashing, successfully acquiring all 15 residential properties of the first phase project for 240 million Hong Kong dollars and the remaining land for 560 million Hong Kong dollars. In fact, property prices in Hong Kong during the 80s reached a peak throughout the decade. After several significant rises and falls by 1990, they had only returned to the current levels. Liu Yuanhao chose this moment to act, mainly because he was concerned that the other companies might suggest withholding their properties due to the unfavorable market conditions. If they held on like in his past life until 96, the substantial profits would have to be shared with others. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, he decided to secure the project entirely in advance. On July 17th, Liu Yuanhao boarded a flight to the mainland, once again accompanied by his personal bodyguard Zhang Jinfu and the entire family of Jin Yong. This time Liu Yuanhao was invited to Beijing, but he wasn't among the first batch. The Boat King had already gone over 10 days prior and had donated $20 million, more than double what Liu Yuanhao contributed the previous year. The wireless station had previously adapted several of Jin Yong's novels, including The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, and The Book and the Sword, all of which achieved high ratings and were well received by the citizens of Xiangjiang. In his past life, the first Jin Yong drama in Xiangjiang was the one produced by GITV, but in this life, thanks to Liu Yuanhao's suggestion and the support of Uncle Xiao, The Legend of the Condor Heroes became the first Jin Yong drama produced by TVB. The two chatted on the plane about Jin Yong's novels, with Liu Yuanhao expressing admiration for him mainly because he noticed the Ming Pao newspaper in his hands. Liu Yuanhao had no interest in spending time and energy to start a newspaper himself, but if he could directly acquire a major influential newspaper, his interest would be considerable. In his past life, Yu Pinhai concealed his experience of being imprisoned and relied on accompanying Jin Yong to watch plays, eat hairy crabs, and boast which led Jin Yong to be completely taken in allowing him to take over Ming Pao at a very low price. Lu Yuanhao felt no pressure in doing such things as Yu Pinhai did. Taking over would at least allow Jin Yong to earn more for his retirement, preventing Ming Pao from facing a troubled fate later. The themes in your books are excellent, with great heroes serving the country and the people, but I don't particularly like the male protagonists in your works. Oh, why not? Guojing is too upright, Yang Guo is too infatuated, Zhang Wuji is too weak, Ling Huchong is ungrateful and unfilial, Wei Xiaobao is too lecherous, Jiao Feng is too tragic, Duan Yu is just like Yang Guo, and Su Zhu is purely lucky. There's not a single character I can relate to. Let's not discuss others for now, but Ling Huchong being ungrateful and unfilial. How do you figure that? Tian Boiwang is notoriously infamous, and the 6 immortals of Peach Valley indiscriminately kill the innocent. The dual heroes of the Northern Desert are cannibals. Ling Huchong, as the eldest disciple of the Huashan sect, values chivalry, yet it seems less significant than drinking with these scoundrels. Doesn't that reflect more on relationships and alliances? His master's wife who raised him is about to be humiliated, but he fears offending Ren Wuxing and the others, only daring to watch from the sidelines without showing his face. He's even less than a beast. The smiling proud wanderer is considered Jin Yong's magnum opus. He intended to portray Ling Huchong as a free-spirited hermit, yet after being criticized by Lu Yuanhao, he couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Which character do you like in Smiling Proud Wanderer? Lin Pingji, perhaps. Lin Pingji. Why? He understands the need for flexibility after facing great adversity and upholds righteousness, being able to stand up against evil, which at least makes him much better than Ling Huchong. Lu Sheng is really interesting. Your perspective is different from most people. Lu Yuanhao smiled slightly and switched the topic. After the internet developed in his past life, Jin Yong faced a lot of criticism, with numerous articles criticizing him available online. Having read quite a few, Lu Yuanhao picked a particularly memorable one to discuss, nearly causing Jin Yong to retreat into silence. The two continued their conversation until they parted ways at the Beijing airport. He felt that this old man was truly easy to persuade. No wonder he was so easily fooled by Yu Pinhai in his past life. The journey went smoothly, and the relevant authorities acted quickly, arranging a meeting for the next day. In July, Beijing was unbearably hot. Jin Yong meticulously styled his hair, dressed in a suit with a tie, while Lu Yuanhao was far less particular, opting for a simple white shirt paired with black trousers and shoes. In fact, his ability to come to the mainland this time was thanks to the wireless station. Lu Yuanhao originally thought he should represent the business community of Xiangjiang, but the representative chosen was the Boat King. Just when he thought there would be no opportunity, a school dropout was unexpectedly selected as a representative of the cultural sector alongside Jin Yong. When they arrived at the Great Hall of the People, the person there to receive them was already waiting. Lu Yuanhao, considering Jin Yong's seniority, allowed him to go first. After about 40 minutes, it was Lu Yuanhao's turn. He was not nervous at all. After all, he had experienced such a bizarre journey, and there was really nothing to be anxious about. Upon meeting, Lu Yuanhao first bowed to the elder and then greeted him, saying, "Hello, elderly gentleman." The elder stared at Lu Yuanhao for several seconds before jokingly saying, "I heard Mr. Cha came in a suit and leather shoes. Why did you only wear a shirt?" Lu Yuanhao smiled slightly and replied, "With your broad-mindedness, how could you possibly care about such trivial matters as my not wearing a suit? I see you didn't wear a Zhongshan suit either. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities, this is just fine." The elder then asked about Xiangjiang's economic situation, and Lu Yuanhao answered each question, agreeing eagerly when the elder invited him to invest in the mainland. It seemed they had done their homework, as they were aware of his background. Not a single word was mentioned about cultural matters. They discussed various business topics instead. Finally, when asked about his suggestions for the economic development of the mainland, Lu Yuanhao pondered for a moment and brought up the issue of the yen exchange rate. "I have noticed that in recent years many banks in Sakura country have been offering so-called low-interest loans domestically, which are all denominated in USD. One key point to note here is the issue of exchange rate fluctuations. Currently, the exchange rate for USD to JPY is 1230. For example, if one borrows 1 billion yen from a bank in Sakura country, they actually receive $4.35 million US. If the USD depreciates and the JPY appreciates, the exchange rate could change to 1115, meaning we would need $8.7 million US to repay 1 billion yen excluding interest. My team has conducted an analysis showing a 90 probability of yen appreciation within 5 years, with a 70 chance of a 50 appreciation within 10 years. Therefore, if USD is used as the intermediary currency, these so-called low-interest loans are essentially usury. Your suggestion is very important. It will have someone study it in detail." After the meeting concluded, Lu Yuanhao eagerly went to the Wenyu residence, where the personnel from the Beijing city government assisted him in opening the door. Since this place had previously been used as a dormitory, he found a chaotic scene upon entering, with traces of unauthorized constructions everywhere, making the original layout difficult to distinguish. Liu Yuanhao was not bothered by it. After a cursory tour, he proposed hiring a cultural department responsible for heritage preservation to help renovate the entire residence, restoring the exterior to its original state while modernizing the interior. After meeting with the relevant parties, Liu Yuanhao also suggested connecting the narrow 5-entry four-sided courtyards numbered 11 and 13 to create an integrated 5-entry four-sided courtyard. After several discussions, they finalized the renovation plan and estimated costs. In truth, even if the courtyard was remodeled according to Liu Yuanhao's vision, it would still be inconvenient for short-term living. However, in a year, the mainland's cultural relics protection law would be enacted, making it potentially much more challenging for him to connect the two 5-entry four-sided courtyards, so he had to seize this opportunity quickly. In the future, the two 3-entry four-sided courtyards could serve as office spaces for Xingyuan investments, while the middle courtyard could be a place for him to stay in Beijing, a very perfect arrangement. The Jinyong family who had accompanied him returned to Xiangjiang after a few days of sightseeing in Beijing, and before leaving they invited him to have crabs together when he had time. After settling matters concerning the residents, Liu Yuanhao also visited CCTV and the Beijing city government to foster relationships, not returning until the end of July. Liu Yuanhao did not participate in the bidding for the property above the MTR Hong Kong Island Line stations. Hang Lung, leading a consortium with New World Huamao, and Sun Hung Kai formed 3 new companies to bid for the 9 properties above the stations on the Hong Kong Island Line. After winning the bid, Hang Lung boldly announced construction plans to build 8 commercial buildings and a housing estate with 800 residential units above the 9 stations, with construction costs expected to exceed 7 billion Hong Kong dollars. Upon completion, Hang Lung anticipates profits exceeding 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Seeing the news report, Liu Yuanhao smirked coldly. Chun Xing's foresight was truly lacking, having stepped into the same pit twice. In 1972, during the peak of the real estate market, Hang Lung purchased the Shaw Tower and the New World Theater in Mongkok for a high price of 15 billion Hong Kong dollars, properties that would not be completed until the end of 1973. As a result, in 1973, the stock market crashed and real estate prices plummeted. Hang Lung's funds were frozen by this project, causing them to miss later opportunities to buy at the bottom. This subway station property project was no different. In his past life, after winning the bid, while developing the second phase of the Jinzhong station at the Xiangshan building, the Sino-British negotiations broke down, leading to a collapse in the Xiangjiang property market. Banks that had previously promised them loans tightened their belts and ceased lending. Hang Lung's application to the Hong Kong government to reduce the land premium was rejected, leaving them no choice but to announce a termination, resulting in a loss of 400 million Hong Kong dollars in deposits and surrendering the development rights for the property above Jinzhong station. Now, the cunning and seasoned figures like Li Zhaoji, Guodusheng, and Zheng Yutong have already recognized that the real estate market is about to adjust, beginning to retract their lines and reserve cash for the impending winter. Yet Hang Lung continues to invest heavily in large projects. One can only say that although Chun Xing's vision is lacking, his luck is indeed quite good, as he has managed to keep the company from collapsing. After reflecting on this, Liu Yuanhao set aside the matters of Hang Lung, as he would play the role of savior next year to take over Hang Lung's affairs. He had more pressing matters to handle at the moment. Since TVB could not coexist peacefully with Uncle Shaw, Liu Yuanhao decided to let the elderly gentleman step aside. After some communication with Liu Yanchun, he proposed to convene a shareholders' meeting for TVB. At the meeting, he proposed that TVB go public using the raised funds to build a brand new modern film studio, transforming TVB into a first-class television station in Asia, and seeking opportunities to develop satellite business to expand TVB's coverage to East Asia and Southeast Asia, thereby enhancing its influence and business scope. With the support of Liu Yanchun, his proposal was easily approved. Upon returning to TVB, Liu Yuanhao initiated the establishment of a new film studio preparatory committee, appointing himself as the chair. The committee was granted extensive powers, able to manage everything within Uncle Shaw's scope of authority, and even areas that Uncle Shaw previously could not oversee. Although Uncle Shaw was given the title of vice chairman, he was not granted any real authority, and his position as general manager was revoked. This directly rendered Uncle Shaw's power ineffective. Under the preparatory committee, Liu Yuanhao established a secretariat, filling it with Xiao Ming, Liang Jiashu, Zheng Lizhen, and Li Mini, who had already pledged their loyalty to him, to handle the daily affairs of the committee, reporting only to him as the chair. After the committee was established, it quickly implemented 3 major initiatives. The first was to announce a 20% salary increase for all employees. The second was to announce the construction of a batch of welfare housing around the new film studio, allowing all employees the opportunity to purchase at a discounted rate. And the third was to announce that TVB would begin preparations for going public, with all employees having the opportunity to subscribe to a certain amount of original shares before the listing. Aside from the salary increase, the other 2 initiatives were still in the proposal stage, with no details provided. However, after the news broke, TVB was still filled with excitement, and employees cheered the chair as wise. Originally, a few elders who supported Uncle Shaw also sensed the shifting tides and changed sides, leaving only Fang Yihua by his side. With Lu Yuanhao fully utilizing his charismatic style, he earned the respect and support of nearly all TVB employees, leading to a situation where TVB only recognized the chair forgetting the existence of Uncle Shaw. Feeling dejected and frustrated, Uncle Shaw sought out Li Lu Yanchun to vent his grievances, only to be met with a stern reprimand. She remarked, "I truly don't understand what you're thinking insisting on opposing him." He initially had little interest in TVB matters and rarely spoke throughout the year. All he had to do was follow his instructions. Why create opposition? Does he think that the 55 of shares he holds is merely for show? Do you believe that a person who established such a vast enterprise at just over 20 years old is so easily dealt with? Others respect you and do not wish to conflict with you, yet you insist on keeping him outside the doors of TVB. And now what? He told me that considering your long-standing contributions, he would not force you to relinquish your shares. You can keep them whether until the listing or beyond, and he will not pry. There will no longer be a place for you at TVB. You might as well return and focus on managing Shaw Brothers films. In August, a Hollywood film 007, The Best Secret, premiered in Xiangjiang and grossed over 11 million at the box office. Maijia and others were envious and wanted to shoot an espionage film with Xiangjiang characteristics. However, such films require large-scale productions with car chases, explosions, and helicopters, leading to a substantial investment. Shi Nanxing was hesitant to make the decision and reported to Lu Yuanhao several times, needing his personal approval. When Lu Yuanhao arrived at Dongfang Film, he called Maijia to inquire and learned that he wanted to shoot what was known in his past life as the best partners. Without any hesitation, he immediately approved the project and allocated a budget of 8 million. In the history of Xiangjiang cinema, no film had ever had such a high production cost. Given this budget, it was very likely that the local box office would not even recoup the costs. Maijia was confident, asserting that he would ensure the film was well made without exceeding the budget and guaranteeing profits for the boss. The Best Partner series was the starting point of the former Cine City's glory, with each of the first 3 films grossing over 20 million consecutively, winning the box office championship in Xiangjiang for 3 years, leaving Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest, who specialized in traditional martial arts films, utterly defenseless and completely losing their market. Uncle Shaw and Zhou Wenhui, 2 old rivals of over a decade, were forced to join forces to resist creating a gimmick of dual screenings by synchronously showing each other's newly released films in their own cinemas. However, this collaboration quickly fell apart due to internal disputes over profits, turning their alliance into a joke that failed to shake Cine City in the slightest. Thus, in this lifetime, with Maijia wanting to shoot this film, Lu Yuanhao would definitely offer strong support. It remains to be seen whether Uncle Shaw, now without TVB, intends to strive for a resurgence in Shaw Brothers films or will close the doors, as in his past life. Lu Yuanhao is quite curious about his choice. The news that Zhao Yaji and Li Mini have given birth to Lu Yuanhao's child suddenly broke out, quickly dominating the front pages of major entertainment sections. Such gossip about wealthy families is the favorite of the citizens of Xiangjiang, especially since one of the female protagonists, Zhao Yaji, had rumors with Lu Yuanhao back in '79, which no one clarified at the time. After she became a sensation following her role in Shanghai Bund in '80, she vanished for over a year without appearing in any dramas or movies, further solidifying the authenticity of the rumors. As for the other female protagonist, Li Mini, she has transitioned behind the scenes in recent years and rarely appears on screen, leaving the onlookers uncertain about the truth. However, the leaked news claimed that her joining the TVB was arranged by Lu Yuanhao after he became a shareholder, suggesting that they were already in a relationship, making it sound quite credible. Once the news broke, the heat was off the charts, and it was only a matter of time before someone presented a photo of the child as solid proof. Lu Yuanhao was caught off guard by the news, which was very detailed, leading him to believe it must have been someone familiar who leaked it. Having experienced the media storm in his past life, he knew that the best way to suppress a news story was to create another hot topic. However, time was tight, and crafting a news story of appropriate size was not an easy task. Lu Yuanhao had originally promised several women that he would publicly acknowledge them and the identities of their children. His plan was to reveal this before major events such as the Falklands War or Margaret Thatcher's visit to China, using those big news stories to suppress the heat of this one, minimizing the impact. Now the rhythm was completely disrupted, and he had no good solutions at hand, which left him quite frustrated. After much thought, Lu Yuanhao ultimately decided to personally address the issue. He contacted Jin Yong, hoping to arrange an exclusive interview with Ming Pao, while also notifying his associate Hua to find out who leaked the information. This was Lu Yuanhao's first time agreeing to a newspaper interview, especially at such a critical moment when rumors were rampant. The news value was undoubtedly high, and Jin Yong would not refuse, promptly sending a reporter to his place. Facing the Ming Pao reporter, Lu Yuanhao first discussed his entrepreneurial journey over the past decade, then generously elaborated on his investment philosophy, concluding with a prediction about Zhangjiang's economic trends, but he did not respond to the reporter's probing questions about his wealth. When asked about his views on Xinjiang's sovereignty, he expressed great confidence in its future, believing that Xinjiang would continue to thrive and that he was willing to contribute to its development. The highlight of the interview was his response to the recent rumors where Liu Yuanhao candidly stated, "Yes, we have a child." However, he emphasized that he was a law-abiding citizen, and although he had 2 children, he had not violated any laws in Xinjiang, and he would co-parent the child with its mother. The issue of Ming Pao featuring Liu Yuanhao's exclusive interview saw an increase in print run by 5,000 copies on top of its usual average daily sale of 1,000, resulting in a shortage of copies that led to yet another 5,000 copies being printed to meet market demand. Without exaggeration, Liu Yuanhao was undoubtedly the richest, most mysterious, and low-profile tycoon in Xinjiang at that time. He rose to prominence like a comet, reaching the pinnacle of Xinjiang in just 10 years, becoming the best model for Hong Kong people's Xinjiang dream and a spiritual totem for the youth. After the newspaper was published, aspiring entrepreneurs studied Liu Yuanhao's path to success, hoping to find something to emulate. Those interested in investments savored his investment philosophy, fantasizing about becoming the next investment god, while gossip enthusiasts focused on his direct acknowledgement of the identities of his 2 children, relishing the drama. Liu Yuanhao's crisis management was swift and sincere, quickly calming the negative impact caused by the previous rumors, while Zhao Yaji and Li Mini became the envy of countless women in Xinjiang. Fortunately, there were no feminist organizations in Xinjiang at that time, and no one came out to attack him. Hua did not disappoint him either, quickly uncovering the leaker's identity, Fang Yihua, the concubine of Xiao Lushu and a former assistant manager at the TVB. Fang Yihua once held great power at TVB and was a celebrated figure, being second to none within the organization. Unexpectedly, Liu Yuanhao's intervention caused a direct overhaul at TVB, leaving Xiao Liash's faction powerless and uprooted. While others might find new paths, she, as Xiao Liash's concubine, was a core member during her rise, and with her fall, she could only fade into obscurity along with Xiao Liushu, with no chance for surrender or betrayal. Suddenly losing all power, it was not surprising for this foolish woman to do such a thing. Liu Yuanhao felt a sense of as expected it was her upon learning the outcome. As for whether Xiao Lushu had a hand behind her actions, Liu Yuanhao believed the possibility couldn't be entirely ruled out, but it was slim. Because such matters would only be a nuisance to him and could not cause any substantial harm, if exposed, she would face severe retaliation. TVB was now completely out of Xiao Liash's control, and if Liu Yuanhao were to investigate any past grievances, it would likely lead to severe consequences for him. After obtaining the evidence, Liu Yuanhao entrusted someone to deliver it to Xiao Liushu, along with a message for him to have that foolish woman leave Xinjiang and not return for 3 years. What happened between Xiao Lushu and Fang Yihua afterward was beyond his knowledge, but the bodyguard sent to monitor reported that Fang Yihua left Xinjiang alone with a suitcase, boarding a flight to Malaysia. At this point, the matter had essentially come to a conclusion. Throughout the process, Liu Yuanhao was most pleased that none of the women at home acted out, all remained very calm. Liu Yuanhao also believed that his handling of the situation was quite good. He directly acknowledged the identities of the 2 women and their children, which should satisfy them. As for Guan Zhehui and Liu Xiaoli, both were still young and would have plenty of opportunities to acknowledge their identities in the future. At the end of November, good news arrived from Europe. Albert's team and the Velik Group, after months of protracted negotiations, finally reached an acquisition agreement at a price of 1.2 billion, acquiring Dior's parent company, the Boscat Group, entirely. Liu Yuanhao's first luxury brand was secured. He instructed Albert to continue trusting Dior's design team, providing maximum support in other areas, and to start engaging with the Moët Hennessy Group to see if they could repurchase Dior's perfume division. For the luxury goods business in Europe, he would proceed steadily, waiting until after fully digesting one acquisition before considering the next, as he understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. In December, a significant event occurred in the Hong Kong stock market. The Special Investment Department of Land Properties, in collaboration with Jardine Matheson, initiated the Dawn Assault Operation, commissioning Yifu Company to aggressively purchase Hong Kong Electric shares, acquiring approximately 200 million shares in total. The funds involved soared to 2.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, giving them a 34.9% stake and establishing control over Hong Kong Electric. Before this, rumors circulated in the market that Li Wanghua's Changshe and Chun Songking's Jianing were both interested in acquiring Hong Kong Electric, causing Liu Yuanhao to feel some pressure for land properties. When Hong Kong Electric was listed in 1976, he did not purchase a single share, believing he should leave it for land properties to deplete their cash reserves. If Hong Kong Electric were to be acquired by Changshe or Jianing, he would truly be in a difficult position. Fortunately, land properties did not disappoint him, seizing Hong Kong Electric in a single decisive effort, and even doing so several months ahead of the timeline in his previous life. In his past life, land properties acquired Hong Kong Electric in April 1982, but in December 1981, they also made a significant acquisition of Hong Kong Telephone Company, spending 900 million Hong Kong dollars. However, after the debt crisis erupted, the first company land properties sold was also Hong Kong Telephone, which was sold to the British General Post Office in March 1983 for $1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars, making a profit of 500 million Hong Kong dollars in the process. In Liu Yuanho's plan, he intended to get involved in the communications business towards the end of the 1980s, and Hong Kong Telephone had a solid technical foundation in this area. He worried he might not be able to acquire the company later, which is why he preemptively targeted Hong Kong Electric in 1974, thereby cutting off land properties' path to reduce 500 million in debt. In this life, land properties could not acquire Hong Kong Telephone, so they shifted their focus to Hong Kong Electric. After the acquisition of Hong Kong Electric, Liu Yuanhao also planned to target a plot of land known as the Land King located on the west side of Central Recreation Building, which spanned a massive area of 144,000 square feet. In his past life, once this site was completed, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange established its trading hall there, naming it the Trading Square. In 1976, Xingyuan Real Estate won the bid for properties above the MTR Central and Admiralty stations, successfully entering the territory of land properties and gaining fame in a single battle. Land properties, having been highly regarded before the bidding, inevitably faced ridicule after the results were announced. This time, another similarly located yet larger plot was up for auction. If land properties could not defend their territory and acquire this land, their dominance in Central would face unprecedented doubt, which would also damage the entire Jardine Matheson Group's standing in Hong Kong. For other real estate companies, this auction was merely a piece of land, but for land properties, it represented not just land, but the entire face of the Jardine Matheson Group. A month prior, the auction information for this land was officially announced, and it would be conducted via sealed bids, with each real estate company having only one opportunity to place a bid. The highest bidder would win, with the deadline for bids set for February 9, 1982, and the results to be announced the following day. Liu Yuanhao was indifferent to whether the bidding was open or sealed. His aim was to set a trap for land properties without genuinely intending to win the land himself. A sealed bid would be better, as it would prevent him from overbidding in an attempt to undermine land properties. After the auction information was announced, he first arranged for people to hype up the price of this Land King in newspapers, anchoring the price at 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. Next, he discreetly spent money to have various newspapers conduct high-frequency continuous follow-up reports, ensuring that whenever people mentioned this land, they would think its price was at least 6 billion. Then Liu Yuanhao personally appeared at some business occasions to state that a price of 6 billion for this land was reasonable and entirely acceptable. Finally, Liu Yuanhao arranged for Li Guangren, the vice president of Xingyuan Real Estate, to frequently contact major commercial banks in Hong Kong to discuss credit loan limits. After all, such a high price could not be financed solely through one bank. He would seek multiple banks for a composite loan, which was standard industry practice. As this series of performances unfolded, everyone in the Hong Kong real estate circle knew that Liu Yuanhao was preparing for something big, intending to spend at least 6 billion Hong Kong dollars to buy a piece of land. Even the employees within Xingyuan Real Estate believed it, awed by their boss' extravagance. Thus, the pressure fell entirely on land properties. Niu Bijiang had faced Liu Yuanhao twice, once in the bidding for the properties above the MTR Central and Admiralty stations, and once in the battle for Kowloon Warehouse, both ending in failure for him. If the first property bidding was a stroke of luck for Liu Yuanhao, breaking the collaboration norms between real estate companies and the MTR Corporation, to win the second battle for Kowloon Warehouse was a result of Liu Yuanhao's meticulous planning, which led to his defeat. This time the bidding was straightforward. Each participant would quote a price, and whoever offered the highest would win. If he lost this time, he would truly have no excuse. In recent years, Niu Bijiang sold a portion of his shares in Kowloon Warehouse and the Xiachuan building, using the profits of several billion for business expansion without distributing a single cent as dividends to shareholders. Some shareholders had already expressed dissatisfaction with him. Moreover, the major shareholder, the Kesak family, had long been eyeing the position of chairman of the Jardine Matheson board, and Niu Bijiang knew that if he did not win the bid, the only outcome would be to pack up and leave. Thus, he took this bidding very seriously, trying various means to probe Liu Yuanhao's bottom line. However, Liu Yuanhao maintained that 6 billion was a suitable price, and regarding more specific details, he kept his mouth shut, revealing not a word. The more Niu Bijiang inquired, the more pressure he felt. With Liu Yuanhao's consistently displayed style of not lacking funds, he truly couldn't guess where Liu Yuanhao's bottom line lay. Especially since a director at HSBC had once informed him that Liu Yuanhao had over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars in foreign currency cash deposits at HSBC's UK branch, indicating that he truly was not lacking money. Caught in a dilemma, Niu Bijiang had no idea what number to fill in on the bid form. All the market prices and reference prices seemed utterly meaningless to him. Only the figure on Liu Yuanhao's bid mattered, yet he could not obtain it. In his previous life, media reports in Hong Kong once estimated that the price for this plot would exceed 6 billion, yet during the bidding process, land properties only offered 4.755 billion Hong Kong dollars. Nevertheless, the average land price of 32964 Hong Kong dollars per square foot still set a historical record for official land auctions in Hong Kong, becoming the largest real estate transaction globally. This time, under Liu Yuanho's extreme pressure, Niu Bijiang could not dare to fill in for 755 billion. He never considered a price below 6 billion, ultimately writing down the figure of 689 billion Hong Kong dollars on the bid form. 9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Due to the continuous media coverage and the information consistently conveyed by Liu Yuanhao, Bijiang subconsciously concluded that Liu Yuanho's offered price would certainly exceed 6 billion. As a result, he felt that any bid below 6.5 billion was not safe. Considering that Chinese businessmen in Xinjiang are generally superstitious and prefer auspicious numbers, Bijiang ultimately quoted 6.8 billion. The 9 billion Hong Kong dollars was meant to guard against this possibility. As a prominent figure in the Jardine Matheson Group, it was probably the first time in his career that he had to consider the preferences of the Chinese while making a business decision, which was indeed a challenge for him. The tender from the company was submitted right on the deadline of February 9th, and Bijiang was confident in the price he offered, believing he would certainly outbid Liu Yuanhao and secure the contract. There was no suspense in the outcome. In his past life, the company won the bid with a price of 755 billion Hong Kong dollars, and this time it was raised to 6.8 billion. With an increase of 135 billion, it was even more impossible for the contract to fall into someone else's hands. After the bidding results were announced, the company acquired the trading plaza at a price that set a record for government land auctions in Xinjiang, and this transaction was also celebrated as the largest real estate transaction in the world. Bijiang, who successfully secured the contract, was filled with pride. Although he called out a sky-high price, at least he managed to gain some ground, preserving his position and the face of the Jardine Matheson Group. Liu Yuanhao, who specifically went to the bid opening site to watch the results, also wore a smile on his face. This was originally a casual move. As long as the winning bid from the company was higher than in his past life, even if just by a little, he would count it as a success. Even if the company's bid was the same as before, he wouldn't suffer any losses. At most, he would just have put in some effort for nothing. Now that the company's winning bid was more than 1 billion higher than in his past life, it indicated that the pressure he exerted had thrown Bijiang into disarray, and he was certainly pleased. Just as Liu Yuanhao was preparing to leave the venue, Bijiang, however, had no intention of letting him go so easily, blocking his path with the arrogance of a victor. Congratulations, big brother, on achieving your wish and securing this piece of land, defending the glory of the King of Central. The depth of the company's foundation is truly admirable. Liu Yuanhao smiled and greeted Bijiang. Thank you, Liu Sheng, for your consideration. I also deliberated for several nights before deciding on this price. However, Liu Sheng, please don't take it to heart. One failure does not mean much. You are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Bijiang also smiled insincerely. Is there some misunderstanding, big brother? Xingyuan Real Estate did not participate in this bid, so how can there be any talk of failure? Liu Yuanhao looked innocent. Bijiang's smile abruptly stopped, and he stared in disbelief, asking, "What did you say? You didn't bid this time?" That's right, Xingyuan Real Estate did not submit a tender. If big brother doesn't believe it, you can ask around and see for yourself. Then why did you say everywhere that 6 billion for this piece of land was very suitable, and even talk to the bank about a combined loan? I did mention that 6 billion was a suitable price for this land, but that does not mean I would definitely participate in the auction. I never said I would secure this land. I believe the risks in the Xinjiang real estate market are already quite high, so I was cautious in my decision-making and did not participate in this bidding. That should be quite reasonable, right? So if you didn't participate in the bidding, what were you doing here today? Bijiang's face had turned ashen, and it looked like he was about to explode. I have always said that 6 billion is a suitable price for this land, so I came to see if there were any peers with similar views to mine. I just didn't expect that big brother would have such great courage to bid 6.8 billion. 9 billion is truly impressive. Bijiang's eyes began to blaze with anger. At this moment, he had already realized that he had fallen into Liu Yuanho's trap. Was all of this designed by you? Big brother, that's not quite right. The last time the MTR bid was because I was young and impulsive, wanting to prove myself, so I took a loss to win the tender. Later, I felt that Kowloon warehouse was developing too slowly and wanted to help everyone earn a bit more. This time I knew that the company was determined to secure this land, and I couldn't predict what price big brother would offer, so I simply didn't even draft a tender. I am absolutely innocent. After hearing this, Bijiang trembled with anger, looking as if he wanted to devour him. Liu Yuanhao had achieved his goal and didn't want to provoke him further. He greeted him and prepared to leave. Big brother, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. After leaving the venue, Liu Yuanhao went to find Shen Bai. He was not afraid of competing with the Jardine Matheson Group in business at all. However, with 7 months until Margaret Thatcher's visit to China in September, this period still belonged to the British in Xinjiang. Bijiang's angry demeanor seemed a bit irrational, so it was best to greet this big shot first. After all, this big shot wouldn't be useful for long. Since he was still of use now, he must maximize his utility, and giving him so much money was not for nothing. Upon arriving at HSBC, Shunbai, who had already learned of the auction results, wanted to comfort Lu Yuanhao, but was left speechless by his words. I didn't bid this time, I didn't even draft a tender. Shunbai was stunned for a while before reacting, asking, what did you mean when you said everywhere that the land was worth 6 billion? Nabijian had no retreat this time. No matter how much he offered, he had to secure that piece of land. After all, Jardine was once the king of Xiangjiang, and I didn't intend to go to the point of no return with them, so I could let them have the land. However, the price must be determined by me. Jardine's face cannot be too cheap, right? So you've been saying that land is worth 6 billion just to force the company to bid over 6 billion? Shunbai asked incredulously as he finally understood. I was just thinking along those lines. I didn't expect Nabijian to be so afraid of me that he actually offered 6.89 billion for that piece of land. Ha ha ha, that move of yours was truly devious, but I like it. Although HSBC has demonstrated its complete dominance over Jardine with the transfer of Kowloon warehouse, as long as it can make Jardine suffer, HSBC is more than happy to see it happen. This has been ingrained in the very essence of every big brother at HSBC. However, HSBC would not completely eliminate Jardine. If Jardine became too weak, HSBC might even step in to lend a hand. So Lu Yuanho's maneuver of making the company spend over 6 billion to buy the land to save face could be seen as having a grasp on Shunbai's pulse. He would only praise Lu Yuanhao for his good work. If Jardine attempted to use underhanded methods against him, Shunbai would also help him fend it off. As for Lu Yuanho's true thoughts, he would certainly not share them with anyone. The company had spent over 2 billion more than in his past life to win the bid for this Land King in Central. When a debt crisis arose, the situation would undoubtedly become more difficult, increasing Lu Yuanho's chances of successfully taking over the company. The film The Best Partners, released by Eastern Films for over a month, concluded its run on February 21st, grossing 27.86 million at the box office, surpassing its previous life earnings by 1.8 million, thus becoming the first film in Hong Kong's cinematic history to exceed 20 million, claiming the top spot in box office rankings, outpacing the second-ranked Modern Bodyguard by 10.1 million. This film was directed by Mai Jia with screenplay by Huang Baiming, featuring stars such as Su Guanjie, Mai Jia, and Zhang Ai Jia. Su Guanjie portrayed a clever thief, Zhang Ai Jia played a tomboy, and Mai Jia's bald detective became classics on screen. The film was filled with thrilling car chases and explosions, captivating the citizens of Hong Kong, while rendering the old kung fu films shot in Shaw Brothers Studios completely obsolete. The entire Hong Kong film industry was astonished by the achievements of The Best Partners. When Eastern Films initially allocated an 8 million budget for this movie, many in the industry, including those from Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest, viewed it with envy, yet considered it a joke, eager to see the Superman Lu fail after its release. However, once the box office numbers were released, these individuals felt the sting of their misjudgment and suddenly found the film surprisingly appealing, prompting Golden Harvest Zhou Wenhui to entertain the idea of producing big-budget films. At the Hilton Hotel in Central, Lu Yuanhao threw a grand celebration banquet, and on top of the 10 box office share from Hong Kong, he contributed over 1.0 in cash, totaling 1.5 million to give red envelopes to all cast and crew members. Su Guanjie, who had been making films for Golden Harvest, was offered 2 million by Eastern Films to star in The Best Partners, a sum that constituted a quarter of the entire production budget. Mai Jia believed the 2 million was worth it, and after consulting Lu Yuanhao, indeed brought Su Guanjie on board for that amount. Once this news broke, it created a sensation across Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, enabling Eastern Films to garner immense attention without any advertising expenditures. At the celebration banquet, Su Guanjie was taken aback by the pile of cash red envelopes, totaling 1.5 million on the stage. He recalled that during his time at Golden Harvest, 1.5 million was the entire budget for a low-cost film, but here at Eastern Films, it was merely a bonus for a single movie. The disparity in comparison was too great, and it would be impossible for him not to feel moved. Moreover, he heard that Eastern Films not only offered box office shares, but also allowed the film's creators to participate in investments with returns that included not just local revenue, but all overseas box office income, an advantage Golden Harvest could not match. It was rumored that Hong Jin-bao had switched to Eastern Films for this very reason. He began to wonder if he should consider relocating as well. While he was lost in thought, Zhao Yizhi approached him with Lu Yuanhao. Su Guanjie had previously collaborated with Zhao Yizhi. In 1976, they shot a film titled Half a Catty 8 Tales, which topped the box office that year. In 1977, Zhao Yizhi worked on Falling Money Cold primarily alongside Su Guaning, with Su Guanjie also making a cameo. That film also claimed the box office crown. Although they had a good relationship before, Zhao Yizhi's current status was vastly different, as she was now the mother of Lu Yuanhao's eldest son, giving her a position of privilege. Thus, Su Guanjie took the initiative to greet them. First, Lu Sheng, Aji, hello. Ajia, hello, congratulations on your film's box office success. Su Xing, thank you for your contribution. Without you, the best partners would not have achieved such great results, and congratulations on your success. Lu Xing, you flatter me. I'm just here to do my job. The Best Partners is a work of Eastern Films, so I should be congratulating you, Lu Xing. Eastern Films merely provided a platform. The quality of the film ultimately relies on the collective effort of the cast and crew. The film has achieved great success, and Eastern Films has a corresponding profit-sharing mechanism, so when the rewards are distributed, Su Xing should not decline. I also get one. Su Guanjie was astonished. He had set his fee at the exorbitant sum of 2 million, assuming that the rewards had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, he was not assigned actor of Eastern Films, and he was aware of this, yet now Lu Yuanhao stated that he was included. Of course there is, but although the total is 1.5 million, when shared among everyone it won't amount to much. It's just a token of appreciation. Su Xing, please don't think it's too little. I definitely won't. I appreciate it in advance, Lu Xing. Aji, please look after Su Xing for me. I need to excuse myself. Sure, you go ahead, I've got this. The Su brothers had a solid reputation, capability, and influence in the film industry, particularly Su Guan, one who was the first president of the Hong Kong Performing Artists Guild in his past life. Given the opportunity, Lu Yuanhao contemplated the idea of poaching them from Golden Harvest. After all, they were merely a satellite company, and it didn't matter who they produced films for, while they would earn even more at Eastern Films. However, there was no need for him to personally intervene in such matters, so he left it to Zhao Yaji, believing it was for the best. If it didn't work out, it was no big deal. Lu Yuanhao had initially wanted to leisurely browse around the venue, but Su Ku pulled Shi Nanxing over. Lu Xing, I have an idea. Old-style martial arts films are on the decline. We could produce a Xinxia film. I wonder if you've seen Zhu Xian Lu Zhu's Sword of the Shu Mountain. It's a fantastic story, and I want to adapt it. Lu Yuanhao fell into a dilemma. In his past life, this film had taken over 6 months to shoot, releasing in February 1983 and grossing over 11 million, yet it had cost 20 million to produce, earning the title of the biggest box office failure of that year. Though directed by Su Ke, the production company was Golden Harvest. It was evident that Su Ke's shooting plan had not passed at New Art City, and seeing Golden Harvest's jealousy of the Best Partner's success, they jumped in to take over, only to end up with a flop. Su Ke felt undervalued at New Art City due to this incident. Shortly after the film's release, he pulled Shi Nanxing out of New Art City to start his own production company. If it were just Su Ke leaving, it wouldn't be a big deal. The issue was that he and Shi Nanxing were in a romantic relationship. If he left, she would surely follow, leaving Eastern Films without management. Compared to the losses incurred, it was clear that Shi Nanxing was the more valuable talent, as she had been managing Eastern Films efficiently and effectively, giving Lu Yuanhao great peace of mind. Looking into Shi Nanxing's hopeful eyes, Lu Yuanhao found himself unable to refuse her request. What's the budget? I haven't drafted the budget yet, but if you agree, I can prepare it in a few days. Hearing Lu Yuanhao's lack of opposition to producing a Xinxia film, Su Ke replied excitedly. Once the budget is prepared, it should be reviewed by General Shi, and if there are no issues, we proceed with filming. Thank you, Lu Xing. This was the first decision Lu Yuanhao made knowingly, which would result in a loss, yet he had to agree. Instantly, his good mood for the evening dissipated. It wasn't that he minded losing that amount of money, but rather the sensation was quite displeasing. At the end of February, Shi Nanxing reported to Lu Yuanhao about the first Hong Kong Film Awards, then asked if he would like to attend the award ceremony. The first Hong Kong Film Awards was initiated and organized by the film magazine Film Biweekly with a very simple, original intention. This magazine evaluates the top 10 Chinese language and foreign language films every year. In 1981, at an internal meeting, the chief editor Chen Baixing proposed holding a formal award ceremony, which received support from others, leading them to partner with Hong Kong Radio for sponsorship, thus creating the first Hong Kong Film Awards. It is evident that the Golden Statue Awards were initially created to enhance the influence and sales of the magazine Film Biweekly. Due to insufficient budget and the fact that such an award event had never been held in the Hong Kong film industry before, the first Golden Statue Awards appeared too casual in terms of organization, award categories, and judging methods. Whether it was the guests attending the award ceremony or the winners, the entire Hong Kong film industry did not take this Golden Statue Award seriously. Therefore, Lu Yuanhao certainly would not attend, but he had some thoughts about the Golden Statue Awards, so he informed Shi Nanxing to arrange a meeting with the organizers after the awards concluded. On March 9th, the first Hong Kong Film Awards held its ceremony at the Hong Kong Arts Center's Shoshan Theater, awarding the top 10 foreign films and top 10 Chinese films, along with 5 main awards: Best Film, Best Director, Best Screenwriter, and Best Male and Female Leads. The 5 main awards had no nominations. They directly awarded the winners, resulting in Best Actor Su Guanwen not even attending and Best Actress Hui Yinghong throwing her trophy to the foot of her bed after returning home. The influence was indeed minimal. In his previous life, the Golden Statue Awards underwent a complete reform starting from the second session, heavily referencing the Oscar model. Additionally, with the establishment of the Hong Kong Performing Artists Association, Directors Association, and Screenwriters Association in the following years, the golden age of Hong Kong cinema arrived, and the Golden Statue Awards gained significant influence in the Chinese-speaking film industry. However, as Hong Kong cinema gradually declined, the filmmakers faced this situation by narrowing their paths, turning the Golden Statue Awards into a toy for their self-amusement, and its influence slowly diminished, ultimately becoming a neglected award. Liu Yuanhao believed that the Golden Statue Awards could take a different path, especially since the Golden Horse Awards in Taiwan would not reform for more than a decade, giving the Golden Statue Awards ample time to develop into the most important award in the Chinese-speaking film industry. However, to achieve this, the foundation of the Golden Statue Awards needed to be redefined. This so-called foundation refers to whether the award is established as the Hong Kong Film Golden Statue Awards or as the Golden Statue Awards of Hong Kong Cinema. In his previous life, it was precisely because the Golden Statue Awards were established as the Hong Kong Film Golden Statue Awards that after the decline of Hong Kong cinema, the awards also fell into decline. From the perspective of historical development, the decline of Hong Kong cinema was inevitable. After the Cold War, as the only superpower, the United States' cultural output became global. Hollywood films, as the largest vehicle for American cultural export, managed to penetrate the global market in a short time, with blockbuster films like Jurassic Park in 1993 rapidly dominating. The golden decade of Hong Kong cinema peaked in 1992, followed by a rapid decline. In 1993, simply avoiding losses with films released was already a stroke of luck, as both Southeast Asia and Taiwan were completely overtaken by Hollywood, leaving Hong Kong cinema defenseless and ultimately losing its own market. While there were certainly factors from Hong Kong filmmakers themselves, the fundamental reason was humanity's inherent tendency to admire strength. Hollywood films did not start global distribution yesterday. They had not broken into the core of Hong Kong cinema for decades. But after the United States became the sole superpower, they swept the globe in a short time under the leadership of a blockbuster. Once the film market in mainland China developed, Hong Kong cinema had one last chance. However, the 2008 photo scandal became the last straw, leading to a situation where Hong Kong cinema consistently had more input than output. After struggling for over 10 years, Hong Kong cinema and the Hong Kong Film Awards completely declined, becoming an existence with no traffic and little concern. Thus, Liu Yuanhao's idea was to establish this award as the Film Golden Statue Awards of Hong Kong, targeting the entire Chinese-speaking film industry. The decline of Hong Kong cinema was inevitable, but the Golden Statue Awards did not have to follow that path. If the award had been positioned from the very beginning as one aimed at the entire Chinese-speaking film industry, it would have been possible to develop the Golden Statue Awards into the most influential award across the Chinese-speaking film realm. Moreover, as long as the Golden Statue Awards can stand tall and take a different path from its previous life, there may still be opportunities for Hong Kong cinema to revive itself through the mainland market, and even the possibility of following mainland cinema back abroad. A few days later, Shi Nanxing hosted a meeting with the chief editor of Film Biweekly, Chen Baixing. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Yuanhao smiled and said, "Chief Editor Chen, hosting the Hong Kong Film Golden Statue Awards is a significant event for the entire Hong Kong film industry. It would be a great regret not to join you in this grand occasion. In fact, compared to Hong Kong radio, we would prefer to collaborate with TVB." However, Liu Sheng has not only TVB under his wing, but also Dongfang Film and Dongfang Cinemas. For the sake of independent judging, to ensure that the awards are credible, we chose Hong Kong radio over TVB. Chief Editor Chen is right. Judging must be fair and just. If there is any injustice, the credibility of the award will be compromised, and even if subsequent judging is fair, it will still be questioned. However, if Chief Editor Chen is only collaborating with Hong Kong radio, it will be difficult for the Golden Statue Awards to gain recognition quickly. Moreover, I heard that this first session was quite casual. If the same goes for the following sessions, I fear no one in the film industry will take this award seriously. Liu Xing, to be candid, if we want to turn this award ceremony into a grand event, the profits of Film Biweekly for an entire year would not suffice. We can only be frugal with spending. Chen Baixing said with a bitter smile. You can seek sponsorship for broadcasting rights. For instance, TVB could buy the broadcasting rights for the Golden Statue Awards. This way your budget increases, our ratings go up, and the influence of the Golden Statue Awards spreads. Isn't that great? Can Liu Xing ensure that TVB will not influence our final judging results? Chief Editor Chen can rest assured. TVB and Dongfang Film are two separate companies. I can still guarantee your independence, Chief Editor Chen. In that case, we will collaborate with TVB for next year's Golden Statue Awards. Chen Baixing, being an insightful person, immediately made the decision. Next, Liu Yuanhao changed the topic. He only needed to finalize the general direction of cooperation, while the specific terms would naturally be discussed by others with Chen Baixing. At the outset, his only condition was that the Golden Statue Awards should target the entire Chinese-speaking film industry, while the specific films eligible for awards could be left to Chen Baixing's discretion in the following sessions. Once Liu Yuanhao facilitated the establishment of the Hong Kong Performing Artists Association, Directors Association, and Screenwriters Association, Chen Baixing's role would significantly diminish, and that would be the time for him to expand his influence. Governor Mac Lehos has stepped down, marking the longest tenure of any governor. However, during the majority of Maclehosi's term, Liu Yuanhao had been quietly developing. By the time he had made significant progress, Maclehos was nearing the end of his term, so Liu Yuanhao had limited interactions with him. His successor is named Yud. On May 20th, Yud disembarked at Queen's Pier and officially took office. Liu Yuanhao also attended the welcome banquet organized by various sectors of Hong Kong in his honor. Now his business empire is sufficiently large if he were to rely on the same connections as before. The resources from the Hong Kong government would become a bottleneck in his continued development. Moreover, with the Sino-British negotiations approaching, he could engage with the Hong Kong government from a more equal stance, prompting him to actively integrate into such business banquets. Yud values education highly. Before his arrival in Hong Kong, there were only 2 universities with recognized degrees: the University of Hong Kong and Chinese University of Hong Kong. There were also only a few other higher education institutions like the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Shuyan University, and Hong Kong Baptist University. Statistics indicated that at that time, only 2 of secondary school graduates in Hong Kong had the opportunity to receive higher education locally, a rate that was even less than half of that before the expansion of universities in mainland China. In his past life, during Yud's tenure as governor, he promoted the establishment of the City University of Hong Kong, now known as the Hong Kong City University, and the Hong Kong Academy for Performing Arts within 2 years. He was also a key proponent of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, although this university was not established until 1991. Yud himself passed away from a sudden heart attack during a visit to Beijing in 1986, missing the chance to witness the university's establishment. Leaving aside other matters, at least he did make some contributions towards the development of education, which is a good thing for the well-being of all citizens in Hong Kong. Liu Yuanhao plans to engage with him more in this regard. Before becoming governor, Yud had a 30-year background in the British Foreign Office, making him quite adept at socializing at such banquets where he mingled easily with leaders from various industries. After finding an opportunity, Liu Yuanhao engaged him in conversation and began to steer the topic towards education. This topic indeed piqued Yud's interest. As he was new to Hong Kong, he wanted to do something to enhance his influence, and Liu Yuanhao's proposal struck a chord with him. The governor is keen on developing higher education in Hong Kong, which is good news for all citizens. As local businessmen, we naturally have the responsibility to support this. I can promise you, Governor, that for every higher education institution built, I will personally donate 10 million Hong Kong dollars. In his previous life, the City University of Hong Kong and the Hong Kong Academy for Performing Arts were established within 2 years of Yud's appointment, so the initial conditions were rather rudimentary, such as the City University using the former Industrial Trade Department building. Thus, Liu Yuanhao did not plan to contribute too much at first. He could always add more once the new campus began construction. Yud was overjoyed. Initially, he only had such an idea, but now with Liu Yuanhao's promise of financial support, if a few more Hong Kong businessmen joined in, the establishment of the school could soon become a reality, giving him a notable achievement. Is Liu Sheng joking? The governor, being the governor, wouldn't dare to joke with you about such matters. I assure you, for one higher education institution, it's indeed 10 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, no exaggeration. Ha ha, good. You are impressive. Do come to the governor's office for tea more often. I need to hear the opinions of young people like you on how to govern Hong Kong. Absolutely, I will visit the governor when I have the time. Liu Yuanhao knew that Yud was taking this matter seriously, and seeing that his objective had been achieved, he decided not to occupy Yud's time any longer, as there were many others at the venue who wanted to seize the opportunity to meet him. A few days later, Liu Yuanhao visited the Hong Kong government again to finalize the intention to establish 2 higher education institutions. He was straightforward, signing a check for 20 million Hong Kong dollars on the spot, leaving Yud dumbfounded. Because this money was given too early. Under normal circumstances, it should have been after the preparations for the school had reached a certain stage. The Hong Kong government would announce it to the public, gather potential donors, and then hold a banquet for everyone to generously contribute. The top donors could become members of the board and even have the chance to name the school's teaching buildings after themselves. This is the standard procedure. Now that the establishment of the school was still just an intention, Liu Yuanhao directly forked out 20 million. If the plan fell through, he would have wasted that money. Is Liu Sheng being a bit too hasty? It is better to act early than late in the development of Hong Kong's education. Besides, I trust the governor will expedite the establishment of these 2 universities. Yud looked at Liu Yuanhao with a serious expression for a few seconds before nodding and instructing his secretary to call in the education department personnel. He himself certainly would not accept the check. In that case, I appreciate Liu Sheng's goodwill. Liu Yuanhao had indeed considered this issue. To say he was eager to benefit the citizens of Hong Kong would be an overestimation. His early contribution was merely to leave a lasting impression on Yud. As for where this 20 million would be used, he was indifferent. There were 2 things during Yud's tenure that he was keen to acquire. One was the Convention and Exhibition Center, and the other was a bank facing bankruptcy liquidation in 1983. At the same time that Yud was taking office in Hong Kong, a war was erupting on the other side of the globe. In 1981, Argentina faced an inflation rate of 600, while GDP plummeted by 11, leading to severe domestic economic issues compounded by a nationwide strike initiated by trade unions. At that time, Argentine President Galtieri decided to initiate a war that he believed would be a swift victory, aiming to shift public focus and alleviate domestic crises. He targeted the British-ruled Falkland Islands. In response to Argentina's continuous provocations, the British government's initial reaction was not proactive, leading Galtieri to mistakenly believe the timing to seize control of the Falklands was ripe. On April 2nd, he ordered troops to occupy the islands, officially igniting the Falklands War. Margaret Thatcher immediately dispatched a naval task force to respond. On June 14th, with support from Western countries and assistance from Chile, British forces emerged victorious, regaining control of the Falkland Islands, thus ending the war. The Falklands War was the largest naval battle globally after World War II and marked one of the few bright moments for the British government post-war. News of the victory reached Hong Kong, and the British citizens there shared a moment of pride, celebrating a war where British forces had successfully embarked on a long expedition and returned victorious. Liu Yuanhao, watching coldly from the sidelines, secretly laughed at how joyful these people were now, knowing they would be doubly saddened come September. Due to budget constraints, Shushan was held up by Shernansheng, and the cost of Best Partners at 8 million was already quite high, while Su Ke's budget was even higher, reaching 10 million. While preparing the script, he often discussed it with Shernansheng, but after completing part of the budget, he started working alone. Shernansheng had a feeling that the budget for this film might end up being very high. What she didn't know was that Suku was playing a trick on her to ensure the smooth start of filming, deliberately underestimating the budget, fully aware that 10 million would certainly not be enough. Suku also didn't expect that Shernansheng wouldn't even dare to approve this 10 million budget. In the end, after much persuasion, Shernansheng agreed to take him to consult Liu Yuanhao. In the conference room of Dongfang Film, after Liu Yuanhao reviewed the budget report submitted by Suku, he pondered for a moment and understood what Suku was up to. Having approved the 8 million budget for Best Partners, Suku felt that adding another 2 million for Shushan shouldn't be a big deal. As long as the film is approved to start shooting after filming halfway, he could use insufficient budget as an excuse to request additional funds. By then, with sunk costs being too high, Dongfang Film would have no choice but to increase the budget until the film was completed. This was a common tactic used by some directors in his past life. Liu Yuanhao felt that Suku was likely unaware of the actual budget required, as a significant discrepancy between budget and reality would impact his own future. However, this could be used against him, tying him to Dongfang Film, while also serving as a lesson to let him know he was not easily fooled. This film can be made, but I have a condition: you must sign a betting agreement with me. Suku and Shernansheng exchanged bewildered glances. The person across from them used this very tactic to secure a deal with He, making the term betting agreement echo throughout Xiangjiang. It was hard to believe they wouldn't know about it. Yet this was the first time someone had applied a betting agreement in the film industry, so they both felt a bit stunned. Suku cautiously asked, "Boss, what kind of betting agreement?" "According to your proposed 10 million investment, if you can complete the film within budget, then it will proceed as per company rules like other films. If the film is not completed within budget and does not recoup costs after release, all profit sharing will be cancelled, and for every 1 million over budget, you will have to sign a 1-year contract with me. Of course, if the film is profitable after release, the profit sharing will remain unchanged, and this clause will become void." Su Ke's expression fluctuated. Liu Yuanhao was certain that his budget would exceed greatly. He felt that his little trick had likely been seen through. Shernansheng's eyes widened as she realized something was off. "What's wrong, Director Su? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? If we're to gamble, let's do it. Lu Sheng arranged for the contract. I can sign it any time." Suku was provoked by Liu Yuanhao and agreed without hesitation. In this situation, he had no choice but to comply, otherwise it would directly confirm that there was an issue with his budget report, making it unlikely for the film to be made. "All right, then go prepare things. I'll have a few more words with General Shi. You two chat, I'll get busy first." After Suku left the conference room, Liu Yuanhao noticed Shernansheng's puzzled expression. He leisurely took a sip of coffee before saying, "Xinxia films differ from martial arts films. They involve extensive special effects which are costly. Your old Su is likely afraid that the budget will scare me off, hence he tampered a bit with the budget report." Shernansheng suddenly realized that Suku intended to deceive her, not expecting to encounter an experienced opponent, and her little trick was seen through at a glance. Directors all have this bad habit. In order to achieve the effects they desire, they resort to all sorts of tricks, and this is quite common. This time it was for the film not to swindle my money, so I won't hold it against him. You shouldn't take it to heart either. Gotta thank you, boss. Both you and old Su are important to me. When you go back, tell him that in the future he can speak directly about anything. There's no need for these twists and turns, as it will only yield poor results. If he pulls such tricks again, next time I won't let him off so easily." "Understood, I'll remember that. Also be prepared to increase his budget." "Do you want to know what my estimate for this film's cost is?" Liu Yuanhao asked with a smile. Shernansheng nodded. She was curious as to why her boss, who clearly didn't understand filmmaking, was so clear about the film's budget. Liu Yuanhao held up 2 fingers and with a mischievous grin stated, Let your old Su be ready to sign a 10-year contract with me. Shi Nanxing was speechless. While Lu Yuanhao claimed not to care, he secretly thought about tying Su Ke down with a 10-year contract. With a budget of 20 million based on Dongfang Films' box office profit-sharing ratio, 40 million would be needed to break even. Shi Nanxing didn't believe Su Ke had the ability to produce a film that could achieve a 40 million box office in this era where a 10 million box office could place a film in the top 3. She decided not to inform Su Ke of Lu Yuanhao's judgment on the costs, waiting to see how things would unfold after the film was completed. As for being tied to Dongfang Film, it wasn't an unacceptable situation, at least for the moment. By binding Su Ke, it was equivalent to simultaneously binding Shi Nanxing. In the long run, this wasn't a bad thing. If Shushan incurred losses at the box office, it would just be a loss. On the other side, Lu Yuanhao could only comfort himself this way. Due to the extensive outdoor scenes in Shushan, Su Ke chose Hengchuan in Taiwan as the filming location after scouting. Additionally, considering the box office potential in Taiwan, Su Ke invited Lin Qingxia to play the female lead. In early June, all the preparatory work for the crew was ready and they were about to start shooting the indoor scenes set up in the Xianjiang studio. Before the official start of filming, Su Ke organized a dinner to apologize to Lu Yuanhao. Ever since Shi Nanxing conveyed Lu Yuanhao's words to Su Ke, he had been thinking about how to make amends to Lu Yuanhao. However, he had been busy with the film's preparations and hadn't found an opportunity. Now that the preparations were complete and he had a bit of time, he asked Shi Nanxing to arrange a meeting with Lu Yuanhao, bringing along Lin Qingxia, who had just arrived in Hong Kong. Not to exaggerate, but Lin Qingxia before the age of 30 absolutely deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in Southeast Asia. However, her shelf life wasn't long. After turning 30, her youthful innocence faded, and without the idol filter, she could only be considered a beauty at best. At this time, Lin Qingxia and Qin Xianglin were already engaged. Although in her past life, she had mentioned in interviews that she merely liked Qin Xianglin and never loved him, the two had ended their engagement in 1984. However, it was their first meeting and Lu Yuanhao did not express much. He only reassured Su Ke and spoke to Lin Qingxia, less than 10 sentences throughout. In any case, the indoor scenes for this film wouldn't be completed in a short time. They would be filming in Xianjiang for 1 to 2 months. Under Lu Yuanhao's supervision, after 4 years of accelerated construction and interior finishing, Xingyuan Real Estate's Sim Sha East project was officially completed and fully operational in July. 12 sleek high-rises, each 12 to 16 stories tall, standing in disciplined formation along the Victoria Harbor waterfront. Anticipating the redevelopment following the relocation of Kai Tak Airport, Xingyuan Real Estate opted for functional simplicity over architectural novelty. The buildings feature unadorned glass curtain walls. Fortunately, unified master planning ensured visual coherence and even a quiet elegance. The complex houses 2 hotels, the Shangri-La Hotel, whose land acquisition bid by Robert Kwok failed, leading him instead to lease an entire tower, and the Emperor Hotel, the New World Development Group, founded by Kwok Tak-seng, making its inaugural foray into the hospitality industry. The remaining 10 commercial towers follow a standardized design, 2 basement levels and 3 ground floor retail floors above, topped by office space. All underground retail areas are interconnected by covered pedestrian corridors, effectively separating vehicular and foot traffic. These 10 towers collectively provide Xingyuan Real Estate with over 7 million square feet of leasable space. Lu Yuanhao introduced innovative leasing incentives, breaking from the traditional 1-year contract norm, offering a 10% discount for 2-year leases. Occupancy has soared to 98%, with nearly all tenants opting for the 2-year term. Xingyuan Real Estate extended this incentive universally across its entire portfolio. Standard 1-year leases were replaced with 2-year agreements, each discounted by 10%. Foreseeing a dual downturn in both the property and stock markets, Lu Yuanhao prioritized safeguarding his own interests above all else. That evening, under a light drizzle, Lu Yuanhao's motorcade paused at a traffic light on its way home from the gala celebrating the Shangri-La Hotel's grand opening, when he happened to notice a familiar figure staggering along the roadside, clearly intoxicated. Behind her, a companion struggled with several young thugs attempting to harass the inebriated woman. Lu Yuanhao immediately alighted from his vehicle and approached with Zhang Jinfu. Seeing this, the bodyguards in the other cars swiftly followed suit. As he drew closer, he saw Lin Qingxia reeking of alcohol, her face flushed crimson, her gaze unfocused and limbs unsteady, a woman utterly overcome by drink, hovering on the brink of unconsciousness. Her companion, spotting Lu Yuanhao and his entourage of bodyguards, cried out desperately, as if citing salvation itself. Boss, I'm an employee of the company." Hearing this, Zhang Jinfu instantly signaled 2 bodyguards to intercept the thugs. Once freed, the woman hurried to Lu Yuanhao's side and whispered a hushed explanation. "Boss, I'm the assistant assigned to Miss Lin by Oriental Film Company. She left alone to drink tonight. I received her call and came to pick her up. We were just about to return to the hotel when those thugs cornered us." Lu Yuanhao nodded, gently steadied Lin Qingxia's arm, and guided her into the car. Dazed and disoriented, she glanced at him fleetingly, offering no resistance. Moments after settling into the seat, her head lolled sideways, and she slipped into complete profound unconsciousness. The thugs watched their quarry vanish. Yet daunted by the opulence and armed presence of the motorcade, they merely cursed and dispersed into the rainy night. Once Zhang Jinfu re-entered the vehicle, Lu Yuanhao instructed the driver to proceed to the Hilton Hotel. The convoy resumed its journey, leaving behind only the rain-slicked silent expanse of the city street. In a suite at the Hilton Hotel, Lu Yuanhao summoned 2 female attendants and the assistant to help Lin Qingxia change and bathe. She remained entirely unresponsive, having lapsed into total blackout since entering the car, her condition nothing short of astonishingly severe. No wonder in his past life she had once swum naked with Deng Lijun, and later publicly revealed it. After ensuring Lin Qingxia was settled, Lu Yuanhao instructed her assistant to arrange for Shi Shangnan to collect her the following morning, then departed without delay. He had no intention of probing the sorrows that drove a woman to drown herself and drink alone at night. He'd intervened solely to shield her from the thugs, and chose the Hilton over the film cruise hotel precisely to prevent scandalous rumors of her drunken escapade from spreading. The next morning, Lin Qingxia awoke with a throbbing headache, gazed around the unfamiliar room, then lifted the blanket to find herself clad in a hotel bathrobe, yet could recall nothing of how she'd arrived there or what had transpired. As she strained to reconstruct the night, Shi Shengnan and her assistant entered the bedroom upon hearing movement. Seeing them, Lin Qingxia exhaled in relief, then hesitated uncertain and asked, "Did you bring me here last night? I have absolutely no memory of it. If it had been me, I would have taken you straight back to the cruise hotel. This is my boss's hotel, and it was he who brought you here." "Him. You truly remember nothing." "Honestly, venturing out alone to drink, collapsing into such a stupor. Had Mr. Lu not chanced upon you and taken you, and heaven knows what might have befallen you." A chill of genuine dread now ran through Lin Qingxia. In Taiwan, she trusted the bars she frequented. Even drunk, she felt safe. But here in Hong Kong, under those circumstances, she might easily have vanished without a trace. Yet recalling Lu Yuanhao's first impression, courteous yet distinctly reserved, she found herself unsure how to express her gratitude. Returning to the set with Shi Shengnan, she plunged back into the grueling filming schedule and soon forgot the incident entirely. It had seemed trivial, insignificant, but fate moves in mysterious ways. 1 month later, the most shocking crime in Hong Kong's history, the Rainy Night Butcher case, exploded across the media. Taxi driver Lin Guiyun had committed 4 murders over 6 months, all targeting young women. He documented each killing with a camera, and when he took the film to a photo lab for developing, a vigilant lab technician grew suspicious and quietly alerted the police, leading to the case's swift resolution. His method, murdering victims, dismembering their bodies, and preserving trophies as macabre specimens, was so grotesque it seized the city's collective imagination. Even crew members on set discussed little else. Lin Qingxia happened to glance at a newspaper report on the case, and when she saw that the butcher's final crime had occurred near the very bar where she'd been intoxicated, on that same rain-drenched night, a cold shiver shot up her spine from coccyx to crown. Only then did she grasp with visceral clarity how recklessly she'd gambled with her life. Her scenes in Hong Kong were nearly complete. The production would relocate to Taiwan in just a few days. She resolved to thank Lu Yuanhao properly, for had her assistant been detained by the thugs while she lay helpless and drunk, and had the Rainy Night Butcher crossed her path, instead the consequences were too horrifying to contemplate. Lin Qingxia contacted Lu Yuanhao through Shi Nanxing, expressing her gratitude for his help a month ago and suggesting that she would like to treat him to a meal to show her appreciation. Upon receiving the invitation, Lu Yuanhao readily agreed, arranging for their meal to take place in his presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel, and then sent someone to pick up Lin Qingxia. Once Lin Qingxia entered the suite, she felt a bit dazed. Lu Yuanhao noticed her state and quickly explained, "You are betrothed, and I am known as a notorious playboy in Shanjiang. If we were to dine together and be photographed, it would create quite a stir, which is mainly why I chose not to book a private room in a restaurant. This place is safe and quiet. I've already said I would treat you to a meal. You're making me feel embarrassed with your concerns." After hearing Lu Yuanhao's explanation, Lin Qingxia recalled that he was the one who had been exposed last year for having children with 2 women before getting married. She realized that being photographed dining with him wouldn't be suitable, so she stopped overthinking. It's just a meal, it doesn't mean anything. Anyone can treat anyone. Lu Yuanhao helped Lin Qingxia pull out her chair, and after she sat down, he poured her a glass of red wine before returning to his seat. Compared to their first meeting, his attitude was completely different. "Thank you, Lu Sheng, for sending me back to the hotel that day. A few days ago, I read in the newspaper that the Rainy Night Butcher's last crime happened the night I got drunk near the place where I was drinking. I broke out in a cold sweat thinking about it. If it weren't for your help, I might have been the one in trouble that night. Thank you so much." Lin Qingxia raised her glass, very solemnly expressing her gratitude to Lu Yuanhao. "It was just a small favor. I have to ensure your safety while you're in Shanjiang filming. I noticed a few thugs following you that day, so I stepped in to help. I didn't expect the Rainy Night Butcher was nearby. Looking back now, it's quite frightening that bastard was too twisted." Lin Qingxia continued, So I need to properly thank you, Lu Sheng. I've been busy filming recently, and it's already quite embarrassing that I've delayed this long. Lu Yuanhao looked at Lin Qingxia, whose beauty was still at its peak, feeling a slight surge of impulse. This woman's prime would only last a few more years, and he needed to seize the opportunity. However, given her 10 years of acting experience and her engagement, ordinary methods likely wouldn't work on her. Lu Yuanhao decided to try a more provocative approach. He first engaged Lin Qingxia in light conversation, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Lu Yuanhao began to address her not as Miss Lin, but as Qingxia. As the wine flowed, the topic shifted to Lin Qingxia's drunkenness that day. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. In the past, while filming in Wanwan, I mostly did art films. It was my first time shooting a movie like Shushan, where many action scenes required repeated practice. Sometimes a single shot had to be taken multiple times to get it right. I was already exhausted, and after arguing with my fiancé that day, I was in a bad mood, which led me to drink alone. Your fiancé is Qin Xianglin, right? Is he treating you poorly to make you argue? Lin Qingxia gave a bitter smile, opened her mouth, but said nothing, downing her glass of wine. Seeing this, Lu Yuanhao increased the intensity of his questioning. I've heard a bit about your situation. Oh, it seems the relationship isn't good. Is it because you can't let go of another man with the surname Qin? Lin Qingxia's delicate face turned cold, and she was ready to explode. I heard that before your engagement you specifically called Qin Han to ask if he would accept Qin Xianglin's proposal. Since he didn't take your feelings seriously, you agreed to marry Qin Xianglin out of frustration, right? Lin Qingxia's chest rose and fell violently, her expression shifting dramatically. Finally, she sighed and spoke in a low tone. There are many things, Lu Sheng, that you don't understand. I see you've been too deeply poisoned by Qiangyao. She's just a mistress. Every book she writes glorifies intruding into others' lives under the guise of love. Now that she's succeeded, do you think she would still write such books promoting mistresses? You're too naive to be captivated by her books. It's time to wake up. Ask yourself, do you really love your fiancé? A woman can be reckless for love before the age of 25, and that's understandable, but after 25, she must consider her future. Do you really think Qin Han is a good match? Even if he divorced, would he be able to provide the life you want? What can he give you? Lin Qingxia was momentarily stunned. In her past life, her debut film in 1973, Outside the Window, was filmed with Qin Han. She fell in love with him then, but unfortunately he was already married and unwilling to divorce for her. Influenced by Qianjiao's novels, she believed it was true love and couldn't bear to let go. After years of unrequited love, she left Wanwan for M country to escape her feelings. Knowing this, Qin Xianglin seized the opportunity to pursue her and proposed. They got engaged in 1980. However, the good times were short-lived. In 1984, Qin Han divorced, and Lin Qingxia felt she finally had the chance to break off her engagement with Qin Xianglin and return to Qin Han's embrace. By then, Lin Qingxia, who was no longer young, began to consider factors beyond love. However, Qin Han could not provide those, and their tumultuous relationship ended in 1992. Rumors in the industry stated that in 1994, when 40-year-old Lin Qingxia broke down in tears while filming a night scene, she had a moment of enlightenment and married the wealthy businessman Xing Li Yuan, whom she had only been dating for half a year. Is that so? Lin Qingxia stood there for a while, her face pale, as she asked. Whether it's true or not, the answer is already in your heart. That's enough, don't say anymore. Lin Qingxia began to drink glass after glass of wine, and Lu Yuanhao stopped his provocations, simply accompanying her in drinking. The two silently drank a bottle of red wine. Suddenly Lin Qingxia asked, "What do you mean by saying all this to me today? I just don't want to see you go down the wrong path because of emotional entanglements. There's no other meaning. Really, no other meaning at all. Then what do you think my intentions are? Don't you men always have those thoughts about women? What about your thoughts?" Lin Qingxia provocatively shot Lu Yuanhao a glance. Confirming their eye contact, Lu Yuanhao walked towards her. The next morning, Lu Yuanhao did not go to the company, but returned home first. Li Mini came over with the baby to interact with him for a while and casually asked, "Where did you go last night?" Jiahui and Xiaoli came to see the two babies yesterday and stayed here. I was at the Hilton Hotel discussing business with a Wanwan person. I drank a bit too much, so I stayed there. A Wanwan person? What do they do? Lin Santong works in film. You wouldn't know him. Lin Santong. How could anyone have such a strange name? How would I know? Can you give me a back rub? I think I didn't sleep well last night, and my back is a bit sore. Lu Yuanhao initially only wanted to stimulate Lin Qingxia to see if there was a chance. If it worked, it would be the best outcome. If not, it wouldn't be a loss. However, he didn't expect that his words would strike directly at her heart, achieving remarkable results. He was also aware that Lin Qingxia was merely trying to vent her emotions under the haze of alcohol. The foundation of their relationship was essentially zero, making it highly likely a one-time transaction. Thus, Lu Yuanhao had no intention of being gentle. With a mindset of expired goods are worthless, he drove violently and even unlocked a new achievement. The result was that his back, which hadn't felt sore in a long time, became painful, while the other person remained in bed for a whole day. 3 days later, the filming of Shushan in Xiangjiang was completed. The crew then moved to Taiwan for exterior shoots, and the two did not contact each other before leaving. On September 22nd, Lady Thatcher visited the capital for negotiations with the Chinese side regarding the Xinjiang issue. The meeting, closely watched by all Xinjiang citizens, began on the 24th at the Great Hall of the People. Once the discussions got underway, Lady Thatcher adopted a hardline stance according to the pre-planned agenda, declaring that the prosperity and stability of Xinjiang could not be maintained without Britain. She insisted that if the mainland were to reclaim Xinjiang, it would lead to catastrophic consequences, and to sustain Xinjiang's prosperity, British management was essential. In the face of her aggressive demeanor, the elder unhesitatingly pointed out that China had no leeway on this matter. The issue of sovereignty was not open to discussion. During the talks, he made two weighty statements. The first was, Chinese people may be poor, but they are not afraid to fight. This statement was taken literally, showing complete disregard for Britain's victory in the Falklands War, as he was entirely unafraid of the threat of war. The second statement was, Xinjiang can be reclaimed today. The context of this statement dates back to 19 years prior, in 1963, when Xinjiang experienced an once-in-a-century drought. At that time, the Hong Kong government was powerless and had to impose mandatory water supply restrictions, providing water only every 4 days for 4 hours each time. The Xinjiang Chinese General Chamber of Commerce and other organizations represented the 3.5 million compatriots in Xinjiang requesting aid from the motherland. The Prime Minister personally instructed GD Province to supply Xinjiang with 2.0 tons of tap water daily free of charge, and work began on the Dongshan Water Supply Project, continuously increasing the water supply to Xinjiang. By 1982, the Dongshan Water Supply Project was providing 743 billion tons of domestic water to Xinjiang annually, meaning that nearly all the fresh water used by households in Xinjiang came from the mainland. This was a strategic move made 19 years ago, and it was the trump card for the Chinese side. Recognizing the situation, Lady Thatcher no longer exhibited her earlier aggressive posture, finding herself at a loss for words. After the talks, Lady Thatcher left the Great Hall of the People with a grave expression and a forlorn demeanor. As she descended the stairs, her high heels caught on the stone steps, causing her to lose her balance and fall down the stairs, her handbag and shoes tumbling aside. This moment was captured by numerous international media waiting outside and quickly spread worldwide, becoming a classic scene in history. The news that the Chinese side intended to reclaim Xinjiang left the British in Xinjiang feeling as though the world was turning upside down. Before this day, the British in Xinjiang were seen as dragon people and decision-makers. However, after this day, although the Chinese were still not in control, they had achieved a status equal to that of the British. A large number of British people chose to sell their assets and leave Xinjiang, leading to plummeting stock and property markets. The stock market dropped from its peak of 1,810 points in 1981 to 676 points by the end of 1982, a decline of over 60. It remained low for the following 2 years, only beginning to recover after the Sino-British Joint Declaration was published in 1984. The largest drop in the property market was seen in industrial land, which fell by 90, becoming dirt cheap. High-end residential land, such as in South Bay Road on Hong Kong Island, saw a decrease of 60. Other land prices generally fell by over 40. With the decline in land prices, the prices of ordinary residential properties also dropped by at least 30. In North Point, property prices fell from 1,100 HKD per square foot to 770 Hong Kong dollars, a decline of 33. The monthly rent for office spaces also fell by over 20, and even commercial centers like Central were not spared, with prices dropping from a peak of 30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot to 24 Hong Kong dollars. With the market downturn, the property market faced not only a significant drop in prices, but also a shrinking transaction volume. In 1982, the total number of registered contracts across various types reached 16500, involving an amount of 99.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, down 13 and 21 year-on-year from 1981, respectively. The proportion of land sale revenue to the total fiscal revenue of the Hong Kong government dropped from a high of 35 in 1982 to 15 in 1983. Affected by the broader environment, all recklessly advancing real estate companies faced difficulties, some even encountering disastrous consequences. Hang Lung was planning to develop the Xiangshan building at the second phase of Admiralty Station, having already paid the Hong Kong government a deposit of 400 million Hong Kong dollars, with an additional land fee of 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars still due. However, due to the plummeting land prices, all banks that had previously promised loans tightened their credit, and none were willing to lend to real estate companies at this time. In the first 2 years, Cheung Kong rapidly expanded, with losses exceeding 6 billion Hong Kong dollars from just 3 projects: the Old Wing of the Mira Hotel, the large villa community at White Pencil Mountain, and the Central Trading Plaza. Coupled with debts exceeding 12 billion Hong Kong dollars from joint developments with other real estate companies, Cheung Kong earned the nickname King of Debt. Yida Group went bankrupt, and its chairman Zhong Zhenwen hurriedly fled Xinjiang, leaving even his son behind due to the urgency. His son, having also participated in Yida's economic crimes, spent several years in prison. After Yida's issues surfaced, the problems of the closely related Jinning group also came to light, and Jinning's problems were even larger and more serious, making it difficult to investigate in a short time. A movie titled Golden Finger was adapted from this period of history in the past. A large number of real estate companies fell into crisis, dragging down the banks that had provided them with loans. Following the real estate crisis was yet another round of banking industry turmoil. Hang Lung Bank was the first to face a run on deposits, followed by the discovery of losses as high as 336 million Hong Kong dollars, including a misappropriated sum of 266 million Hong Kong dollars that could not be recovered. In just a few months, it was on the brink of collapse. Subsequently, Delaksin Credit Finance Company went into liquidation, and a number of lending financial companies, including Xiangjiang Deposit Guarantee Company and Panama Finance Company from M Country, also went bankrupt. The executives of Xingyuan Real Estate, who previously thought Lu Yuanhao was too conservative, along with the board members of Kowloon Warehouse, were now drenched in cold sweat, feeling anxious and having to admire his vision and judgment. In contrast, Lu Yuanhao resembled a lion lying in wait outside the flock, fixating on his long-desired target, eager for another bountiful feast. Chen Zingxi of Hang Lung Properties led a delegation to negotiate with the Hong Kong government, hoping to reduce the compensation fee for the land at the second phase of the Jinzhong station from 1.8 billion to 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. The land of the Shangshan building spans over 700 square feet, and with no surrounding buildings, the potential construction area is vast, making it a rare and high-quality piece of land. In his past life, a twin tower known as the Binda Center was constructed here with a total floor area exceeding 1 million square feet, making it one of the 5 major buildings in Hong Kong during the 1980s. However, the outcome of this negotiation left Chen Zingxi greatly disappointed. Not only did the Hong Kong government refuse to lower the compensation fee, but they also imposed a final deadline of 28 days, after which any delay would be considered a breach of contract. In the event of a breach, the 400 million Hong Kong dollar deposit previously paid would not be refunded, and the rights to develop the properties above the subsequent 8 subway stations would also be revoked from Hang Lung. At this critical moment, the bank, which traditionally provides support during clear skies and withdraws during storms, also behaved predictably. The Japanese bank that had signed the contract to lend Hang Lung 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars backed out, directly canceling the loan. Chen Zingxi had to urgently contact other banks for a loan, but with the uncertain future of Hong Kong, no bank was willing to offer support. Even the Hang Seng Bank, which usually backs Chinese businesses, rejected the loan for this project. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Lu Yuanhao contacted Chen Zingxi through Wang Zengxiang, expressing interest in taking over all the development rights of the properties above the subway stations from Hang Lung. Li Guangren, the vice president responsible for daily operations, had previously lamented how his boss did not participate in the MTR Corporation's bidding last year, deeply impressed by his foresight. If they had won the bid last year, it would be Xingyuan Properties now facing the headache. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuanhao now informed him to start preparing documents, as they were about to take over all the development rights of the properties above the subway stations from Hang Lung. The senior executives at Xingyuan Properties felt nervous as their boss was preparing to make a major move. Currently, all real estate companies in Hong Kong were clearing inventory and selling houses to recover cash, with no one daring to acquire land in a declining market. In the conference room, Li Guangren cautiously asked, "Given the current unclear situation, should we wait a bit longer? My investment philosophy is to be fearful when others are greedy and to be greedy when others are fearful. Though the future of Hong Kong seems uncertain, there will only be one outcome. Therefore, one should expand rapidly while others are still unaware. Take, for example, the development rights of the properties above the subway stations. If Hang Lung fails to pay the compensation fee, the Hong Kong government will reclaim the development rights. When the market improves in a few years, they will auction it again. Who can guarantee that they can bid successfully then and at a price not higher than now? So when it's time to act, one must act. This is the quality that an excellent enterprise should possess." Chen Zingxi had thought of all possible solutions, but 1.8 billion is not the same as 1.4 billion. Without bank loans, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find a solution. He was even prepared to lose the 400 million deposit and withdraw from the project. Now that Wang Zengxiang told him that Xingyuan was interested in taking over, it delighted him. For him, recovering the 400 million deposit would already be a great outcome. At the office of Lu Yuanhao at Xingyuan Investment, Chen Zingxi personally came to discuss the transfer of development rights. After some pleasantries, Lu Yuanhao's first words reassured Chen Zingxi. Xingyuan Properties can take over the development rights of the properties above the 8 subway stations from MTR Corporation, and Hang Lung will not lose the deposit. Chen Zingxi felt a sense of relief and hurriedly flattered him. Xingyuan Properties is willing to take over, saving us from a significant loss. Lu Xing, you are truly a timely help, and I am extremely grateful. We are all Chinese. It is only right that we help each other. There is no need for you to take it to heart, Chen Sheng. I won't beat around the bush. I know that once Hang Lung withdraws from this project, if the Hong Kong government puts it up for auction again, it wouldn't be difficult for Xingyuan Properties to bid successfully, given your strength. You might even spend less than what it costs now. I never considered that Lu Sheng would be willing to take over. So I say Lu Sheng is a person of great integrity, and this favor will be remembered by the Qin family. Lu Yuanhao smiled. Chen Zengxi's assertion was not entirely accurate, as developing the properties above the subway stations requires paying compensation fees. In his past life, this project was reclaimed by the government and reauctioned in 1985, and the land price had already increased by more than 20 compared to 1983. Thus, after taking over this project, aside from the first station's Xiangshan building project being a high-priced acquisition, the subsequent stations would have lower compensation fees due to the 2-year head start in development, making the overall deal more cost-effective. If it weren't for this reason, Lu Yuanhao wouldn't have stepped in to help Chen Zengxi. But if Chen Zengxi thought this way, Lu Yuanhao wouldn't reveal the truth. With the main business settled in just a few words, Chen Zengxi felt relieved and had the leisure to chat with Lu Yuanhao for a bit longer. Lu Xing, what do you think about the results of the Sino-British negotiations? The British have significant interests here, and the mainland is also reluctant to disrupt Hong Kong's prosperity and stability. Therefore, I believe that despite the current disagreements, they will eventually negotiate a favorable outcome for Hong Kong. This is also why I am willing to take on this project from Qin Sheng. Of course, negotiations take time. This process may take 2 years, or even 3. We just need to wait. After hearing Lu Yuanhao's words, Chen Zengxi's mind began to race. Lu Yuanhao's foresight is highly regarded in Hong Kong's elite circles, and there is some truth to what he says. Should Hang Lung consider participating in this project again? With this thought in mind, he tentatively asked, I wonder if Xing Yuan Properties needs partners for this project. Hang Lung only needs a 20 stake. Lu Yuanhao maintained a smile, but internally he was cursing. Chen Zengxi truly was like a flower blooming with a little sunshine. He just pulled him out of the fire pit, and now he wanted a piece of the pie. I'm afraid that won't work. Chen Sheng knows that commercial buildings like the properties above subway stations will only be purchased directly by Xing Yuan Properties for rental purposes and won't be sold. Therefore, if Chen Sheng joins in, it will complicate the accounts later. Chen Zengxi was rejected and felt somewhat disheartened, but he quickly forced a smile, saying Lu Xing truly has great courage. I must admire that. 3 days later, Hang Lung, Xing Yuan, the Hong Kong government, and MTR Corporation sat together to discuss the transfer of the development rights of the properties above the subway stations from Hang Lung to Xing Yuan. The Hong Kong government only needed to guarantee the compensation fee of 182 billion, and since MTR and Xing Yuan had previously collaborated very successfully, both parties did not oppose this proposal. Thus, the 4 parties quickly reached an agreement. Xing Yuan Properties would pay the Hong Kong government 182 billion in compensation fees, and pay Hang Lung 400 million in deposit, completely taking over the development rights of the properties above the 8 subway stations, allowing Hang Lung to exit the project entirely. After the merger of Heji International and Whampoa Dock, all the land where Whampoa Dock was located became the asset of Huang. During Wei Li's tenure, he planned to develop this land, but negotiations for the land premium with the government were not successful until Lu Yuanhao took over as the chairman of Huang. The land of Whampoa Dock is located in Hungham, Kowloon, covering an area of 2 million square feet, with the government requiring a payment of 2.8 billion in land premium. If calculated at this price along with construction costs, Huang's profits would be very limited, thus the entire project came to a standstill. In his previous life, Li Huanghua seized the opportunity after the real estate crash in 1982 and renegotiated the land premium, with the government reducing the payment from 2.8 billion to 390 million. With the market downturn at the time leading to lower construction costs, Huang's profit from this project reached 5 billion, along with over 1 million square feet of rental shops, making a significant profit. Li Huanghua's outstanding performance established his core position in Huang. Naturally, Lu Yuanhao would not miss such an opportunity. Starting in December, he proactively contacted the government to negotiate the land premium for Whampoa Garden. Governor, you are aware of the reasons behind the current economic downturn. For businessmen, confidence is more precious than gold. To restore the confidence of Hong Kongers, the best approach is to initiate several large real estate projects. Once confidence in the real estate sector is restored, the entire economy of Xinjiang can stabilize. For while people can leave Xinjiang, the land cannot be taken away. You make a valid point. This time, revitalizing the economy of Xinjiang should start with real estate. Stability in real estate leads to stability in all sectors. You have great confidence in Xinjiang. It takes courage to expand against the tide at this time. I was born and raised in Xinjiang, so I naturally wish for its continued prosperity. Moreover, the more stable the economy of Xinjiang, the greater the interests of various parties here, allowing for a quicker negotiation of a win-win solution. This creates a positive cycle, which is the situation we as Xinjiang businessmen hope to see. As the leader of the real estate sector in Xinjiang, I naturally have a duty to fulfill. Lu Yuanhao's words were delivered with great righteousness, causing Yuda to nod repeatedly before suddenly asking, I wonder what your thoughts are on the cabinet's proposal of exchanging sovereignty for governance rights. Lu Yuanhao had anticipated this question before coming, so he was not surprised, and replied with a smile. I fully support any policy that benefits Xinjiang. I believe the 6 million citizens of Xiangjiang share the same sentiment. His words seemed to imply something, yet said nothing concrete. Yuta felt it was inappropriate to pursue further and replied to Lu Yuanhao. I have noted your opinion. I rest assured I will consider it carefully. Lu Yuanhao knew that such matters could not be settled quickly. It would take at least half a year to see results, so he did not linger and turned to leave for the Trade Development Bureau. The Trade Development Bureau was established in 1966 as a semi-official institution to respond to the development of Zhangjiang's foreign trade. Since the mid-1960s, Zhangjiang's foreign trade has been increasing year by year, and this year the total export value is expected to surpass 150 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Trade Development Bureau frequently organizes promotional events for various industries and product categories in Xiangjiang and overseas, serving as the engine of Zhangjiang's foreign trade. During the latter part of Sir Murray MacLehosie's tenure as governor, he intended to allocate a piece of land reclaimed in Wanchai for the Trade Development Bureau to build a large modern convention center. This was no secret. Many real estate developers had already begun contacting the Trade Development Bureau. Lu Yuanhao was aware that the chairman of the Trade Development Bureau was facing a leadership change. He had previously refrained from getting involved during Sir Maoyi's administration. Now, with the new chairman of the Trade Development Bureau Deng Lianru having taken office and the results of Sino-British negotiations causing many previously interested developers to withdraw, the opportunity belonging to Lu Yuanhao had finally arrived. Deng Lianru, as the chairman of the Trade Development Bureau, was younger and less experienced than her predecessors. However, after taking office, she exhibited extraordinary capabilities, achieving remarkable results in rapid trade diplomatic activities. People no longer doubted her abilities, but she wanted to present an even more perfect report card, and the convention center was the opportunity to do so. The real estate developers who had maintained contact with her dared not take risks, and all retreated. Deng Lianru felt a bit anxious as Lu Yuanhao's arrival felt like a timely assistance to her. In Deng Lianru's office, after polite exchanges, Lu Yuanhao and she took their respective seats. The two had met before and knew each other, but had never interacted, so Deng Lianru took the initiative to speak. I remember that the real estate company under Lu Sheng had not previously come to the Trade Development Bureau regarding the convention center, and now that other real estate companies have shelved new projects, I must admire Lu Sheng's boldness in coming here at this time. While others are filled with concerns about the future of Xiangjiang, I believe Xiangjiang will develop even better, which is why I am here. I have previously studied Lu Sheng's investment philosophy, which is truly outstanding in Xiangjiang. I also heard that many have tried to imitate Lu Sheng's methods, but ended up failing miserably, losing everything instead. Miss. Deng is overly complimentary. I am merely lucky. Lu Sheng is too humble. Luck is also a part of strength. Speaking of strength, I am completely confident in Lu Sheng's Xingyuan group. However, the convention center is a massive public project, and I would like to hear Lu Sheng's thoughts on it. Lu Yuanhao nodded and began to outline the conditions. First, Xingyuan Real Estate is willing to immediately commence this project. Once the land for the convention center is approved, we can start construction. Secondly, after we sign the contract, Xingyuan Real Estate will bear all rental and activity costs for all events at the convention center before its completion. Finally, Xingyuan Real Estate will cover all construction costs for the convention center, and I can assure Ms. Deng that the construction costs will not be less than 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. I will build this project into a first-class modern convention center in Asia. Hearing this proposal, Deng Lianru felt somewhat tempted, especially by the second point mentioned by Lu Yuanhao, which other real estate companies had not considered. What are Lu Sheng's thoughts on the land premium? That will depend on how Ms. Deng negotiates with the government. I can also promise Ms. Deng that regardless of whether there is a land premium, the Trade Development Bureau will receive the property rights to the podium of the convention center free of charge. Deng Lianru nodded, indicating her agreement with this arrangement. As for other aspects, she would first communicate with the government about the land premium situation before discussing further. Such public projects cannot be settled with just a few words. Comparing offers from multiple parties is a fundamental operation. Deng Lianru also needed to wait and see if other companies would come to quote. Lu Yuanhao was equally aware of this. Like the Whampoa Garden project, it was very likely that the final decision would not be reached until the end of the year or even next year. During this time, maintaining communication with relevant parties was all that was needed. In January, the production of The Swordman of Shushan was completed, just like in his past life, with a production cost of 20 million, doubling the budget. Su Ku felt immense pressure. If this movie failed to recoup its costs, he would have to sign a contract selling himself according to the bet agreement. To recoup the costs, the box office in Hong Kong needed to reach 40 million, a figure that everyone in the industry deemed impossible. He could only take a gamble, urging Shi Nanxing to allocate more funds for publicity, while also requesting the Oriental film distribution to be favorable with the screening schedule. Shi Nanxing racked his brain for Su Kesake, and after being prompted by Lu Yuanhao, came up with the idea of holding a premiere to promote the film. During this era, premieres in Hong Kong were usually held at midnight as a trial run, with citizens who had worked all day coming to the cinema with a relaxed mood, bringing sugarcane to snack on. If the film was good, they would applaud. If not, they would throw sugarcane peels, hence the term cane-biting gang. The reactions of the cane-biting gang could also indicate the quality of a film with a high degree of accuracy, somewhat akin to the earliest film critics. Thus, Shi Nansheng's idea of holding a premiere was a first in Hong Kong, and the impressive 20 million production cost of Shushan warranted such an event. Liu Yuanhao provided a bit of assistance contacting the Li family and securing the premiere venue at the Li Theater. Shi Nansheng initially focused on promoting through print media, radio, and television, and then sent out invitations calling on various industry insiders to come support the event. On the night of the premiere, various media outlets gathered and industry insiders continuously arrived to show their support, filling the theater to capacity with thousands of attendees, creating a lively atmosphere. Liu Yuanhao was aware that while the film had a good reputation, its box office was low. Initially reluctant to attend, he couldn't resist the inner stirrings of memory regarding Lin Qingxia and that wild night. However, he did not make a grand entrance. Upon arriving at the theater, he quietly entered through a side door and went directly to the backstage lounge where the main creative team was resting before the premiere began. Upon seeing Liu Yuanhao, everyone rushed to greet him respectfully regardless of whether they knew him or not, and he smiled as he responded to each one. There was also a female actress, Li Saifeng, who was quite attractive, but she was not Liu Yuanhao's type and was overlooked. Before coming, he had made up his mind that if Lin Qingxia treated him coldly or showed hostility, he would just say hello and leave, never to meet again. Thus, since entering the lounge, he had been discreetly observing Lin Qingxia with his peripheral vision. When Lin Qingxia saw him, a brief flicker of joy crossed her face, quickly turning into anger and then transformed into indifference, a rapid change that he successfully captured. Feeling optimistic, he paused before shaking Lin Qingxia's hand, taking out a small note he had prepared in advance and slipping it into her hand during the handshake. Lin Qingxia was momentarily stunned, but calmly tucked the note away. After greeting a few people present, Liu Yuanhao did not linger and left the theater for the Hilton Hotel, having achieved his goal. The subsequent premiere performances and movie no longer held any allure for him. On the other side, after receiving the note, Lin Qingxia found an excuse to go to the restroom. Once she opened the note, it read, "Wait for you at the usual place tonight. Don't miss it." Remembering the trembling feeling from that night months ago, Lin Qingxia's face flushed. She thought about flushing the note down the toilet, but hesitated and ultimately tucked it into her handbag. Afterwards, she adjusted her emotions. Regardless of whether she would meet up, she had to finish her business tonight, as there was a big event waiting for her outside. After the premiere, Lin Qingxia declined subsequent invitations and made her way alone to the Hilton Hotel, where Zhang Jinfeng, who had been waiting in the lobby, immediately approached her. "Miss Lin, the boss is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." Lin Qingxia recognized him as Liu Yuanhao's personal bodyguard, and she nodded amicably, following him to the private elevator for the presidential suite. After Zhang Jinfeng opened the elevator for her, he did not enter, but signaled for Lin Qingxia to take the elevator alone upstairs. Once the elevator reached the top floor, Lin Qingxia walked to the door of Liu Yuanhao's exclusive suite. Just as she was about to muster the courage to knock, the door opened from the inside, and a large hand reached out, pulling her in. Lin Qingxia was startled, and when she saw it was Liu Yuanhao, she found herself pressed against the wall behind the door. She had many things she wanted to say, but facing Liu Yuanhao's predatory gaze, she instinctively blurted out, "I have annulled my engagement." As soon as she finished speaking, her mouth was sealed. It was like kindling meeting fire, igniting immediately, and soon they were reliving the stories of yesterday. The next morning, Liu Yuanhao did not rush to leave. Looking at Lin Qingxia, who was blushing in his arms, he thought back to her obedient demeanor from last night. He believed that this might be the first woman he had won over, not with money, but with desire. He also recalled a classic line from the movie House of Flying Daggers from his past life, which he slightly modified to fit the moment. "Qin Xianglin, I waited for you for 2 years. It can't compare to him accompanying you for 2 days." As he drifted into these thoughts, Lin Qingxia also woke up and began to tenderly assist Liu Yuanhao with his morning routine like a little wife. During breakfast, Liu Yuanhao picked up the specially delivered newspaper and read aloud the parts praising Lin Qingxia from the premiere the night before, making her smile radiantly. After the pleasant breakfast, the inevitable question arose as Lin Qingxia deliberately sat in Liu Yuanhao's lap before seriously asking, "How do you plan to arrange my future?" "In a moment, he'll give you a list from which you can choose a property you like. Just get everything ready in these 2 days and move in. You'll develop your career in Hong Kong from now on." "Lin Qingxia, you are the most beautiful woman in Southeast Asia. Who dares to say such things? You must have heard about my situation. I just didn't want you to feel awkward if I took you home." Liu Yuanhao felt a headache coming on. This was a bit tricky, so he had to flatter her to keep her calm. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia retracted her anger and put on a gentle expression. "I understand your situation and am willing to give you time to handle it. My only requirement is that the one who marries you in the future can only be me. I won't interfere with anything else." Liu Yuanhao thought he had subdued Lin Qingxia, but this notion was only half true. While he had managed to control her body, her love-stricken soul proved to be quite troublesome. After he firmly rejected Lin Qingxia's marriage proposal and stated that he would not marry anyone, she was heartbroken and cried bitterly, which almost cracked the iron-like heart of Lu Yuanhao. However, it was merely a close call. Ultimately, he would not change his principles and beliefs for such matters, so he resolutely chose to leave. He thought this matter had ended and that they would hardly see each other again, but unexpectedly a month later Lin Qingxia contacted him again with astonishing news. She had not gotten her period and suspected she was pregnant. Lu Yuanhao was a bit dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a consequence, which made things complicated. He was reluctant to terminate the pregnancy as it did not align with his desire to expand his family. However, if she were to give birth, unless Lin Qingxia was willing to let him raise the child, he would never be able to bear seeing the child grow up calling another man dad. As for marriage, that was even more out of the question. Lu Yuanhao pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a solution, and besides, he had to consider the opinions of the other party involved. Thus, he had no choice but to invite Lin Qingxiao out again to see if he could resolve this troublesome issue. The promotion for Shushan had concluded, and logically Lin Qingxia should have returned to Taiwan long ago, but in reality, she had been staying in Hong Kong and had not gone back. This time they met at their usual spot. Lu Yuanhao did not immediately make any physical advances. Instead, he sincerely detailed his family planning to Lin Qingxia and explained his reasons for not wanting to marry. Perhaps because of her pregnancy scare this time, Lin Qingxia did not mention marriage again, accepting the current situation, but she did request Lu Yuanhao to accompany her to the hospital for a checkup, but not in Hong Kong or Taiwan. Lu Yuanhao was overjoyed and immediately agreed, deciding to take her to Japan for the checkup as he had to visit the local branch office there every couple of months, and this was a perfect opportunity to bring her along. Without delay, the next day, they boarded the earliest flight to Tokyo. After landing, they hurriedly went to the hospital where the local branch had made an appointment. When the test results came out, Lin Qingxia was so embarrassed that her face turned crimson. Lu Yuanhao pinched his thigh hard, desperately suppressing his laughter, for the results indicated she was not pregnant. He believed this might be due to her emotional instability after he rejected her marriage proposal, which caused her period to be delayed, leading her to mistakenly think she was pregnant. Of course, it was also possible that she used this method to give them both an out. Seeing Lu Yuanhao desperately trying to hold back his laughter, Lin Qingxia felt increasingly wronged, and soon her eyes turned red. Lu Yuanhao pulled her into his arms and softly said, "Since you've agreed to be with me, I won't let you go. If you really want a child, how about we try hard when we get back to the hotel?" And so he held her for a while until Lin Qingxia's emotions stabilized. Since there was no pregnancy, their trip to Japan turned into a pure leisure journey. Lu Yuanhao had almost figured out her personality. Instead of taking her shopping in Ginza, he brought her to Asakusa to explore various small shops and sample an array of snacks. Lin Qingxia opened her heart and was as happy as a child, holding his hand as they wandered and snacked with great joy. On a whim, Lu Yuanhao bought a few vibrating toys as his previous experiences had awakened certain peculiar interests in him. However, when he tried them out that night, he was unexpectedly sprayed in the face. Lin Qingxia was both shy and angry, warning him not to use such things again. Yet when he merely glared at her, she shrank back, turning into a quail. In Lu Yuanhao's domain, she was merely a small maid at his beck and call, while he was the master she needed to address. Perhaps due to the immense relief she felt, Lin Qingxia's long overdue period finally arrived the next day. While she sighed with relief, she also felt a pang of regret as she began to fantasize about life with a child. Lu Yuanhao spent the day inspecting the branch office, which had a very straightforward business model dealing only in real estate and securities. However, due to the large sums involved, his presence was needed occasionally to demonstrate his concern for the operations and prevent any inappropriate thoughts among the staff. He was also quite envious of Japan's manufacturing technology, but Japanese companies were very vigilant about protecting their secrets. He knew it was not yet time for industrial transfer to Japan, as such matters could not be rushed, so he did not impose strict requirements on the branch in this regard. Instead, he set a high reward for anyone who could acquire key technologies, promising generous rewards. After inspecting the branch, he spent 3 more days with Lin Qingxia in Japan before they returned to Hong Kong, where Lin Qingxia moved into Lu Yuanhao's villa at No. 1 Peak Road. This villa was part of the assets he purchased from the former U.S. consulate over the past 2 years, totaling 4 properties. He bought No. 15 G Malin Mountain Road for $28.5 million in 1981, No. 11 Peak Gon Road for $46 million, No. 2 Xiangdao Road for $5 million in 1982, and No. 1 Peak Road for $24 million. Lin Qingxia immediately chose No. 1 Peak Road from Lu Yuanhao's properties. This villa was neither the most expensive nor the largest, but its meaning was the best. The thought process of a love-stricken mind is quite peculiar. Even if they cannot marry, she still wants to be Lu Yuanhao's number 1. The size of the house or the price was not a consideration for her. By the way, the person who bought this property in a past life was Jin Yong. Now he and Lu Yuanhao have become friends across generations, and they have even dined together a few times after returning from the mainland. Being with him felt like pampering a big child, and there was no pressure in their interactions. He was also happy to take half a day off every month to relax like this. Although Lin Xingxiao moved into Lu Yuanho's house, she was still somewhat resistant to meeting other women in the Lu family. He did not force the issue as there was plenty of time ahead. Having settled Lin Xingxiao, he now turned his attention to the final piece of the chess game he had left behind in '74, which was finally reaching its conclusion. When Hong Kong Electric was listed in 1976, although Lu Yuanhao did not buy its stocks, Xingyuan Real Estate had a collaboration with Hong Kong Electric in 1980. Xingyuan Real Estate, together with Hong Kong Electric and Cheung Kong, formed a company called International City Group, which transformed the old site of Hong Kong Electric's North Point power plant into a famous urban garden community. Since Xingyuan Real Estate was the only genuine real estate company among the three, it occupied 34 of the shares during the distribution, while Hong Kong Electric also acquired 34 through land contribution, and Cheung Kong slightly lower at 32. Moreover, Xingyuan Real Estate had an agreement with Hong Kong Electric and Cheung Kong that it would hold the position of chairman of the board in International City Group and be fully responsible for managing the company's daily operations. Because of this, when Land Co. attempted to use the vast cash reserves of International City Group as a major shareholder of Hong Kong Electric, they not only faced rejection, but also revealed their intentions in front of Lu Yuanhao. Upon receiving the news, Lu Yuanhao began to closely monitor Land Co.'s movements. After the plan for the urban garden group fell through, Land Co. turned to Hong Kong Electric, hoping that it could lend over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash reserves to help repay part of its debts. This proposal was unsurprisingly rejected by Hong Kong Electric's management. Lu Yuanhao realized that the Jardine Matheson Group had reached a desperate stage, and the next step would likely be to sell off the company's non-core assets. In his past life, by the end of 1982, Land Co.'s debts exceeded 10 billion, forcing it to sell 38 of its shares to the British Eastern Telegraph Company for 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash in 1983. It also sold 51.7 of its shares in a South African company for 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars, and even a sugar plantation in Hawaii was sold for 540 million Hong Kong dollars. Yet even after cashing out over 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, they still could not resolve Land Co.'s enormous debt problem, ultimately having to sell 34.6 of Hong Kong Electric's shares for 2.9 billion Hong Kong dollars to Li Huanghua to alleviate the immediate crisis. In this life, Land Co. did not have Hong Kong Electric shares to sell. In the Trading Square project, Lu Yuanhao had tricked them into incurring an additional 2 billion in debt, swelling their total debts to over 12 billion, a situation worse than in his past life, making it likely that the need to sell assets would come even sooner. Although Lu Yuanhao had been eyeing Land Co., he also understood that acquiring it was not an easy task. A forced takeover would be infeasible, as even HSBC would not agree to such actions. HSBC would be pleased to see Lu Yuanhao make Land Co. suffer supporting his competitive endeavors, but would never allow him to forcibly swallow Land Co. Even if they could not prevent Lu Yuanho's forced acquisition, HSBC could act as a white knight to invest in Land Co., provide loans, or extend the existing debts, raising Land Co.'s stock prices and increasing Lu Yuanho's difficulties. There were plenty of strategies available. HSBC's mindset is quite understandable. It's like a race. Now that HSBC is in the lead, to maintain that position, besides continuing to run forward, they have another choice. That is to trip the second-place Jardine Matheson Group, even teaming up with the third, fourth, and fifth-place contenders to weaken Jardine Matheson. However, if any of the contestants behind second place wish to surpass Jardine Matheson, HSBC would throw a piece of meat to help Jardine Matheson regain strength, ensuring they are not easily overtaken. Because what HSBC needs is a weak second place that poses no threat to them, not a strong contender that might catch up. Only in this way can they maintain their superior position. As for who that second place is, it does not matter. Whoever occupies that position will face their suppression. Of course, this situation requires a premise that Hong Kong remains under British control. Therefore, before the Sino-British negotiations, even if Lu Yuanhao had the strength, he would not engage in such actions. Now that the negotiations have broken down, it is precisely when the British are in a state of panic, providing Lu Yuanhao with an opportunity. If he were not to forcibly acquire shares from the stock market, but rather have Land Co.'s major shareholders willingly sell him shares, even if HSBC had objections, there would be little they could do. At the Peninsula Hotel, Lu Yuanhao had a secret meeting with Simon Keswick, the next generation of the Jardine family, who was designated to lead. Simon Keswick joined Jardine in 1962 and had been working overseas. After returning to Hong Kong last year, he became the executive director of Jardine and is currently competing with New World Development for the top position. After some pleasantries, Simon Keswick took the lead in asking, "I have long heard of Mr. Liu's great name, but unfortunately it is only today that I have the fortune to meet you. However, I am very curious as to why Mr. Liu asked me here. Of course it is for a good reason." "How so?" "I have heard that Mr. Keswick is competing with New World Development for the position of chairman of Jardine and as a shareholder of Land Co. I would prefer to support Mr. Keswick over New World Development. What do you mean? Do you still hold shares in Landco? Simon Keswick's expression grew serious. Lu Yuanhao had already acquired shares in several listed companies through covert means, and now revealing that he also had shares in Landco made him immediately vigilant. I have some about 20 or so. With this support, I believe it will be quite easy for Mr. Keswick to be elected as chairman of Jardine. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be eyeing Landco with such a large appetite. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Simon Keswick's face looked grim. Jardine held just over 20 of Landco's shares, and Lu Yuanho's intentions were clearly not friendly. No, I am here to help the Keswick family. Your family's business philosophy has always been to make money in Hong Kong and invest overseas. So I am very curious why Landco has incurred such heavy debts. Given the current uncertainty in Hong Kong, why don't you divest from such heavy assets like Landco? The operational strategy of Landco does not require explanation to you, but I am a shareholder of Landco. Don't forget I hold 20 of the shares and can request an explanation from the board. Simon Keswick choked slightly and coldly replied, New World Development's aggressive expansion was spurred by your provocations, which led to Landco bearing heavy debts. However, I believe that once the Sino-British negotiations yield results and the situation in Hong Kong is clarified, this will not be a problem. I wonder what Mr. Keswick means by the situation in Hong Kong being clarified. How long do you think this negotiation will take? We will obtain governance. This is a very obvious thing, and I believe it will be realized in no time. Mr. Keswick certainly has a sense of humor. Mrs. Thatcher threatened to take military action in the capital and was easily rebuffed, returning home in disgrace. Mr. Keswick, who has been working abroad for many years, may not be fully aware of the situation in Hong Kong. I wonder if Mr. Keswick has heard of the Dongshan Water Supply Project. This project provides almost all of Hong Kong's fresh water, with the source located in the mainland. When I say this, you should be able to understand the outcome of this negotiation, right? Back in the day, your family's ancestors brought the British Army to this land, forcing the Qing government to sign the first unequal treaty. And do you think that after the return of Hong Kong, the mainland will treat your family favorably? I think you can take a look at the experiences of HSBC from 30 years ago for reference. So why don't you divest from heavy assets like Landco? Moreover, Landco has over 12 billion in debts. To reduce liabilities, your only option now is to sell non-core assets, and it is highly likely that you will have to sell Jardine's assets to rescue Landco. Even if you can save Landco, don't forget that a sword hangs over your head. Does your family dare to gamble that the mainland will not hold grudges against you? If all you have are light assets during tough times, the world is vast. Where can't Jardine go? If the situation is good and you hold ample cash, there is no reason you can't re-establish yourself in Hong Kong and develop rapidly. Furthermore, the current leader of Jardine is New World Development, so your family can completely shift the responsibility of losing Landco onto him, and you will be the hero leading Jardine back to glory. There are two ancient Chinese sayings I believe you can take to heart. One is preserve the people and lose the land. Both the people and land are gained. And the other is if you do not cut off, when it is time to cut off, you will suffer chaos. I believe Mr. Keswick will certainly understand this reasoning. After Lu Yuanhao finished speaking, Simon Keswick fell into a long silence. His words were half-truths, but each one struck at Simon Keswick's heart. How do you plan to resolve the issue of crosshair holding between Landco and Jardine? Hearing this, Lu Yuanhao felt a surge of joy, seeing a glimmer of hope for acquiring Landco. The relationship between IHA and GD is one of mutual crosshair holding, with each holding nearly 20 of the other's shares. This approach has its advantages and disadvantages. During prosperous times, crosshair holding can strengthen control over the company. However, the downside, as seen now, is that if Lu Yuanhao launches an attack on the stock market and takes control of GD, he will also gain control over IHA. Lu Yuanho's target has always been GD. He never intended to engage in hostile takeovers, which is why Shimin Kaisik asked how to resolve the crosshair holding issue between GD and IHA. This is your internal matter. I can wait until you clarify the shareholding relationship between IHA and GD before discussing further. Rest assured, all I want is GD. I will not touch IHA. Shimin Kaisik nodded, acknowledging Lu Yuanho's statement, and then asked, how will the debts of GD be handled? We can sign a debt-equity conversion agreement. When the debt matures, I will lend GD the amount through short-term loans, so you won't have to sell off company assets. After taking over GD, Lu Yuanhao would need to inject capital to address the debt issue. It doesn't have to be resolved entirely. As long as the debt ratio is kept within a certain range, it will suffice. Helping GD resolve some maturing debts in advance is not an issue, but he needs to guard against GD using this to eliminate him after settling the debts, so he must impose some restrictions on the loan term and repayment method. Shimin Kaisik nodded again, raising no objections to this plan. I understand Mr. Liu's thoughts, but this is a significant matter. I need to discuss it further and will contact you once I have results. Good, no problem, Mr. Kaisik. I await your good news. Once the return of Xiangjiang to the mainland is confirmed, the Kaisik family among the foreign investment families in Xiangjiang will surely be the most anxious. In the past, when their ancestors sold opium during the Qing dynasty, their stockpiles were burned inhuman, prompting them to retaliate by bringing in British troops, which led to the First Opium War in 1840. It can be said that this family is steeped in sin and blood. Thus, Liu Yuanho's words struck a chord with Shimin Kaisik. He knew that Shimin Kaisik would return to inquire about the negotiation process and possible outcomes, intending to make corresponding arrangements. However, the process of such historical matters cannot deviate. The Kaisik family has been swayed by his proposal. The more they inquire, the more anxious they will become, increasing their willingness to sell off the company's major assets. In his past life, the four prominent families of Xiangjiang had considered GD. When the stock market reached new heights in 1987, they had united to make an offer for GD, but before they could reach an agreement, the stock market crash of 87 hit, coupled with advice not to drive British capital away, leading to the matter fizzling out and wasting the last chance to acquire GD. Had they acted earlier in 1984 or 1985, they would have undoubtedly succeeded in taking GD in one fell swoop. In February, the domestic authorities officially notified the UK that the policy document regarding Xiangjiang was about to be finalized. This means that if the UK does not come to the negotiating table, the domestic side will execute the planned proposal without cooperating with them. The British had no choice but to compromise, accepting the proposal and starting to prepare for negotiation matters. After the Kaisik family received this news, they suddenly made a move at the board meeting, forcing Nu Bigan to resign, and Shimin Kaisik took over the entire IHA system. He then began to handle the crosshair holding between IHA and GD and initiated secret negotiations with Xingyuan Investment regarding Xidi's impending debt of 1.5 billion. This was clearly a step-by-step approach, and Liu Yuanhao did not urge them. The first round of negotiations would not formally begin until July, and since the first 7 rounds had significant divergences, it wouldn't be until the 8th round in January 1984 that some consensus could be reached. Moreover, he needed time. Once he acquired another 20 of Xidi's shares, he would trigger a new regulation issued by the Hong Kong government in 1981, stating that any company or individual holding 35 of a listed company's shares must initiate a full takeover bid at the highest stock price within 6 months. Before 1981, the trigger for a full takeover was holding 51. After Liu Yuanhao acquired Kowloon Warehouse, the Hong Kong government lowered this threshold to ensure British capital could maintain control with fewer shares, increasing the difficulty of mutual acquisitions between listed companies. The Xiangjiang stock market fell to 676 points at the end of last year and has been hovering at low levels since then. Thus, Liu Yuanhao must wait until at least after June to take over Xidi's shares, allowing him to offer a relatively low price when initiating a full takeover. He did not intend to privatize GD, so there was no need to increase his stake through a full takeover. In early March, Xingyuan Investment signed the first debt-equity conversion agreement with GD. The two sides had been in a tug-of-war primarily over the debt term, with IHA demanding 3 years for the debt-equity conversion, which Xingyuan Investment flatly rejected, offering only a 1-year term. After a round of bargaining, Liu Yuanhao settled on a 1.5 years, refusing to back down, forcing IHA to accept. If GD cannot repay the principal and interest after a 1.5 years, the 1.5 billion loan will convert into Xingyuan Investment's shares in GD. The timing of this agreement coincides with the signing of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, when the issue of Xinjiang's sovereignty had been clarified. This would be the most tumultuous time for the Kaisik family and the most likely opportunity to realize the debt-equity conversion. Once this agreement was signed, his ambitions for GD would be laid bare under the sun, no longer hidden. After receiving the news, Shunbai immediately stormed into Xingyuan Investment to demand an explanation. In Liu Yuanho's office, Shunbai questioned with agitation. If you want to acquire GD, why didn't you inform me in advance? How did the Kaisik family rise to power? What did they do back in the day? I believe the big boss is well aware. Now they fear being liquidated and are preparing to dispose of heavy assets like GD, retaining only the light assets of IHA. We want to sell, you want to buy? It's a fair trade, a normal business transaction. There's no need for the big boss to be this agitated. When you acquired Kowloon Warehouse, you informed me beforehand. Now that you're empowered, you don't even need to greet me. Big boss, your words are a bit harsh. The acquisition of Kowloon Warehouse was a forced deal, completely different from this situation. In a normal business transaction, I don't need to report everything to you. Shinbis' expression gradually turned cold, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. Promise me one thing, and I will agree to this transaction. What is it? In a while, someone will go to the capital to propose transferring governing power to us on behalf of the citizens of Xiangjiang. You should go along. Liu Yuanhao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. In his past life, someone had indeed attempted this, but it was utterly futile. Big Boss HSBC's vision now is to develop into a global banking giant. After shedding the identity of the Central Bank of Xiangjiang, HSBC will only grow faster and better internationally. You cannot be unaware of this, so why worry about it? I'm just a businessman. I don't understand or do those things you mentioned, so I can only apologize this time. Shinbai did not expect his request to be refused so straightforwardly. Feeling embarrassed, he stood up abruptly and walked out muttering as he went. It seems you really have grown wings. If that's the case, take care of yourself from now on. Safe travels, big boss. I won't see you off. Lu Yuanhao let out a long sigh of relief he had finally endured until this day. To be frank, Lu Yuanhao has enjoyed a smooth journey in Xiangjiang over the past decade largely because he secured connections at the docks before Xunbai rose to prominence. Without Xinbei's support, it would not have been so easy for him to trade gold. He might not have acquired the shares of Kimin Construction and Kowloon Warehouse, and of course it can't be ruled out that he paid Xunbai a considerable amount in consultation fees. If Xunbai had recognized reality after the Sino-British negotiations broke down and changed his attitude to engage in dialogue on a more equal footing, Lu Yuanhao would certainly not have had any conflicts with him. Now he still considers himself a celestial dragon, and with such outrageous demands it is entirely normal for Lu Yuanhao to refuse. As for what will happen after the refusal, Lu Yuanhao could hardly be bothered to think about it. It's just a matter of soldiers meets soldiers and water meets earth. His intention this time to acquire land is not through force, but rather a psychological tactic. As long as the Kesak family is determined to sell their land shares, HSBC won't be able to do anything about it. Times change, and those who fail to grasp the pulse of the era will inevitably fall from grace. The same goes for IHA and HSBC. By the end of March, Lu Yuanhao instructed the Watsons Group under Hutchison Whampoa to begin stockpiling various living supplies in preparation for the chaos expected 6 months later. Qian Jiahao, the former general manager of the Yuanbai supermarket, has been promoted to the executive president of the Watsons Group and immediately complied with Lu Yuanhao's directive. This is a veteran who has followed Lu Yuanhao for 10 years, witnessing his entire journey from a small supermarket owner to reaching the pinnacle of Xiangjiang. He is a diehard fan of Lu Yuanhao. After arranging this matter, Lu Yuanhao began his routine inspection of overseas industries with France as his first stop. Dior's design team struggled to catch the fashion pulse in the late 1970s, but their adaptability is strong. By 1982, they designed many once popular products and regained their status as a fashion trendsetter, with a significant increase in Dior's performance in the first 3 months of '83 compared to the previous year. After a period of adjustment, Albert's team and the original Dior team have developed a certain level of tacit understanding. After listening to Albert's report at the headquarters of Radisson Stone Investment, Lu Yuanhao took his group to inspect Dior's headquarters. This was not his first visit. He would come here every time he was in France and was quite familiar with the place. In the corridors of the company, Lu Yuanhao and his group unexpectedly encountered several young girls. Seeing the large group, they moved aside to give way. Initially, he did not pay much attention. Dior's designers often invite young models for fittings, and this was not the first time he encountered such a situation. As he approached, one girl caught his attention. Her pure and distinctive face reminded him of an acquaintance from his past life, prompting him to take a closer look. Albert noticed this scene and immediately signaled his assistant to make arrangements. So at the internal party held for him that evening, he saw this pure-faced girl again, and it seemed she had come specifically for him. When they brushed past each other, the girl stumbled, gasping, as she fell into Lu Yuanhao's arms, spilling half a glass of champagne onto his custom suit. The speed of her action was such that Zhang Jinfeng, who was following him, could only react after she had already fallen into his embrace. Lu Yuanhao's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Such a clumsy way of flirting would earn a poor rating in his eyes, if not a complete failure. Had she stumbled just a little farther away, she would have met with Zhang Jinfeng's powerful kick. However, despite his irritation, he quickly wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, helping her to regain her balance. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." With Zhang Jinfeng glaring at her from the side, the girl apologized, while frantically patting Lu Yuanhao's clothes, her face displaying a "I've caused trouble" expression. Lu Yuanhao couldn't help but roll his eyes, reaching out to stop her movements. "It's fine, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Do you want me to help you sit down and rest for a moment?" "Sure, thank you so much, you're a good person." Lu Yuanhao helped her to a nearby chair, and after sitting down, the girl began to engage him in conversation. "My name is Cristiano Yeli, nice to meet you, sir. You're a gentleman, and I apologize for earlier." This matched the person Lu Yuanhao remembered. Yeli was born in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and immigrated to France with her family at a young age. "Miss Yeli, may I call you that? Your beauty is like a light in the dark night, easily overshadowing any flaws you might have. Did you do anything just now?" "I can't remember." After confirming her identity, Lu Yuanhao set aside his earlier annoyance and began to joke with her. "Ha ha, you're quite witty, and thank you for your compliment, sir. May I know your name?" "Of course, I'm Lu Yuanhao from Xiangjiang, but you can also call me Andy." "Mr. Andy, are you the guest of honor today? I saw how they respected you at the Dior headquarters this afternoon." "They respect me because I am a director at Dior." "Oh, then you must be a big shot." Yellow's eyes lit up. Earlier in the afternoon, Albert's assistant had approached her, inviting her to the party that night and hinting that she should build a connection with the Asian man she had met before. At that time, she had been somewhat reluctant to accept the invitation, but hearing that Andy Lu was a director at Dior changed her perspective. The chaos within the European and American modeling circles is no less than that of the entertainment industry, and many things are no longer unwritten rules, but written rules. Ha ha, you're very astute, you guessed correctly. In the social circles of Europe and America, humility is the least necessary of all Eastern qualities. Here only strength is respected, and excessive humility is often seen as hypocrisy. Well then, Mr. Big Shot, I wish you a wonderful evening. As Yeli raised another glass of champagne to toast him, Lu Yuanhao also lifted his glass to clink with hers unabashedly, saying, "Cheers, may we have a delightful evening today." Yeli understood and downed her drink in one go. That night, Lu Yuanhao took her back to the hotel, savoring the passion of a French woman. This woman possessed deep, captivating eyes. Her gray-blue pupils emanated a beauty that seemed to come from the depths of her soul, and her long eyebrows and prominent nose made her features exquisite and harmonious, more in line with Eastern aesthetics. With a figure boasting golden proportions and curves akin to a work of art, she was undoubtedly a rare gem. During her peak, Yeli received the most accolades as France's most beautiful woman among various European media selections, surpassing even Sophie Marceau and Adjani. Lu Yuanhao also believed her beauty surpassed that of the French rose, comparable to the peak of Monica Bellucci. Of course, she shared the same flaw as many Western women, a shorter shelf life for her beauty. However, Yeli had just turned 18, and there was no need to worry about her looks fading in the next 10 or 8 years. Having a woman who offers herself for an exchange of benefits poses no psychological burden. Of money can solve everything. The next morning, Yeli woke up, her face filled with fascination as she lay on Lu Yuanhao's chest, refusing to get up. "Andy, you completely changed my impression of Asians. You're incredible." "Of course, I am the most special one." Lu Yuanhao gazed at her flower-like radiant face and roughly pushed her down. "Next, I need to go to America. If you have nothing else to do, why not come with me to have some fun for a few days?" Yeli slowly moved down, grabbing the handle with a flirtatious expression, even licking her lips with her tongue. "Of course, I haven't had enough of his taste yet." Compared to his routine inspections in Europe, Lu Yuanhao's trip to M country involves more important matters to handle. However, this does not prevent him from bringing along his newly acquired treasure, as he has only used it once, and the novelty is still fresh. Since he began purchasing Berkshire Hathaway stocks in 1980, Lu Yuanhao's shareholding has now reached 2.1, making him a notable minor shareholder in the company. This time, he scheduled a meal with Buffett in New York simply to get to know each other, boast a little, and become familiar. No specific agenda was set. The meeting place was specifically chosen by Buffett, a Michelin 3-star restaurant located in Manhattan's Upper West Side. When Lu Yuanhao arrived, he was already waiting there. This once renowned stock god had already surpassed 50 years of age. Although he wore glasses, they could not obscure the flashes of wisdom that occasionally sparkled in his eyes. The two began with polite small talk. Lu Yuanhao was quite familiar with some of his major events. He must have done his homework before coming, gathering information about Lu Yuanhao, at least knowing the nickname Superman. "Andy, I've read your reports, and it's hard to imagine that there are investors as outstanding as you in Hong Kong. I've heard the citizens there refer to you as Superman. Is that true?" "I suspect the reports Buffett mentioned are those from my exclusive interview with Ming Pao, where I discussed my investment philosophy, which was originally borrowed from him. Now it serves as a topic to bridge the gap between us." That was just a kind joke from the media in Hong Kong. Compared to Wall Street in M country, the financial market in Hong Kong can only be considered a small pond. A truly outstanding investor is remarkable for his investment philosophy, not just his past achievements. I believe that with your abilities, you can achieve great results whether in Hong Kong or Wall Street. That's why I came to invest in Berkshire Hathaway in M country, because I know the helmsman of this company is a legendary figure. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. There was a statement in your interview that I wholeheartedly agree with, which is very similar to my investment philosophy. Alan, are you referring to the phrase "I fear when others are crazy and I go crazy when others fear"? Exactly, that's the one. I believe we will have many common topics to discuss. So when you were praising me just now, you were actually praising yourself too, is that right? Haha, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. I increasingly enjoy our conversations. The two began to delve into this topic, discussing various investment matters. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours, with both host and guest having a wonderful time. Lu Yuanhao had no foundation in M country, so leveraging his identity as a minor shareholder in the companies he invested in was a good way to expand his network. In his plan, he anticipated that the focus in M country would primarily be on value investment in stocks until 1990. Larger actions would have to wait until 1990. Whether they could be executed was uncertain. Buffett was a key figure in this, so he would gradually showcase his foresight after becoming familiar with him to earn Buffett's trust. After returning to the hotel, Yeri had already come back with a large haul of spoils and was counting them. Before meeting Buffett, Lu Yuanhao had left her a Citibank credit card and 2 bodyguards to go shopping freely. Beautiful flowers always need careful nurturing, and Lu Yuanhao had an abundance of nourishment for these flowers. Being rich is not just mere talk. Seeing Lu Yuanhao slightly tipsy, Yeri's eyes sparkled. She picked up the new clothes and headed into the bedroom, preparing to give him a fashion show. She spent quite a bit during her shopping spree, clearly understanding that only by pleasing those who provide nourishment can she have ongoing opportunities for it. I must say the way this professional model walks the runway is simply different, much more stylish than the few amateurs at home. Her flawless looks and perfect curves combined with her rhythmic strides were a delight to Liu Yuanho's eyes. As the fashion show progressed and the fabric became nearly non-existent, he couldn't help but join in. Wall Street, Goldman Sachs headquarters. The news finally came this year regarding Liu Yuanho's request for this company to help him purchase Microsoft's original shares. Starting in 1980, Microsoft began its business dealings with IBM, and earlier this year, they finally signed a major deal to provide basic interpreters and operating systems for IBM's PCs. With development entering the fast lane, Microsoft immediately initiated its plans for public financing. Bill Gates and Paul Allen no longer held onto their shares as tightly as before, each selling one to Goldman Sachs' Liu Yuanhao to improve their living conditions on the condition that the voting rights of this too were reauthorized to them. In February, Paul Allen was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, and as a result, he resigned from Microsoft, retaining only his shares. After leaving, Paul Allen sold another one of his shares to Goldman Sachs' Liu Yuanhao. This three of shares was calculated at an estimated value of $800 million, costing Liu Yuanhao $24 million. This valuation was already quite high when Microsoft went public in 1984. Its market value had just crossed $1 billion. But for Liu Yuanhao, buying it means profit. After pre-IPO financing and dilution, this three of original shares would still hold at least two after going public. When Microsoft's market value reaches $500 billion in 2000, it could be worth over $100 billion USD. Moreover, in the U.S. stock market, holding less than 5 does not require a public announcement before selling stocks, allowing Liu Yuanhao to sell without restrictions when prices rise. All three stock transactions were conducted through Goldman Sachs. His visit to Goldman Sachs headquarters this time was to sign and confirm the receipt of this batch of stocks and to pay commissions. After finishing official business in New York, Liu Yuanhao spent 2 more days with Yeri. Considering it was her first time in New York, he couldn't just focus on his own matters. On the last leg of his trip to M country, he took a group of people to Georgia, intending to order the latest Gulfstream 3 business jet from Gulfstream Aerospace. Since starting to expand overseas in 1980, Liu Yuanho's frequency of air travel has noticeably increased. Each time he traveled abroad, he had more than a dozen assistants and bodyguards, all on chartered business jets, which led him to consider purchasing a private plane. Considering the needs of his business, he felt that the Boeing 767 was most suitable for him, with a range of over 120 kilometers, allowing him to fly directly from Hong Kong to Europe or M country without layovers. As for the models currently available from Boeing, the 747 is too large and ostentatious, while the 737 is a narrow-body jet, neither of which meets his needs. However, the 767 model is not yet on the market. It won't be available for order until 1986, and delivery will be delayed by another 2 to 3 years. Liu Yuanhao couldn't wait that long. He decided to order a smaller business jet first and switch to the Boeing 767 in a few years. After all, this Gulfstream could be used by the several women at home, so there was no waste involved. The Gulfstream 3 is 25.3 meters long and can carry 23 people. Its only drawback is a range of only 6,760 kilometers, requiring a stop for refueling when flying to Europe or M country. Seeing Liu Yuanhao order a private plane as if he were buying a toy, Yeri's shock was evident on her face. Aside from her astonishment, her gaze towards Liu Yuanhao also revealed heat and ambition. Yeri, who revealed her position as a Dior director to Liu Yuanhao, was merely seeking a backer to facilitate her career. Her initial goal was to become a sign model for Dior, but now that she has witnessed Liu Yuanho's financial power, she has developed even more ambitions. That night, she transformed into a seductress, using every means to extract Liu Yuanho's life essence. However, Liu Yuanhao was very cautious about this young, unknown foreign woman who he did not intend to take home. He not only used a charm-blocking spell, but also personally dealt with her afterward. Western women are quite different from those in Hong Kong. They possess a much stronger sense of independence and rights. In his past life, he had heard too many examples of Western women treating children as cash cows, demanding high child support from the fathers, particularly in wealthy and sports circles. Liu Yuanhao wasn't incapable of paying child support. He simply found such matters distasteful and could not afford to lose face. Therefore, until he understood the other party's intentions, it was better to control the situation from the outset. At Hangzhou Airport, Liu Yuanhao disembarked the plane with Zhang Jinfu and 2 assistants, where they were greeted by staff from the Songjiang municipal government, who escorted them to the West Suburban Hotel. After completing his business in Country M, he roamed around with Yeri amidst the scenery, only to receive news from the headquarters in Shanghai. The Songjiang municipal government cordially invited him to Shanghai to discuss important matters. Having tamed the foreign horse into a domestic steed, Liu Yuanhao sent Yeri back to France on a plane, arranged for the others to return to Hong Kong first, and then headed to Songjiang with Zhang Jinfu and 2 assistants. After meeting with the elder in 1981, Lu Yuanhao pondered which direction to invest in the mainland. One day, he suddenly recalled a famous slogan from his past life: "If you want to get rich, you must first build the roads," and decided to explore this avenue. He thoroughly explained the BOD model to Elder Wang of the new society, proposing a plan to construct highways in the mainland. After careful consideration, Elder Wang found it feasible and submitted the proposal. The so-called BOD translates to Build Operate Transfer. This is a method for private enterprises to participate in infrastructure construction and provide public services, which had its embryonic form in Europe during the 17th century. The plan proposed by Lu Yuanhao involved him providing funding and dispatching supervisory units, while domestic road and bridge companies would be responsible for the actual construction, working together to build a highway. Once operational, he would manage it under the supervision of the local government for a certain number of years, after which he would fully withdraw from the project, leaving it entirely in the hands of the local government. After Elder Wang submitted the proposal, the State Council, after deliberation, found no significant issues in principle and decided to find a location to serve as a pilot project to evaluate the outcomes. Coincidentally, the Songjiang municipal government was considering constructing a highway connecting the urban area with the suburbs to alleviate traffic pressure, especially regarding the poor roads leading to Jiading and other suburban areas. Upon seeing this proposal, the Songjiang municipal government was intrigued and contacted Lu Yuanhao, which led to his trip to Songjiang. The next day, the then deputy mayor of Songjiang, Elder Wang, specifically set aside time to meet with him. Elder Wang's son was also quite famous, being one of the 4 young masters of the capital in his past life. Some of his gossip, such as using a cigarette to intimidate Xiang Huaqiang on behalf of Zhang Min, circulated widely. The Songjiang municipal government was planning to build a highway from the city center to Jiading with a total length of 18.5 kilometers. The urban road planning had been completed long ago, and construction could begin once the funds were in place. This would be the first highway in Shanghai, and even the entire country, entirely within the jurisdiction of SH City. The total length was not very long, and the budget of 300 million renminbi was also manageable, making it very suitable as a pilot project for both parties. Elder Wang engaged in an in-depth discussion with him regarding bank loans for the entire project, operation methods, and operational duration, ultimately reaching a preliminary agreement. Lu Yuanhao would invest 300 million renminbi, with 60 million from his own funds and 240 million from loans, and send supervisory units, while the construction units would be designated by the Songjiang municipal government. After the highway opened, both parties would operate and maintain it jointly. After 15 years, Lu Yuanhao would return the operation rights to the Songjiang municipal government and withdraw from the project. Since this was an experimental project, the bidding process was not implemented. For Lu Yuanhao's loan, the designated banks were the Construction Bank and the Industrial and Commercial Bank. As for the operational duration, although Elder Wang set it at 15 years, Lu Yuanhao had no intention of fulfilling the entire term. Excluding bank interest, as long as he could recoup his costs and achieve a 7 annual profit, he would actively withdraw from the project. Given the economic development speed of Songjiang, he estimated he could achieve this goal in less than 10 years. If he were to stay the full 15 years, it would actually hinder future cooperation. With the cooperative framework established, Lu Yuanhao transferred a team from Xiangjiang to continue negotiations with the relevant departments of the Songjiang municipal government regarding the collaboration details. During his few days in Songjiang, he made donations of 5 million Hong Kong dollars each to 10 universities, including Jiaodong University, Fudan University, and Tongji University, to improve their teaching environments. However, his intention was not to simply throw money around to build goodwill. After taking over the wireless station, Uncle Xiao turned around and collaborated with Qiu Dijing to acquire Live Television. The opportunity that had prompted Uncle Xiao's donations in his past life might not appear again. Thus, he had to personally make up for the donations to mainland universities, plus the additional amount he originally intended to donate. The universities that received donations invited him to visit and give speeches, but he politely declined, citing a tight schedule. It was still too early for him to give speeches. The real moment for showing off would be in 1990, when he could prophesy the impending dissolution of the Soviet Union. After the negotiation personnel from Xiangjiang arrived, Lu Yuanhao returned to Xiangjiang and spent the weekend at home. Lu Xiaoli and Guan Jiahui came running over when they learned he was back, while Lin Qingxia still preferred not to appear in front of everyone. The 2 little ones at home, the older one already over 2 years old, and the younger one more than a year old, called out to him incessantly "Daddy," making him laugh heartily. Zhao Yaji and Li Mini not only raised the 2 children to be rosy and adorable, but also, knowing that Lu Yuanhao placed great importance on the emotional bonding between them, paid special attention to their education, raising them very well. At No. 1 Shantang Road, Lu Yuanhao came to share the resources. With Shushan already wrapped up, Lin Qingxia had not taken on any other scripts, spending her days either reading at home or gathering with friends, living a carefree and pleasant life. Seeing Lu Yuanhao arrive, Lin Qingxia was very happy, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to come down. Lu Yuanhao simply picked her up and continued walking inside, while saying to her, Last time you mentioned that you have an elder sister in the mainland, I specifically brought it up while I was there. The officials will assist in the search, and I believe good news will come soon. After the initial surprise, Lin Qingxiao was very touched. This man remembered something she mentioned casually and was willing to leverage his connections to help find her sister, making her feel that she had not followed the wrong person. Really? Can I go to the mainland to see her then? Or I can find an opportunity to bring her to Xiangjiang, and you can also bring your parents over to meet here. That would be wonderful. My mom has been most worried about my elder sister left in the mainland all these years. Lin Qingxiao thought of something and asked uncertainly, will you meet my parents then? Their precious daughter is with me, so they will surely want to meet. Finding your sister will serve as a meeting gift for them. After hearing this, Lin Qingxiao became even happier. Before going to bed that night, she played a water splashing game with him, and fortunately Lu Yuanhao had prepared in advance, thus saving the bedsheets. While in Songjiang, Lu Yuanhao mentioned the search for Lin Qingxia's sister Lin Li as a personal matter to Elder Wang. He knew that Lin Li had followed her adoptive parents from her hometown to Heilongjiang during her childhood and had become a teacher in Xuchang, Hunan after growing up. With these clues, it should be relatively easy for Elder Wang, given his status and influence, to locate Lin Li. Lin Qingxiao had always felt resistant to integrating into the Lu family, and Lu Yuanhao did not want to force her, so he could only use such methods to win her over. In early 1983, Xiao Shi Film invested tens of millions to produce a science fiction picture titled Xingji Duntai, yet the film on which Xiao Lushu had pinned his hopes was pulled from cinemas after only 2 days due to dismal box office returns. The last flicker of Xiao Liashi's cinematic ambitions was extinguished by reality, and Xiao Shi Film reverted to churning out old-fashioned kung fu pictures. Those films required minimal budgets and short production times, as Xiao Shi no longer chased box office glory. Making 100-odd thousand was considered a victory, and if nobody watched, the picture was pulled and replaced at once. This approach was in effect a wholesale surrender. Xiao Shi became the first of the 3 major studios to fall behind in the competition. Xiao Lushu shifted his strategy, acquiring all shares of Lida Television except those held by Chiu Degan, and together with Chiu, he took joint control of Lida, hoping to continue making an impact in the television industry and to browbeat TVB. Before long, Lida was renamed Yazhou Television. Its English logo reads ATV. Even in the alphabet, they wanted to outshine TVB. The two men began burning money. They promoted Li Zhuanglia and Su Xiaoming internally to chief producer and program manager and launched an aggressive poaching campaign at TVB, with many of Xiao Liashi's former subordinates following him across. For a time, Yazhou blazed brightly. Its rating stood at roughly 3-7 against TVB, sometimes even 4-6. At TVB's planning committee meeting, the senior executives wore grave faces. With Xiao Lushu joining Yazhou and absconding with a number of veterans, the two stations now had almost no secrets from one another. Both had been infiltrated like sieves. Xiao Liashi's boastful proclamations from Yazhou put everyone under pressure. Only Lu Yuanhao seemed at ease, wearing a faint smile. There is no need for such solemnity, he said. Yazhou cannot overturn the world. TVB's foundations are far sturdier. With a little effort, we can pin them down. Today's meeting is to discuss where our advantages and potential lie. Who will speak first? Enjoy Yourself Tonight has consistently delivered excellent ratings. In variety programming, Yazhou cannot compare to us. Someone stood first to speak, and the remark drew approving nods around the table. Well said. Enjoy Yourself Tonight is our flagship. Yazhou cannot match it for now. But we cannot rely on a single program to carry us. We must cultivate other strengths. What about other areas? We hold the Hong Kong adaptation rights to all the novels of Jin Yong and Gu Long. That is our advantage. Yazhou lacks it. After Lu Yuanhao assumed control, he moved to secure exclusive 20-year Hong Kong television adaptation rights to all novels by Jin Yong and Gu Long, ensuring Yazhou could not touch them. Indeed, that is a strength. The works of those two authors carry considerable weight in Hong Kong. The adaptations already produced have enjoyed very good ratings. Producer Xiao, consult with your production department. Consider making another adaptation. I note the Return of the Condor Heroes has not yet been filmed. It is an excellent novel. Very well, we will study it when we return. Xiao Sheng, one of the station's star producers, had in an earlier era been responsible for Lu Dihua's 1983 production of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Does anyone else have anything to add? Seeing no reply, Li Mini took up Lu Yuanho's thread. Colleagues, I have noticed that Cantonese songs have surged in popularity in recent years. Last year, the first new talent singing contest captured the attention of the whole city. She continued, could we launch a music program that would both draw viewers who love music and exert influence on the music scene? We have Huaxing Records. Yazhou has no music division. This is another area of potential and advantage for us. The room was full of shrewd minds. On hearing Li Mini, everyone realized this was in fact Lu Yuanho's idea. No one had thought of it before, so they responded with lavish praise. TVB had founded a record label, Huaxing Records, in 1971 to organize concerts and handle record distribution for the station. It did not maintain contracted singers. Entering the 1980s, a Cantonese pop surged through Hong Kong. After Tan Yonglin joined Bailijin, the two Cantonese albums he released in 1980 and 1981 achieved platinum and quadruple platinum sales respectively. Sensing the opportunity, Huaxing signed Chun Meiling and Zhang Guorong and co-organized the first new talent singing contest with TVB. Mei Yanfeng won that competition and debuted under Huaxing. This year, Zhang Guorong and Mei Yanfeng each released Cantonese albums, The Wind Keeps Blowing and Scarlet Mei Yanfeng, which met with favorable responses. Scarlet Mei Yanfeng even achieved 5 times platinum sales. Subsequently, Luo Wenjinyi and other well-known singers were invited to join, and Waxing's strength rapidly swelled. Music was Yaz's weak point, and Liu Yuanhao chose to differentiate there. Thus, the idea of launching a music slot to produce and broadcast music videos was born. Before the meeting, he had shared the idea with Li Mini and asked her to raise it at the meeting, so that if the program succeeded, he would have a pretext to promote her. This is a fine suggestion. Anyone with opinions may raise them for discussion. Liu Yuanhao pronounced his decision final. Thereafter, the attendees began discussing the particulars of the new program in earnest. Michael Jackson's late 1982 album Thriller had already produced the world's first global music video, and Liu Yuanhao brought that video to the meeting to show everyone as a reference. After the directors watched it, they judged the filming technically straightforward, and thus the program New Song Preview was confirmed amid a flurry of voices. In June, TVB launched a Jin Yong adaptation, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and the music program New Song Preview. Liu Dahua, Zhang Guorong, Mei Yanfeng, and a handful of new stars quickly emerged and won the favor of Hong Kong's younger generation. TVB stabilized its ratings above 75% and withstood the fierce offensive mounted by Xiao Lushu and Qiu Degan. On July 13, the Chinese and British sides finally sat at the negotiating table, but the first round of talks broke up in discord and achieved no progress. Upon receiving the news, Ximen Kaisik instructed GD to sign a second debt equity agreement with Xingyuan Investment, borrowing another 2 billion Hong Kong dollars from Xingyuan. Regarding the Kaisik family's step-by-step tactics, Liu Yuanhao was not angered, but quietly pleased. The more they fretted over the Sino-British negotiations, the likelier they would be to sell GD shares once Hong Kong's fate was decided. Even if they later reneged and refused to sell, GD would already owe Xingyuan Investment 3 Hong Kong dollars, 5 billion, almost half Zaidi's present market value. Asking for a one-time repayment of such a sum would leave few banks willing to lend. Even HSBC would have to weigh it carefully. In short, the countdown to GD changing hands had begun. There is more than one company named Hunglong in Xiangjiang. In addition to Hunglong Real Estate, there was also a Chinese bank named Hunglong Bank before the 1980s, but there is no connection between the two companies. Compared to Hunglong Real Estate, Hunglong Bank had a more tragic fate. From June to August 1982, international gold prices suddenly surged, with the price of gold rising over $100 per ounce. A century-old establishment called Xieli Yuan Gold Shop, which was born in Macau, suffered a devastating blow due to this price surge. This gold shop began to transition into gold finance in the 1970s and launched a financial product called paper gold. However, after customers purchased paper gold from the shop did not use their money to buy physical gold. Instead, it acted as an underground dealer, betting that gold prices would not soar. Thus, when the gold market surged, customers of the shop began to sell their paper gold in large quantities, and the shop's cash flow and gold reserves quickly became insufficient to meet the redemptions, leading to its closure on September 6. The next day, rumors began circulating in the market that Hunglong Bank had close ties with Xieli Yuan Gold Shop, resulting in some unaware citizens bringing their paper gold to Hunglong Bank to demand redemption. Of course, Hunglong Bank's branches could not fulfill such unreasonable demands and directly refused. However, unexpectedly, this originally reasonable situation turned into a crisis for Hunglong Bank, as it was reported that the bank was facing funding issues and depositors could not withdraw their money. As a result, a large number of confused depositors rushed to the bank branches to withdraw their funds, triggering a wave of bank runs. Fortunately, Hunglong Bank's response was relatively swift. General Manager Zhuang Rongkuan held a press conference at the first opportunity, solemnly declaring that Hunglong Bank had no financial ties with Xieli Yuan Gold Shop, and then quickly raised 700 million Hong Kong dollars in cash to cope with the bank run. Standard Chartered Bank and Bank of China also promptly issued statements expressing their full support for Hunglong Bank. Within 2 days, 100 million Hong Kong dollars were withdrawn from Hunglong Bank, temporarily calming the bank run. However, this was just the beginning of Hunglong's tragic fate. The situation was far from over. After Mrs. Thatcher's visit to China, the property and stock markets in Xiangjiang began to plummet. On November 15, a Dalai financial company in Xiangjiang was forced to liquidate due to an inability to repay a total of 650 million Hong Kong dollars owed to multiple banks. As Zhuang Rongkuan, the general manager of Hunglong Bank, was also the controlling director of Dalai financial company, Hunglong Bank's payment capability faced scrutiny once again. In September 1983, it was revealed that Dalaikai Financial Company owed Hung Lung a staggering 800 million Hong Kong dollars, while at the same time a check from Hung Lung Bank was refused by Standard Chartered Bank, which had always supported it. The emergence of these two issues pushed Hung Lung Bank to the brink. If no one intervened to save it, the only path left would be for the Hong Kong government to use the Foreign Exchange Fund to take over. In 1982, Liu Yuanhao acquired a small bank named Daoheng Bank, which was so small that it could be ignored in the banking scene of Xinjiang, leading to the acquisition being overlooked at the time. However, though small, Daoheng Bank was a fully equipped member of the Xinjiang banking system. Seeing Hung Lung Bank in serious trouble, he began to take proactive measures. At a time when Zhuang Rongkuan was overwhelmed, he received news that Xingyuan Investment was interested in acquiring Hung Lung Bank, akin to a drowning person suddenly spotting a floating log, and hurried to Xingyuan Investment to seek assistance. In Liu Yuanhao's office, Zhuang Rongkuan took the initiative to visit, but he still harbored a glimmer of hope, wondering if he could use the reputation of Superman Liu. Hung Lung Bank has a long history and is a highly reputable financial institution. If Mr. Liu were to join us this time, it would surely be like adding wings to a tiger. I wonder how much of Hang Long's shares Mr. Liu would like. How about 20? Liu Yuanhao chuckled disdainfully, casually replying, I won't buy even one share. If I do, I want all of it. Everyone knows the current situation of Hung Lung Bank. In all of Xinjiang, no one else dares to take over at this time. Zhuang Rongkuan's face twitched, and he stopped making pleasantries, directly asking, what price is Mr. Liu willing to offer? That depends on my review of Hang Long's accounts to see how many bad debts there are. Mr. Liu is not yet a shareholder of Hung Lung. You currently do not have the right to review the accounts. You can refuse, but once Hung Lung is taken over by the Hong Kong government, I can wait a few years and buy it from them, just the same. However, once Hung Lung is taken over, Mr. Zhuang, I'm afraid you won't get anything. Zhuang Rongkuan frowned tightly. What Liu Yuanhao said was exactly what he feared most. Give me a bottom line you can accept. It depends on Hang Long's loss situation. If it's below 500 million, I'll offer you 20 million. If it's between 500 million and 1 billion, I'll offer you 10 million. If it's over 1 billion, I can only wish you good luck. That's too little. I'll add a bit more. Mr. Zhuang, don't forget, if the Hong Kong government takes over, you won't get a single cent. This price is already quite generous. Or should Mr. Zhuang ask other banks if anyone is willing to take over? After the Hong Kong government takes over, if Mr. Liu wants to buy it, it probably won't be possible with just a few hundred million. That's for sure, but I also won't have to deal with Hang Long's losses, right? You agree? Zhuang Rongkuan had no words to say. He was fully aware of Hang Long's situation and knew no one would come to save it, ultimately agreeing to Liu Yuanhao's request to review the accounts. A team composed of staff from Xingyuan Investment and Daoheng Bank quickly took over Hung Lung Bank's finances. After reviewing the accounts, they discovered that Hung Lung Bank's losses amounted to 36 billion Hong Kong dollars. Among them, 266 million had been borrowed by company directors and related institutions with minimal collateral. Liu Yuanhao knew that Hang Long's bad debts could ultimately recover around 400 million, so he reached a transfer agreement with Zhuang Rongkuan at a price of 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, Xingyuan Investment, Daoheng Bank, and Hung Lung Bank jointly held a press conference announcing that Daoheng Bank, a wholly owned subsidiary of Xingyuan Investment, had acquired Hung Lung Bank and injected 600 million Hong Kong dollars into it. Once the news broke, the queues of depositors withdrawing cash at Hung Lung Bank immediately dispersed by more than half, and the bank run that had engulfed Hung Lung Bank quickly subsided. Superman Liu's influence was first demonstrated in Xinjiang. After taking over Hung Lung Bank, Liu Yuanhao discarded the original management model, adopting management methods commonly used in Western banking, and conducted a major overhaul of the original management team. He also hired banking elites from the United States as advisors for Daoheng Bank and Hung Lung Bank, though the new management team was still primarily composed of Chinese, as most of Hung Lung Bank's customers were Chinese in Xinjiang. Most Chinese banks in Xinjiang adopted a family management model where the owners, directors, and their associated companies could often obtain large loans from banks with very little collateral or even no collateral. During prosperous times, they took depositors' money to invest in stocks, property, and land, pocketing profits while passing losses on to depositors. This model could no longer adapt to the development of the times, so Liu Yuanhao directly abandoned it. At this moment, the consortium he had never spoken of began to take shape in his heart. After entering the 1980s, some international capital began to lose confidence in the future of Hong Kong and chose to leave one after another. Before departing, these international investors sold off their Hong Kong dollar assets for US dollars, which put continuous pressure on the Hong Kong dollar in the foreign exchange market. The Hong Kong dollar was in a downward channel against the US dollar, falling below 6.1 in mid-1982 and continuing to drop to 6 at the beginning of 1983. By May 1983, it had plummeted to 7.1. Compared to early 1980, the Hong Kong dollar had depreciated nearly 40 within 2.5 years. Due to the lack of progress in the Sino-British negotiations that began in July, by early September, the Hong Kong dollar fell below 8.1 against the US dollar. During the trading days from September 19th to 23rd, the Hong Kong dollar continuously broke through 8.28, 38, 48, 50 and 8.6, culminating in the historic Black Saturday on September 24th. Although the international foreign exchange market was closed that Saturday, the Hong Kong dollar market was an exception, operating for half a day. However, trading typically only involved small transactions. When Hong Kong closed on Friday, September 23rd, the exchange rate was still at 8.61. Due to the time difference, the forex markets in London and New York remained open, and under pressure from international speculators, the Hong Kong dollar was approaching 9.1. When the Hong Kong market opened on Saturday, the lack of US dollar sell orders led to irrational price chasing, causing the Hong Kong dollar to hit a historic low of 9.61. Within a week, the Hong Kong dollar had depreciated another 15. At this time, rumors began to spread throughout Hong Kong suggesting that the Chinese yuan would soon replace the Hong Kong dollar, causing widespread panic among the citizens. Long lines formed outside banks that offered currency exchange services as citizens worried about the continued depreciation of the Hong Kong dollar chose to exchange their currency for US dollars. Supermarkets began to see crowds rushing to buy supplies, and some shops even started refusing to accept Hong Kong dollars. Panic spread, creating a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse across Hong Kong. At this time, mainland scholar Su Dixin, who was visiting Hong Kong, pointed out in an interview, "A government that issues currency is in accounting terms incurring a liability rather than an asset. More clearly, it is debt to the people, and the logic is quite straightforward. Whoever issues the currency incurs debt and must be responsible to the people. Whoever issues the Hong Kong dollar owes a debt to the citizens of Hong Kong and must be accountable to them." After this statement was published, various sectors in Hong Kong fiercely criticized the British government for playing economic tricks at the expense of Hong Kong's economy. After the market opened on the 26th, under pressure, the Hong Kong government announced a 0.03 interest rate hike, while Governor Yat stated that they were considering measures to stabilize the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar, which then fell back below 9. HSBC also began to buy back Hong Kong dollars in the foreign exchange market to stabilize the exchange rate. Liu Yuanhao, considering his reputation, refrained from shorting the Hong Kong dollar during its decline. Knowing where the bottom was, he did not rashly enter the market to rescue it, but chose to observe the situation. After acquiring Dowhung Bank in 1982, he began to gradually exchange British pounds held in 3 banks in the UK for US dollars to bring back to Hong Kong. Once the exchange rate of the Hong Kong dollar started to rise from its lowest point, he rapidly took action. While buying Hong Kong dollars in the forex market and selling US dollars, Liu Yuanhao used Hung Lung Bank's branches to buy back Hong Kong dollars from citizens wanting to exchange for US dollars. Hung Lung Bank's involvement was minimal, with the total amount of US dollars exchanged for Hong Kong dollars being less than 100 million. Moreover, bank staff carried small loudspeakers daily urging citizens coming to exchange US dollars to maintain confidence in the Hong Kong government to avoid unnecessary losses. Only those citizens firmly requesting exchanges were processed. The forex market remained his primary battleground. After the exchange rate rose from 9.6, some international speculators who had not yet closed their positions continued to short the Hong Kong dollar, hoping to gain larger profits. Liu Yuanhao seized the opportunity to establish a long position of over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars with a leverage of 20 times in a very short time, with an average holding cost at around 8.6. He also began to sell off his US dollars in large quantities. On October 15th, the Hong Kong government announced that from October 17th, the Hong Kong dollar would implement a linked exchange rate system against the US dollar with a central parity set at 7.8. The exchange rate was allowed to float freely between 7.75 and 7.85, and if it exceeded this range, the government would intervene. On the closing day of the 15th, the exchange rate was still at 8.2. The next day, due to a typhoon, the market in Hong Kong was closed, and upon reopening on the 17th, the exchange rate rose to 7.8. This significant increase left the short sellers using high leverage, lamenting without even a chance to cut losses. In less than a month after closing his long positions, Liu Yuanhao made nearly 4 billion Hong Kong dollars in profits, not counting the gains from the currency exchange during the process. Parkinshop and Watsons had stockpiled a large amount of essential supplies for 6 months, due to his arrangements maintaining stable prices during the Hong Kong dollar crisis, earning unanimous praise from the citizens. Because of the daily reminders over loudspeakers at Hung Lung Bank, citizens who chose to hold onto their Hong Kong dollars were naturally pleased, while those who insisted on exchanging for US dollars and incurred losses found it hard to blame Liu Yuanhao. He achieved both fame and fortune during this wave of the Hong Kong dollar crisis. In November, Liu Yuanhao was invited to the governor's mansion. Although the Hong Kong dollar crisis had ended, the exchange rate had indeed dropped significantly, and yet urgently needed to launch several large projects to stabilize public sentiment. The project for the Whampoa Garden, which had previously been in negotiations with the Hong Kong government regarding land premium compensation, was placed on his desk. Soon Chung Kong Holdings reached an agreement with the Hong Kong government, paying a one-time land premium of $390 million to convert the land at the original Whampoa dock site in Hung Hom Kowloon from industrial to residential use. Chung Kong Holdings then announced their long-prepared development plan for Whampoa Garden. They planned to build 94 residential towers on approximately 2 million square feet of land at the old site of Whampoa Dock, with a total of 1124 residential units and a total floor area of 7.65 million square feet, along with 1.7 million square feet of commercial space. The entire project is expected to be completed in 12 phases over 6 years, with a total investment exceeding 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Whampoa Garden project was specifically designed to include a Whampoa ship, which is a commercial building that combines shopping and entertainment. When the director of the Hong Kong Registry, G. Shenley, received the check from Chung Kong Holdings, he emphasized to the media this substantial reconstruction plan demonstrates the confidence of developers in the Hong Kong real estate market. Internally within Chung Kong Holdings, Liu Yuanhao negotiated the land premium from the original asking price of 2.8 billion down to 390 million, saving a whopping 2.4 billion Hong Kong dollars, which solidified his core position within the company. In the external market, due to Liu Yuanhao's legendary track record of never being wrong, the Whampoa Garden development plan alleviated some of the pessimistic sentiment in the Hong Kong real estate sector, with some individuals adopting a wait-and-see approach. In January 1984, after 6 months of communication, Lin Qingxia and her sister Lin Li were brought to Hong Kong by Liu Yuanhao to celebrate the Spring Festival along with their parents from Taiwan. At No. 1 Peak Road, a family reunited after more than 30 years, with Lin Qingxia's mother Ma Laniying moved to tears, having missed her eldest daughter, who remained in the mainland for decades. The Lin family was deeply grateful for everything Liu Yuanhao had done. Initially, Lin's father was very angry upon learning that Lin Qingxia was with a man who had a woman and child outside and was unwilling to marry, but upon seeing Lin Li and Ma Laniying embracing and crying, he tacitly accepted Lin Qingxia's relationship with Liu Yuanhao. After the Lin family enjoyed a joyful Spring Festival in Hong Kong, Ma Laniying suggested that Lin Li follow them to settle in Taiwan, but Lin Li declined politely. She then offered Lin Li some money, which Lin Li firmly rejected. Liu Yuanhao stepped in to mediate, telling Ma Laniying during a private conversation that he would try to take care of Lin Li and her family through official connections in the mainland, and that due to Lin Li's job nature, they could often arrange family reunions during the winter and summer holidays. With this assurance, Ma Laniying was finally satisfied. Seeing all that Liu Yuanhao had done for her family, Lin Qingxia finally dropped her reservations and returned to Liu Yuanhao's family mansion in Deepwater Bay, officially joining the Liu family. The Best Partners: The Emperor's Secret Order is the third installment of the Best Partners series, which not only continues the explosive popularity of this series, but also breaks the box office record in Hong Kong, grossing 31 million after more than a month of release, becoming the first film in Hong Kong to surpass 30 million at the box office. Having secured the box office champion in Hong Kong for 2 consecutive years, this time, The Emperor's Secret Order is once again expected to be the top film of the year. Dongfang Film held a celebration banquet at the Hilton Hotel, inviting numerous guests. At the banquet, Mai Jia, as the core figure of this series, was adored by many stars. Fortunately, he remained clear-headed and displayed great humility. Liu Yuanhao's decision not to grant him shares when Dongfang Film was established became evident at this moment. In his past life, he was a shareholder of Xianiqing, earning considerable dividends. Without having to make films, he could profit effortlessly, so who would bother to study how to make movies? In this life, Mai Jia holds no shares in Dongfang Film. Without making films, he has little income. If he participates in filmmaking, not only will he receive a salary and a share of the box office, but he can also invest and earn dividends, which is quite substantial. Moreover, Liu Yuanhao occasionally provides him with insights on real estate and stock investments. As long as he follows along mindlessly, he can avoid major pitfalls. In 1982, he wisely followed Liu Yuanhao's advice and cleared out his stocks and real estate in a timely manner, avoiding significant losses. Even for this reason alone, he would exert all his efforts to make the film, well knowing that once he leaves Dongfang Film, it would be difficult to see Liu Yuanhao again. Of course, Mai Jia is just one representative among many filmmakers at Dongfang Film, and Liu Yuanhao would not place all the burdens on his shoulders. Su Ku Huang, Beiming Wang, Jinghong Jinbao, and others have all been proven as talented filmmakers in his past life. For example, Huang Beiming is preparing to transition to directing, having already found the female lead and brought her to Liu Yuanhao at the celebration banquet to showcase. He has done this many times in the past 2 years, but the people he found were all unfamiliar to Liu Yuanhao, resulting only in disdain each time. He remained undeterred. Since he did not receive a scolding for being dismissed, it meant the method was not wrong, but rather the choice of person was. This time the individual he brought was scrutinized by Liu Yuanhao for a while. Eureka! Huang Beiming felt an overwhelming excitement, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for success. Boss, this is a young girl I recently signed to the company, named Li Lijun. She is 18 years old. I am currently conceptualizing a campus comedy film, and her image fits a character perfectly. Ajun, this is the boss. Hurry and greet him. Hello, boss. Li Lizhen's expression showed a bit of nervousness, but her eyes seemed eager to showcase her talents. Lu Yuanhao found the situation amusing, nodding slightly, but remaining silent, his presence commanding as he examined Li Lizhen from head to toe, much like inspecting a commodity. Li Lizhen could not hold on for even 5 seconds. Under Lu Yuanhao's authoritative gaze, she faltered, lowering her head and daring not to look at him, her hands awkwardly twisting together in front of her. Lu Yuanhao shook his head with a smile, noting that this young girl was still too inexperienced. Not bad, her image is quite pure. Old Huang, you do have an eye for talent. This was the first time Huang Beiming received praise from Lu Yuanhao for his discernment. His already small eyes squinted into mere slits as he hurriedly offered flattery. Ajun's willingness to sign is all thanks to Dongfang Films Industry's standing and the boss' remarkable reputation. Lu Yuanhao chuckled non-committally, casually steering the conversation in another direction. You mentioned you were conceptualizing a campus comedy. Are you planning to direct it yourself? Yes, I have this idea. The budget is not high and I hope the boss can approve it. Get it ready and shoot. I have faith in you, Lu Yuanhao said, patting Huang Beiming on the shoulder before addressing Li Lizhen. Ajun is also good. Oh, work hard, you can do it. Upon hearing Lu Yuanhao's praise, Li Lizhen looked up in surprise, her face now radiating admiration and eagerness. Lu Yuanhao found the scene amusing and could not help but laugh. At the end of February, the wireless television reached an agreement with the Hong Kong government to designate a 1.5 million square foot industrial site in Seongkwan-o for wireless television to build a new television broadcasting building and film set. Wireless Television subsequently announced its construction plan, intending to build a complex consisting of 6 buildings, including a modern broadcasting building, a variety recording studio building, a drama recording studio building, and other facilities. Additionally, there will be an outdoor filming area of approximately 1 million square feet featuring ancient costume and early Republic streets. The broadcasting building will serve as the future administrative and program production center for wireless television, planned to have 11 floors. The total control, dubbing, editing, and other post-production departments will occupy 4 floors, while the remaining space will be office areas for various departments. The variety recording studio building covers over 110 square feet and can accommodate more than 700 spectators, intended for hosting anniversary celebrations and major variety shows. The drama recording studio building contains 5 filming studios for shooting interior scenes of television dramas. Lu Yuanhao also reserved space for a satellite ground station within the base, preparing for future satellite broadcasting. A film set of 1 million square feet sounds large. If developed for residential properties, it could indeed build quite a few houses, but for a film set, all the landscapes can only be made miniature. The ancient costume street comprises only 2 streets, while the early Republic street consists of just 1. Wireless Television paid a price of 20 million Hong Kong dollars for this land, which is remarkably cheap. Last year, when faced with the viewership assault initiated by ATV, Wireless Television easily defused the situation. Subsequently, Uncle Xiao 6 notified TVB that they would reclaim the usage rights of the wireless television Seongkwan-o film set after the contract expired. The organizing committee of wireless television had been in discussions with the Hong Kong government about acquiring land in Seongkwan-o to establish a new base and film set, and upon hearing the news, they accelerated their progress. Lu Yuanhao personally approached Governor Yud, submitting the development proposal for wireless television's new film set, hoping to resolve the issues regarding the new set swiftly, and hinted at plans for wireless television to go public within a year. Once listed, theoretically TVB will become a public company, and the influence of major shareholders on public opinion will be subject to oversight by all shareholders. Moreover, granting land to wireless television will stimulate the development of the entire Seongkwan-o industrial estate. Additionally, following the announcement of the Whampoa Garden project, the pessimism in the Hong Kong real estate sector has slightly eased. Yud is also keen to initiate 1 or 2 large projects to stabilize public sentiment, so he agreed to wireless television's request. After all, this land is designated for industrial use, so there is no concern about wireless television repurposing it. The wealthiest Chinese in Hong Kong has not only retained his capital, but has also been actively acquiring land and undertaking large projects. Whether anyone follows suit is uncertain, but at least the number of observers is increasing, while those who are pessimistic are dwindling. Funds from the UK have been transferred back to Hong Kong, and Lin Qingxia has integrated into the Lu family. Lu Yuanhao has put the planning for establishing a family office on the agenda. The Heidsecker executive search firm had previously assembled a European team for him and had a pleasant collaboration, so this time Lu Yuanhao chose to commission this company again to help find the talents needed for the family office. During a business trip to M Country, Lu Yuanhao specifically visited the headquarters of Heidsecker. Chicago. At Heidsecker's headquarters, President Eisner personally welcomed Lu Yuanhao and his party. Due to their previous collaboration, Eisner had already gathered information about Lu Yuanhao. a self-made billionaire controlling a listed company valued at nearly $1.5 billion after the sharp decline of Hong Kong stocks, not to mention his personal wealth. The most crucial point is that he is only 28 years old, with unlimited potential in the future. For such a VIP client, any attention is not too much. After both sides exchanged greetings, they sat down on the sofa. Mr. Liu, are you here to enter the M country market? Liu Yuanhao smiled and shook his head, replying, we are already working on entering the M country market. If there is a need for talent, Heidsecker will definitely be my first choice, as our last collaboration was very pleasant. However, I am here today for another important matter. I am preparing to establish a family office and need your company to help me gather a top-notch team in this field. The family office as a tool for wealth inheritance is already quite common in Europe and America. It is a more advanced organization than a family trust, and establishing a family office requires significantly more funding than setting up a family trust. Eisner quietly listened to the client's needs. He believed that Liu Yuanhao must have had some understanding of the operation of family offices before coming, but still very carefully asked a question. Mr. Liu, have you learned about family offices? Do you need me to introduce you to the functions of a family office and the differences between a family office and a family trust? If I am not mistaken, a family office is responsible for managing family wealth, family businesses, and handling family affairs. It is a more sophisticated organization compared to a family trust. Is that correct, Mr. Eisner? It seems Mr. Liu already has some understanding of family offices. Currently, there are two main types of family offices. One is a single family office, also known as SFO, which is set up specifically for ultra-high net worth individuals. Its advantage is that it is only responsible for one family, but the operational costs are relatively high. The other is a consortium of multiple family offices, also known as MFO, which mainly handles wealth management for multiple families, focusing on wealth appreciation. After the operational costs are shared, it is significantly lower than SFO. Which type does Mr. Liu wish to establish? Of course, the first type, SFO. Then I must respectfully remind you that the annual operating expenses for such a single family office are at least over $5 million. Liu Yuanhao smiled slightly and calmly said, for problems that can be solved with money, it is not an issue for me. I just hope Mr. Eisner can find the most suitable talents for me. Currently, the organization of family offices is only popular among some old money families in Europe and America, and it has not appeared in Hong Kong. Therefore, there are no specialized talents in this area, and the head of the family office can only be chosen from Caucasians. Given Liu Yuanhao's age and his previous life memories, the family office only needs to execute investment matters, so the previous heads of family offices did not need to possess such capabilities. He is more inclined to find someone skilled in finance or law to serve as the head of the family office. As for the overall organizational structure of the family office, after in-depth communication with Eisner, Liu Yuanhao plans to set up 4 departments within the framework of the family office: investment management, estate planning, tax coordination, and administrative services. Investment management, responsible for the investment plans, asset allocation, performance monitoring, etc. Estate planning, devising trust plans, trust management, physical asset management, etc. Tax coordination, formulating tax plans for family members and legally avoiding taxes in different countries and regions. Administrative services, providing various consultations to family members, formulating various plans, offering concierge-style services, managing the cash flow and budget of the entire family office, and risk alerts. It can be said that the family office will serve as an auxiliary institution for the entire family in the future, catering to the legitimate needs of all family members. For example, with a family office established, matters like booking private jets will no longer require Liu Yuanhao to personally intervene. He just needs to inform the family office of his requirements for a private jet, and they will handle everything thereafter. To build such a family office, Eisner estimates that at least 40 specialized talents will be needed, with annual operating costs reaching over $8 million. However, Liu Yuanhao believes that at least 60 people are necessary, and the operating costs should be doubled to be sufficient. Eisner's predictions were based on traditional families, but there are many women in his family, and the number of children in the future will not be small. Nevertheless, he is not concerned about this operational cost at all, and simply hopes Eisner can find the people as soon as possible. Xingyuan Investment can provide some talents in investment management, taxation, legal affairs, and administrative services. Liu Yuanhao cannot build an entirely Caucasian team, so he also has a requirement for Eisner's recruitment: no racially discriminatory tendencies. In his planning, once the family office is established, the investment projects under Xingyuan Investment in Sakura Country, M Country, and Europe will not be merged into the family office, but will operate in parallel. The family office will serve all members of the Liu family, while Xingyuan Investment is only accountable to him. There are subtle distinctions here. Only when he retires will he consider merging Xingyuan Investment with the family office. After returning to Hong Kong this time, Liu Yuanhao also plans to establish an asset management company under Xingyuan Investment to invest in some locally promising enterprises in Hong Kong, including startups and listed companies. He will not pursue too much equity in each company, aiming for only 510 and will have no intentions regarding control over the companies. On the contrary, he will treat this asset management company as a platform for the invested companies to communicate and find business opportunities developing together. He wants to establish a seemingly loose, but actually closely interconnected business cluster surrounding the Xingyuan system, extending his reach into more industries in Hong Kong. Before the Sino-British negotiations, Hong Kong was dominated by the British, and with HSBC over him, such matters could easily be misjudged. Now the timing is ripe, and it is time to cultivate his own power. Moreover, at his age, he has reached the point where he can lead a group of younger subordinates. At 66, Deepwater Bay Road, the Liu family mansion, Zhao Yazi Li Mini Guan Jiahui, Liu Xiaoli Lin Qingxia, as well as Liu Yuanhao and his two sons gathered together. Liu Yuanhao held one child in each arm, sitting on his lap, feeling a surge of pride and satisfaction as he looked at the 5 women, all at the peak of their beauty, gathered beside him. Today I have called you here to announce 2 matters. The first matter is that the family trust we discussed earlier is already under construction, but it is not just a trust fund, it is a more advanced family office specifically designed to serve our family members. What exactly is a family office? After joining the Liu family, Lin Qingxia always wanted to be the first among the women, and this time, she was the first to speak, voicing the question that was on everyone's mind. A family office is a more advanced concept than a family trust. In simple terms, a family trust can only provide each of you with a monthly sum of money, while a family office has this function and can also meet any needs you may have. For example, if you want to travel, you only need to inform the family office of your departure time and destination. They will arrange your itinerary, hotel accommodations, and attractions along the way. You just need to follow the plan without worrying about anything else. Several women listened attentively, and suddenly Guan Jiahui raised her hand to ask, "So can I arrange to visit my mom in Country M through the family office in the future?" Yes. However, the functions of the family office extend far beyond this. They can provide professional advice based on your needs in shopping, travel, legal consulting, tax, handling, charitable arrangements, and even educational plans for the children. Upon hearing this, several women showed expressions of joy. The family office sounded very prestigious. Especially Zhao Yazi and Li Mini, both mothers, felt extremely satisfied hearing that even the children's educational plans could be arranged. Do you have any questions about the family office? When will it be established? I believe the sisters would like to expedite the process. Lin Qingxia stepped forward to represent the women. At most, it will take half a year. It will be quick. Now let's move on to the second matter regarding the allocation of assets and your work arrangements. This is something I have already mentioned before. The stock market and real estate market are at their lows, and the time to allocate assets for you is ripe. Upon hearing that they would be buying properties for them, the women perked up, eager not to miss a single word. Liu Yuanhao couldn't help but chuckle at their serious expressions. Liu Xiaoli was relatively the poorest among them. Seeing Liu Yuanhao laugh, she immediately protested with a pout, saying, "Hey, the conversation has just begun. Why are you laughing, brother Hao?" All right, I won't laugh. Let's get serious. This time, I will allocate 200 million Hong Kong dollars in assets to each of you, primarily in stocks and real estate. Honey, I heard many people say it's best not to touch stocks recently. Will these investments really appreciate? Do you not trust my judgment? When have I ever lost money in investments? I know, I heard that King Xia's starring role in The Sword of Shu Mountain lost money. I heard it was a 10 million loss, said Dongfang Film. Guan Jiahui used to be the most clingy to Liu Yuanhao, but now that Lin Qingxia had entered the picture, her clinginess was no less than before. Feeling her position threatened, she would take every opportunity to jab at Lin Qingxia. Liu Yuanhao's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Guan Jiahui and said deliberately, "Well, in that case, let's deduct that 10 million loss from your share, Jiahui." Hearing this, the women burst into laughter, their faces showing schadenfreude. Guan Jiahui's face fell, unable to suppress her grievance. Just because King Xia's movie lost money, why should my share be deducted? Brother-in-law, you're bullying me. I'll cover it, just deduct 10 million from my share. How don't bully Jiahui. Guan Jiahui's provocation prompted Lin Qingxia to display her authoritative demeanor, not taking the 10 million loss seriously. Look at her now, look at yourself, you're simply a little money grubber. Liu Yuanhao teased her a bit more, and Guan Jiahui pouted, not daring to speak, looking quite aggrieved. All right, I was just joking, you don't need to cover for me. The loss in The Sword of Shu Mountain was within my expectations. I had my reasons for deciding to film it. The stock and real estate markets will remain low until the end of this year, which is the best time to buy the dip. However, you should keep this information to yourselves and don't discuss it outside. With Liu Yuanhao's current business landscape, he no longer finds the stock market appealing. However, just because he doesn't find it appealing doesn't mean there isn't money to be made, so he can allocate some for his women. Moreover, with funds spread out, the targets are relatively small, allowing him to engage in activities that are not suitable for him now, such as short-selling Hong Kong stocks during the '87 stock market crash. Currently, Liu Yuanhao needs to focus on his reputation, and shorting stocks in Hong Kong clearly does not align with the persona he needs, which would draw the ire of Hong Kong citizens. What he needs is to appear as a savior, such as confronting Soros Hedon in 1998. Therefore, he can short stocks abroad, but he absolutely cannot engage in such activities in Hong Kong. As for investing in the real estate market, Xing Yuan investment doesn't need to be involved, as it can be arranged through the family office. Regarding your work arrangements after the family office is established, a charitable foundation will be set up in my name primarily to fund education. If I am unable to appear in Hong Kong, Aji, you will be my representative. In the mainland Shaoli, you will be my representative. I will initially accompany you so you don't need to worry about not doing well. Zhao Yazi is the mother of Lu Yuanho's eldest son, while Lu Shaoli is from the mainland. Both of them possess a beauty that is elegant rather than gaudy, making them perfect for charitable work. Mini, you will continue to oversee things at TVB for me. Dior plans to expand its business into Asia, Jiahui, and Qingxia. Why don't you endorse our own brand? In recent years, Guan Jiahui has been completely unfocused. Aside from the occasional news about her being the most beautiful woman in Hong Kong, she has no notable projects to show. Lu Yuanhao couldn't be bothered to comment on her. Since she has the title of most beautiful woman in Hong Kong, she might as well endorse their own brand. As for Lin Qingxia, she became a writer after leaving the film industry in her past life. Lu Yuanhao was unsure about how she would choose this time, so he decided to let her do as she pleased. That evening, Lu Yuanhao arranged for Guan Jiahui and Lin Qingxia to be together, as these two future Asian ambassadors for Dur and needed him, the boss, to help smooth out their relationship. Especially Guan Jiahui, whose performance today was far from united, she would need to be disciplined harshly. Or perhaps it would be a good choice for Lin Qingxia to take revenge using his little props. In April, the Hong Kong City University Ordinance and the Hong Kong Academy for Performing Arts Ordinance were passed by the Hong Kong government in accordance with the Hong Kong laws. The City University has been approved to construct a permanent campus on a 1.08 million square feet plot of land in Kowloon, Tong, while temporary facilities will be arranged in the original Industrial and Trade Department building in Mong Kok. The Academy for Performing Arts does not require a large campus area for its programs, and its facilities will be directly located in Wan Chai on Hong Kong Island, adjacent to the Wan Chai Arts Center. Lu Yuanhao was awarded the title of a board member at both institutions for his outstanding contributions during their initial establishment. At the inauguration ceremony of the City University, Lu Yuanhao attended, with Zhao Yaji donating another 10 million Hong Kong dollars for the construction of the new campus under the name of the Lu Yuanhao Education Charity Foundation. Generous and kind knight, thank you for your contributions to Hong Kong's education sector, Yuda joked when he met Lu Yuanhao after the ceremony. In March, he had informed Lu Yuanhao that he would receive a knighthood from the Queen of England in June this year, and this meeting became an opportunity for him to jest about the upcoming honor. As for the reason for the knighthood, Yuda explained that it was to commend him for a series of stabilizing actions during last year's Hong Kong dollar crisis, with the Queen set to bestow the honor on him during the official birthday celebration in June. During and after the Hong Kong dollar crisis last year, Lu Yuanhao took the initiative to manage Hung Lung Bank, implement discounted pricing at Park & Shop, and oversee major projects like Whampoa Garden and the new film studio for TVB, which indeed helped stabilize public sentiment. However, Lu Yuanhao scoffed at the notion of being knighted for these actions, as since the 8th round of negotiations between China and the UK began in January this year, the British side had exhausted all means without being able to shake the Chinese stance, ultimately ceasing their pursuit of governance and beginning to court local elites. Yet the once great British Empire is now but a fading remnant, holding little of tangible value aside from titles and honors. This knighthood is likely one of the candies they are tossing out, with a true focus on Lu Yuanho's influence among the ordinary citizens of Hong Kong. As for his refusal of Shun Bis minor requests, in hindsight those matters are insignificant. At that time, the most vigorous opposition came from just a few minor players who barely made a splash, while no real power players showed up. Therefore, if they can win him over through the knighthood, that would be ideal. If not, there's no real loss, as that honor the Queen can bestow 1,000 or so each year. This type of knighthood has 5 levels, and the one being awarded to him is the second lowest, the OB, which stands for Officer of the Order of the British Empire. In the past, several individuals in Hong Kong have received knighthoods from the Queen, with a few even attaining the highest rank of Knight Grand Cross. The public is more familiar with those received by Uncle Xiao Lu and Li Huanghua. Cheng Long took the lowest rank of the official medal, the MB, which could not be referred to as a knighthood, like Jin Yong's official medals and Lu Yuanho's upcoming awards. In other words, if Lu Yuanhao wishes to be called Sir Lu, he must elevate his medal rank and actively align himself with England. The governor must be joking with me again. The diligent students of Xiangjiang should be grateful to the governor. If it weren't for the governor's continuous push, we wouldn't know when a new higher education institution would emerge in Xiangjiang. Haha, I have always valued the development of education, and I will certainly spare no effort in promoting the establishment of these 2 institutions. I have matters to attend to, so I won't say more. Remember to attend the award ceremony in June. After you'd left, Zhao Yaji quietly asked, "My lord, did he just call you knight and mention an award? Is it true?" "It is true. I will be going to London in June for the award ceremony." "Is it a knighthood?" Zhao Yazi's face was filled with excitement. "What are you thinking? It's not easy to obtain a knighthood. It's just a lower class official medal. The The queen can award a maximum of over 800 each year, which is nothing significant. Lu Yuanhao said casually. After the two returned to the Lu family mansion in Deepwater Bay, the others were waiting for them. Zhao Yaji revealed that Lu Yuanhao would be awarded in England. Everyone began discussing animatedly, and Lin Qingxia suddenly said, I think the queen should grant him a knighthood this time. Lord Lu is not inferior to Lord Wei. He has 7 wives, and now Lord Lu has 5. Who knows how many he will have in the future? Sister Qingxia, you are mistaken. I believe the queen knows he currently has only 5 wives, which is why she only granted him a knighthood, waiting for him to have 7 before granting the title of lord. As Guan Zhehui finished speaking, several women burst into laughter, teasing Lu Yuanhao about when he would find 2 more wives to reach 7 for a title. Lu Yuanhao enjoyed this harmonious scene, and even though he was teased, he was not angry. He casually said, if you truly think so, then I will go out and find someone. If the queen does not grant me a title when the time comes, you can all call me Lord Lu instead. The title of lady is much more pleasant than that of a knight's wife, don't you think? If you want to go, then go. We won't stop you. When the time comes, we will avoid seeing you and travel together instead. Lin Qingxiao was someone Lu Yuanhao could tease freely when alone, but in front of the others, she always put on a facade of authority, and the others had gradually gotten used to her speaking on their behalf. Lu Yuanhao glanced at her and said lightly, you dare to run away from home. Your courage is growing bolder. We women must unite against you and keep you in check. Lin Qingxia became more spirited as she spoke. Just after finishing her sentence, Guan Zhehui led the others to applaud. A foolish woman sold and still counts the money for others. Lu Yuanhao could see that Guan Zhehui was instigating trouble and retaliating against Lin Qingxia for using props to deal with her last time. He decided to let Lin Qingxia experience the perils of palace intrigue, picking her up and heading upstairs. Seeing the others still applauding, Lin Qingxia was a bit dazed and shouted, Hey, come help me. Let's deal with this man together. Farewell, Sister Qingxia, Guan Zhehui said with a laugh while applauding. Ah, you ungrateful women. How I was wrong. Please put me down. No, master, the servant knows wrong. Please put me down. Only now do you realize your mistake. It's too late. Just watch how I deal with you in a bit. Lu Yuanhao, if you dare, bring it on. I'm just a little dog to you. Lin Qingxia began to panic, but Lu Yuanhao remained unmoved. Remember what you said, Zhehui. Come up and I'll teach you how to use those props. Coming. Wait for me, I want revenge. No. At Xingyuan Investment, Lu Yuanhao was interviewing the second candidate for the CEO position of the family office in his office. The first candidate introduced by Hadesize had been passed over. He had emphasized to Eisna that he did not want candidates with any racial bias, and this one truly did not have such tendencies. His professionalism was commendable, and his manner of speaking was also without fault. However, during their conversation, Lu Yuanhao heard him mention that he had relatives involved in the Northern Dynasty battlefield, which led him to probe into the candidate's attitude towards the mainland and discover his deep reservations. Perhaps in his eyes, the Chinese in Hong Kong were all British, which is why he came to apply for this position. Such an important position in the family office, which would grant access to many core secrets, could not be entrusted to someone with an unfriendly attitude towards the Chinese, and naturally, there would be no outcome. The second candidate, named Robert, was an American in his 40s who had immersed himself in finance for over 20 years and had previously served as the chief financial officer of a company in the U.S. Hadesize's expertise was still quite strong, and after reviewing the materials, Lu Yuanhao found no flaws in the basic qualifications. Robert, I have reviewed your resume, and I must say it is outstanding. Why did you leave your previous company? A power struggle among the upper management caused me to unfortunately become a casualty. That's unfortunate, but there is an old Chinese saying, a loss may be a blessing in disguise. Leaving that company might allow you to find a larger stage. Indeed, Mr. Lu, one must always look forward in life and not get too entangled in past events. So could you tell me why you traveled thousands of miles to Hong Kong to apply for a CEO position in a Chinese family office? I know some people working in the family office industry and have had some exposure to it, which I found quite appealing. As for you, I've learned about you through Hadesize, and my assessment is that your future holds infinite possibilities, which is why I chose to apply for this position. Lu Yuanhao smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Have you been to Hong Kong before? No, this is my first time. In fact, I'm quite surprised it's not any worse than Boston, and I think I will come to like it here. Do you have any understanding of ZG? It's a treasure market with a population of over 1 billion, and I have high hopes for it. I have previously interacted with some Chinese individuals, and they approach work very seriously and are quite diligent. I enjoy working with such people. After a round of questions and answers, Lu Yuanhao felt quite positive about the candidate. He then introduced Robert to the distribution of his industries and some basic information about the companies under his banner. He certainly did not disclose any core content, only sharing some data that could be easily found with a little effort, but it was likely more detailed than what Robert could gather from Hadesize. Your business landscape is even larger than I imagined. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have difficulty believing that you are a self-made entrepreneur at only 28 years old. If someone had told me this before, I would have simply replied, wow, what an inspiring story. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Robert, you are aware of the family office industry and should know that the head of the family office deals with many core business secrets of the employers, so I hope my family office CEO won't switch jobs after a few years. Do you understand? Robert responded without hesitation. Of course, I am very clear about this. I am no longer young and do not wish to start another venture. If I can have a comfortable job, I believe I will continue until retirement. Lu Yuanhao nodded. Robert had passed the first round of interviews for now. The next step would be to conduct a background check, and if there were no issues, Lu Yuanhao planned to hire him directly. Very well, Robert, I am quite satisfied with your performance today. You may enjoy a few days in Hong Kong, and I will notify you of the interview results as soon as possible. All right, Mr. Lu, I will wait for your news. After Robert left, Lu Yuanhao arranged for his information to be sent to Xingyuan Investments office in the U.S. to expedite the background investigation regarding Robert. A week later, news came back from the U.S. that Robert had no negative records there, and the reason for his departure from the previous company was indeed, as he stated, due to power struggles among the upper management. Lu Yuanhao felt relieved and contacted Robert again to discuss compensation. They finally agreed on an annual salary of $1 million, nearly 8 million Hong Kong dollars. This salary level is considered top tier in Hong Kong, with only a few people able to earn such a sum. Robert was also very satisfied with the annual salary, and after discussing other benefits, he officially took office as the CEO of the Lu family office. In mid-levels at Lu Xiaoli's villa, the few women in the household, aside from the ones who already had children, usually lived their own lives, gathering at the Lu family mansion only once or twice a week. Therefore, Lu Yuanhao also made sure to spend quality time with them. When he arrived, Lu Xiaoli was practicing dancing in a specially prepared dance studio in the villa, so he quietly watched from the side. Lu Xiaoli only noticed Lu Yuanhao after finishing an entire dance, and she immediately ran over, happily jumping into his arms. You are getting better at dancing. Ooh, I was mesmerized just now. Although Lu Yuanhao did not understand dancing, he never hesitated to praise when it was due. Lu Xiaoli smiled sweetly and gave him a peck on the cheek. Carry me to wash up, Wim, all sweaty. After she finished washing up, the household staff had just finished preparing dinner, and the two chatted while eating. Have you been to see the Hong Kong dance troupe? What do you think? There are very few people there now. It seems quite difficult for Chinese dance to develop in Hong Kong. Years ago, Lu Yuanhao had brought her from Jiangxing to Hong Kong, saying he would give her a larger stage. But the reality was that in the 1980s, Hong Kong had only modern dance and ballet. Chinese dance was a desert here, and there wasn't even a proper dance troupe. After they developed a relationship, Lu Yuanhao could not seriously let her dance for others at a television station, so the matter was left unresolved. Lu Xiaoli did not say anything, but persisted in her training every day, so Lu Yuanhao understood her love for dance. Recently, when he heard that the Hong Kong Academy for Performing Arts had been established, and that the Hong Kong dance troupe, specializing in Chinese dance, was funded by the Hong Kong government, he informed Lu Xiaoli to check it out. That's nothing. If you want to go, I will support this dance troupe. You know your man's capabilities. I will arrange for you to perform in the Golden Hall in Vienna, or something. Lu Xiaoli burst into laughter, gazing affectionately at her lover, and playfully said, that is the sacred place for music and opera, not for dancing. Lu Yuanhao was not embarrassed and replied with a smile, that's exactly my point. As long as you understand, you can just dance normally, and it won't affect our charity work in the mainland. All right, I will go to the Hong Kong dance troupe in a few days. Just to clarify, you are only allowed to dance solo. Got it, my Lord Lu. Although the official award ceremony would not take place until a week after the Queen's official birthday, on June 9th, Lu Yuanhao set off for Europe at the beginning of June, leaving all the women at home. It was merely an official medal, and Lu Yuanhao did not care much about it. If it were a noble-level commander's medal, he wouldn't mind bringing his whole family to London to share in the glory of his title. The first stop, as usual, was Paris, France. At Keshi Investment, Albert had gathered some information about Gucci from a business consulting firm, and Lu Yuanhao was studying it intently. These luxury brands in Europe almost all grew from small family shops. The founder of Gucci established Gucci in 1922. When he passed away in 1953, he left behind 3 sons. His eldest son Aldo took over the family business and shared the equity with his 2 younger brothers, who also held their respective roles in the company. Although the family's second generation had dispersed their shares, they remained united and were impeccable in their management, leading Gucci towards internationalization and initiating a global expansion. In 1974, one of Aldo's brothers passed away without leaving any heirs. Aldo and another brother Rodolfo bought out their sister-in-law's shares, each holding 50. By the time the third generation came along, Aldo divided 10 of his shares among his 3 sons, and fractures began to emerge. One of his sons, Paolo, wanted to create his own brand. Despite being rejected by his father and uncle, he launched the brand Paolo Gucci, leading to his expulsion from Gucci in 1978. Angry, Paolo collected evidence of his father's tax evasion at Gucci and submitted it to the authorities, forcing Aldo to face a lawsuit. In 1983, Aldo's brother Rodolfo passed away, leaving all his shares to his only son Maurizio. Maurizio was also a ruthless person. He allied with Paolo to leverage their stock advantages, using the negative impact of the tax lawsuit on Gucci as grounds to dismiss Aldo, and became the chairman of the group. However, after his election, he did not fulfill the deal with Paolo and refused to appoint him as the group's chief designer. As a result, Paolo resorted to the same tactics and again provided the authorities with documents regarding Gucci's tax issues, forcing Maurizio to flee to Switzerland. When Liu Yuanhao saw the information about Gucci that Albert had brought, he immediately sensed an opportunity. Observing Liu Yuanhao deep in thought after reading the material, Albert quietly said, "Boss, I believe we could take over this company if we spend some time on it. Share your thoughts. We could first acquire the shares from Paolo, then buy out all of Aldo's family shares, and finally seek an opportunity to acquire Maurizio's shares. The materials indicate that the evidence of Aldo's tax evasion is irrefutable and he is bound to face imprisonment. It is indeed feasible to acquire his family's shares first. I suggest that you acquire all three brothers' shares at once. The fewer shareholders there are, the more leverage you will have. You did well on this matter, Albert." "Thank you, boss. It's what I should do. Then go and get this matter settled as soon as possible." The information Albert brought reminded Liu Yuanhao of some details regarding Gucci. In his past life, Maurizio had sought help from an investment bank in Bahrain in the Middle East in 1984 to help him reshape Gucci. This investment bank first acquired 33 of the shares from Paolo, then from his two brothers, and finally spent $1.6 billion to buy 40 of the shares from Aldo. After he finished his prison sentence, he was sentenced to 1 year in 1986. By 1988, the investment bank and Maurizio each held 50 of Gucci's shares. Later, under Maurizio's management, Gucci saw its first losses in 1992, with losses reaching tens of millions of dollars in 1993. In desperation, Maurizio had to sell his shares and exit Gucci, allowing the investment bank to eventually acquire all the equity. According to Albert's plan, Keshi Investment could certainly take over the task of replacing this investment bank and gaining control of Gucci. After arranging matters with Albert, he stayed in France for a few more days, indulging in the company of the beautiful Morel. Just as he was preparing to set off for England, Albert brought good news that he had contacted Paolo, who was willing to sell his 33 of the shares. He could go to Italy to meet him. Paolo was keen on establishing his own brand, and since it was impossible to gain Gucci's support, he needed to invest his own funds to start a business, making his decision to sell shares quite understandable. Seeing that Albert was preparing to head to Italy, Liu Yuanhao whimsically adjusted his itinerary. However, Albert's destination was Florence while Liu's was Perugia. He wanted to see if he could pick that flower ball. At this time, Monica was just a little-known model working part-time to pay for her tuition. Perugia was merely a small city with a population of over 1,000, and under the power of financial influence, Liu Yuanhao easily arranged a meeting with her at a cafe. Seeing that the person she was meeting was an unfamiliar Asian, Monica was a bit dazed, but after confirming she hadn't gone to the wrong place, she took a seat. "Beautiful miss, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Liu Yuanhao, but you can call me Andy, and I come from the fragrant harbor of the East." "Hello, Andy. My name is Monica Bellucci. May I ask what you want from me?" "I am a director at Dior Holdings in France. I came to Italy for business and saw your poster. I think you have excellent potential, so I took the liberty to come and get to know you. I wanted to see if you have interest in developing on a larger stage." "The Dior you mentioned, is it the one I know?" Liu Yuanhao smiled and replied, "I believe we are indeed referring to the same brand and company." Monica's eyes lit up. This was an international brand that could participate in the 4 major fashion weeks, completely overshadowing the small brands that were inviting her to walk for them. "Are you inviting me to walk for Dior?" "Yes, if you perform well, I could even recommend Dior to sign you as a contracted model." "When do we go?" "That depends on when you are available. I can go anytime. My flight is currently at the airport." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." This time it was Liu Yuanhao who was taken aback. He had just said a few simple sentences and was going to leave with a stranger. "Don't you need to think it over? And don't you need to take a leave of absence? The clothes you're wearing and the watch on your wrist are obviously worth a lot, and with so many bodyguards around, I believe you are not here just to deceive me. As for taking leave, I'm already fed up with those damn legal clauses. My classmates will help me sort out the leave." Liu Yuanhao glanced at the bodyguards scattered around, raised an eyebrow. This woman was not only observant, but also decisive, appearing quite intelligent. "Then let's depart." After the plane slid off the runway, Liu Yuanhao suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you our destination is London. Last Saturday, the official birthday honors list of the Queen was announced. I will be awarded the Officer of the Order this Friday, so we have to attend the ceremony before we can go to Paris." Monica was taken aback for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You're being honored. Who exactly are you?" "I've already told you who I am. Oh, I come from Xinjiang." "Are you really a director at Dior?" "To correct you, I am a director at Dior Holdings. Dior is just one of our brands. We are currently in talks with the Italian brand Gucci to acquire some shares." "Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a big shot." Upon hearing about Gucci, Monica's eyes sparkled even more. "That should be the case. At least no one would oppose arranging you for a fashion show." Liu Yuanhao smiled confidently. After arriving in London, the group checked into the hotel arranged by the family office, where Wilson, the deputy director of the investment management department, was waiting to report on the investment results with Dyson. This was Liu Yuanho's first investment target arranged for the family office. Last year, Dyson produced its first vacuum cleaner prototype, the Force, which was quite impressive but faced significant resistance in promotion. Because Dyson's vacuum cleaners do not require dust bags and the dust bag industry in Europe is quite substantial, Dyson's attempt to disrupt this industry naturally faced fierce opposition. A year passed and Dyson couldn't even find a factory willing to do contract production for them. James Dyson, the owner of Dyson and future British billionaire, still owed a large sum to the bank and could not afford to build a factory himself. In his past life, Dyson only found a partner company in Japan in '85, so now is the perfect time for the family office to offer assistance and acquire shares. Liu Yuanhao certainly wouldn't personally intervene in such a small business. He directly assigned it to Wilson, the newly appointed deputy director of the family office's investment department. This time Wilson had a very smooth conversation with James Dyson. The family office proposed to build a production factory with a research and development center in Xiangjiang, exchanging factory shares for 35 of Dyson's shares, making the family office the general agent for Dyson in Asia. James Dyson had been struggling without a factory for mass production, so he was willing to accept shares even if the factory was built in Xiangjiang. The two parties hit it off and signed the agreement. After reporting to Liu Yuanhao, they would go to Xiangjiang together to select a site for the factory. If Dyson could reach the heights of his past life, Xiangjiang would gain another world-renowned brand. The next day, Liu Yuanhao took Monica to Oxford Street for shopping. As Monica acted as a fitting model, she glanced back at the dozens of shopping bags held by the bodyguard behind her and asked uncertainly, "Andy, who are these clothes for?" "Of course they are for you. I've only seen your promotional posters, and I need to see your runway walk and presence before deciding whether to recommend you to Dior." Monica was initially stunned, then reacted and laughed. "Haha, Andy, this excuse of giving clothes to a girl is the most interesting I've ever heard." Liu Yuanhao also laughed. "I'm serious. If you don't walk the runway in these clothes, you won't be able to take any of them." Monica leaned closer to his ear and said in a tempting voice, "Aside from the runway, do you want to see something else? What I'm thinking should be the same as what you're thinking." For foreign men, they are indeed very open to such things, and even someone they've just met could end up in bed together. On the 15th of Friday, a week after the Queen announced the honors list, Liu Yuanhao arrived at Buckingham Palace. There were a total of about 1,800 people on the honors list. Liu Yuanhao, who arrived early, initially thought there would be many attendees for the ceremony, but found the number to be quite small. He specifically counted the heads and found only about 60. While he was puzzled, a royal staff member came in to give each person receiving a medal a special pin and instruct them to wear it properly. Taking the opportunity to inquire, Liu Yuanhao learned that the royal family holds 30 honor ceremonies each year, each arranged for over 60 participants. The purpose of the pin is to ensure that the medal can be easily pinned onto the clothing during the award presentation. Soon the honors ceremony officially began, and the Lord Chamberlain called individuals into a room one by one according to the list. After Liu Yuanhao lined up to enter the room, in order he glanced around with his peripheral vision and noticed that in addition to the royal guards on duty, there was also an orchestra playing music. As he followed the attendant close to the Queen, the attendant next to her took a medal from a black cushion and handed it to her. She took the medal and pinned it onto Liu Yuanhao. "Congratulations, young man." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After exchanging these two sentences, the attendant began to guide him out, marking the end of the honors presentation. Liu Yuanhao had imagined the honors ceremony to be a grand occasion, but it ended so quickly, completely different from his expectations. After leaving the room, Liu Yuanhao carefully examined the medal he had taken off from his chest. The ribbon was a pink rose color with a pearl gray trim. The medal was entirely golden, featuring a circular shape in the center. One side of the circle had a ring within which was depicted the portraits of the king and queen, and outside the ring was inscribed a motto. On the other side, the letter GRI was engraved in the center with a crown above it. Besides the central circle, there were also 4 protruding parts shaped like a trident, giving the entire medal a cross shape. At the very top of the trident-shaped protrusion, there was also a crown. Liu Yuanhao played with the medal for a moment, then put it away. After finding Monica, he took her to France. Albert was still in Italy and had not returned. He had already secured the shares from Paolo and was negotiating with his 2 brothers. So Liu Yuanhao directly took Monica to Dior's headquarters, found Dior's design director, introduced them to each other, and frankly stated that she was the model he had chosen in Italy, asking him to take good care of her. The other party understood the implication and agreed to arrange some small runway opportunities for her first. After leaving Dior, Liu Yuanhao took her to Yeri's side, asking Yeri to take care of Monica. That evening, the 3 of them opened a few bottles of wine to celebrate Liu Yuanhao becoming a knight. Under the influence of alcohol, Liu Yuanhao tried to impress 2 foreign women at once, but almost got killed in the process. It was also the first time he realized that when a woman gets excited, she can truly leave him utterly bewildered. In July, Liu Yuanhao took Liu Xiaoli and the people from the Charity Foundation North to visit the capital city. The charity foundation under his name contacted the education department in the mainland to formulate a series of donation plans pledging to contribute a substantial amount annually to the education sector starting this year, though it remains uncertain whether he will continue to make appearances. After 3 years of restoration and renovation, the Wenyu residence was finally completed, and Lu Yuanhao moved in with Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli gazed at the beautifully restored courtyard rich with ancient charm, and upon entering the room, she discovered various modern amenities, feeling a sense of novelty. This was Lu Yuanhao's first visit to the courtyard since its restoration, and he took Lu Xiaoli for a stroll. The 5-entry courtyard was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, red eaves, and green tiles surrounded by corridors, all exquisitely done. Entering the adjacent Kowloon from the 3rd courtyard, they found a landscape with mountains and waters, pavilions and terraces, exquisite stones, winding pools, towering ancient trees, and lush greenery, dispelling the summer heat. The two arrived at a pavilion nestled among a rockery in the corner where the entire view of Kowloon lay before them. "This is our house in the capital. How do you like it? It's so beautiful here, completely different in style from the villa in Xiangjiang. I want to take a lot of photos to show to Jiahui and the others." Lu Xiaoli clearly loved the place as she hugged Lu Yuanhao's arm and shook it playfully. Lu Yuanhao looked at Lu Xiaoli dressed in a knee-length skirt, her beauty stirring his heart. "Photos can wait. Show me a ballet pose just like a dancer. I'm wearing a skirt." Before she could finish, Lu Xiaoli blushed, wanting to run away, but Lu Yuanhao caught her. "What's there to be shy about? The bodyguards and assistants are only allowed in the first 2 courtyards. No one will come here. Be good." Realizing she couldn't escape, Lu Xiaoli leaned against a pillar in the pavilion, bashfully performing a standard ballet pose, standing on one leg with the other raised high above her head. The long skirt slid smoothly down her silky thigh. The next day, Lu Yuanhao followed his itinerary to visit the city government of the capital. The Hujia Expressway in the Magic City had already commenced construction. After comprehensive evaluation, the city government of the capital deemed the project feasible, thus prioritizing the construction of the airport expressway and contacting Xingyuan Investment. After receiving the news, Lu Yuanhao instructed Xingyuan Investment to begin preliminary contact with the city government of the capital. With the template of the Hujia Expressway at hand, negotiations proceeded smoothly, almost as if copying homework, with only slight contention over the operational duration, considering that traffic flow for the airport expressway would exceed that of the Hujia Expressway, ultimately settling on a 10-year term. The airport expressway spans 19 kilometers with similar length and estimated costs as the Hujia Expressway. Lu Yuanhao had no objections to the 10-year operational term and directly signed a cooperation agreement with the city government of the capital. He would invest 320 million renminbi, of which 64 million was his own funds, and 280 million was a loan, and dispatch a supervisory unit. Once the airport expressway was operational, both parties would jointly operate and maintain it, and after 10 years, Lu Yuanhao would return the operating rights to the city government of the capital, withdrawing from the project. In his past life, the airport expressway in the capital was known as the first road to the National Gate, completed in 1993 at a cost exceeding 1 billion. This time it could be completed at least 4 years earlier with significantly reduced costs. The next day, Director Wei of CCTV visited the Wenyu residence. When Lu Yuanhao first arrived in the capital, he had suggested personally visiting to apologize, but Lu Yuanhao deliberately left him waiting for 2 days. Journey to the West was completed in April and premiered on CCTV Channel 1, causing a nationwide sensation with streets empty as the tune Yangong Shuanin echoed wherever televisions were present. Television stations from countries such as Sakura Country, Singapore, and the Philippines actively approached CCTV to buy the copyright, resulting in the staff beneath CCTV selling the rights to multiple countries. Lu Yuanhao only learned of this after these countries began airing Journey to the West and was immediately enraged, informing the wireless station to contact CCTV for an explanation. While CCTV promptly dealt with several personnel, internally a rift had already formed between the two parties. "Mr. Lu, this incident was indeed an accident and entirely the fault of the staff below. We have dealt with those responsible. We hope this won't affect our good working relationship. Director Wei, the wireless station is about to go public, and once it becomes a listed company, it must be accountable to all shareholders. It's not solely my decision anymore." Understood. We will disclose our internal handling opinions, and we will reveal how much the local rights sold for in those countries, treating it as a sale on behalf of the wireless station. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhao finally showed some sincerity, and his expression softened. Although this collaboration had encountered a hitch, it didn't mean he wanted to sever ties with CCTV. Refunding the money is fine. Let's count that amount in our next collaboration investment, but I hope such situations do not occur again. Understood, that would be best. Director Wei sighed in relief. I wonder what CCTV plans to shoot next. We plan to film Dream of the Red Chamber and prepare to rebuild a Grandview Garden. Upon hearing Grandview Garden, Lu Yuanhao had an idea. In his past life, the Grandview Garden took 4 years to build, covering nearly 1,000 square meters, which was 12 times the area of the Wenyu residence. Rebuilding the Grandview Garden. How do you plan to do it, and what's the budget? We plan to gather a group of scholars specializing in rheology, ancient architecture, landscape architecture, and Qing history experts to replicate the Grandview Garden according to descriptions in the book. The budget is still being finalized, but the construction cost is estimated to be 70 million renminbi. That's quite an investment. How about this? It'll contribute 80 million renminbi, paid in equivalent US dollars, and after the TV series is completed, the Grandview Garden and overseas rights will belong to me. What do you think? Last time, when filming Journey to the West, Liu Yuanhao had provided 30 million Hong Kong dollars, approximately 8 million renminbi. This time he was offering 10 times that amount. Director Wei swallowed hard, realizing the magnitude of the situation, and hesitated to make a decision on the spot. Mr. Liu's proposal will be submitted to the station for careful consideration. Liu Yuanhao was uncertain if this deal would materialize. He did not pursue the issue of the overseas rights for Journey to the West, considering CCTV owed him a favor, and given the current need for foreign exchange in the mainland, it was not impossible. If he could truly secure the Grandview Garden, he would pull out the US dollars in an instant. On the second to last day in the capital, the Liu Yuanhao Education Charity Foundation donated 200 million Hong Kong dollars to the Ministry of Education in a one-time contribution, with the distribution details having been agreed upon in advance before heading north. Beihang University, China Southern Airlines, and Beijing Institute of Technology, along with other key national defense institutions, each received 10 million, while the remaining 26 key universities received 5 million each. Liu Yuanhao pushed Liu Xiaoli to the forefront this time, as she would be responsible for future charitable donations in the mainland. Huang Beiming's directorial debut Happy Ghost grossed nearly 19 million Hong Kong dollars during the summer box office season, poised to rank among the year's top 10 highest-grossing films, and catapulted him to sudden fame. Most remarkably, the film was produced on a modest budget of merely 2 million Hong Kong dollars, yet it achieved an astonishing triumph against far more established competitors, a true underdog victory. After the film's theatrical run ended, Oriental Pictures hosted an internal celebration at the Hilton Hotel. No grand banquet, but a quiet, meaningful acknowledgement of success. As Liu Yuanya's most trusted protege at Oriental Pictures, Huang Beiming's achievement naturally warranted Liu's personal endorsement and public support. You've done exceptionally well, Lao Huang. I always knew you had it in you. Keep pushing forward. Your next film will surely surpass 20 million Hong Kong dollars at the box office, Liu Yuanyu said, warmly clapping Huang Beiming on the shoulder. I owe it all to your unwavering support, boss, and to the outstanding performances by Ah Zhen and the rest of the cast, Huang Beiming replied, beaming so broadly his eyes disappeared into crescent slits. Previously known only as a screenwriter and actor within the company, Huang Beiming had now ascended to the status of a commercially successful director, his influence and standing markedly elevated. Recalling that he had introduced Li Lizhen to Liu Yuanyu weeks earlier, with no subsequent action from Liu, he deliberately brought her along again, this time ensuring she caught Liu's attention once more. Thank you, boss, Li Lizhen murmured, her expression deferential, yet tinged with uncertainty. Once Liu Yuanyu moved away, she tugged Huang Beiming aside and whispered hesitantly, Brother Ming, do you think the boss isn't interested in me? Should I take a more proactive step? I can't advise you on matters like this. It's entirely up to your own judgment. Huang Beiming felt a quiet pang of regret. Though he proudly considered himself Liu Yuanya's most loyal subordinate, his attempts to introduce women to his boss had thus far yielded zero success. Had hoped Li Lizhen might break that streak, but still Liu's intentions remained inscrutable. Li Lizhen watched Liu Yuanya's retreating figure, then exhaled deeply, a slow, deliberate breath, as if sealing a solemn resolution. After circulating through the reception, Liu Yuanyu departed early. Having dismissed the group who escorted him out of the ballroom, he paused by the elevator, only to find Li Lizhen approaching alone, discreetly tailing him and momentarily halted by his security detail. Noticing the commotion, Liu turned, and upon recognizing her, gestured for his guards to let her pass. She stepped forward, flustered by the imposing presence of the bodyguards, and could only manage 2 awkward, nervous chuckles. Once inside the elevator, Liu, originally intending to go home, changed course and pressed the button for his private presidential suite on the top floor. He'll be staying upstairs tonight. Is there something you need? Off. Li Lizhen blinked, stunned. Shed followed him, hoping simply to extend their time together, to perhaps earn a ride home or an impromptu late-night meal. But this turn of events defied all expectations. Her script had just been rewritten without warning. Still dazed, she trailed him to his suite door. As several bodyguards entered first to conduct a security sweep, she waited silently, then followed Liu inside the moment they emerged and confirmed safety. The instant the door clicked shut behind her, clarity struck her like lightning. Liu Yuanyu paid her no mind upon entering. He strode into the inner chamber, shed his suit, and donned his silk robe, then returned to the living room, poured himself a small glass of red wine, and settled onto the sofa with commanding ease. All right, now we're alone. What is it you wish to say? Li Lizhen opened her mouth several times, seized by the rarity of the moment, before finally summoning the courage to speak. I want to be with you. Her face flushed crimson the moment the words left her lips. At just 18 years old, and newly arrived in the entertainment industry, she hadn't yet mastered the art of seduction. This raw, unfiltered confession was her first. Lu Yuanyu was mildly surprised, not by her intent which he'd already intuited, but by her startling directness. Then what do you hope to gain? Fame, opportunity, or cash? Li Lizhen swallowed hard and whispered, could I have them all? Lu Yuanyu chuckled softly, glancing sidelong at her. I see, you're rather ambitious. So what are you prepared to offer in return? I swear I'll obey you completely. Whatever you ask, I'll do. In his past life, Lu Yuanyu recalled that Li Lizhen had been publicly accused by her 20-year confidant of seducing her husband, a scandal fueled by allegations of hedonistic indulgence. Though Li later issued a partial denial and apology, she explicitly refuted only the affair claim, not the other more damning rumors, thereby irreparably tarnishing her reputation. Take off your clothes and kneel before me. She hesitated for only a heartbeat before complying. Lu Rose walked into the inner chamber and returned holding an exquisitely crafted leather collar, ornate gleaming suspended from a slender chain. Since she'd stated her intentions so plainly, it was clear she harbored no illusions of virtue, and he bore no moral burden in accepting her terms. Fastening the collar around her neck, he tilted her chin upward and offered a sly, enigmatic smile. Impressive obedience. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept your devotion. With that, he took hold of the chain and led her toward the inner chamber while she crawled swiftly behind him on hands and knees. By late August, Television Broadcast Limited TVB initiated its internal share subscription program. For its upcoming initial public offering, TVB planned to issue 50 million new shares, of which 10 million would be reserved exclusively for employee subscription at $1 per share. The remaining 40 million shares were allocated for public offering. After negotiations with underwriters, the offering price was set at $5 per share. The anticipated proceeds, 210 million Hong Kong dollars, were earmarked for construction of the company's new headquarters. The organizing committee had devised detailed allocation guidelines specifying permissible subscription quotas based on employee rank and position. Among TVB's 800 employees, the minimum allotment stood at 5,000 shares, the maximum 50,000. Given the HK4 per share spread between subscription and offering price, even the lowest tier staff stood to earn at least HK0. Upon announcement, jubilation swept across the network. Most employees subscribed to their full quota, and those who didn't saw their unused allocations snapped up eagerly by colleagues. Within 3 days, the entire 10 million share internal tranche was fully subscribed. Lu Yuanyu scheduled the IPO for late December. Post-listing, TVB's total share capital would expand to 250 million shares with a market capitalization of $1 25 billion at the offering price. Following dilution, Lu Yuanyu would retain 44 of the shares, maintaining firm, unassailable control over the corporation. On September 26, China and the United Kingdom signed a joint declaration in Beijing concerning the future of Hong Kong, affirming that sovereignty would be restored to China on July 1, 1997. To ensure Hong Kong's continued stability and prosperity, China pledged to preserve its existing social system, economic structure, and way of life unchanged for 50 years following the handover. Furthermore, a Hong Kong special administrative region would be established, governed locally, and vested with a high degree of autonomy. With the joint declaration formalizing Hong Kong's future, Lu Yuanyu shifted his strategic focus to Hong Kong land, preparing to acquire the Keswick family's controlling stake. At Fanling Golf Course, Liu Yuanhao and Shimin Kaisik met to discuss the shares of GD. Shimin Kaisik had already resolved the crosshair holding issues between IHA and GD, preventing any scenario where acquiring GD would also mean controlling IHA. Our ancestors forged this land through hardships accumulating over a century to reach today's stature. Every time I think about possibly losing GD, my heart aches, and I find no rest and sleep. Take it easy, Shimin. Times are changing, some things are inevitable. There is a Chinese saying, talents emerge generation after generation, each leading the trend for decades. 30 years from now, under your leadership, IHA may well regain its former glory. Both dressed casually, they strolled side by side on the golf course with their attendants and caddies trailing far behind, careful not to disturb their conversation. Thank you for your kind words, I hope so. Enough idle talk, let's get down to business. Our family currently holds 22 of GD shares. Make your offer. Negotiations involved sky-high demands and rock-bottom repayments. Lu Yuanhao was not one to yield and immediately countered with a ruthless price. These properties and reserved lands did not affect Xidi's prime holdings in Central, nor did they increase Xingyuan investment stake, so the GD board quickly approved. The Navy Building and Royal Building were sold by GD to Great Lu in 1993, becoming prized properties in his portfolio. After Lu Yuanhao was elected chairman of Xidi's board at an extraordinary shareholders meeting, he communicated once with Wang Xingxiang. With Wang Zhengxiang's consent, he arranged for GD to issue an additional 5 shares to acquire Cheetah Real Estate, appointing Wang as executive director and general manager of GD Group. Lu Yuanho's shareholding was diluted by 0.1 to 41.9 after the merger, but Wang Zhengxiang's entry into GD only strengthened his control over the company, far more valuable than the 0.1 equity. Before Lu Yuanhao could finish speaking, Shimin Kaisik rudely interrupted. The Navy building was later renamed Imigo Tower, part of the Illumination Symphony of Hong Kong, while the Royal Building remained a renowned shopping center in Causeway Bay. The current stock price of GD. A joint statement had just been preliminarily signed days before. Xingyuan Investment had not withdrawn capital, but instead increased its investment in Hong Kong, clearly optimistic about the market, earning unanimous praise from the media. After deducting 12 billion in liabilities, a net asset value of 20 billion was agreed upon by both parties. The final negotiation concluded with Lu Yuanhao acquiring 22 of shares from the Kaisik family at a valuation of 18 billion, requiring a payment of 3.96 billion Hong Kong dollars. Dili Jindeg, a famous mid-level luxury residence in Hong Kong, was held wholly by GD under a lease-only model for blocks 1 and 2. As a related party, many inconvenient matters could be expressed through Wang Zhengxiang's voice. The two then engaged in sharp bargaining like market vendors and customers, finally agreeing on a 10% discount off Zaidi's net asset value. The media completely overlooked the second piece of news, instead focusing on reports of Xingyuan Investment's imminent takeover of GD. In early October, 2 major announcements surfaced in the Hong Kong stock market. Andy, I see no sincerity from you. Such an offer is simply an insult to our Kaisik family. Shimin, my sincerity has always been present. You must know that the first convertible bond agreement we signed has expired, and I have not demanded you fulfill the terms immediately. Currently, Zaidi's stock price is only 8 Hong Kong dollars, less than 40 of its net asset per share. If you insist on discussing stock price, today's negotiation ends here. The two buildings have similar floor counts, totaling 158 residential units, with usable areas ranging from 1,500 to 6,500 square feet, summing up to 630 square feet of floor area. Zaidi's stock price rose slightly as a result, surpassing Xingyuan Investment's acquisition price of 8.2 Hong Kong dollars, prematurely declaring the tender offer a failure. Xingyuan Investment's comprehensive acquisition at this price was entirely legal and compliant, but its sincerity was near zero. Any discerning observer could see Xingyuan had no real intention of privatizing GD. After the merger of the two companies, although Wang Zhengxiang held only a minimal share, the roles of general manager of GD Group and chairman of Cheetah Real Estate's board were incomparable. If given a choice again, he would opt for Zaidi's general manager. Under Lu Yuanhao's instruction, Wang Zhengxiang proposed valuing the Navy building in Wan Chai Royal Building in Causeway Bay Dili Jindeg blocks 1, 2, and 3 plus other reserved lands at 3.92 billion to repay principal and interest on 2 debts owed to Xingyuan Investment. GD holds 9 completed commercial buildings in Central and 3 under construction trading plazas, along with other properties, dozens of joint development projects with other real estate firms, and extensive reserved lands. It also owns shares in Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Welcome Supermarket, a dairy company, and Hong Kong Electric, with a combined value easily reaching 32 billion. Offer me a 20 premium on Zaidi's net asset value per share, and I can sign the contract with you today. Lu Yuanhao smiled, glanced at Shimin Kaisik without anger, and spoke leisurely. So Shimin, what do you mean? Hearing the convertible bond agreement, Shimin Kaisik's momentum weakened noticeably. Secondly, Xingyuan Investment announced it held 42 of Zaidi's shares and launched a tender offer at 8.2 Hong Kong dollars per share, open to all shareholders for 30 days, allowing those wishing to sell to register with Yifu Company. 8.2 Hong Kong dollars per share is Zaidi's current stock price and the highest price in the open market over the past 6 months. First, Xingyuan Investment and the Kaisik family jointly held a press conference announcing that they had reached a purchase agreement for the Kaisik family's 22 stake in GD and completed the transaction. Xingyuan Investment now holds 42 of GD shares. That's unrealistic, Shimin. You know the mainland will reclaim Hong Kong in 1997. No one can predict how Hong Kong will develop afterward. I think we should price it at 60 of net asset value. King of Hong Kong Real Estate. This was the new title the media bestowed upon Lu Yuanhao. Furthermore, with Wang Zhengxiang involved, handling Xingyuan Investment's convertible bonds became much easier. Lu Yuanhao actually desired Zaidi's properties in Central, but as the newly elected chairman, many board members were not aligned with him, so he could not appear too aggressive, choosing only several properties outside the core area. After all the meat was already in the bowl, eating slowly was no problem. Among the first batch of listed companies that Lu Yuanhao acquired, Qingzhou Ingmi had the least presence. This company only produces cement, making its business very singular and heavily impacted by the real estate industry. In 1982, when the real estate market crashed, Qingzhou Yingni's stock price fell dramatically, and now its market value is only 400 million Hong Kong dollars, with a stock price dropping to 3.2 Hong Kong dollars per share. Xingyuan Investment has already acquired 40 of Qingzhou Yingni's shares, and Liu Yuanhao proposed a privatization operation through Huaduoli Company at a price of 4.3 Hong Kong dollars per share, which is a 35 premium, receiving positive responses from shareholders immediately. The most valuable asset of Qingzhouingni is its factory land located in Hungham, Kowloon, right by the sea, covering an area of 9,000 square feet. Once the privatization is completed, Liu Yuanhao plans to relocate the factory to Tunmun, freeing up this land for real estate development. Half a month later, Huaduoli Company announced that it has acquired 90 of Qingzhouingni's shares, involving funds of approximately 270 million, completing the privatization. The construction cost of 70 million renminbi has to be borne by General Liu, and he also needs to pay the land cost to the Jingqing city government. The Grandview Garden will only be handed over to you after we finish filming the movie. As for the overseas copyright of Dream of the Red Chamber, that will need to be discussed again. During its peak in 1980, the stock price of Wharf Holdings once soared to 77 Hong Kong dollars, with a market value close to 7 billion. However, following the overall market decline, the current stock price is only 26.4 Hong Kong dollars. The Hong Kong stock market was invigorated with stocks belonging to Xing Yuan's affiliated companies such as Kimin Construction, Chongqing Holdings, Hong Kong Telephone, and China Gas experiencing a wave of general rises. Citizens speculated on who Xing Yuan Investment's next privatization target would be, and some risk-taking gamblers jumped in. Wharf Holdings has a total stock of 90 million shares, with Xing Yuan Investment holding 49. This privatization will involve funds reaching 1.65 billion Hong Kong dollars. I wonder how the management has considered my last proposal. A few days later, Director Wei replied that his proposal had been approved, and Liu Yuanhao immediately arranged for Xing Yuan Investment to pay in US dollars according to the exchange rate. In his past life, these two commercial buildings were named Westminster Tower and Shell Tower, collectively providing 2.4 million square feet of rental space. Not long after, Huaduoli Company issued another announcement declaring that it would represent Xing Yuan Investment Group in a privatization acquisition of Wharf Holdings at a price of 36 Hong Kong dollars per share. Because non-listed companies do not need to release financial reports, the company's market value and profits can only be estimated, and the results may not be accurate, causing media outlets to hesitate in reporting. Liu Yuanhao did not hide his intentions, smiling as he asked, "After visiting here, I understand why General Liu wanted us to build the Grandview Garden. After General Liu proposed that plan, we took it seriously and discussed it multiple times. Our final opinion is that it is not impossible for General Liu to want the Grandview Garden. The Grandview Garden covers 130 square meters, and the Jingqing city government has set the land price at 20 RMB per square meter, totaling 260 million renminbi. At this moment, Liu Yuanhao was thinking about acquiring the Grandview Garden without considering the copyright issues. The overseas copyright of the Dream of the Red Chamber TV series was the least successful among the 4 great classical novels, so let them deal with it themselves. In Nankayuan West Street, Xuanwu District, that area used to be a royal vegetable garden during the Ming and Qing dynasties. I remember mentioning 80 million to Director Wei last time. How about this? I'll offer a total of 3.4 billion, 260 million for the land, 70 million for construction costs. And for the final 10 million, I just want the Hong Kong copyright of Dream of the Red Chamber. You can sell the rights for other countries yourselves. How does that sound? The Grandview Garden is not realistic for residential use. Liu Yuanhao plans to operate it as his private clubhouse in the capital. Even the previously thought-of non-privatized Chongqing Holdings was not spared. 38.6. 166. 211. After witnessing this historic moment, Liu Yuanhao stayed for 2 more days to visit various connections in the capital as usual. The media reported this matter, believing that Liu Yuanhao's actions were hiding wealth. Just as gamblers eagerly anticipated Liu chaos, next move, Liu Yuanhao received an invitation to the capital. On December 19th, the Sino-British Joint Declaration was officially signed in the capital, solidifying the status of Hong Kong, which will return to the motherland on July 1, 1997. 20 years later, the rental income from just the harbor city will reach a staggering 9.5 billion, making it not an exaggeration to call it a cash cow. At this time, the mainland was in desperate need of foreign exchange. If it weren't for this factor, along with the fact that CCTV owed him a favor, Liu Yuanhao might not have been able to accomplish this. The harbor city of Wharf Holdings features the largest shopping center in Hong Kong, covering 2 million square feet and including over 700 retail shops, more than 50 restaurants, and 2 large cinemas. The Star Ferry, which shuttles between Hong Kong and Kowloon, is also one of Wharf Holdings' businesses, although its share in the group is relatively small, overshadowed by the 2 mainstays of real estate and port. In addition to the shopping center, the office portion of Harbor City occupies 4 million square feet, along with 3 high-end hotels and an apartment hotel with over 500 rooms. At One Yes residence, Director Wei visited again, and Liu Yuanhao took him on a tour of the house, which amazed him. Liu Yuanhao's price of 36 Hong Kong dollars per share is equivalent to a 35 premium, comparable to the premium level of Qingzhouingni. I believe there shouldn't be a problem. Oh, just wait for my news. Wharf Holdings' port business is also the largest in Hong Kong, with 3 of the 5 existing piers at the Kwai Chung terminal belonging to Wharf Holdings. The purpose of this visit is to discuss this matter with you. The original plan of the management and the Jingqing city government was to wait until Dream of the Red Chamber was finished filming, then open the Grand View Garden to the public to sell tickets and recover some costs. Liu Yuanhao spent 10 years obtaining Wharf Holdings, investing over 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, but it was definitely worth it. The Times Square project, developed on the site of the original tram factory in Causeway Bay, is nearing completion. It includes a 46-story and a 38-story commercial building, as well as a 16-story comprehensive shopping mall. Moreover, in the future, if they want to film shows like My Fair Princess, The Drive of Life, or Empresses in the Palace, they can all come here for location shooting, which would be quite significant. Where do you plan to build the Grandview Garden? After more than half a month, Huaduoli Company announced that it had acquired over 90 of Wharf Holdings stock, completing the privatization. Returning to Hong Kong on December 27th, the company went public without a listing with the stock code 0051HK and was warmly welcomed by investors upon its IPO. On its first day, the stock price surged to 8.2 Hong Kong dollars per share, but by the close it fell back to 7.6 Hong Kong dollars. At the closing, the stock rose more than 50%, reaching a market value of 1.9 billion, becoming the first stock in the Hong Kong media industry, and the Hang Seng Index also included the wireless station in its component stocks.